Chapter 1, The Hell of the Yi Family. In the realm of Shenwu, within the ancient domain of Taishu, lies the city of Yangyang. Yihan, clad in tattered garments and drenched in blood, hastened towards the Yi residence. Jishuan, what do you see here? Yihan stretched out his palm, gazing at the woman before him. What is it? As she lowered her gaze, a look of astonishment crossed her face. A heavenly grade elixir, the Kanglin pill? Indeed, I have searched tirelessly in the Hanyuan mine for 6 months, and at last, I have procured this pill for you. This will enable you to swiftly break through and ascend to the inner sect, Yihan stated as he handed over the elixir. I never imagined such treasures could be found in the Hanyuan mine. The woman, named Jishuan, received the pill, her joy palpable. Brother Yihan, I am thrilled to receive this Kanglin pill, but what about you? It matters not to me, Yihan replied confidently, extending his right arm. He summoned his elemental force, revealing intricate golden patterns. Jishuan, when I acquired the Kanglin pill, I inadvertently ingested a golden fruit, which bestowed upon me a unique constitution. Even without the Kanglin pill, I shall be able to advance to the inner sect. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Such patterns are remarkable. You have acquired a special physique? Yihan nodded earnestly. Yes, Jishuan. Once I become an inner sect disciple, I shall request my adoptive father to arrange our marriage. Wonderful. Today is a significant day for me, Yihan. I too have a grand gift for you. Wait for me in the backyard, Jishuan declared, leaving with the Kanglin pill in hand. A grand gift? I, Yihan, have given you so much without expecting anything in return, he chuckled, shaking his head. After changing his clothes, Yihan retrieved a small wooden box from his pocket, revealing 2 thumb-sized elixirs. There are 2 more Kanglin pills. One must be reserved for my adoptive father, and the other for my teacher. Throughout the past 6 months, he endured countless hardships in the Hanyuan mine, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit, making every struggle worthwhile. In the realm of Shenwu, elixirs, techniques, martial skills, and divine abilities are categorized into 5 levels: human, profound, earth, heaven, and the unfathomable divine. Level I in Yangyang City, even earth-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare, let alone heavenly-grade ones. Thus, acquiring 3 Kanglin pills and a unique physique from the Hanyuan mine is nothing short of miraculous fortune. I must cultivate diligently, strive to rejuvenate the Yi family, and repay my adoptive father for his years of nurturing, Yihan contemplated while grooming himself. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash, revealing Jishuan and a middle-aged man. Adoptive father, Jishuan, you have arrived? Yihan exclaimed, taken aback by their abrupt entrance. He chuckled softly. I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity, no need for such haste to visit me. The middle-aged man seized Yihan's arm. Let me see your unique physique. Yihan furrowed his brow, channeling his elemental force as the golden patterns on his right arm shimmered, strikingly bright indeed. Father, the golden patterns, Jishuan remarked from the side. Correct, the manifestation of the Jiaowen, golden patterns are the finest. This is the heavenly Jaya or battle body. The middle-aged man's breath quickened. Crack! A sudden scream echoed, and Yihan's body trembled, feeling his bones shatter. Adoptive father, you. Yihan gasped in shock. Before he could finish, the middle-aged man clutched Yihan's right arm, his fingers piercing through flesh, extracting a blood-soaked piece of golden bone. You have ruined my battle bone? Yihan screamed in a fit of rage. The middle-aged man's expression remained composed and cold. The Yi family has nurtured you for over a decade. A mere battle bone is not enough to repay this. It is a privilege to facilitate Zixuan's ascension. At that moment, Jishuan began rummaging through Yihan's belongings, quickly discovering the box. Yihan, you truly lack gratitude. You receive 3 Kanglin pills, yet you hoard 2 for yourself instead of offering them all. Adoptive Yi Yangfu, why, I, Yihan, have been loyal for years, never wavering. Upon my return, I first thought of you and Jishuan. How could you do this to me, to ruin my battle bone? Yihan's eyes blazed with fury. Just a wild seed, ultimately an outsider. What loyalty is there to speak of? Yi Yangfu kicked Yihan aside, encasing the golden bone in elemental force. Come, Jishuan. You are nearing adulthood, and your roots have yet to solidify. This heavenly Jaya War battle bone is indeed suitable for you. Jishuan nodded. Thank you, father. However, a dagger materialized in Zixuan's hand, her gaze fixed on Yihan. Let's eradicate this wild seed. It should not be allowed to live. Yi Yangfu glanced at Yihan. Let him live a little longer. His death would be inconvenient for the Yangyang Academy. Not only should he not be killed, but he also deserves to be crippled. Jishuan sneered, unhesitatingly thrusting the dagger towards Yihan. Yihan hastily recoiled, his face pale. Jishuan, you have already acquired the battle bone. Why must you be so ruthless? Do you really intend to cripple me? Yihan, you are merely a wild seed. The Yi family granting you sustenance is already a tremendous honor, and you dare to covet my father's arrangement for marriage? You are simply deserving of death. I, Yi Zhishuan, a princess of the Yi family, am destined for greatness. How could you dare to interfere, marriage arrangement? Do you even deserve it? Zhishuan coldly unleashed a palm strike, sending Yihan's arm recoiling, swift and ruthless. Without a hint of hesitation, the dagger plunged into Yihan's abdomen. With a squelch, blood splattered, staining his garments. Yihan felt a searing pain spread throughout him, his elemental force draining away like a punctured balloon. My energy sea, you have crippled my energy sea? Yihan trembled, as if descending into hell. Having lost his battle bone, he could still cultivate, but now, with his energy sea destroyed, years of arduous training turned to naught. From this moment on, he would be rendered useless. He could hardly believe that the man he had called adoptive father for over a decade, Yi Yangfu, had personally extracted his bone. Zhishuan, once his childhood companion, was capable of such cruelty, willing to cripple him. Had they not feared his status as an ordinary disciple of the Yangyang Academy, he would likely be a corpse by now. I, Yihan, remain a disciple of the Yangyang Academy. Do you not fear the consequences of crippling me and seizing my battle bone? My teacher will not let this matter rest. Yihan glared at the two before him. Zhishuan mocked him. You ventured into the Hanyuan mine, braving dangers, and returned by sheer luck. Your realm is now wasted. What concern is that of the Yi family? As for your teacher, he is merely a joke at the Yangyang Academy. Once I refine the Kanglin pill and merge it with the heavenly Jaya War battle bone, I shall become the Academy's top genius. What can your teacher do to me? Since your father has spoken, I shall spare your wretched life for now. In the future, you shall obediently serve as a slave of the Yi family. With that, Zhishuan turned her disdainful gaze away and departed with Yi Yangfu. Watching their retreating figures, Yihan trembled with despair. Years of arduous training ruined in an instant, reduced to a stepping stone for Yi Zhishuan. I, Yihan, refuse to accept this. 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, come forth. Chapter 2, 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Yihan's voice was hoarse, and after speaking, he gazed ahead with hope. In an instant, a bizarre sight unfolded. A small tower, approximately the size of a palm, materialized in his hand, comprising 9 layers. Yi Yangfu, Yi Zhishuan. If I, Yihan, were to perish, I would haunt you as a ghost. If I do not die, I shall ensure that you meet your demise in the future. As Yihan spoke, he seized the dagger abandoned by Zhishuan and plunged it directly into his heart. A gaping wound appeared, excruciatingly painful. Warm blood gushed forth. At that moment, he pressed the 9-layered small tower against his heart, allowing the flowing blood to envelop it entirely. With his essence and blood, he offered a blood sacrifice to the Dragon Suppression Tower. As Yihan momentarily bathed in the essence of the small tower's blood, a sudden eruption of golden divine light enveloped him, transforming into a streak of brilliance that penetrated his brow and vanished without a trace. Boom! In the next instant, Yihan felt his body tremble, plunging into a state of bewilderment. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a chaotic expanse. All that lay before him was a colossal 9-story tower, its exterior adorned with 5 imposing characters. 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. 9th Realm Dragon Suppression Tower. Do not let me down, Yihan thought, his gaze flickering with determination. Yi family father and daughter, do you truly believe that I, Yihan, am finished? With resolute steps, he approached the towering edifice. This 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower was a peculiar treasure he had acquired in the Cold Abyss mine, its extraordinary nature rendering it inexplicable, and thus he had not disclosed its true nature to Yi Zhishuan. In truth, his heavenly flood dragon battle body was not the result of accidentally consuming a golden fruit, but rather the unintended acquisition of this small tower. His blood had stained its surface, causing the emergence of battle bones within his body. Every form of unique physique in this world is a rare treasure, possessed only by the most exalted prodigies. How could one possibly manifest a heavenly flood dragon battle body? Merely due to a mysterious small tower. Previously, with uncertainty looming, he had refrained from performing a blood sacrifice to the small tower and entering within its confines. Who could predict whether it might alter his entire skeletal structure, ultimately transforming him into a monster? Now rendered powerless, with no path for retreat, Yihan cast aside his concerns. Pushing open the portal to the first level of the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, a vast expanse of time and space unfolded before him, evoking the essence of a mustard seed. Housing a universe, stopping in his tracks, Yihan stood frozen, awestruck by the sight before him. At the pinnacle of time and space, 9 obsidian divine chains descended from the void, binding a 5-clawed golden dragon beneath them. The dragon's form coiled like an ancient mountain, its unparalleled majesty resonating with an overwhelming presence, stretching for countless miles, surpassing any creature Yihan had ever known even a single golden scale was as grand as a mountain, instilling a profound sense of awe. A golden dragon, Yihan could scarcely believe his eyes to witness such a creature, a being of legend and lore, was beyond his wildest dreams. In this ethereal realm, dragons were as elusive as true dragons, let alone the mythical creatures of the past. Amidst the shock, he was suddenly flooded with countless memories. Practice the Nine Heavens Dragon Controlling Technique to command the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, gather the power of the Nine Realms to open the Dragon Realms Gate, and dominate its force. The overwhelming influx of memories threatened to burst his mind, and in a haze, he soon lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Yihan discovered himself once again lying in the Yi family's backyard, the sky dark and night fallen, while the visions of the great tower and the five-clawed golden dragon had dissipated like a dream. The Nine Heavens Dragon Controlling Technique? Yihan's gaze sharpened. A dragon chi nourishes the soul, imperial blood forges the body, refining the 9 emperors of the dragon clan, capable of refining the source of myriad dragons, forging an indestructible dragon body, exploding the stars of the heavens, and shattering infinite galaxies. As he absorbed the memories, the training methods of the Nine Heavens Dragon Controlling Technique resonated within him, causing Yihan's pupils to widen, his heart racing with excitement. What manner of terrifying technique existed that could bestow an invincible dragon body, allowing one to reach the pinnacle where a mere breath could shatter the celestial bodies? And a single punch could obliterate boundless galaxies. Everything regarding the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower was equally staggering. Ancient legends spoke of chaotic eras where ancient beasts reigned supreme, with the dragon clan at the forefront. The dragon lineage was vast, rivaling that of humanity, the most fearsome being the 4 major bloodlines: the five-clawed golden dragon, the ancient true dragon, the primordial ancestral dragon, and the great majestic dragon. According to legend, the 9 ancient dragon lords were supreme, possessing boundless power, ruling the heavens. All hailed from these 4 bloodlines. Yet the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower was an unfathomable weapon, imprisoning the 9 great dragon emperors within its confines. Could that golden dragon truly be one of the 9 ancient dragon emperors of legend? The five-clawed golden dragon emperor? Yihan thought, a chill running down his spine. In that moment, realization struck him. Despite the emptiness within him and the absence of any elemental energy, his injuries had vanished, his arm bones had regenerated, his heart had healed, even his shattered energy sea had mysteriously returned to its original state. Restored to normalcy, he was no longer a cripple. With the chance to rebuild his martial path, it was undoubtedly connected to the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Yihan immediately began to cultivate the Nine Heavens Dragon Controlling Technique. His weakened body surged with newfound strength, fresh elemental energy coursing through his limbs and bones before returning to his energy sea. The pure elemental energy revitalized him, instilling a powerful sense of control. He felt the resonant vibrations of his bones and flesh being fervently nourished by the elemental force. This was a sensation Yihan had never encountered before. His body was awakening, his spirit revitalizing, and his realm ascending, gathering energy to the first level, then the second, reaching the 8th level. And as the night faded, dawn approached. Sensing a temporary bottleneck, Yihan ceased his training. 8th level of energy gathering. How is this possible? Yihan found himself bewildered. In the divine martial continent, martial arts thrived with clearly defined ranks. Martial artists were classified into 9 levels of energy gathering. From the 1st to the 5th level of energy gathering, practitioners in Flame City were typically guardians or private soldiers of various factions. Achieving the 6th level before the age of 16 granted one entry into the Flame Sun Academy as an ordinary disciple, while the 8th level allowed admission as an inner disciple. The 9th level of energy gathering indicated pure internal energy capable of circulating through the body, refining muscles and blood, strengthening one's physique. Those who reached this level were considered masters, a realm few could attain. The head of the Yi family, Yi Yangfu, was a 9th level practitioner. After years of cultivation, Yihan had only reached the 7th level. In his expectations, reaching the 8th level to become an inner disciple of the Flame Sun Academy would suffice. If he could touch the 9th level, revitalizing the Yi family would not be a challenge. Beyond that, he dared not dream. Breaking through to the 9th level would grant him the status of a divine power practitioner, rumored to refine a divine force within, enhancing one's spirit and extending lifespan at least a century. Such practitioners were exceedingly rare. Yihan had never witnessed one in battle. It was said that the Lord of Flame City had attained divine power. Yet now, cultivating the Nine Heavens Dragon Controlling Technique, reborn and recultivated, in just one day, he had achieved the 8th level of energy gathering? What an absurd pace! If this continued, not only could he reach the 9th level, but attaining a level comparable to the City Lord, a divine power practitioner, was not beyond the realm of possibility. Excellent, splendid, Yi Zhixian, you wish to trample upon me, Yihan, to ascend? You are courting death. I shall not let you off. Yi Han's will erupted, and had it not been for his location in the Yi family's backyard, he would have shouted out loud. Years of affection shattered in an instant from the moment Yi Yangfu personally severed his connection to the divine bone and Yi Zhixian rendered him crippled. His ties to the Yi family had been irrevocably severed. From this point forward, it would be a fight to the death. Bang! Suddenly, the backyard door swung open, and a group of Yi family guards arrived. "Yihan, come out and prepare to accept your judgment." A sinister visage emerged. It was Yi Ming, the grandson of the Yi family's elder. Chapter 3, reduced to servitude. Judgment. Yihan regarded the encircling guards with a cold demeanor. Why, Yihan, I hear your cultivation has been rendered useless. I never expected to see you in such a state, Yi Ming taunted, surveying Yihan with undisguised glee. In an instant, several guards seized Yihan's arms, leading him out of the courtyard at Yi Ming's signal. "Where are you taking me?" Yihan asked, his expression calm. "Yihan, the Lords of Flame City have arrived, and even the Flame Sun Academy has sent people. Today marks the debut of our Yi family's illustrious daughter, witnessed by the entire city, and also the end of your existence as a wild offspring." Yi Ming's expression darkened. "After the family head declares your title as a discarded heir, you shall remain by my side as a mere dog. By the way, your crippled teacher will also be coming. Both master and disciple are worthless, a perfect match." Speaking of your teacher, despite her disability, one cannot deny that her figure and appearance are truly voluptuous and alluring, unmatched in Yan City. If there were ever a chance to embrace her, just imagining her sweet surrender. Yi Ming's face was awash with desire. "Unaware of your own mortality," Yihan abruptly halted, his energy surging fiercely, causing a group of guards to topple over. "What? How could you?" Yi Ming's expression changed dramatically as a terrifying fist loomed before him. Boom! The force of the punch exploded. With a crack, Yi Ming was sent flying 5 meters away, his ribs shattered, his body convulsing and groaning, unable to rise again. Yi Ming was merely a fifth-tier martial artist, too young to even enter the Yin Yang Academy, and enduring such a punch would leave him irreparably damaged, even if he were to be rescued. "Insulting my teacher, seeking death." Yihan cast a glance at the lifeless body, then turned to several Yi family guards. "Where are they gathered?" "PL Plaza, Family Plaza." The group stammered, gripped by extreme fear. Disregarding the small guards, Yihan proceeded toward the Yi family plaza, an aura of coldness enveloping him. A day apart felt like 3 years. He was no longer the Yihan of yesterday. The saying about a gentleman's revenge being a dish best served cold was mere nonsense. Yi Zhixian would meet her demise today. Initially intending to return to the academy and prepare to deal with the Yi family, it seemed some matters could not wait. Upon hearing Yi Ming mention the arrival of various so-called prominent figures in the city, including his teacher, Yihan could no longer contain himself. In the Yi family plaza, numerous figures had taken their seats, with many family members and guards of the Yi family displaying excited and expectant expressions around the square. At the forefront stood Yi Yangfu, the head of the Yi family, alongside Yi Zhixian, who was accompanied by a young man dressed in white, with striking features and an aura of authority. Seemingly around 20 years of age, this young man exuded an extraordinary presence, unknown in status, and had not been seen before. Also present was the chief steward of the city lord's mansion, Li Shen, as well as the heads of the Zhao, Wang, and Zhu families, and several teachers from the Yin Yang Academy. It could be said that nearly all significant figures of Yin City had gathered. Even the city lord's mansion has sent representatives? Quite the occasion. Yihan smirked coldly, glancing at Yi Zhixian and her father, before making his way directly into the crowd. Upon seeing Yihan approach unaccompanied, Yi Yangfu frowned slightly, but after a glance at his daughter, he returned to his usual demeanor. "Teacher." Yihan approached a delicate-looking woman in her 20s, who sat in a wheelchair beside him. "Why, Yihan, you are unharmed," the woman said, her previously furrowed brows relaxing upon seeing him, her voice gentle. Yihan beamed brightly. "Teacher, you are unwell and should rest quietly at the academy. How could you come to the Yi family? They say you face dangers in the cold abyss mine, afflicted by demonic forces, your energy disrupted, rendered a cripple," the woman said softly. "I heard that Yi Zhixian awakened the heavenly serpent battle body, announced throughout the city, and I could not rest easy." Casting a glance at Yi Zhixian and her father in the distance, Yihan chuckled coldly. "Having received the benefits of the Yi family, I am quite fine, teacher. There is no need for concern." As they conversed, Yi Yangfu stepped forward, surveying the crowd. "Today, I, the Yi family, cordially invite everyone here to announce 3 matters. The first matter, which you all must already know, is the awakening of our prodigy, Yi Zhixian, of the heavenly serpent battle body. This is a moment of glory for the Yi family, and from this day forth, we shall hold a grand feast in Yen City for 3 days. Stepping forward, Yi Zhixian extended her right arm, a striking aura immediately enveloping her figure. Her gaze surveyed the surroundings, exuding cold pride and confidence. Her eyes brushed over Yihan, carrying a hint of disdain, before nodding to the crowd, already exhibiting the demeanor of someone in a superior position. From this day forth, the only rising star in Yen City would be the talented Yi Zhixian. No one would remember the once acknowledged illegitimate son of the Yi family, Yi Han. Some seated above wore grim expressions, the heads of several prominent families clearly displeased, as they would likely be overshadowed by the Yi family in the future. 3 days of festivities by the Yi family in Yen City. It seems they have not reported to the city lord's mansion without the city lord's permission, according to the rules of Yen City. Li Xian, the chief steward of the city lord's mansion, remarked coldly. While a fortunate event for the Yi family, it did not necessarily bode well for Yen City. Yi Yangfu hosting a grand feast for 3 days? Did he consider the Yi family the rulers of Yen City? Did he not regard the city lord's mansion? Humph, the city lord's mansion. Yi Yangfu shot a glance at Li Xian. The grand feast in Yen City is a private matter for my Yi family. Does the city lord's mansion think it has the authority to meddle? You. Li Xian rose suddenly but, upon noticing Yi Zhixian nearby, forced himself to restrain his emotions. The second matter is that, thanks to the Reincarnation Academy's favor, starting today, Zhixian will join the Reincarnation Academy as an ordinary disciple. Yi Yangfu declared, his voice booming with pride. The crowd was taken aback, the expressions of envy, jealousy, and even dread unmasked. Li Xian, the chief steward of the city lord's mansion, was stunned, his heart racing. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Yi Zhixian had only just been reported to have awakened the heavenly serpent battle body yesterday. How could she join the Reincarnation Academy so swiftly today? The Reincarnation Academy was a true top-tier power, a behemoth within the vast void ancient domain, akin to the Yin-Yang Academy, which was merely a small branch under its vast umbrella, with at least hundreds of similar branches. No wonder Yi Yangfu was so audacious, openly disregarding the rules and challenging the city lord's mansion. This was absurd with Yi Zhixian's elevated status. Who would dare lay a finger on the Yi family? The vast void ancient domain had experienced chaos for nearly 1,000 years, the royal path in decline, and various cities had declared themselves kings. For years, the city lord's mansion had steadily risen, controlling Yen City. Should the Yi family grow in power, they would be unrestrained. It was a terrifying thought. As for the third matter, let all bear witness, the young master, Yi Han, has committed a grave offense, coveting Zhixian's purity, defying family law, and disrespecting his elders. The Yi family deems this shameful. Today, we strip him of his title as young master and reduce him to a servant. Yi Yangfu's voice thundered, stripped of his title and reduced to a servant? The expressions of those in Yen City grew complex. Yi Yangfu had no sons, and over a decade ago, Yi Han, an adopted son taken in by the Yi family due to his martial talent, had been raised as a future leader. Who could have foreseen such a dramatic reversal? This young master was to be discarded. It was expected. After all, Yi Han was ultimately an outsider, and now with Yi Zhixian's rise, the Yi family had no need to rely on a foreigner. Moreover, it was rumored that Yi Han had encountered danger in the cold abyss mine for 6 months, his energy disrupted, now rendered a cripple. Old dog Yi, silence yourself. A sharp voice suddenly resonated throughout the gathering. Chapter 4, Fury unleashed. The atmosphere thickened as countless gazes shifted towards Yi Han, the silence in the square palpable. No one anticipated that, in such a moment, Yi Han would audaciously address the esteemed head of the Yi family in such a derogatory manner. You personally excavated my Tianjiao battle bones. And the vile servant Yi Zhixuan has rendered my energy useless. Do you truly believe you have the authority to issue commands and pass judgment upon me? Yi Han may have narrowly escaped death, yet this hatred lingers. Until you and your daughter are vanquished, my heart shall remain unsettled. With a frosty demeanor, Yi Han advanced step by step, declaring, today, I shall engage in battle with the two of you, where life and death shall be left to fate. The crowd stood in bewilderment. How could a discarded heir suddenly challenge the head of the Yi family? Not to mention Yi Zhixuan, the one who had manifested the Tianjiao battle body? The heads of various families and the city lord, Li Xian, watched with keen interest. Sensing there was more to Yi Han's words than met the eye, they were eager to see the Yi family embroiled in turmoil. Enough of this nonsense, silence him. Yi Yangfu erupted in anger, while Yi Zhixuan's face darkened. They had dismissed Yi Han as a mere failure, never expecting him to act so brazenly. Father, this Yi Han speaks recklessly and knows not his fate. Allow me to personally execute him as a warning. When has a mere servant dared to provoke the family head? Yi Zhixuan stepped forward, locking her gaze on Yi Han. Yi Zhixuan, tit for tat. Yi Han's killing intent surged. Yi Han, return at once. A woman seated in a wheelchair exclaimed urgently, but by then, the two had already collided. Boom! Yi Han's body trembled, his vital force surging with overwhelming might as he unleashed a devastating punch with his right arm. Yi Zhixuan, enveloped in a golden aura, summoned the full power of her newly acquired Tianjia battle body, delivering a punch of remarkable ferocity. Remarkably, having just attained the 8th stage of energy gathering, Yi Zhixuan had successfully broken through to this level. Yet, despite both being at the 8th stage, the disparity between them was immense. In the instant of collision, Yi Zhixuan let out a muffled groan, her form propelled backward for dozens of steps, her vitality roiling. What? Yi Zhixuan's expression shifted drastically. 8 Extremes Violent Fist. Yi Han's fingers curled as he roared, launching another punch at Yi Zhixuan. Though the 8 Extremes Violent Fist was a basic martial technique available to all at the Yin Yang Academy, its practicality was undeniable, when supported by sufficient vital force. Its explosive potential was astonishing. Divine Crane Sword Chi. Yi Zhixuan, not daring to underestimate her opponent, quickly drew her sword and executed a fluid sword technique. Waves of sword energy erupted, their trajectories intricate and ethereal, enhanced by the Tianjia battle body, the sword chi now imbued with an added ferocity, its power magnified manifold. The allure of various divine bodies, battle bodies, and imperial physiques lies in their unique advantages, each endowing practitioners with different enhancements, resulting in a dramatic surge in combat prowess and foundational strength. Despite Yi Zhixuan's recent entry into the 8th stage, the augmentation from her physique allowed her combat power to surpass that of seasoned experts at the same level. In a stunning display, a vast expanse of sword chi was shattered as Yi Han, like a ferocious tiger, surged forward, his fists raining down in a tempestuous assault, utterly relentless. Boom! 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 The clash of fist and sword echoed like the sound of iron striking iron, the reverberations of 8 successive explosions resonating through the air. What? To achieve 8 explosive strikes at the 8th stage? A prodigy! The surrounding instructors from the Yin Yang Academy exchanged astonished glances, visibly shaken. Though the 8 Extremes Violent Fist was straightforward, realizing 8 consecutive explosive strikes was extraordinarily challenging, requiring an immense amount of vital force. A feat many 9th stage practitioners struggled to accomplish. As the final explosion reverberated, Yi Zhixuan's long sword was sent flying. Die for me! Yi Han closed in on Yi Zhixuan, his eyes devoid of mercy as he launched a fist toward her heart. An indescribable dread enveloped her. Witnessing that fist hurtling toward her, Yi Zhixuan's composure shattered, and she instinctively twisted her body to evade. Yet it was futile, such a close-range, overwhelming punch was impossible to dodge, even for a master of divine force. Boom! The fist struck, and though Yi Zhixuan narrowly avoided a direct hit to her heart, her shoulders shattered, her internal vital force nearly obliterated. She was flung backward 3 feet, collapsing to the ground and groaning in agony, blood surging forth. Incompetent fool! Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Han directed a punch toward Yi Zhixuan's energy sea. You have shattered my energy sea, I shall repay you in kind, allowing you to experience the despair of years of cultivation vanishing in an instant. Zhixuan! Yi Han, you seek death. Yi Yangfu, filled with rage, charged forward, disregarding decorum, unaware of how Yi Han had managed to recover and advance after such devastation. His only concern was his daughter, Yi Zhixuan, teetering on the brink of death. Come forth, Yi Yangfu, I shall personally slay you, Yi Han roared, brimming with confidence. Having cultivated the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, Yi Han discovered that, even at the 8th stage, the magnitude of his vital force was 100-fold that of an ordinary person, astonishingly robust. A typical practitioner at the 8th stage could never hope to match him. Even with the enhancement of her battle body, Yi Zhixuan was no exception. Although Yi Yangfu had attained the 9th stage, his vital force was merely a fraction stronger than that of an 8th stage practitioner, leaving Yi Han unafraid. As their powers collided, Yi Yangfu found himself overwhelmed by an unfathomable force, feeling as though he had struck a solid boulder, unable to budge it in the slightest. Yi Han's strength was not solely derived from his cultivation level or vital force. The 5-clawed golden dragon aura from the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower continuously nourished his flesh and soul. Although he had yet to manifest a dragon's form, his very being was already tempered and enhanced by the dragon's energy, rendering him incredibly resilient. How could he be so strong? Yi Yangfu was dumbfounded. He had personally extracted Yi Han's bones and witnessed his daughter shatter Yi Han's energy sea. It was a miracle that Yi Han could still be alive. 8 Extremes Violent Fist. Yi Han struck once more, unleashing the same technique, repeatedly delivering 8 explosive strikes. Amidst their fierce exchange, Yi Yangfu's vital force surged into Yi Han, attempting to erode his limbs and disrupt his meridians. The 9th stage represented a qualitative change, with a tenfold increase in vital force, demanding that flesh and bones undergo repeated refinement, showcasing an astonishing foundational strength with every movement. Yet on this day, Yi Yangfu felt no advantage from his 9th stage mastery. His power, upon entering Yi Han's body, proved utterly ineffective. Yi Han's flesh and bones were remarkably resilient, and his vital force was overwhelmingly abundant. Yi Yangfu's strength was completely submerged, leaving him unaffected by any impact, requiring a top-tier master of divine force to inflict harm. With each punch, Yi Han unleashed fury, seemingly inexhaustible, reveling in the exhilarating combat. Gradually, Yi Yangfu became nothing more than a practice stone for Yi Han to hone his 8 extremes violent fist technique. Put. After an unknown number of punches, in a singular moment, Yi Yangfu was sent staggering backward, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Old dog, you excavated my battle bones. Now it is time to repay the debt. Yi Han roared, launching himself forward with unrestrained ferocity, delivering a fierce blow aimed at Yi Yangfu's energy sea. Chapter 5, The 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign Technique. The head of the Yi family? All the high-ranking members of the Yi family stood up in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the balance of life and death, no one could swiftly intervene in the battlefield to halt Yi Han's assault. The most astonishing part was that no one had expected a disowned heir of the Yi family to confront the family head and force him into such a dire situation. Had Yi Yangfu squandered decades of cultivation? You dare! Yi Yangfu was seething with rage, nearly exploding from within. A mere bastard stood over him, using him and his daughter as stepping stones, as if this surreal scene were merely a fleeting dream. Bang! A fist struck at the core of Yi Yangfu's energy center, a fierce force penetrating his body, leaving him unable to withstand the impact. He was launched several dozen meters away, collapsing helplessly to the ground. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of blood, resembling a terminally ill patient on the brink of death. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth as he trembled, his upper garments shredded, revealing his mangled flesh, a dark fist mark appearing outside his energy center, from which blood flowed incessantly. Not long ago, the proud Yi Yangfu now resembled an old man on the verge of death, clinging to the last vestiges of life. I am your foster father. Yi Yangfu uttered in disbelief, do you dare to kill me? Ha ha ha, foster father? Yi Han's voice resonated powerfully, shaking the heavens and earth. Yi Han, have endured countless trials in the depths of the cold abyss mine, fortuitously obtaining the celestial dragon battle bone, and received 3 heavenly grade pills, the Kanglan pills. I begrudged using one for myself and brought it back for Yi Zhishuan, reserving the other 2 for you and my master. Yet you and your daughter turned against me without hesitation, ruthlessly crippling me, shattering my energy center, and extracting my battle bone. Now you dare to publicly declare that I should be reduced to a servant? Yi Han's voice boomed, did you think I would endure? Did you think you could completely control me? Heaven does not extinguish all hope. I, Yi Han, shall rise again from the ashes, breaking through adversity. The pain of having my bone extracted, the hatred of my energy center being destroyed, my ties to the Yi family are severed. Killing you would be too merciful. I will shatter your energy center with my own hands, allowing you to experience the boundless agony. As Yi Han spoke, he had already appeared 3 meters away from Yi Yangfu, raising his right fist, once more locking onto him. Yi Han, if you dare to harm my father, I will never rest until we are both dead. Yi Zhishuan's voice was piercing. Bang! The fist's energy descended, a powerful force penetrating through. The arena fell into silence, time seeming to halt. Everyone witnessed the Yi family head, Yi Yangfu, have his energy center explode, his vital force dissipating, completely crippling his martial prowess. Martial artists often faced life and death, teetering on the edge of peril, but individuals like Yi Yangfu, who had long resided in Yan City, enjoyed a life of luxury, and unless they saw death in dangerous places like the cold abyss mine, it was normal for them to live comfortably without decline. Yet today, before the many prominent figures of Yan City, he was personally crippled by his former foster son, Yi Han. Deservedly so. The chief steward of the city lord's manor, Li Shen, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming with glee, I have long heard that although Yi Han is an adopted son, he is fiercely loyal to the Yi family, respecting his elders. It seems the rumors hold true. The Yi father and daughter forced him into a corner, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. Indeed. Yi Yangfu is a fool. Yi Han managed to defeat Yi Zhishuan, who possesses the celestial dragon battle bone, and has even battled against masters at the 9th level of gathering yuan. He is truly a genius, worthy of being an inner disciple of the Yin Yang Academy. The head of the Zhu family, Zhu Wanguang, mocked. Exactly. Among our several families, although many disciples are in the Yin Yang Academy, most are mere servants, with only a handful becoming ordinary disciples. Those who attain inner disciple status are typically future family heads or elders. How could someone of that caliber be suppressed? Does the Yi family truly believe they can forsake everything for a single Yi Zhishuan? Wang Weiren, the head of the Wang family, concurred. Not good. Yi Han has crippled Yi Ming. At that moment, a member of the Yi family discovered Yi Ming's dire state and rushed towards the square in panic, fearing chaos within the Yi family. Upon seeing Yi Ming being carried over, barely alive, the grand elder of the Yi family, Yi Gang, rose in fury. Yi Han, what do you intend to do? Instantly, the high-ranking members of the Yi family surged towards the square under Yi Gang's lead, prepared to capture Yi Han. I dealt with your insolent grandson on your behalf. Yi Han shot a glance at the grand elder, and in the blink of an eye, he had bolted to stand before Yi Zhishuan. You are all mere chickens and dogs. Unless that ancestor of yours, who seems to have reached the divine power realm, emerges, no one can suppress me. Yi Han was brimming with confidence. Next, he intended to reclaim the celestial dragon battlebone and further incapacitate Yi Zhishuan, making this malicious woman pay the price. Enough! Just as Yi Han was about to strike, a chilling voice interrupted. In an instant, he saw the man who had been accompanying Yi Zhishuan appear. The figure stood several meters away, launching a palm strike towards him, unleashing a vacuum-like shadow. What? Yi Han gasped in horror, genuinely feeling the pressure. The palm force surged forth, instantly crushing towards him, leaving no opportunity for evasion. He could only brace for impact. 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign Technique. Yi Han silently chanted within, channeling his vital energy throughout his body for protection. In a single encounter, Yi Han let out a muffled groan, violently coughing up blood, and was sent flying. The gathering of vital energy, solidifying divine power, was infused into his martial skills? Divine power. A master of the divine power realm. Yi Han's heart was filled with indignation and unwillingness. He felt as though his organs were about to rupture. The opponent's palm force invaded his body, slicing through his meridians. Had it not been for the dragon energy refining his body, rendering it incredibly resilient, he would have likely been a corpse by now. In the face of such an insurmountable gap, even the most potent vital energy was futile. How could a master of the divine power realm, so young, appear within the Yi family? Such powerful individuals were fewer than 10 in Yen City. Even the city's top master, the city lord, was merely at the divine power realm. The man swiftly arrived at Yi Zhishuan's side, feeding her a round pill to stabilize her injuries, then turned his gaze, cold and unyielding. Who do you think you are? Daring to lay hands on a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy? Reincarnation Academy. The mere mention of those 4 words was enough to instill awe. Even the city lord of Yin Yang would regard this person with utmost respect, not solely for his strength, but for his status. Though Yi Han was a disciple of the Yin Yang Academy, showcasing his talents today, he was still considered extraordinary. However, the teachers of the Yin Yang Academy collectively averted their gazes, pretending not to see. The Yin Yang Academy was merely one of the hundreds of branches of the Reincarnation Academy, a force so minuscule it could be likened to ants. Even the head of the Yin Yang Academy would not dare to act against this young man. Many members of the Yi family halted, gazing ahead with anticipation, astonished that the seemingly unassuming young man accompanying Yi Zhishuan was so formidable, with an extraordinary background. Having provoked such a figure, Yi Han was doomed today. He was merely a genius from a small place like Yen City, and in the face of a disciple from the Reincarnation Academy, he remained an ordinary insect. Brother Luo, I beg you to kill him. Yi Zhishuan's eyes brimmed with endless hatred as she glared at Yi Han. This bastard dares to covet what belongs to me, the battlebone. Chapter 6, The humiliation of today shall be repaid tomorrow. Junior sister Yi, as you wish. Brother Luo advanced towards Yi Han, casting a cold glare that intimidated all present.
Should you meddle in the enmity between me and the Yi family, I shall ensure we are irreconcilable.
Yi Han clenched his teeth, channeling the Nine Heavens dragon control technique. Alas, the internal injuries to his meridians were grievous and could not be swiftly mended. Standing before a formidable being of divine power, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness.
Irreconcilable? Brother Luo seemed to find the notion laughable, adopting an air of superiority. You, a mere insect easily crushed, dare to threaten me? Such ignorance is laughable.
With a single finger, he unleashed a fierce and unparalleled force aimed squarely at Yi Han's chest.
Yi Han's body quaked.
A tearing pain erupted from his chest as a gaping wound appeared. He sensed that the strike threatened to impale him, to nail him to the ground.
I bear you no grudge, yet you dare to treat me this way. I, Yi Han, shall not let you go, even in death.
Yi Han cried out in anguish. His boundless fury laid bare. He secretly summoned his primordial energy, prepared to fight to the death. His internal energy was immensely powerful,
far surpassing that of a mere ninth-tier martial artist.
If he could unleash it in a concentrated burst, he would surely make Brother Luo pay a painful price. Even if it led to mutual destruction, leaving him utterly crippled and without hope in this life, Yi Han was determined to vent his rage. For that was far more satisfying than being crushed underfoot by this man.
Boom! 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 Within him, Yi Han's bones resonated as if awakening from slumber.
His primordial energy surged forth, ferocious and unmatched, akin to a lion that had slumbered for centuries, poised to devour the world.
What a joke!
Brother Luo raised his right arm, dismissing the threat of an ant with indifference. His strike descended, aimed directly at Yi Han's head, poised to deliver a fatal blow.
Bang!
A thunderous explosion erupted, and in the next instant, a figure was sent tumbling back 100 paces.
All around the plaza, eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Brother Luo had been repelled.
A mere common disciple from the Reincarnation Academy dares to touch my disciple, Mo Qingru.
A cold,
ethereal voice echoed, drawing the gaze of all to the woman in the wheelchair.
Mo Qingru?
A teacher from the Yen Yang Academy, afflicted by a chronic illness.
Confined to her wheelchair and seemingly inconspicuous, how could she dare speak to a talent of the Reincarnation Academy in such a manner? Mo Qingru. The one once listed on the Yin Yang ranking. How could you be hiding in Yen City? This young man is your disciple? Brother Luo's face turned pale, filled with trepidation.
The wheelchair glided closer to Yi Han, the woman's silence imbued with an air of cold disdain that threatened Brother Luo's very heart.
His gaze fell upon her legs, emboldening him slightly. What of it?
Time has passed, you are no longer the Mo Qingru of old. Your disciple dares to strike against someone esteemed by Brother Feng, then.
Begone! She cast a glance at Brother Luo.
Her words rang like a celestial bell, startling him into a profound change of expression. I shall inform Brother Feng of all that has transpired today.
Brother Luo's face shifted through various shades, and he decisively seized Yi Zhishuan and departed. Wait! Yi Han's gaze turned steely, fixating on the retreating figure. The humiliation of today shall be repaid in the future. I must subdue you. What is your name? Luo Tianzheng. Youngster, you wish to subdue me? Let us see if you can even enter the Reincarnation Academy first. Luo Tianzheng glanced at Yi Han with amusement, as if listening to the ranting of an ant. Witnessing their departure, Yi Han's fists clenched tightly. I, Yi Han,
shall seek vengeance. The Reincarnation Academy, you shall await my retribution.
What of the disciples of the Reincarnation Academy? Gleaming and lofty?
Such talents, once beyond his reach, now filled him with boundless confidence.
With the Nine Realms Dragon Tower within him, he would eventually crush someone like Luo Tianzheng with a single punch. Struggling to rise, Yi Han hurried to Mo Qingru's side.
Despite Luo Tianzheng's interference, Yi Zhishuan remained unharmed. He felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction.
Mo Qingru gently grasped his arm.
Luo Tianzheng is a martial artist of divine power, you cannot compare to him now.
Do not dwell on it, he is not insurmountable. In the future, when you enter the Reincarnation Academy, you will have ample opportunities to confront him. Yes, teacher, I shall escort you home. Yi Han nodded,
disregarding others as he pushed the wheelchair beyond the Yi family's confines. The gazes of numerous Yi family members were filled with fury, yet also trepidation.
Figures like the Grand Elder were dizzy, nearly driven mad. Yihan had not perished. He had shattered the Patriarch's energy sea with his own hands. How could Yi Zhishuan, possessing the celestial serpent battle body, not match Yihan? Ah, it seems we should take our leave. The grand banquet of the Yi family has been rendered futile. There will be future opportunities for further discourse. The chief steward of the city lord's residence, Li Xian, laughed heartily. The heads of other families also departed, their previous submissiveness vanished, they sensed a prime opportunity to strike at a fallen foe. Yi Yangfu had previously acted too tyrannically, disregarding them entirely, and now they all held a grudge. With Yi Zhishuan's connections, although it wouldn't lead to the Yi family's demise in Yan City, behind-the-scenes sabotage would surely ensue. With the Patriarch incapacitated, the Yi family would find life difficult in the future. From Luo Tianjing's actions, one could deduce much. The Reincarnation Academy would never concern itself with the petty affairs of the Yi family. In Yan City, the Yen Yang Academy. Within this small territory, the academy was not far from the Yi family. A quarter of an hour later, Yihan pushed Mo Qingru to the academy, arriving at her residence. Today, I owe you my gratitude, teacher. Without you, I fear I would have struggled to extricate myself. Before engaging, Yihan had contemplated numerous factors. The presence of various powerful figures in the Yin Yang Academy in the city meant that if he could swiftly defeat Yi Yangfu and his daughter, he would likely face no repercussions. Yihan was acutely aware of the intricate relationships among the city's powers, outwardly harmonious, yet inwardly yearning for mutual destruction to establish dominance. They would surely seize any opportunity to intervene in the affairs of the Yi family, ensuring their own safety. Yet, he had never anticipated the presence of Luo Tianjun by Yi Zhishuan's side. Fear not, some experiences are inevitable. This world is vast, and Yen City is merely a speck. Once you enter the Reincarnation Academy, you will often need to discern circumstances and learn to conceal your strengths. Recklessness will not serve you well, Mo Qingru advised. I understand, teacher, yet the cruelty of Yi Yangfu and his daughter stirs a deep resentment within me. Yihan lamented, regrettably, I obtained 3 Kanglin pills, saving 1 for your recovery. Yet they seized them all. Mo Qingru gently reassured him, the Kanglin pill is of no use to me. My legs require restoration through the Wanfang melting furnace. Yet that is a treasure of the Thousand Illusions sect, which has vanished for centuries. There must be a way. Yihan exclaimed, by the way, teacher, you were once a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy? Chapter 7, Swallowing the Bitterness. Mo Qingru arrived at the Yin Yang Academy 9 years ago. Due to her mobility issues, she had never revealed her talents. At just over 20, she remained unnoticed by many disciples. However, Yihan was acutely aware of the extraordinary depth of her understanding of cultivation, which far surpassed that of the other instructors at the academy. Ah! I was once a true disciple of the Reincarnation Academy, she remarked casually. But after being severely injured in the Yin Yang ranking war 9 years ago, my legs were afflicted by the frigid waters of the abyss, rendering me unable to walk, and my realm plummeted. That is when I came to Yin Yang Academy. Mo Qingru smiled at Yihan, her tone light. You speak of the past as if it were ancient history. If you could truly join the Reincarnation Academy, you would indeed have to call me senior sister. Yihan was taken aback. After witnessing Luo Tianjing's demeanor today and hearing the instructor's words, he found himself harboring no fondness for the Reincarnation Academy. Are there no other great sects in this vast void ancient domain? He inquired further. There are, Mo Qingru replied. The divine martial continent is boundless, with countless mountains and rivers. Various sects, academies, and sacred places each dominate their own territories. However, apart from the Reincarnation Academy, you have nowhere else to go. Nowhere to go? Yihan frowned. There are innumerable factions, but most are merely namesakes. Given your current strength and my own limitations, leaving Yin Yang City would only lead to death, Mo Qingru stated bluntly. I can venture out on my own, I do not require your protection, Yihan declared. His gaze resolute. You are a disciple of Yin Yang Academy, under the banner of the Reincarnation Academy. No one would dare to snatch away disciples from the Reincarnation Academy. Mo Qingru revealed the harsh reality. Very well. The Reincarnation Academy will recruit disciples in 10 days.
I shall prepare thoroughly, Yihan conceded, resigned. As one of the branches of the Reincarnation Academy, Yin-Yang Academy sends envoys each year to recruit disciples, with only one spot available, typically awarded to the strongest disciple among them. Yihan had previously been merely outstanding. Yet he felt confident that he could pass the assessment and gain the envoy's recognition this time. Indeed, the divine martial continent is vast, and Yin-Yang City is but a speck. Even if you were to become the lord of Yin-Yang City, you would still be a joke in the eyes of the powerful factions above, Mo Qingru explained. Take Luo Tianzheng, for instance. Though he was merely an ordinary disciple at the Reincarnation Academy, he acted with arrogance in Yin-Yang City, deciding the fates of others with a mere thought. Even the city lord had to treat him with utmost respect, too afraid to provoke him. Had the instructor not been present, Yihan might have already been killed. What future could he hope for? And then there was that venomous woman, Yi Zhishuan, who seized the celestial dragon battlebone and soared to prominence, earning the favor of the powerful within the Reincarnation Academy. How could she leave alive, stepping upon the heads of others? This thought gnawed at Yihan, leaving him feeling a bitter resentment. When I reach the Reincarnation Academy, my first task will be to crush you all, he silently vowed, clenching his fists. Nurtured by the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique and the essence of the Dragon Emperor, Yihan's true will had been subtly influenced, instilling within him a hint of imperial demeanor. While he did not possess lofty ambitions, he refused to endure oppression and servitude from others. Without strength, one would forever be suppressed, living in fear and trepidation, merely scraping by. In the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, even the legendary Dragon Emperor of the dragon race was subdued. What was he now? The Dragon Emperor had perished, yet his name would endure through the ages. As for someone like him, should he die, who would remember? In this ephemeral life, he sought to live freely and passionately. Yihan, your vital energy is quite robust. Although you can defeat Yi Yangfu, there are several seasoned inner disciples in Yin-Yang Academy who are equally formidable. To secure that qualification, you must take it seriously. While your realm cannot grow significantly in these 10 days, you can focus on martial skills, Mo Qingru continued, gesturing toward a bookshelf. Retrieve the first book on the second shelf. Yihan hurriedly complied, picking up the tome, which bore the striking title, Tiger Leopard Thunderfist. The Tiger Leopard Thunderfist? Yihan echoed, handing the book to Mo Qingru. She shook her head. You will train in this martial technique from now on. The Tiger Leopard Thunderfist consists of 4 strikes, and I have added my annotations. If you can successfully cultivate the first strike within 10 days, your strength will undoubtedly increase. Understood. Yihan responded without hesitation, realizing that his instructor had already made the necessary preparations. Go and train. Previously, I only suggested that you practice the ordinary 8 extremes violent fist because it is essential to solidify your foundation at this stage, while martial techniques were secondary. However, your foundation is now sufficiently strong, Mo Qingru instructed. After bidding farewell to Mo Qingru, Yihan returned to his humble abode within the academy. The quarters of ordinary disciples were simple and unadorned, a place he had never visited before. Yet after the events with the Yi family, he found solace here. Sitting cross-legged, he opened the Tiger Leopard Thunderfist, absorbing the training techniques and detailed annotations. Within merely an hour, he had comprehended them entirely. In martial arts, practical combat is paramount. Cold Abyss Mine, Yihan uttered, his gaze resolute. The Cold Abyss Mine was rife with demons and beasts, a perilous place, yet it also concealed numerous opportunities, including rare treasures and precious veins, an excellent locale for cultivation. After some preparation, Yihan set off directly. 20 miles from Yin-Yang City, he arrived at the entrance of the Cold Abyss Mine. Before him lay a dark expanse, with a suffocating atmosphere permeating the air. Yihan reflected. Having only recently departed from the Cold Abyss Mine, yet his mindset was now transformed. Half a year ago, when he entered the mine, he was solely focused on helping Yi Zhishuan break through to the divine power realm, all the while harboring great trepidation toward the mine itself. Over the years, countless disciples of Yin-Yang Academy had perished within its depths. But now, Yihan possessed the confidence to stand on par with the divine power realm, entering solely to cultivate for himself. Not long after entering the mine, he encountered several fierce figures charging toward him.
Moon Demon Wolf? Seeking death. Yihan scoffed, launching a punch.
These beasts were merely second tier. And the 3 moon demon wolves before him were equivalent to ordinary practitioners at the 7th or 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, hardly worthy of his attention. With a swift motion, he dispatched them with 3 punches, leaving only their lifeless forms on the ground.
Utterly worthless. Only second-tier beasts bore cores within their bodies,
which could be refined or sold by warriors. These first-tier beasts were scarcely fit even for a snack. Warriors often ventured into such perilous places to seek treasures,
employing various hidden techniques.
However, Yihan had entered solely for the purpose of honing his skills, leaving no need for concealment. As he pressed onward, his presence was quickly detected, and a stream of beasts came charging at him, meeting the same fate as the first. The usual first-tier beasts were far too weak to pose a challenge. Soon, he grasped the situation. His strength had surged dramatically in the past 2 days. Beasts that previously required caution and strategy were now easily dealt with. One punch could end them. Unless he delved deeper into the mine to confront stronger foes, he would have never dared to proceed before. Now, he pressed on without hesitation.
Demons? After traversing 10 miles, Yihan's eyes lit up.
Chapter 8, Frantic Breakthrough. Ascending to the 9th level ahead, 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle. One was a second-tier demon beast, the Gale Leopard, while the other, standing approximately 5 feet tall, was a muscular creature, a demon who had reached the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Fortune smiled upon Yihan. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. In this world, there exist not only humans and demon beasts but also a formidable race of underground demons. Legends tell that they emerged from a failed fusion of beast and human bloodlines during ancient times, evolving into a savage species that lurks in the dark corners of the divine martial continent. These demons, inheritors of the beastly nature, are insatiable in their thirst for blood and ferocity, viewing humans merely as prey. With a resounding crash, a powerful fist struck the Gale Leopard squarely in its midsection. The second-tier beast was sent flying several meters, howling in agony as its body convulsed.
In a swift motion, the demon retaliated, enduring a punch that caused its body to erupt violently in fury. Humans? Die, die, die.
The demon's gaze was filled with malice, its bloodthirsty nature radiating as it swung a hand towards Yihan's face.
These underground demons, accustomed to a life steeped in blood and slaughter, revered brute strength above all.
Although this demon had only recently entered the 9th level of Gathering Yuan, it was nearly on par with Yi Yangfu, who had been at this level for over a decade. A single blow from this demon could have obliterated Yihan 2 days prior.
Yet now,
Yihan faced it head-on, their fists colliding as the demon emitted cries of despair. Fueled by battle fervor, Yihan unleashed the techniques of the Tiger Leopard Thunderfist,
treating the demon as a test of his mettle.
The force of their clash reverberated, and in mere moments, the 2 figures collided more than 100 times.
With a crack, the demon's arm shattered, trembling uncontrollably, unable to lift it. Impossible. You are merely an 8th-level human, how can your strength be so exaggerated?
The demon's fear was palpable as it gazed at Yihan, before turning to flee in terror. Yihan's might surpassed that of the demon, each punch rained down relentlessly, overwhelming for any ordinary being at the Gathering Yuan realm. The remarkable resilience of his body, tempered by dragon energy, coupled with the immense vitality of his essence, allowed him to sustain an unending barrage of power.
Die!
Yihan surged forward, delivering a crushing blow to the demon's back.
The force penetrated deep, shattering its heart, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground.
Such creatures deserve death. Yihan's cold gaze swept over the scene, recalling the horrifying sight of demons devouring 2 disciples from the Flame Sun Academy just months prior. Turning his attention to the Gale Leopard,
he found it had already taken its last breath. With skillful precision, Yihan extracted its core, recognizing its potential value.
This core could be exchanged for various elixirs and spiritual liquids at the Flame Sun Academy, and if he ascended to the Divine Power Realm, he could refine it himself. It seemed that within a mere 10 days, mastering the Tiger Leopard Thunderfist was well within his reach, although he had initially played the role of a bystander.
Seizing the opportunity during the clash between the Gale Leopard and the demon,
He now felt confident in his ability to defeat both a peak second-tier demon beast and an ordinary Gathering Yuan demon. Reflecting on his recent combat experiences, Yihan found himself increasingly adept in both battle skills and the application of his strength. The gains he made during this period were unprecedented. In previous ventures into the Cold Abyss mine, he had mostly hidden in the shadows, seeking opportunities without engaging in combat, unlike this time.
By the 6th day, he had successfully mastered the first strike of the Tiger Leopard Thunderfist.
On the morning of the 9th day, a delightful surprise awaited him.
After slaying another demon,
his essence surged violently within, refusing to be contained. It began to condense, triggering a qualitative transformation. This transformation lasted for several breaths, as his internal power surged, flowing through his limbs and bones, inadvertently enhancing his constitution and vitality, making him even more formidable. Yihan felt as if the essence of life itself had been elevated, his vigor multiplying tenfold.
9th level. I've finally broken through to the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Yihan could hardly believe it.
In less than half a month, he had risen from complete incapacitation to the pinnacle of the Gathering Yuan realm. Many in Flame City took 10 or even 20 years to achieve such a feat. He had long heard tales of prodigious talents within great factions,
whose breakthroughs occurred as effortlessly as eating or drinking.
Now, he experienced this remarkable sensation firsthand. It became clear that nothing was impossible. Though the Gathering Yuan realm was merely the preliminary phase of cultivation, the arrival of opportunities could yield astonishing speed and advancement. This only solidified Yihan's resolve to reach the Reincarnation Academy as swiftly as possible.
Remaining in Flame City offered little promise. At the 9th level of Gathering Yuan,
he would be considered a formidable expert, yet the heads of the city's prominent families merely matched this level. It was time to return, surely.
The emissaries from the Reincarnation Academy would arrive soon. After compiling his amassed harvest, 73 second-tier demon beast cores, Yihan departed from the Cold Abyss mine. Upon returning to the Flame Sun Academy, Yihan sensed an unusual atmosphere.
Familiar disciples regarded him with complex expressions, a mix of pity and regret evident in their eyes.
"Shuiwei, what has happened in the academy?" Yihan inquired, stopping one of the disciples.
The disciple approached cautiously, glancing at Yihan with trepidation.
"You haven't heard? The admission requirements for the Reincarnation Academy have changed this year." "How have they changed?" Yihan asked, intrigued.
"The emissary from the Reincarnation Academy arrived yesterday,
stating there are now stringent requirements.
This year, only those at the Divine Power realm may enter."
"What?" Yihan's expression darkened. "Does that mean no one qualifies? How could this be?"
For decades, the criteria had merely been strength above all else, with an age limit of 30. Yihan had been confident in his chances before venturing into the Cold Abyss mine, and with his recent breakthrough, he felt more assured than ever.
"But now?"
"You should go check for yourself. I'm not entirely sure of the details," Zhu Wei hurriedly replied. As a disciple of the Zhu family, he had often criticized Yihan in the past but now dared not show it, harboring a sense of schadenfreude instead. Rumors had circulated within the academy that a dark horse of unprecedented potential was about to emerge, Yihan himself. The older inner disciples trembled at the thought of his recent accomplishments, especially after hearing of Yi Yangfu's plight. With Zhu Wei's words echoing in his mind,
Yihan's mood plummeted, and he made his way deeper into the academy. Chapter 9, The Agonizing Mo Qing grew in the central hall of the Yin Yang Academy.
A voice filled with helplessness echoed, belonging to the Su Xiaozong.
"Li, can't we make some concessions regarding this matter?" "Concessions?"
Su Xiaozong.
"What do you take the rules of the Reincarnation Academy for?"
A young and stern voice retorted, "If no one enters the Divine Power realm, then I might as well return. I won't waste time here." At that moment, Yihan, who had just arrived outside the hall, heard the exchange.
The voice of his teacher, Mo Qingru, followed. "Li Kai, I am well aware of the Reincarnation Academy's regulations. It does not possess such rules."
"You are merely an ordinary disciple responsible for this matter, yet you dare to set your own rules."
Mo Qingru.
The young voice brimmed with scorn.
"Do you look down upon my status as an ordinary disciple?
You are but a failure who was expelled 9 years ago. You dare to speak of the regulations of the Reincarnation Academy."
Yihan clenched his fists, stepping into the hall. His gaze fell upon a young man,
perhaps in his early 20s, sitting imposingly at the top of the hall. Even Su Xiaosong had to sit to the side. The young man spoke with arrogance and audacity. As for the academy's rules, what Senior Feng says is the rule, what Senior Yin says is the rule. If you are dissatisfied, you may go to the Reincarnation Academy and file a complaint, and see what waves you can stir. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes turned to Li Kai, who commanded such authority that even the did not dare to speak further. There must be a reason behind this. Where there is no wind, there are no waves. Su Xiaosong understood Mo Qingruo's status, and the limitations imposed on entering the divine power realm were merely to create difficulties for her and her disciple. However, even as the of this branch of the Yin-Yang Academy, he could not alter this situation. Moreover, I have heard that your disciple Yihan is reckless enough to cause a ruckus at the Yi family. This matter has already reached the Reincarnation Academy. Senior sister Yi Zhixuan is quite dissatisfied and has reported this to Senior Feng. To be frank, your disciple Yihan will never step foot into the Reincarnation Academy in his lifetime. This rigid requirement for entering the divine power realm was set by Senior Feng. Li Kai's voice grew louder. Yi Zhixuan has only just entered the Reincarnation Academy. How can you address her as senior sister? Mo Qingru glared at Li Kai. Li Kai scoffed, what of it? Although Yi Zhixuan has just entered the academy, she has directly become an inner disciple under Senior Feng's recommendation. Yi Zhixuan has been directly promoted to an inner disciple? Could it be? Mo Qingru was finally moved. Indeed. Li Kai exclaimed with pride, 2 years ago. Senior Feng was already promoted as the first son of reincarnation. At this moment, Li Kai's tone shifted. However, Mo Qingru, the world is full of uncertainties. If your disciple wishes to join the Reincarnation Academy, there may yet be a chance. No need. If that is the Reincarnation Academy, then I, Yihan, shall not go. The voice belonged to Yihan, who stepped forward, drawing attention to himself as everyone noticed his presence. Casting a glance at Li Kai, Yihan approached Mo Qingruo's side. Teacher, there are countless paths in this world. I need not join the Reincarnation Academy. Time has changed, and Yihan's perspective has evolved. If the Reincarnation Academy is filled with such arrogant and disdainful disciples, one can only imagine the character of those in higher positions within. Is this your disciple? Li Kai's voice echoed from above, his gaze condescending, akin to a sovereign surveying a lowly subject. Gathering yuan at the ninth heaven? In this desolate place of Yen City? It is somewhat acceptable. You surely do not wish to see Yihan languish in such mediocrity, do you? To speak plainly, I have come here under the directive of Senior Sister Yin. Mo Qingru. As long as you can hand over that half-piece of Nanyang fire jade and personally return to the academy to assist Senior Sister Yin in refining it, she may intercede with Senior Feng on your behalf to allow your disciple to join the Reincarnation Academy. Li Kai's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze upon Mo Qingru. Teacher, do not agree to him. Yihan shook his head, feeling helpless. Though he did not fully grasp Li Kai's words, their meaning was clear. He could not allow his teacher to suffer for his sake. Mo Qingru fell silent, pausing for a full 30 breaths before looking at Li Kai. How can this matter be assured? Above in the hall, Li Kai's eyes brightened as he sprang to his feet. Revealing a crystal-clear token that shimmered like water, you hand over the Nanyang fire jade, and in exchange, you receive the disciple token. He was evidently well prepared. Very well. Mo Qingru regarded the jade token, her lips parting slightly. Suddenly, an expression of pain crossed her face, and in the next instant, she flipped her hand, revealing a fiery red jade pendant. With a gasp, Mo Qingru staggered, coughing up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale, her vitality waning. Teacher! What is wrong with you? Yihan rushed to support her, his urgency palpable, feeling utterly helpless. Though his teacher had been physically impaired over the years, she had never exhibited such weakness before. I am fine, Yihan. Just give him the Nanyang fire jade, Mo Qingru insisted. No, teacher, quickly take it back. Yihan's voice trembled. How could he bear to see his teacher suffer such pain for his sake? She owed him nothing. Mo Qingru gazed firmly at Yihan. I am fine, Yihan. If you still recognize me as Mo Qingru, then hand over the token for exchange. Observing his teacher's pained and pale visage, Yihan clenched his fists in frustration.
Go quickly. Mo Qingru urged. All right, I will go.
Yi Han's tone grew heavier, infused with unprecedented seriousness. He took the Nine Yang Fire Jade and stepped forward, exchanging it for the token before Li Kai's mocking expression.
This is more like it.
A wise man adapts to the times. By making such a choice, Senior Sisterine will surely be pleased.
Li Kai said as he carefully stowed away the Nine Yang Fire Jade, continuing, let us proceed, I am in a hurry to report to Senior Sisterine. We shall depart directly today. With his goals accomplished, Li Kai's mood lifted considerably. Mo Qingru, I will give you some time to rest. We will set off in 2 hours. By the way, Su, will 2 carriages be prepared without issue? Mo Qingru must not encounter any problems before seeing Senior Sisterine. Certainly. Su shouts on side inwardly but nodded in agreement. Teacher, let us return to rest. Yi Han cast a long, lingering glance at Li Kai before guiding Mo Qingru out of the hall. Teacher, you need not do this. Once outside, Yi Han's voice softened, yet his expression remained icy.
Yi Han, the teacher is already injured, it is nothing. In truth, even if you were to join another powerful faction, it would be equally challenging.
However,
at least in the Reincarnation Academy, I can still assist you, Mo Qingru comforted gently, sensing Yi Han's feelings.
Chapter 10, The Night's Execution. Yi Han remains silent, enveloped in contemplation.
He guided his teacher to her residence, gathered a few essential items for their journey, and allowed her to rest temporarily before returning to his own abode. Upon entering, he replaced his tattered, blood-stained garments from the cold abyss mine with fresh attire and then unwrapped a parcel. Within lay the fruits of his labor from the mine, 73 luminous second-tier beast cores.
Seated cross-legged in the center of the room, Yi Han grasped one of the cores and activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique.
A torrent of elemental energy enveloped the core, and in mere moments, it became as transparent as ice, its stored energy vanished. He swiftly continued with the second and third cores, his speed astonishingly rapid.
A testament to the might of the Nine Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique.
In about an hour, he had refined all 73 cores, and the energy they contained surged through his limbs and body. Gradually, his complexion flushed, a reflection of the turbulent energy within him. But having ascended to the 9th layer of gathering yuan, he had gained greater control over his state. His meridians, bones, and flesh were now significantly stronger,
enabling him to suppress the tumultuous energy within.
After regaining a semblance of normalcy, Yi Han exited and made his way back to his teacher's loft.
Upon arrival,
he spotted Li Kai waiting nearby, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the Flame Sun Academy. It appeared he had received the Nine Yang Fire Jade and was now managing to temper his previously overbearing demeanor. Casting a brief glance, Yi Han entered the loft.
Addressing his teacher, shall we depart? Indeed.
After resting for nearly 2 hours, Mo Qingru's complexion had improved, yet she still appeared quite haggard. Yi Han understood that losing the Nine Yang Fire Jade must have exacted a significant toll on her. He assisted her out of the loft, all the while under the watchful gaze of the many onlookers from the Flame Sun Academy. He carefully placed her into the waiting carriage, followed by her wheelchair.
Let us be on our way.
Li Kai gestured and hopped onto another carriage. Principal Su, I apologize for the trouble caused to the Flame Sun Academy. Mo Qingru's voice emerged from within the carriage.
Not at all, take care.
Su Xiaozong replied with a wry smile.
What is a minor inconvenience?
Everyone must tread carefully around the Reincarnation Academy. At least this matter has been resolved without inciting the ire of its powerful figures. This was a stroke of fortune, for it ensured that the Flame Sun Academy would continue to have disciples eligible to enter the Reincarnation Academy each year. The 2 carriages swiftly departed the Flame Sun Academy,
traversing the outskirts of Yin City and heading northward.
Li Kai led the way, while Yi Han drove the carriage, his teacher in tow.
Throughout the journey,
Yi Han's gaze remained fixed ahead, growing increasingly cold as time passed. The void ancient domain was vast, and the distance between the Reincarnation Academy and Yin City spanned tens of thousands of miles. Even with 2 well-fed lion blood steeds, it would take 3 to 4 days of travel to reach the Reincarnation Academy.
After several hours, dusk descended and the moon rose high. Li Kai halted the carriage, calling back to Yi Han, let us rest here.
Regain your strength, tomorrow we shall continue. It is clear that your teacher, Mo Qingru, is in no condition for prolonged travel.
Very well, Yi Han replied coldly. He recognized that Li Kai was not motivated by concern for their fatigue, rather. He was worried about Mo Qingru's health and the implications of any mishap. Although Yi Han was unaware of all the details, he could surmise that Sisterine sought not only the Nanyang Fire Jade but also wished to meet with his teacher for assistance in refining it. Yi Han was not naive, he possessed a fair understanding of the fundamentals of cultivation. With his teacher's current diminished state, she was merely a divine force realm warrior. While such a figure was formidable, especially within Yen City, the Reincarnation Academy was teeming with experts. Why did Sisterine require his teacher's help to refine the Nanyang Fire Jade? Surely, it could not be without a price. Mo Qingru had already endured immense suffering to acquire the jade, and he would not allow her to bear further pain or cost. As night fell, the hour of the rat approached, and the evening was tranquil and desolate. Time drifted by, and Mo Qingru had fallen asleep within the carriage. Li Kai leaned against a nearby stone, jesting with Yi Han for a moment before he too succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to them, in the depths of night, Yi Han's body, seated in front of the carriage, suddenly stirred, his eyes snapped open, radiating a chilling glint. He stepped forth, moving silently like a specter from legend. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. In an instant, he was merely 5 meters away from Li Kai, drawing his sword from behind him. The sound of metal resonated sharply. The moonlight reflected the cold brilliance of the sword as it cast a shadow over the slumbering Li Kai, who abruptly awoke. "What are you?" Li Kai gasped in shock, fury igniting within him. Yet, the sword had already built up momentum, striking without hesitation or deviation, precisely targeting Li Kai's heart. With a piercing sound, Li Kai let out a cry of anguish, his body convulsing as he tumbled away. "Damn it!" Yi Han spat. From day to night, he had rehearsed the strike countless times in his mind, yet he had not anticipated a miscalculation. The blade penetrated half an inch, as Li Kai rolled away. He managed to dissipate much of the force, failing to completely shatter his heart. "You dare to seek my death, you little beast?" Li Kai bellowed, his rage akin to a wounded animal. His elemental energy surged, igniting the divine force within him. As a result of Yi Han's sword energy, Li Kai's upper garments were completely torn apart, revealing a shimmering inner armor of faint golden light, with a crack forming at the heart region. It was this inner armor that absorbed over 80% of the sword's force, otherwise, Yi Han's strike would have been fatal. "Die!" Yi Han thought not for a moment, stepping forth to strike again. As he moved, his elemental energy surged wildly within him. A series of thunderous roars echoed through his bones and acupoints. Chapter 11, Beneath the Reincarnation Mountain. With a sword raised high, it came crashing down. Yi Han's vitality surged, and his elemental power boiled over. In the gathering element realm, he was heedless of life and death. Li Kai clenched his teeth fiercely, grabbing the sword at his side. A divine force surged through the blade, and in the blink of an eye, Li Kai raised his sword to meet Yi Han's strike. The clash of swords reverberated. And with just one encounter, Yi Han felt an overwhelming force of recoil, causing his body to tremble and retreat 3 steps. Li Kai was not faring any better. His body shook, and his arms felt numb. He had responded in haste, and his sword was unexpectedly knocked away by Yi Han's tremendous strength. Once more, Yi Han shouted fiercely, discarding his sword. His fists clenched, he charged forward like a ferocious tiger, ready to tear apart his prey. The first punch of the tiger leopard thunder fist, the tiger emerges from the mountain. Battle intent, murderous intent, fury, all converged into a single blow. And his fist smashed down with a thunderous sound. The punch landed. A scream echoed through the night sky. Li Kai was sent flying 3 zhang away, blood spraying like a fountain. Could someone at the 9th level of Gathering Element unleash a true vacuum sonic boom? Li Kai gazed at Yi Han in disbelief. Despite the protection of his inner armor, his organs churned violently, as if they would explode from within, his arm bones shattered, rendering them useless. "You shall die." Yi Han's voice was hoarse as he uttered those 2 words, stepping forward with determination. His internal elemental power was nearly depleted, entirely consumed in that fierce punch. Yet it was enough to support his final strike. "I don't want to die. Please, spare me," Li Kai cried in panic.
his face a mask of terror. Bang! The punch fell, and the violent force penetrated his inner armor, causing Li Kai's heart to explode, extinguishing his life completely. Only at the moment of death did he realize the futility of begging for mercy. It was too late. Exhaling heavily, Yihan witnessed Li Kai's demise. Immediately feeling his limbs grow weak and his body empty, collapsing to the ground. Long before at the Yin Yang Academy, he had already pronounced Li Kai's death sentence. Before setting out, he had forcefully refined the power of 73 second-tier beast cores into his body, preparing for tonight's battle. To forcibly refine beast cores without stepping into the divine power realm was akin to courting death. Yihan could not truly refine the beast cores, but he could, through his resilient bones and flesh, seal their power within. If he did not act soon, his body would burst from the overwhelming elemental power. Fortunately, Li Kai had finally met his end, and Yihan's objective was achieved. Teacher. Turning his gaze, Yihan noticed Mo Qingru had lifted the curtain of the carriage, calmly observing everything. To think that a 9th level of gathering element would dare to challenge someone in the divine power realm, you are indeed reckless, Mo Qingru mused gently. Teacher, from now on, no one shall bully us. Yihan grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a 9-yang fire jade from Li Kai's body, wiped off the bloodstains, and approached his teacher. Teacher, here. Watching Mo Qingru refine and store the 9-yang fire jade, her complexion visibly improved, and Yihan finally felt at ease. Yihan understood that the 9-yang fire jade could suppress the extreme cold of the prison water within his teacher's body. Yihan, promise me. Do not take such risks in the future. Regardless of the circumstances, life is of utmost importance. We martial artists can only have a future if we survive. Mo Qingru grasped Yihan's hands tightly. Teacher, I understand. Yihan glanced at the deceased Li Kai, but it still matters how we live. I, Yihan, may not be a good person, but I refuse to be like them, bullying the weak while groveling before the strong, displaying abject flattery and disgrace. The woman listened to Yihan's words with a radiant smile, her gaze clear and gentle. Indeed. Teacher. Who exactly are Senior Sister Ian and Senior Brother Foam that Li Kai mentioned? Yihan looked at Mo Qingru, clenching his fists. How audacious. Whether I can join the Reincarnation Academy is up to them to decide? You must know that the martial path is clearly stratified, with the strong revered above all. The rules of the Reincarnation Academy state that disciples cannot slaughter one another unless they agree to step onto the life and death platform. However, in reality, these rules bind only ordinary disciples. The true geniuses within the academy are not restrained, and even a single word can determine life or death. Often tacitly accepted by the higher-ups, Mo Qingru explained. These matters you will experience firsthand once you arrive at the Reincarnation Academy. Until one becomes truly powerful, it is necessary to conceal one's abilities. Yihan listened attentively, trying to commit every word of Mo Qingru to memory. A quarter of an hour later, Yihan buried the deceased Li Kai and drove the carriage far away. On the morning of the 4th day, as the first rays of purple dawn broke, Yihan and his teacher finally arrived before an ancient city. This city was known as Baiyun City. It was 10 times larger than Yin City, with vast markets, countless shops, and a bustling crowd, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Behind Baiyun City lay a vast and towering mountain range, magnificent and imposing, shrouded in mist and clouds, resembling a divine realm from the heavens. Baiyun City was built against the backdrop of the Reincarnation Mountain, which housed the Reincarnation Academy. Finally, they had arrived at the location of the Reincarnation Academy. Yihan was astonished, beginning to comprehend why his teacher insisted on him joining the Reincarnation Academy. To occupy such a sacred mountain and river, establishing a foundation and gathering disciples from across the land, one could only imagine the extraordinary heritage behind it. Far beyond what ordinary people could fathom. The figures casually walking around the streets were at least of the 8th level of gathering element, with some even at the 9th level, and occasionally, one could glimpse masters of the divine power realm passing by, exuding an extraordinary aura, more spirited than those in Yen City. Teacher, after our long journey, let us rest for a moment in Baiyun City. Entering the city, Yihan assisted his teacher down from the carriage and sold the Blood Lion steed and the carriage to merchants who had long awaited in Baiyun City, exchanging them for 20 superior grade chi gathering pills. In this ancient realm,
the currency among martial artists was no longer gold or silver, but rather two words: Dan pills. The classification of Dan pills was analogous to that of martial arts and techniques, comprising 5 levels: human, mysterious, earth, heaven, and even divine. Each further divided into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Yi Han had heard tales of the legendary heaven grade and divine grade Dan pills, which had an even rarer supreme grade above the superior. He had never encountered them before. In Yen City, the traded Dan pills were merely ordinary inferior grade qi gathering pills. But upon arriving at Baiyun City, even the most inferior Dan pills exchanged were superior grade qi gathering pills. Entering a tavern with his teacher, they casually ordered hot tea and baked pancakes. Half of the 20 qi gathering pills had already been spent, leaving Yi Han speechless. The cost of living in this grand city was truly exorbitant. 20 qi gathering pills would have sufficed to sustain 2 people for half a year in Yen City. Having arrived in Baiyun City, filled with masters, what are your thoughts? Mo Qingru inquired, observing Yi Han with a smile. I feel nothing. Yi Han rubbed his nose. Pondering, I wonder what the Reincarnation Academy holds, and if it truly is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Any disciple at the Reincarnation Academy is a master. Incomparable to Yen Yang Academy, Mo Qingru remarked. Yi Han gazed through the window at the towering mountains in the distance, recalling the day of Luo Tianjing and the memory of slaying Li Kai. Not necessarily. If we stood on equal ground, they might not be my match. Yi Han replied calmly, a newfound confidence flickering across his face. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed from a distance. To slander the Reincarnation Academy is sheer arrogance and ignorance. You simply do not know the meaning of life and death. Chapter 12. The dog thing. Yi Han turned his gaze and spotted 2 men approaching from a distance. HM? A fleeting glance revealed to Yi Han the surging aura of the divine force realm within them. These 2 were no less formidable than the deceased Li Kai. Observing their attire, adorned with the distinctive hexagram emblem, they were likely disciples of the Reincarnation Academy. Indeed, given that Baiyun City lay at the foot of the Reincarnation Academy, it was not unusual for some disciples to frequent the area. Casual discussions cannot be construed as slander, Yi Han replied indifferently. This is not Yen City. Right under the very eyes of the Reincarnation Academy, could it be that their disciples dare to act with impunity and bully others? If that were the case, then there was no reason to ascend that mountain today. Presumptuous. Do you dare to retort? Both men exhibited a glimmer of malice in their eyes. They could likely discern that Yi Han and Mo Qingru bore signs of fatigue from their long journey, yet they remained unrestrained in their demeanor. Yi Han furrowed his brow, instinctively channeling his energy. At that moment, Mo Qingru turned her face to take a look. Her voice calm. Is it true that the disciples of the Reincarnation Academy are so tyrannical now? And what if they are? This boy dares to. You look familiar. Who are you? Both men abruptly halted, their gazes fixed intently on Mo Qingru's visage. One of them suddenly displayed a wary expression. As if struck by a thought, the yin yang list, Mo Qingru? Let us go. The other spoke decisively. Upon recognizing Mo Qingru, any trace of their earlier hostility vanished, replaced by palpable trepidation, and they hurriedly departed. In this world, no 2 leaves are identical. They would not mistake her identity, especially as she sat in a wheelchair. Yi Han quietly lowered his raised arm, watching the retreating figures before turning to Mo Qingru. Teacher, it seems they fear you greatly. Indeed. They must have seen me during my pursuit of the yin-yang list back in the day, Mo Qingru replied, her expression unperturbed. Observing her familiar countenance, Yi Han fell silent for a moment. Teacher, did I impose upon you by asking you to accompany me to the Reincarnation Academy? Not at all. I have been in seclusion in Yen City for 9 years, surely some have become aware of it, and I must eventually return. Mo Qingru shook her head. Teacher, regardless of what we encounter, I will always be by your side, Yi Han declared earnestly. Although he was uncertain of what challenges his teacher had faced, he could surmise that her return to the Reincarnation Academy for his sake would entail some difficulties, perhaps even pressure. Sipping a hot cup of tea, Yi Han said, Teacher, let us set off to explore the Reincarnation Academy. All right. The 2 figures swiftly departed Baiyun City, making their way toward the Reincarnation mountain range. After traveling nearly 10 miles, they reached the foot of the Reincarnation Mountain.
Before them loomed a cliff approximately 100 feet high, its surface as smooth as a mirror, seemingly hewn by an unparalleled master's sword. Prominently etched in the cliff's center were the words, Reincarnation Academy. Numerous disciples of the Reincarnation Academy rode tamed beasts, entering and exiting the mountains, and a stone staircase resembling a heavenly ladder spiraled upward, vanishing into the clouds. This was the Reincarnation Academy, a place sought after by countless warriors throughout the vast Taisu ancient domain, yet few could ever tread upon its grounds. It stood as one of the rare powers that towered above the 8 great empires within the expansive realm. Stop! Outsiders are forbidden from entering the academy. 8 figures appeared instantly, their expressions stern as they scrutinized Yihan and Mo Qingru. Yihan produced the token he had acquired from Li Kai. I am Yihan, a new disciple from the Yen City branch. Yen Yang Academy this year. A new disciple from Yen Yang Academy this year? The 8 examined the token closely for a moment before returning it to Yihan. And who is she? One inquired, directing his gaze toward Mo Qingru. No need to investigate, when she was in the academy, you weren't even initiated, a mocking voice interjected. The 8 gatekeepers immediately turned their attention to the newcomer. Bowing respectfully, greetings, Senior Brother Lu. Stand down. A tall young man clad in blue battle attire with shoulder-length hair appeared, waving his hand impatiently. His gaze swept over Yihan and then fixated on Mo Qingru, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. I never expected that the once renowned Mo Qingru, who ascended to the pinnacle of the Yin Yang list, would now find herself in such a pitiful state. Mo Qingru. Willing to return to the Reincarnation Academy for such insignificant characters, you remain as sentimental and loyal as you were back then. It's been 9 years. Sisterine has missed you dearly. I presume you have come to terms with your situation? The young man continued to sneer, reveling in the opportunity to look down upon Mo Qingru from her wheelchair. Throughout the exchange, Mo Qingru's expression remained placid, devoid of any visible emotion. As she glanced at the young man, it has been 9 years, Lu Yunxiao, you still possess the same reckless ignorance as before, daring to provoke me, Mo Qingru. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yunxiao's face contorted with rage, as if his emotions had erupted. What did you say? Back then, you wouldn't have dared to speak to me in such a manner. Mo Qingru, unperturbed, replied lightly, you were once so arrogant, now, after 9 years, you are merely a fallen being, physically disabled, yet you still maintain such pride. How absurd. Boom. Within Lu Yunxiao, a torrent of energy surged, and he stepped forward, fixating his glare on Mo Qingru. Once, you looked down on me, after 9 years, you were just a cripple, yet you remain so haughty. What gives you the right? You wretched fool. Today, even if Sisterine holds me accountable, I will ensure you recognize the truth of your current state. Lu Yunxiao declared, raising his arm to strike down upon her. The pent-up frustration within Yihan surged forth. He drew his sword with a swift motion. All the energy within him roared violently, channeled into the blade. Disregarding the disparity in their realms, he aimed directly at Lu Yunxiao's arm. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Though figures like Luo Tianzhang and Li Kai were arrogant, none dared to insult his teacher so openly. Lu Yunxiao, however, dared to utter such vile words. While his teacher might endure it, Yihan could not stand idly by. What nonsense was this Reincarnation Academy? This wretched place was not worth visiting. The vast expanse of the Taisu ancient domain was boundless, with the 9 realms dragon suppression tower within him. Could he not rise without relying on the Reincarnation Academy? With a swift motion, blood sprayed forth. Lu Yunxiao's arm trembled violently, and he let out a pained scream, retreating 3 steps as a vivid wound bled profusely from his palm. You dare to strike? Seeking death. His eyes, filled with venom, locked onto Yihan. And with a wave of his arm, a tremendous force surged forth, aiming to engulf Yihan. Chapter 13, The Girl in Red with a sudden gasp. Yihan erupted with a mouthful of blood, his insides feeling as if they were being violently pierced, his body on the verge of explosion. The disparity was insurmountable. Lu Yunxiao was not a foe to be compared with the likes of Li Kai, whom he had previously vanquished. You little bastard, I will incapacitate you. Lu Yunxiao gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain of his torn palm, stepping forward with a force that shook the earth. In an instant, he appeared before Yihan, unleashing a fierce strike. Yi Han, struggling to rise, was sent hurtling away, blood spilling anew from his mouth.
With that single strike, 3 waves of divine energy surged into Yi Han's body.
In that fleeting moment, Yi Han's own energy dissipated under the assault, leaving less than a tenth of his original power suppressed within his core. The 3 divine forces coursed through his meridians, battering his form, the agony tearing at him, rendering him unable to resist, nearly unconscious. Lying on the ground, Yi Han fought to swallow the blood surging in his throat. Hastily channeling the 9 Heavens Dragon control technique to restore his energy, his fierce gaze locked on Lu Yunxiao.
Unfettered, lawless. With the power of life and death at his fingertips, was this the demeanor of a disciple of the Reincarnation Academy? Stop! Just as Lu Yunxiao prepared to advance once more,
a clear voice rang out. Yi Han's attention shifted instantly, spotting a young girl clad in a flowing red robe, roughly his age, sprinting toward them in a fury. Upon catching sight of Lu Yunxiao's fierce countenance, she instinctively shrank back, her voice trembling slightly. How can you strike him?
You mustn't harm him. The girl in red,
with bright eyes and fair skin, extended her arms as if to shield Yi Han, striving to meet Lu Yunxiao's fierce gaze.
Witnessing this scene, Yi Han's heart quivered. Strike him?
I intend to incapacitate him.
Lu Yunxiao's expression turned ruthless as he glanced at the girl as if she were a fool. Get lost.
You are merely at the 8th layer of the Gathering Essence realm.
You dare obstruct me? This mere insect of the Gathering Essence realm, weaker than Yi Han, dared to stand in his way? Was this not courting death? I will not, the girl declared with unwavering determination.
Lu Yunxiao's palm struck out, his face twisted in rage. Then you shall die alongside this fool.
Step aside.
Yi Han, summoning an unexpected surge of strength, flipped to his feet, grasping the girl's arm and pulling her behind him, resolutely placing her in front. He could not bear to watch such a kind soul perish because of him. He had been taken in by the Yi family,
his adoptive father and that Yi Zhixuan feigning affection for years, ultimately leaving him crippled.
Despite the suffering he had endured, his heart still burned with warmth.
Boom!
Lu Yunxiao's attack was merciless, extinguishing all vitality, a true lethal strike. Life and death hung in the balance for but a moment.
In that infinitesimal instant,
Yi Han suddenly found clarity, his cold gaze fixated on the oncoming palm.
His thoughts, his consciousness, reached an unprecedented state of ethereal clarity.
The world around him dissolving into nothingness, leaving only that ferocious hand in his sight.
Buzz. The suppressed energy deep within Yi Han's core finally surged forth.
He desperately channeled the 9 Heavens Dragon control technique, utilizing the last remnants of his power to connect with the 9 Realms Dragon suppression tower within him.
Under immense pressure,
Yi Han forcefully activated the Dragon suppression tower, releasing a drop of pure, potent dragon essence. It was but a single drop, yet it swiftly infused his entire being. This drop, the result of relentless compression and condensation, had achieved a liquid state. Instantly, Yi Han's injuries healed significantly, his energy replenished and transformed in a continuous flow. He even felt his bones creaking as they underwent a fundamental change, splitting and reassembling in an instant.
With a thunderous sound, Yi Han was thrown back by a shockwave, landing directly in the embrace of the girl. Yet, something extraordinary occurred. Lu Yunxiao stared in disbelief.
His palm had not truly struck Yi Han but had instead encountered an invisible barrier midway, dissipating into thin air. Immediately, a violent backlash surged from that vacuum wall, and Lu Yunxiao let out a pained scream, sent flying 100 meters away, blood spewing uncontrollably from his mouth. Even a mere disciple of the Reincarnation Academy dares to lay hands on my daughter, Zhu Tianxin. Lu Yunxiao's voice trembled as he fixated on the middle-aged man who had just appeared before them. Yi Han also noticed the man, Zhu Tianxin, whose imposing figure radiated an aura of quiet authority, commanding respect without uttering a word. Master Chu, I was blind to my own folly, I deserve death.
I meant no harm, please spare me.
With a sudden thud, Lu Yunxiao fell to his knees. Having been conditioned to fear the strong, he was gripped by sheer terror, realizing he had provoked such a formidable figure.
Zhu Tianxin,
one of the vice presidents of the Burning Moon Academy among the 3 great academies of the ancient Void Domain, had roamed these lands for years. A true tyrant of unparalleled might, far beyond the insignificant Lu Yunxiao's reach. Given the earlier incident, even if Chu Tianxin were to kill Lu Yunxiao on the spot,
the Reincarnation Academy would not pursue any responsibility.
As Lu Yunxiao knelt, countless gazes converged upon him, yet he was indifferent to their scrutiny, only wishing to leave alive today. Fortunately, Chu Tianxin paused to glance at his unharmed daughter before addressing Lu Yunxiao. For the sake of the Reincarnation Academy, I shall spare your life this day.
Thank you for your mercy, Elder.
Lu Yunxiao scrambled away, terrified.
Are you all right?
The girl in red blinked her eyes, resembling a tranquil pool of water.
Thank you. I am fine.
Yihan replied softly, gazing at her exquisite face, seemingly untouched by the world's crime.
That's a relief.
As she realized Yihan was still cradled in her arms, her voice dropped to a whisper, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue.
Quite the young man.
Chu Tianxin approached, his aura slightly tempered, calmly observing Yihan.
Thank you for your intervention, I shall repay this kindness. Yihan rose with determination,
cupping his hands in respect toward Chu Tianxin. There's no need for such formality, I acted to protect this girl, Chu Tianxin responded with a more approachable demeanor.
Clearly, he held some admiration for Yihan, who had stood in front of the girl at a critical moment. Otherwise, given his status,
he would not even deign to acknowledge a mere gathering essence realm individual like Yihan. In the distance, a group of figures approached, accompanying Chu Tianxin and the girl from the Reincarnation Academy. An elderly man spoke with regret, the disciples of the Reincarnation Academy have been unruly. It is our failure to discipline them properly. We almost caused trouble for Master Chu.
Rest assured, Lu Yunxiao will face the Academy's consequences. It's of little consequence. Merely a trivial matter.
Chu Tianxin waved his hand dismissively, a figure of his stature would not take such things to heart. His earlier actions were also a show of goodwill toward the Reincarnation Academy, otherwise, even if Lu Yunxiao had not harmed the girl, the outcome would have been dire.
We shall take our leave now and discuss further another time, Chu Tianxin declared.
Very well. The disciples of the Reincarnation Academy nodded in agreement.
My name is Yihan. May I ask for yours?
Yihan inquired, turning to the quiet girl in red who stood beside him, slightly lowering her head.
Chapter 14, The Eternal Indestructible Dragon Body Yihan. Remember, my name is Chu Yushur. The girl's dark eyes gazed at Yihan.
And then she slightly lowered her head, her countenance illuminated beneath the red fur, resembling exquisite jade, with her lips gently parting.
Chu Yushur. Yihan enunciated the three characters, then nodded earnestly. I have remembered.
We shall take our leave. Beside them, Chu Tianxin, who had been conversing with the high-ranking officials of the Reincarnation Academy, turned to look at his daughter.
Farewell.
Chu Yushur hurriedly waved her hand at Yihan, then joined Chu Tianxin and the others as they walked into the distance. As the group departed, Yihan slowly moved his steps towards his teacher.
Yihan, are you all right?
Mo Qingru looked at him with concern. Teacher,
I have implicated you. She clasped Yihan's hands, feeling the pulse, sensing his physical condition. What do you mean, teacher?
It is I who have caused you trouble. Had it not been for me, you would still be living in seclusion in Yen City, undisturbed. Yihan began to speak. Just as the last word left his lips, he suddenly trembled, veins bulging on his body. His blood and vitality surged uncontrollably, and Yihan hurriedly sat cross-legged,
activating the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique to regulate his breath. It was the rebound force from Lu Yunxiao's palm that had temporarily calmed his inner turmoil.
At this moment, a drop of dragon energy surged into his body again, transforming into an immense amount of vitality, causing Yihan's body to undergo another change. The sound of cracking bones, inaudible to outsiders, echoed as Yihan felt a tingling pain in his right arm, followed by alternating waves of warmth and coolness.
Yihan?
Mo Qingru was exceedingly worried, urgently speaking, yet feeling helpless.
I am fine, teacher.
Yihan opened his eyes wide, forcing out 5 words from his throat.
Indeed. Not only was he fine, but in that moment, Yihan was filled with elation.
From the time he first encountered the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, the state of his heavenly flood dragon battle body had been similar, with his arm tingling and alternating between hot and cold, leading to a qualitative change.
This is skeletal transformation, the birth of divine bones.
Yihan could distinctly feel that within his arm, a bone was continuously strengthening, nurturing an indescribably new power. This power persisted for 20 breaths, becoming overwhelmingly vast, as if it would burst his very corporeal form.
Hold on.
Yihan felt a painful swelling throughout his body.
Yet he gritted his teeth in determination. He understood that if he could not endure, this newfound power would undoubtedly tear apart his meridians and flesh,
leaving him with no place to rest. Gradually, a mysterious aura rippled out from Yihan's body, spreading in all directions.
In that instant,
everyone gathered from all around felt a stirring in their souls, yet they were all perplexed, unaware of what was occurring.
Hiss. Yihan inhaled sharply, his tightly furrowed brow finally relaxing.
Within his right arm, a brand new divine bone had been perfectly nurtured. Compared to the heavenly flood dragon bone that had been taken from him, this new divine bone was extraordinarily powerful, tenfold, 100-fold. If the heavenly flood dragon bone could be likened to a stubborn rock, this newly birthed divine bone was akin to a precious divine jade amidst the 9 heavens. Something for which anyone would go mad. However, with the experience of having his previous battle bone taken from him, Yihan was now cautious. At the moment the battle bone was born, he immediately concealed his aura, preventing anyone from detecting any signs.
What a formidable divine bone! Yihan was astounded.
Compared to the dragon energy within the previous heavenly flood dragon bone, this new divine bone contained an extraordinarily pure dragon energy.
The exceedingly rare and mysterious 5-clawed golden dragoness aura.
Yihan realized that he had finally birthed the
eternal indestructible dragon body.
According to the explanation of the 9 heavens dragon control technique, he could only allow the birth and nurturing of the eternal indestructible dragon body upon entering the divine power realm. Such a physique was too powerful.
Even a single bone's transformation would carry with it an immensely potent force. However, this time, due to enduring Lu Yunxiao's pressure, on the brink of life and death, he had forcibly communicated with the 9 realms dragon suppression tower, allowing a drop of dragon energy to coalesce and merge into his body, effectively commencing the early nurturing of the eternal indestructible dragon body.
At the edge of the earth, Chu Tianxin's figure was nearly vanishing when he suddenly halted.
In an instant,
he turned around, his pupils contracting as if he sensed something. He abruptly returned with Chu Yushi in tow.
You are Yihan? I, Chu Tianxin. Invite you to join the Burning Moon Academy as a regular disciple. How does that sound?
Chu Tianxin stated directly,
unexpectedly extending an invitation to recruit Yihan into the Burning Moon Academy. Burning Moon Academy?
Yihan's memory surged. Recalling that his teacher had mentioned there were 3 major academies in the ancient Void region, the Reincarnation Academy, the Burning Moon Academy, and the Dragon Slaying Academy. These 3 academies were colossal entities transcending the 8 great empires of the ancient Void region. The Burning Moon Academy also had an ancient legacy and remarkable heritage.
Although slightly weaker than the Reincarnation Academy, it was certainly not far behind.
Yihan was unsure why someone of Chu Tianxin's stature would turn back. Yet he found himself genuinely tempted. Recently, the appearances of Luo Tianzheng, Li Kai, and Tadeus Lu Yunxiao had left him with little fondness for the Reincarnation Academy.
But in that moment, he hesitated.
If he joined the Reincarnation Academy, he could justifiably seek revenge against Luo Tianzheng, confront the cruel Yi Zhixuan, and deal with Lu Yunxiao and the others. At worst, he could resolve matters on the life and death stage of the Reincarnation Academy, where no one could say a word against him. Even their backing figures like Senior Brother Feng and Senior Sister Yin would be unable to intervene. However, if he entered the Burning Moon Academy, avenging himself against them would become as difficult as climbing the heavens. If he truly sought to kill Yi Zhixuan,
finding an opportunity would be nearly impossible.
Nevertheless, if he did not join the Reincarnation Academy, his teacher would not suffer further indignities. At least, it would not be so easy for Senior Sister Yin to trouble her again.
Inner disciples.
Chu Tianxin unexpectedly changed his tone once more, directly promising the title of Inner Disciple. If you join, you can directly ascend to the status of Inner Disciple. In the history of the Burning Moon Academy,
there have been fewer than 5 such instances.
Beside them, Chu Yushi blinked her eyes, quietly watching Yihan at that moment.
Vice President Chu.
Openly poaching talent is not the style of the Burning Moon Academy, came a hearty voice from a distance.
Yihan saw an elder, around 60, with graying hair, smiling as he approached. He looked at Yihan on the ground, you are our new disciple of the Reincarnation Academy? To have come here, you must have received your identity token, correct? Disciple Yi Han. Yi Han took out the identity token from the Reincarnation Academy from his bosom. The elder nodded. Smiling at Chu Tianxin, Vice President Chu, you see, Yi Han holds the identity token, he has successfully joined our Reincarnation Academy.
Chu Tianxin furrowed his brow slightly. Calmly regarding Yi Han, the Reincarnation Academy, it seems, has some who do not hold you in high regard.
Chapter 15, the enigmatic inscription. Not only was he unwelcomed, but during his time in Yin City, he had already encountered considerable trouble.
You must understand that upon entering the Burning Moon Academy, you would immediately become an inner disciple. However, at the Reincarnation Academy, you must start as a servant disciple, and the path to advancement is exceedingly arduous. Chu Tianxin glanced around. This period marks the arrival of new disciples, and I presume you have yet to be registered.
If you accompany me to the Burning Moon Academy, there is still time.
Yi Han looked towards his teacher, Mo Qingru, and noticed her gentle, calm gaze resting upon him, devoid of any suggestions.
As if everything were left to his own discretion.
Holding the token in his hand, the faces of those individuals surfaced in his mind.
After a long period of silence, Yi Han suddenly made up his mind.
The path of martial arts is always an uphill battle, a contest against fate. If someone like Lu Yunxiao can hinder my progress, then turning back would be a retreat. My heart is unafraid. Yi Han regarded the hopeful Chu Tianxin. Everything today, your good intentions, I shall remember in my heart.
However, having obtained this token, I am unwilling to withdraw.
You must understand that opportunities are fleeting. Chu Tianxin continued to gaze at Yi Han. I shall step into the Reincarnation Academy, and no one can obstruct me.
Yi Han pronounced each word with conviction. Indeed.
Chu Tianxin's expression remained impassive, and after speaking, she departed with Chu Yushi. Kid, should you wish, the Burning Moon Academy always welcomes you, a voice echoed in Yi Han's ear, transmitted through supreme means.
Audible only to him.
Witnessing the departure of Chu Tianxin and her companion, the attention of all present converged upon Yi Han. Especially the elderly man beside him, whose eyes sparkled with intensity, as if he sought to pierce through illusions and unveil Yi Han's secrets. Regrettably, after a prolonged observation, the old man gleaned nothing. Perceiving Yi Han merely as a youth with a more robust internal energy than the average person, possessing a reasonably solid foundation.
Yet, he understood that someone of Chu Tianxin's stature would not haphazardly recruit an unremarkable youth. Mo girl, you vanished for 9 years, only to be hiding in Yin City.
And have taken on such a disciple, the old man remarked, looking at Yi Han with some admiration. To strive against the current and contest with fate.
I admire your attitude.
While I cannot intervene in Mo girl's affairs, rest assured, with your identity token, you can rightfully enter the Reincarnation Academy.
Disciple Mo Qingru pays respects to Elder Ji. Mo Qingru expressed familiarity and warmth towards the elder.
Good, returning is what matters, the elder replied. Now with a touch of kindness towards Mo Qingru. Your teacher is surely overjoyed to hear of this.
At this moment,
Yi Han felt a gust of wind rush past him, and in the next instant, a middle-aged woman in her 40s appeared before him. Though past her prime, her features remained exquisite, her grace undiminished, suggesting she had once been a woman of remarkable beauty.
Teacher.
Mo Qingru gazed at the woman, her expression complex, her eyes gradually moistening.
You old coot, the girl returns, and you didn't inform me immediately? The woman shot a glare at Elder Ji.
Then her eyes glistened with tears as she clasped Mo Qingru's hands to her heart.
My dear, how could you be so heartless, leaving for 9 years without a word? How have you fared in Yin City? Have you faced any grievances?
The woman spoke incessantly, her words imbued with concern.
Observing this scene,
Yi Han felt a sense of relief. It appeared that his teacher had elders to care for her in the Reincarnation Academy. The woman, oblivious to others,
continued to usher Mo Qingru away with a sense of urgency.
Yi Han, come to Bamboo Rhythm Peak to find me in the future.
Mo Qingru managed to turn her head and gently looked at Yi Han. Bamboo Rhythm Peak?
Yi Han silently committed the name to memory. Excellent. After the middle-aged woman departed with Mo Qingru, Elder Ji, who had been awkwardly silent, returned to normal and addressed Yi Han, let us proceed.
I shall take you to register. Elder Ji, was that esteemed person your cultivation partner? Yi Han inquired. Elder Ji, do you seem a bit apprehensive of her? Is it just my impression?
Elder Ji, that esteemed individual must hold a higher position than you within the academy.
As they entered the academy, Yi Han's questions flowed incessantly.
Children should refrain from prying into matters, Elder Ji replied sternly. Yi Han immediately retorted, I'm 16 this year. According to the customs of the divine martial continent, I am considered an adult.
Enough. Rest assured, Amo Girl is under the care of Elder One at Bamboo Rhythm Peak.
No one shall disturb her. Elder Ji glanced at Yi Han, somewhat surprised. It was his first encounter with a new disciple who dared to jest so freely with an elder.
Yi Han displayed neither deference nor fear.
Whether it stemmed from his nature or simply the audacity of a newcomer, he remained undaunted. As they approached the foot of a staircase resembling a heavenly ladder,
Yi Han noticed several altar-like structures embedded in the earth, each adorned with patterns akin to starlight at their centers.
These are teleportation arrays, capable of reaching the peak or facilitating distance transfers, all inscribed with inscriptions, Elder Ji explained as he stood with Yi Han at one of the altars. Placing his palm against the altar, an incredible phenomenon occurred as a surge of energy enveloped them, lifting both him and Elder Ji through the layers of staircases,
arriving at the peak in an instant. What a remarkable inscription teleportation array!
Yi Han exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Having never encountered such inscriptions or teleportation arrays during his time at the Yin Yang Academy, he was thoroughly captivated. The ingenuity of humanity is extraordinary, throughout the ages. Martial arts have blossomed into numerous skills, leading to the emergence of various professions such as alchemists, artifact crafters, and inscription masters. These professions often rely heavily on innate talent and are quite rare. The inscription teleportation array, crafted by the Academy's inscription masters, is a knowledge you will soon have access to, Elder Ji regarded Yi Han. If you possess a strong talent for inscriptions, or perhaps for alchemy or artifact crafting, even if your martial prowess is somewhat lacking, you can swiftly transcend the status of a servant disciple, becoming an inner disciple or even a true disciple. Or perhaps an elder. Understood. Yi Han committed Elder Ji's words to memory. The two soon arrived at a grand hall, and with his identity token. The registration process was remarkably straightforward. However, Yi Han was taken aback to discover that, just as Chu Tianqin had mentioned, he indeed needed to start as a servant disciple upon joining the Reincarnation Academy. A servant disciple is merely the lowest tier within the Reincarnation Academy, or one might say, they are only half a disciple. Above them lie outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, each category distinctly defined and requiring constant advancement. Kid, I shall take you to the quarters for servant disciples. Your future lies in your own efforts, Elder Ji stated after the registration, having fulfilled his duty of guiding Emo Qingrou's disciple. As they exited the hall, Yi Han gazed at the vast sky, taking in the clouds on the horizon and the dense, mysterious peaks. Suddenly, a surge of unprecedented confidence and ambition welled up within him. He abruptly inquired, Elder Ji, do you happen to know where a disciple named Yi Zhishuan is currently located? Chapter 16, The Secret Record of the Void Yi Zhishuan? Elder Ji suddenly turned around, a warning glimmering in his eyes. This woman, you must not inquire about her. She is someone of great importance to the child of reincarnation. Is the child of reincarnation very powerful? Yi Han's aura gradually turned frigid. Powerful. An existence beyond your imagination. In the future, within the academy. Do not casually inquire about anything related to the child of reincarnation, do you understand? Elder Ji admonished Yi Han with utmost seriousness. I understand. Yi Han replied casually. Yet he did not take it to heart. Since he had truly entered the Reincarnation Academy, he would not fear anyone. Soon. Elder Ji cast a hand seal toward the void ahead, as if communicating with something. Moments later, Yi Han beheld a massive, jet-black eagle soaring down from the horizon, obediently kneeling before the two of them. Come up. Elder Ji was the first to leap onto the eagle's back. Once Yi Han joined him, the eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, almost instantaneously appearing beneath the vast canopy above. Feeling the fierce wind howling and the boundless sky stretching out before him, gazing down at the peaks below as if traversing through clouds, Yi Han was profoundly shaken. He had never experienced such a mystical sensation.
This is the Ironclaw Eagle, a tamed avian beast, capable of transportation.
In the academy, there is the Beast Taming Hall. Once you accumulate enough vitality pills in the future, you may exchange them for a corresponding beast mount at the beast taming peak. There is also the 10,000 Medicines Hall, the Forging Hall, and so forth. In the future, all that we martial artists truly need can be exchanged there.
Moreover,
there is a treasure hall within the academy, where one can exchange for various invaluable treasures. As they journeyed through the sky,
Elder Ji kindly reminded Yihan of the academy's various aspects.
Before long, they descended upon a pristine peak.
This is Divine Strength Peak,
the dwelling place for the miscellaneous disciples of the Gathering Essence realm. Divine Strength signifies the realm of divine power, allowing these disciples to step into divinity and, through assessments,
promote to outer disciples, embodying the resolve of ordinary disciples. From now on, you will cultivate here on the miscellaneous peak.
As long as you do not violate the academy's rules, you will have complete freedom.
After arranging Yihan's accommodation, Elder Ji rode the Ironclaw Eagle and departed into the sky.
As Yihan traversed Divine Strength Peak, he observed numerous small courtyards established amidst the vast peaks, each enveloped in a shroud of luminous mist, exuding a formidable presence. Yihan paused before one particular courtyard. During registration, he had been assigned to this very dwelling. Upon stepping inside, Yihan was astonished to discover pure vitality entering his body instantaneously. Even without cultivation, vitality continuously surged within him, transforming his very being. The luminous mist above the courtyard, was that indeed the vitality of heaven and earth? Martial artists integrate the vitality of heaven and earth into their bodies, subsequently refining it into inner strength through their techniques. This is a gradual process, and aside from the strength of techniques and innate talent, the richness of the vitality itself is of utmost importance. To his astonishment, this was merely the dwelling place for the most basic miscellaneous disciples of the Reincarnation Academy. The courtyard contained only 2 rooms, one for storage and the other for living and cultivation.
Yihan entered the living quarters,
which housed a bed and a table with chairs, nothing else. However, atop the table lay a book titled The Secret Record of the Void. This book described everything about the Reincarnation Academy, including its rules and regulations, various peaks, and numerous halls.
At the back of the book, there was also a brief introduction to the ancient Void region, detailing its special locations for trials and the various major factions. Yihan immediately picked up the book, engrossed in its contents.
The more he read, the more exhilarated he became. Realizing just how vast and extraordinary the ancient Void region was, knowledge he had never encountered in Flame City.
He now understood that the Lord of Flame City,
upon coming to the Reincarnation Academy, was at best an ordinary outer disciple, and even some formidable characters among the outer disciples were likely more powerful than the City Lord. Miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples. Among the true disciples, the most powerful existences if they could pass the assessments and ascend the 999-step pagoda of heaven.
Would they be able to inherit the legacy and be promoted to the child of reincarnation? Yihan's attention was suddenly captured.
He read about the child of reincarnation. In the Reincarnation Academy, only 6 could be born in each generation to correspond with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Each child of reincarnation is a true dragon among men, a phoenix among women, an extraordinary talent among millions, with only one rising to prominence from the 6 every 30 years, destined to become the
Holy Son of the Academy.
As for the other 5 who failed to compete, they would join a mysterious faction called the Holy Hall within the Academy for cultivation. Those within the Holy Hall, although they failed to become the child of reincarnation, were among the most formidable experts among disciples. In this generation, the Holy Son had yet to be born, and the first child of reincarnation had only just appeared. His name was Feng Wuliang.
Senior brother Feng.
Yihan murmured these 3 words,
his pupils suddenly narrowing. Could this senior brother Feng be the same Feng Wuliang?
This Feng Wuliang indeed commanded great respect, as he could elevate someone like Yi Zhishuan to the status of an inner disciple with a mere thought, his power surpassing that of some elders. Yihan could not help but ponder. Normally, Yi Zhishuan had arrived at the Reincarnation Academy not long before him, and she should also be a miscellaneous disciple. Yet, under Feng Wuliang's promotion, she had ascended to the lofty status of an inner disciple, a meteoric rise. No wonder Elder Ji was wary and advised him not to inquire about the child of reincarnation. Yi Zhishuan, even with the favor of the child of reincarnation Feng Wuliang, would not have him by her side at all times. I, Yi Han, will eventually defeat and eliminate you, freeing my heart and soul to ascend the martial path and rise step by step. Yi Han scoffed coldly. Only strength is fundamental, that is the true way. Whether Yi Zhishuan becomes an inner disciple is of no concern to me. Without strength, no matter how distinguished your status, you remain susceptible to being struck down by a single blow. Reincarnation Academy, Burning Moon Academy, Dragon Slaying Academy, Overlord Martial Pavilion, Demon Sealing Manor, Tai Sword Sect, Beginning Demon Hall. Yi Han continued to read. The 3 major academies and 4 prominent sects according to the secret record of the Void. These 7 factions were the true titans of the ancient Void region, towering above the 8 imperial dynasties and disregarding their rules and laws. Yi Han understood that the ancient Void region was under the dominion of 8 ancient dynasties. Flame City, for instance, was a city under the Sun and Moon dynasty. Although the imperial way had declined and cities nearly ruled themselves, they were still influenced by the dynasty's laws. The Lord of Flame City would not dare defy the Sun and Moon dynasty's decrees, but now, having joined the Reincarnation Academy, even as a miscellaneous disciple, he could disregard the rules and laws of the Sun and Moon dynasty. Yi Han was so engrossed that he lost track of time, reading for 3 whole hours until he had nearly finished the secret record of the Void. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone knocking at the door. Chapter 17, The Demon Ridge. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Yi Han, taken aback, swiftly opened the courtyard gate. 3 disciples stood before him, their cultivation levels comparable to his own, each at the 9th stage of the Gathering Yuan realm. Who might you be? Yi Han inquired with curiosity. I am Nia Yuan, this is Zhao Jian, and he is He Qingfeng. The disciple identifying himself as Nia Yuan smiled at Yi Han. May I ask how you are addressed? Yi Han, he replied, somewhat perplexed. Yi Han. We have decided to venture out for some training. Would you care to join us? Nia Yuan stated directly, revealing their purpose. Training? Where to? Yi Han asked, intrigued. He had not anticipated being approached for such an endeavor so soon after arriving at the Reincarnation Academy. The Demon Ridge. Nia Yuan's face lit up with anticipation. If we pool our strengths, we have the capability to embark on an adventure there. Moreover, the Academy has released a new mission, offering a reward of over 2,000 yuan chi pills for its completion. The Demon Ridge? Surely, such a place is beyond our reach, Yi Han remarked, recalling the dangers associated with it. The Demon Ridge, located in the northern part of the Sun and Moon Empire, was infested with demonic beasts, including many formidable 2nd and 3rd tier creatures, and even more terrifying entities. A notable feature was the Great Canyon of Demons, a subterranean lair for malevolent beings, posing extreme peril. Images of the Demon Ridge flooded Yi Han's mind, as he recalled the descriptions from the Taishu secret record. It bore similarities to the Cold Abyss mine. Yet the dangers therein far exceeded those of the latter by countless magnitudes. Though it was a coveted training ground for martial artists, the level of danger greatly depended on one's cultivation realm. To accompany these miscellaneous disciples at the Gathering Yuan stage into such a perilous locale would indeed be a matter of life and death. Fear not, Yi Han. We will remain on the outskirts of the Demon Ridge, where danger is minimal, Nia Yuan reassured him eagerly. We have thoroughly prepared for this expedition, and with your presence, we are confident of successfully completing the task. We can return promptly and, with a stroke of luck, gather some precious herbs and treasures to exchange for even more yuan chi pills. What is the task? Yi Han inquired coolly, withholding his immediate agreement. It is a mission issued by the Hall of 10,000 Medicines. They require the gallbladders of 20 great earth bears for alchemical purposes. Offering 2,000 yuan chi pills as a reward, Nia Yuan explained. The gallbladders of great earth bears? Yi Han pondered for 10 breaths before responding, very well. I shall accompany you on this mission. The great earth bear was a 3rd or 4th tier beast, primarily residing on the periphery of the Demon Ridge. A third-tier Great Earth Bear could rival the combat prowess of someone at the 9th stage of Gathering Yuan, or even a practitioner of the Divine Power realm. With the emergence of a new divine bone within him, marking the preliminary awakening of the eternal undying dragon body, Yihan was eager to test his current strength. After a brief discussion, the four set off. Upon arriving behind the divine power peak, Yihan was struck by the sight of an expansive area teeming with prized mounts, including lion blood horses, wind-piercing steeds, and divine shadow leopards.
The Academy's provisions were commendable.
Even miscellaneous disciples could embark on training excursions by surrendering 3 yuan chi pills for the use of a mount. However, the weak were not entitled to enjoy further benefits. In contrast to the outer sect, inner sect, and true disciples who received annual benefits, miscellaneous disciples had to strive for their own resources.
Soon,
4 lion blood horses were led out, carrying Yihan and his companions swiftly away from the Reincarnation Academy. After half a day of travel, they finally arrived at their destination, the Demon Ridge. The dark, craggy mountains loomed ominously, creating an oppressive atmosphere that left one breathless. Standing before the Demon Ridge, the four felt insignificantly small. The expanse of the ridge was unfathomable, and even before entering, they could hear the roars of numerous demonic beasts and feel the earth tremble violently from distant battles between formidable creatures. Rest assured, brothers. The Demon Ridge lies within the territory of the Sun and Moon Empire and is relatively close to our academy. Many senior brothers and sisters frequently train here. And should any danger arise, they can signal for assistance, Niayuan proclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Niayuan was correct. While the Demon Ridge presented undeniable dangers, it was not so lethal that mere entry would result in death. Otherwise, who would dare venture here? Yihan. You need not worry. Niayuan encouraged, turning his gaze toward him. In the blink of an eye, the four plunged into the depths of the Demon Ridge. After traversing nearly 1,000 meters, they exchanged glances, their expressions shifting drastically as they beheld the scene before them. Lying on the ground were several skeletal remains, desiccated corpses devoid of flesh, leaving only broken bones. Nearby, bloodstained garments suggested that these bodies had perished no more than 3 days prior. The once vibrant and jovial Niayuan and his companions fell into a profound silence, the sight sending shivers down their spines. Perhaps they were devoured by demonic beasts after death. There is no need for concern, Niayuan finally spoke, attempting to soothe their apprehension. He did not wish for their newly embarked journey to end in retreat. Yihan furrowed his brow, crouching down to scrutinize the remains, then closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. Demons! He exclaimed suddenly, 5 demonic presences are nearby. He swiftly turned to Niayuan. I have perused the Taishu secret record and learned that while demons roam the ridge, they primarily inhabit areas near the Great Canyon of Demons, and are not typically found at the fringes. Be cautious. With a forced smile, He Qingfeng remarked, Brother, are you jesting? How could you possibly know that they were slain by demons rather than consumed by beasts after death? Beasts do not leave such clean remains. And these bones are stained with demonic blood, infused with the aura of a divine power realm demon, Yihan stated calmly. Despite their youth, Yihan's survival experience far exceeded that of his companions. He had spent considerable time in the cold abyss mine, even witnessing 2 disciples from the Flame Sun Academy being devoured alive by subterranean demons. Demonic beasts were fearsome, yet demons were far more terrifying. Most low-tier demonic beasts acted on primal instincts, making them relatively straightforward to confront, whereas subterranean demons possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Humans, perish! In an instant, 5 demonic figures appeared, their savage voices echoing ominously. Yihan turned, immediately on guard. It was as though his suspicions had materialized. Having sensed something amiss with the corpses, he was not surprised to encounter demons, matching his earlier estimation of their numbers perfectly. Chapter 18, The Demon Lords of Divine Power. 5 demon lords, their coordination impeccable, descended upon Yihan and his companions in the blink of an eye. In their hands materialized weapons, treasures seized from human warriors. Yuan Ling Sword Technique. Niayuan was the first to strike. Serpent Shadow Sword Technique. Vast Palm. Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng followed suit in an instant. The trio had evidently prepared for this moment, their reactions swift amidst the chaos.
Yet, in mere moments,
disaster struck. Nie Yuan's sword shattered with a resounding crack, the formidable force of a demon lord sending him sprawling several meters away. Zhao Yijian's blade met the fist of another demon lord, only to find that the demon remained unscathed, merely leaving a shallow mark.
In the same instant of confrontation,
Zhao Yijian faltered, groaning in pain as he retreated. He Qingfeng fared even worse, his punch met with a powerful counter from a demon. Blood already trickling from his mouth as he staggered back.
What?
The three were horrified, a palpable sense of dread washing over them.
Especially Nie Yuan, whose frustrations mounted as his sword lay in ruins. Without a weapon, how could they continue the fight? Fresh blood, death. Simultaneously, two demon lords lunged toward Yihan,
sensing that his vitality was the most robust. For these underground demons, hunting warriors was a means to feast upon their flesh and blood to enhance their own strength.
Boom! Boom! Yihan unleashed his fists, fierce and unyielding, his energy overwhelming. The first strike of the tiger leopard thunder fist erupted, its power surging forth. After a flurry of two punches, the two enraged demon lords howled in agony, their arm bones shattering. Nie Yuan, retreat!
Yihan surged to the front, delivering a powerful blow that sent the demon lord wielding a sword howling in pain. His fist crashed against the sword,
transmitting a colossal force that caused the demon to lose grip of its weapon. Damn it!
The demon shrieked, its voice piercing and filled with malice.
Die!
Yihan's second punch struck like lightning, blood erupting from the demon's chest, nearly shattering its heart. The demon collapsed to the ground,
its vengeful gaze fixed upon Yihan, yet it was powerless to retaliate.
Casting a glance at the fallen foes, Yihan swiftly darted forward. Moving with the grace of a dragon, and in mere breaths, he rescued Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng. Within a span of less than 100 breaths, nearly all 5 demon lords lay defeated, their faces etched with terror. Seizing the moment, Nie Yuan and the others swiftly executed their attacks, ensuring all demons were slain, leaving no future threats. Exhaling a deep breath, Nie Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the trio gazed at Yihan in astonishment.
Who would have imagined that Yihan possessed such formidable strength?
Nie Yuan felt a lingering fear but also a profound joy.
With such a powerful ally, vanquishing the earth-bursting bear would undoubtedly be simpler.
He Qingfeng expressed gratitude, saying, "Yihan, we owe you a great debt this time." It was unimaginable how fierce these demons were.
It is of no consequence, Yihan replied, shaking his head.
Your martial skills are commendable, yet your physical prowess needs improvement. The demon lords are akin to beasts, possessing tremendous vitality and strength. It is wiser to engage them using martial techniques rather than direct confrontation. The disparity between Nie Yuan's trio and the 5 demon lords was not insurmountable, it merely stemmed from a lack of combat experience.
However,
the path of martial arts is one of continual growth and self-improvement, which is entirely normal. Yihan felt satisfaction in his own prowess,
having just dispatched a demon lord of the first realm of divine power with overwhelming ease.
It seemed that since awakening the eternal unyielding dragon body, his overall physical capabilities had indeed soared. Though currently at the 9th level of energy gathering, Yihan had developed sufficient confidence to defeat opponents of that caliber. Had Li Kai survived and dared to act recklessly before him, Yihan believed he could dispatch him within 30 breaths. Yihan approached and picked up the demon lord's discarded sword. Nie Yuan, your sword is broken, you may use this one henceforth.
Without a weapon,
one would be in grave danger within the demon ridge. Not everyone possessed the eternal unyielding dragon body like him, capable of facing beasts and demons head-on.
This sword?
It is a high-grade human weapon, far too precious for me to accept, Nie Yuan immediately protested. Having witnessed Nie Yuan's sword shatter at the hands of the demon's high-grade weapon, he understood its worth was significantly greater than mere medicinal pills, valuing it at least tens of thousands of energy pills. Even among outer sect disciples, high-grade human weapons were considered treasures of great worth.
Do not be modest.
Also, He Qingfeng, you should keep the demon core from that demon lord, Yihan instructed. He then turned to Zhao Yijian, about to speak. But Zhao Yijian interjected with a wry smile, Yihan, no need for further words. Since we 4 came together, we share both fortune and peril. One of us lost a weapon while another was injured, compensation is only fair.
Agreed. Yihan replied, his gaze softening.
Though they were all mere servant disciples of lower status, their youthful vigor and earnestness fostered a refreshing camaraderie, particularly with Nie Yuan. They shared a bond of honesty, devoid of ulterior motives. This sense of ease in human interaction was a rare experience for Yi Han. Soon, He Qingfeng extracted the demon core from the demon lord. The demon lords were a mutated species from ancient times. Upon reaching the realm of divine power, they bore cores within them, akin to the beast cores found in ferocious beasts, capable of being refined by humans. It was said that cores from particularly powerful demon lords might even contain the techniques of their kind, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Yi Han, you contributed the most in this battle. He Qingfeng extended the core toward him. This ordinary demon core holds no value for me. Yi Han firmly shook his head. His cultivation, the Nine Heavens Dragon Control Technique, allowed him to absorb the celestial energies of the world at a rate far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. The power he could cultivate in mere moments surpassed what this single demon core could offer. After a brief respite, the group set off once more in search of the earth-bursting bear. According to the research conducted by Nie Yuan and the others, the bear likely resided within a 3-kilometer radius of the Demon Ridge, indicating they were close. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Are there any brothers or sisters from the Reincarnation Academy? Suddenly, a voice filled with terror and desperation echoed through the forest, accompanied by a strong scent of blood. Someone is calling for help? Nie Yuan hurriedly dashed toward the source of the voice. Wait! Yi Han cautioned, eyeing Nie Yuan. Are you courting death? Brother? The one calling for help is a disciple of our Reincarnation Academy. Nie Yuan replied urgently. Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng exchanged glances. Intrigued but no longer as impulsive as before, looking to Yi Han for his decision. This is the Demon Ridge, where life and death are unpredictable. The decision to rescue someone must consider our own strength, Yi Han replied, shaking his head. We, as warriors, cannot stand idly by in the face of death. Nie Yuan declared resolutely as he charged forward, emboldened by his newly acquired high-grade weapon. Let us go. Yi Han sighed and, along with Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng, followed in pursuit. Traversing through the forest for merely 500 meters, they found the area stained with blood, the battle fierce. A myriad of demon corpses lay scattered across the ground, while 8 formidable demons relentlessly besieged a man and a woman, both of whom appeared to be outer disciples of the Reincarnation Academy. Senior brother, save me! The woman cried out in anguish, her shoulder stained with blood, nearly torn asunder by the demons. The male disciple bellowed fiercely, thrusting his sword at the critical moment, rescuing the woman from imminent peril. Alas, in that fleeting instant, the tide of battle shifted. Surrounded by 8 demons, the man's focus faltered, and he was brutally struck in the back by one of the fiends, staggering to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. What should we do, Senior Brother Ouyang? I don't want to die. The female disciple, overwhelmed with despair, wept profusely. Help! Help me! The fallen man's face was etched with hopelessness. Kill! A voice pierced the chaos. Nie Yuan charged forward, unleashing his sword at a critical juncture. The demon that continued to assault the man lost its arm with a sickening crack. Die, vile beast! Nie Yuan cried, delivering another lethal strike. The demon's blood gushed forth as Nie Yuan's blade pierced its body, delivering a fatal blow. Compared to the nearly exhausted demons, Nie Yuan surged forward with overwhelming ferocity and power. With a swift motion, he withdrew his sword, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Ah! What are you doing? The female disciple shrieked, splattered with blood, glaring at Nie Yuan. Did you not see? Ah, my apologies, Nie Yuan replied sheepishly, hastening toward another demon. Yi Han and the others joined the fray, and within moments, the 8 demons lay vanquished. Though these demons were indeed formidable, their energies had been severely depleted, otherwise Nie Yuan alone would have struggled to defeat even one of them. With the 8 demons slain, the 2 rescued disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had returned from the very edge of hell. May I inquire your names, Senior Brother and Senior Sister? Nie Yuan asked with a smile, wiping the blood from his sword. I am Nie Yuan, and they are. Senior Brother, look. This filthy servant has splattered blood all over me.
The woman interrupted,
her voice rising. The man lying on the ground gasped for breath, slightly shaking his head in a gesture.
Junior sister, do you have any blood essence pills?
Yes.
Senior brother Ouyang.
The woman hurriedly produced a crystal vial, pouring out a round, blood-red pill. Upon swallowing the pill, the man immediately sat down to recuperate, his waning strength gradually returning. Meanwhile, Nie Yuan stood in silence, feeling somewhat awkward, experiencing this peculiar situation for the first time.
We should take our leave, Nie Yuan,
Yi Han said, casting a glance at the two.
Oh, right.
Nie Yuan turned to depart.
Wait. At that moment, the man finally responded to Nie Yuan. Your name is Nie Yuan?
Indeed, I am Nie Yuan, a servant disciple of the academy. They are Yi Han, He Qingfeng, and Zhao Jin, all of whom have recently joined the academy and are here on a mission, Nie Yuan replied promptly. The man's face softened with a gentle smile.
I am Ouyang Zhang, and this is Zhou Feng. Remember our names.
I shall remember, senior brother Ouyang, Nie Yuan finally relaxed.
Kneel and apologize.
At this moment, the man,
identifying himself as Ouyang Zhang, slowly rose, suddenly uttering 4 words. What?
Nie Yuan stood in shock, bewildered. Senior brother, that sword seems to be a high-grade human weapon.
Zhou Feng nestled close to Ouyang Zhang.
You should relinquish that sword as an apology to junior sister Zhou. Ouyang Zhang cast a glance at Nie Yuan's sword.
Nie Yuan's expression froze in disbelief as he looked at Ouyang Zhang. Senior brother Ouyang, why should I apologize?
We just saved you.
Filthy servant. You splattered blood all over me. How will I ever wash it off within half a month?
Zhou Feng's voice was sharp and filled with disdain.
I said it was unintentional. Nie Yuan protested. Slap.
A resounding slap echoed as Nie Yuan staggered back 2 steps, half of his face burning and swollen.
Filthy servant, do you dare to retort? Zhou Feng glared at Nie Yuan. You struck me?
Nie Yuan stared at Zhou Feng in disbelief.
Junior sister hit you.
And you sullied her hands. Consider it your fortune, you insolent fool.
Now kneel and apologize. Ouyang Zhang sneered, stepping forward, emanating a powerful aura of divine energy.
Nie Yuan's expression altered drastically as an invisible pressure descended upon him, more a mental torment than physical.
3 levels of divine energy.
Such a person was a force to be reckoned with among the outer disciples. 100 Nie Yuans would be no match for him, and he dared not provoke him.
Senior brother Ouyang, senior sister Zhou, Nie Yuan did not mean any harm.
Indeed, we are all disciples of the Reincarnation Academy.
Let him apologize.
There is no need for him to kneel, He Qingfeng and Zhao Jian quickly interjected, supporting Nie Yuan's shoulders, offering both comfort and a warning. Ouyang Zhang's 3 levels of divine energy placed him among the elite, not someone these newly initiated servant disciples could afford to offend. Refusing to kneel and apologize means you 4 worthless servants shall join these corpses in eternal slumber.
Ouyang Zhang's gaze was as piercing as lightning, instilling fear. Die!
Yi Han roared, his voice resonating like a dragon's roar, deafening and furious. He could no longer contain himself.
Boom, boom, boom.
A flurry of fists rained down, fierce and unrelenting. In mere moments, Yi Han unleashed at least a dozen strikes, and with the final blow, Ouyang Zhang howled in agony,
writhing on the ground.
His chest felt as if it would explode, his heart splintered and deprived of blood, unable to muster even a shred of energy.
You dare to take advantage of me? This is a grave offense against the academy, worthless servant, you dare to strike at me? Ouyang Zhang roared in furious agony. Take advantage? Allow me to do so once more.
Yi Han stepped forward, delivering a thunderous punch that landed squarely in Ouyang Zhang's incredulous gaze.
Bang! Ouyang Zhang's heart shattered, and he perished on the spot. What use is 3 levels of divine energy?
You dare to be arrogant before fully recovering, elsewhere, that might suffice. But in this demon ridge, even the head of the Reincarnation Academy would be powerless. The others stood in stunned disbelief,
utterly taken aback by Yi Han's sudden act of violence. What now, shall I conclude this? Yi Han cast a nonchalant glance at Zhou Feng. With Ouyang Zhang dead,
Zhou Feng was of no consequence, merely a paltry figure barely reaching the divine energy realm. Even uninjured, she would not command his respect.
I beg you, brother Yihan. Spare my life. Ouyang Zhang was a fool, but I am different. I can be of use to you, I will serve you faithfully, whatever you desire. I will be yours, just please spare me. Zhou Feng pleaded, kneeling in desperation. Disgusted, Yihan took a few steps back, turning to the visibly distressed Nie Yuan. Brother, it is your decision whether this woman lives or dies. One must learn to grow and bear the consequences of one's choices. How Nie Yuan chose to act was his own affair. However, in Yihan's eyes, Zhou Feng's fate was already sealed. Chapter 20, The Earth Brutal Bear Nie Yuan. I implore you, spare me. Zhou Feng knelt hurriedly before Nie Yuan, her eyes filled with a pitiful plea. I harbor no enmity towards you, I even saved your life. Why must you? Before she could finish, Zhao Yijin, standing beside Yihan, suddenly stepped forward, thrusting his sword. A crimson stream erupted from Zhou Feng's neck, her face frozen in disbelief. Her vitality waned abruptly, extinguishing within mere breaths. Her wide eyes staring blankly as she collapsed, unable to close them even in death. Nie Yuan, what are you still hesitating for? Zhao Yijin's voice thundered after Zhou Feng's demise, striking like a bolt from the blue. The sound jolted Nie Yuan from his indecision. And he gazed at Zhou Feng's lifeless form, his expression shifting tumultuously. Dead? A disciple of the divine power realm has fallen before me in such a manner. This wretched woman never regarded us as equals, do you still not comprehend? Do not forget, we are but lowly servant disciples, feeble within the academy. Easily crushed underfoot by anyone who chooses to. Zhao Yijin looked down at the corpse. Do you truly believe Zhou Feng would not seek revenge upon her return? I understand, but this is a matter of two lives. Nie Yuan's complexion paled. Their lives are valued, while ours are not. Zhao Yijin stared intently at Nie Yuan. Enough! Yihan interjected, death has occurred, let us bury them to avoid further calamity and scrutiny. The three silently nodded, swiftly burying Ouyang Zhang and Zhou Feng. Brother Yihan, I. Nie Yuan approached Yihan, faltering as guilt washed over him. I should not have attempted to rescue them. No. You were right to save them. Yihan regarded Nie Yuan calmly, remember, kindness is innate, while goodwill is a choice. Nie Yuan stood there, deep in thought, contemplating Yihan's words. Meanwhile, Yihan began to sift through the numerous demon corpses scattered on the ground, alongside Zhao Yijin and He Qingfeng, extracting demon cores from each. The demons that perished here were at least of the first level of divine power, each possessing a demon core within. The group collectively unearthed 23 demon cores. A considerable fortune. Had Ouyang Zhang and Zhou Feng not slain a considerable number of demons beforehand, even the four of them combined would have found it impossible to vanquish so many powerful foes. As He Qingfeng and Zhao Yijin prepared to hand over the collected demon cores, Yihan remarked, let us gather these cores together and exchange them for vitality pills upon our return to the academy. Then we shall share them equally among us. Agreed. The others nodded in unison, their gazes turning towards Yihan. The fate of Ouyang Zhang and Zhou Feng served as a harsh lesson, prompting Nie Yuan and the others to place their trust wholly in Yihan. They were not foolish. Having discerned that Yihan's survival experience in the Demon Ridge far surpassed their own. Furthermore, Yihan's strength was formidable. Capable of defeating a master of divine power, even if that victory stemmed from Ouyang Zhang's prior injuries and the element of surprise. Clearly, following Yihan would lead to smoother endeavors ahead. Let us proceed in search of the Earth Brutal Bear. According to the map, we should be nearing our destination. Yihan took the lead, naturally guiding the three along. Roar! Ahead, amidst the thicket, a deep, guttural roar reverberated. In an instant, Yihan and the others beheld 5 Earth Brutal Bears prowling the jungle, mercilessly tearing apart some unfortunate beast and feasting upon its remains. We must evade them. He Qingfeng, having sensed the danger, urged urgently. Earth Brutal Bears are exceedingly ferocious creatures, possessing immense physical strength. The ones before them were all third-tier bears, comparable to masters of the second level of divine power. While hunting a solitary second-tier bear might be feasible, facing this pack would undoubtedly spell doom. Too late. Yihan declared, stepping forward resolutely.
These beasts, accustomed to the jungle, possess acute senses and would detect even the slightest disturbance.
As he moved,
the 5 earth brutal bears charged towards them, driven by a bloodlust that was palpable.
With gritted teeth, Nya Yuan and the others joined the fray. "We cannot simply perish here, let us fight," Nya Yuan exclaimed defiantly. "Indeed, let us strike together and kill." Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng echoed, their spirits ignited.
Only upon arriving at the Demon Ridge did Nya Yuan and his companions truly comprehend the futility of their earlier preparations.
To claim they had no regrets would be false.
The notion that they could effortlessly hunt down a lone second-tier earth brutal bear or stumble upon rare herbs aged 10 or 20 years to exchange for vitality pills was nothing but a naive fantasy.
Yet having come this far, retreating to the academy was not an option. Boom!
Ahead, Yihan collided with a single earth brutal bear. This was a third-tier bear, its vitality astounding and strength boundless, capable of shattering a centuries-old tree with a single blow, something no ordinary person would dare confront directly. The best strategy was, of course, to utilize agile techniques to wear it down, targeting its weaknesses until it succumbed.
However, Yihan was different. His approach was fundamentally straightforward, sheer force.
Each punch he unleashed seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, his technique now remarkably refined. The 8 Extremes Explosive Fist and the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist flowed seamlessly from his hands, a relentless barrage that collided with the bear for what felt like an eternity.
In a moment of heightened vigor, Yihan unleashed a new technique. Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, second strike, wind sweeps the clouds. This technique, gifted to him by Mo Qingru, had finally been mastered.
The punch, supported by overwhelming force, was executed with astonishing speed, 10-fold faster than before.
The once clumsy earth brutal bear now appeared bewildered,
unable to fathom how to counter Yihan's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Yihan struck directly between the bear's eyes.
Blood erupted,
and the earth brutal bear convulsed before crashing to the ground, stripped of its fighting spirit.
Again!
Yihan roared with exhilaration, pivoting to charge at the second bear. Confronting a creature that matched the first level of divine power, Yihan was now capable of obliterating it through sheer force. Even stronger foes would struggle against the sustained energy he cultivated through the 9 Heavens Dragon Sovereign technique, allowing him to dispatch them decisively.
Such combat exhilarated Yihan.
As he felt his vitality surge, his blood flowing vigorously, and his very essence revitalized. More importantly, his body, tempered by the essence of the 5-clawed golden dragon, exhibited remarkable resilience. Once he ascended to the divine power realm, he would unleash the true might of the eternal unyielding dragon body,
hastening the transformation of his second bone into a divine bone.
Indeed, while most only required a single bone's transformation to manifest a divine body, imperial body, or battle body, the eternal unyielding dragon body was distinct. The emergence of a divine bone was merely the first step. In the future, every bone within his body, including the vital organs,
would undergo transformation, acquiring divine attributes to perfect his dragon form. On the day the eternal unyielding dragon body reaches its zenith,
he would embody a true dragon in human form, capable of annihilating celestial dragons and piercing the very heavens and stars.
Chapter 21, The eruption of the demon tide. The battle in the forest was fierce.
Nya Yuan and his companions struggled to slay a third-tier Earthstorm bear.
At that moment,
they turned back and were rendered speechless. Not far from them, Yihan was calmly wiping the blood from his hands and adjusting his attire,
while 4 bodies of Earthstorm bears lay lifeless on the ground. "Are you a monster?" He Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim. "Is this something a mere human can accomplish?" After our arduous effort to hunt down one Earthstorm bear and pondering how to escape this calamity, you have effortlessly slain the remaining 4? Divine Power Realm combat prowess. Yihan, you possess the strength of the Divine Power Realm? How could such an extraordinary genius be among us, the auxiliary disciples? After a moment of silence, Nya Yuan suddenly spoke. "I am not a genius." Yihan shook his head.
True geniuses can gather energy at the age of 12 or 13,
reaching the 8th or 9th level.
By the time one reaches my age, they should have already entered the Divine Power Realm. There are individuals among the outer disciples of the Reincarnation Academy who possess such talent.
Isn't that still genius?
He Qingfeng looked at Yihan with a peculiar expression, implying that he should not be so modest.
The records of the Taishu Secret Tome mention that Feng Wuliang reached the 9th level of energy gathering at 12. And by 16, he attained the 8th level of the Divine Power Realm. Even among the outer disciples, there are some geniuses of a similar age. Yi Han replied. Enough talk. Let us extract the bear gallbladders and continue our search for the Earthstorm bears. The 5 gallbladders were swiftly collected. And the group pressed on through the mountain ridges. Another corpse? After a short while, the group stared in astonishment at the ground before them. They saw the body of a disciple clad in the garb of the Reincarnation Academy, lying there in a shocking state, appearing to have died no more than 2 or 3 days prior. Nearby were other bodies, but they did not seem to have been killed by each other. Their deaths were tragic, with even parts of their flesh missing. They were hunted by demons. Yi Han gazed into the distance, where several demon corpses lay. Wait a moment. Nya Yuan said. While there are indeed many demons in the Demon Beast Ridge, they primarily inhabit the depths of the Demon Beast Gorge. It is almost impossible to find their traces on the periphery. Indeed, Zhao Yijian added. As far as I know, when we came here to hunt beasts and demons, those demons, despite their brutality, would not dare to venture to the outskirts. This is quite strange, Yi Han mused. We have not been in the Demon Beast Ridge for long, yet we have already encountered dozens of demons, both living and dead? Never mind that. Let us focus on our task. 20 Earthstorm bears should be easy to handle. Yi Han felt a clear understanding of his strength, not merely blind confidence. In the half-day that followed, their gains were beyond imagination. They continuously hunted down over 20 Earthstorm bears, along with several other second and third-tier demon beasts. The number of demon beasts exceeded what Nya Yuan and the others had anticipated by tenfold. What was expected to take 3 or 4 days to complete was now rapidly concluded, along with additional spoils. Of course, this was largely due to Yi Han's formidable strength. Otherwise, ordinary auxiliary disciples would find it exceedingly difficult to survive in such an environment. Even Divine Power Realm outer disciples would struggle. Shall we return? Zhao Yijian suggested calmly. Yes. Yi Han nodded in agreement. He felt an ominous premonition. During their previous hunts, he sensed a terrifying aura, at least a 5th or 6th tier demon beast. Training is one thing, but seeking death is foolish, Yi Han thought. He did not wish to linger. The Demon Beast Ridge felt off. A chilling howl erupted from the depths of the forest amidst their conversation. The sound was chaotic, filled with demons, beasts, and seemingly human warriors. Bang! 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 In a daze, the ground trembled, as if countless ancient beasts were stampeding. What is happening? Yi Han's expression changed as he climbed a massive tree, his eyes widening at the sight of a dark mass of figures racing toward them. A multitude of beasts and demons were engaged in a fierce battle. Yi Han estimated that there were at least thousands. In the forefront, several young warriors were fleeing. Fools, Yi Han muttered under his breath. It was evident that these warriors had provoked a horde of demon beasts, alongside the bloodthirsty demons, resulting in chaos. The demons were pursuing the beasts, while the beasts, driven mad, sought to devour the group of warriors. If they had fled separately, it might have been manageable, but this group of fools was huddling together, running in the same direction. Wasn't that akin to courting death? Run! Yi Han leaped down from the tree, leading Ye Yuan and the others in a dash toward the outskirts of the Demon Beast Ridge. Damn it, this must be the Demon Tide. How could we be so unfortunate? Nya Yuan gritted his teeth. The Demon Tide? Yi Han was startled, immediately recalling what was mentioned in the Taishu Secret Tome. The reproductive rate of the underground demons was astonishing. Whenever a large number of demons proliferated, famine would ensue, compelling them to erupt and hunt beasts and humans alike. This was the so-called Demon Tide. When the Demon Tide emerged, disaster would follow. Fortunately, this was the Demon Beast Ridge, rich in demon beasts, but it would still lead to widespread chaos throughout the region. No wonder the demons were acting so frantically. The Demon Beast Ridge was vast and unfathomable. Thankfully, due to their limited cultivation levels, the group did not dare to venture deep, allowing them to move swiftly toward safety. Boom! As they fled, a violent tremor erupted ahead. Trees in the forest crashed to the ground, and a massive shadow, akin to a hill, blocked their path. Ice Frost Saber-Toothed Tiger? Nie Yuan's despair was palpable. A fifth-tier beast.
A fifth-tier beast was at least comparable to a martial artist at the third level of divine power, capable of turning Nie Yuan and his companions into pulp with a single swipe. Fortunately, this ice frost saber-toothed tiger appeared to be in distress. A 30-centimeter gash on its chest oozing blood. The creature writhed in rage, its claws flailing wildly, wreaking havoc in its surroundings.
You three, go! Yi Han commanded urgently. No! We will stand together. Although Nie Yuan was despondent, his blood surged with determination. Roar!
The ice frost saber-toothed tiger let out a deafening roar. Its bronze-like eyes locking onto the group, its massive body lunging forward, claws extended, wind howling.
With a swift kick, Yi Han propelled Nie Yuan several meters away to safety.
Then leaped aside just in time. The ground where he had stood cracked open, leaving a conspicuous deep pit.
Have you any sense at all?
Yi Han unleashed a surge of energy, roaring at the ice frost saber-toothed tiger to divert its attention, his voice booming, Zhaoijin, Yi Qingfeng, take him and flee.
Don't drag me down. Brother Yi Han, we will wait for your return.
Zhaoijin and the others exchanged complex glances, tears welling in their eyes. As they clung to Nie Yuan's arm, the enormous claws slashed through the air once more, and Yi Han had no time to respond. He darted into the nearby thicket, luring the ice frost saber-toothed tiger away. In an instant, both man and beast vanished from Nie Yuan and the other sight.
Chapter 22, Yi Zhishuan's reappearance. What a stroke of misfortune!
Yi Han traversed through the dense jungle, cursing inwardly. A fifth-tier beast, a formidable entity on par with a triple-level practitioner of divine power, should not have manifested at the outskirts of the Demon Beast Ridge.
How could it have appeared at such a moment?
The crux of the matter was that this creature had fixated solely on him, the one with the strongest vitality.
Otherwise,
Yi Han would not have risked his life to save Nie Yuan and the others. He was not so noble.
Roar!
The ferocious roar of the frost saber-toothed tiger echoed repeatedly, growing increasingly violent. The wound on its chest expanded under the relentless pursuit, blood gushing forth,
staining its scales and fur.
Yi Han speculated that once this creature had bled itself dry, it would surely collapse. Direct confrontation was impossible unless he ascended to the divine power realm at that very moment. Yi Han had no desire to perish. A swipe from the frost saber-toothed tiger was more terrifying than the techniques of some experts in the divine power realm. Fortunately, the beast's overwhelming presence reverberated through the mountains,
intimidating all creatures around.
As it hunted him down, every beast and demon retreated in fear, sparing Yi Han from considerable trouble.
Swoosh! Suddenly,
a piercing sword aura descended from the heavens. The ground was stained red, and a mournful roar erupted behind Yi Han as the frost saber-toothed tiger, which had been relentlessly pursuing him, abruptly halted its advance and collapsed with a thud. He witnessed the massive body of the tiger rolling a short distance away,
its desperate and resentful roar fading rapidly as its life force dwindled at an astonishing pace.
What a powerful strike! Yi Han was astonished, unaware of who had intervened. One sword stroke had nearly annihilated the frost saber-toothed tiger.
Brother Luo, your strike is truly formidable.
The core of this fifth-tier beast is exceptionally precious.
A gentle voice echoed from above.
This core is nothing. Deeper within the Demon Beast Ridge, one can find cores of 6th and 7th tier beasts. Another male voice chimed in. This wretched creature has reached the 5th tier and is present at the periphery. It seems the tide of demons in the Demon Beast Ridge has completely erupted. These voices reached Yi Han's ears, causing his body to tremble momentarily,
his gaze becoming extraordinarily complex. He looked skyward to see a sky-blue cloud leopard soaring majestically, suspended in the air. Upon its back stood a man and a woman.
A chilling glint flashed in Yi Han's eyes as he fixated intensely on them.
Yi Zhishuan, Luo Tianzheng. These two despicable individuals. How did they arrive here?
Time had passed, and Yi Zhishuan, clad in flowing garments, emanated an unprecedented noble aura, as if she had undergone a complete transformation.
She was a stark contrast to the Yi Zhishuan from their days in Yen City. Crack! Crack!
Yi Han clenched his fists tightly, his bones creaking ominously.
In that moment, his fury and murderous intent surged to a peak.
As long as Yi Zhishuan lived, Yi Han's heart would remain unsettled, his thoughts in turmoil. Before Yi Zhixuan had stolen the battle bone, the teenage Yihan had never imagined that someone could be so malicious, so heartless. Even raising a dog for over a decade should foster some bond, yet when Yi Zhixuan had taken the battle bone and ruthlessly crippled his vitality, she had shown no hesitation whatsoever. A powerful impulse surged within him, compelling Yihan to act immediately.
To tear Yi Zhixuan and Luo Tianzheng from the sky and crush them beneath his feet. But just as his killing intent soared, Yihan suddenly regained his composure. Presently,
even if Yi Zhixuan had entered the divine power realm, Yihan felt no fear.
However, Luo Tianzheng was different.
This man could slay a 5th-tier beast with a single sword stroke, his true level at least in the 7th tier of divine power.
Back in Yen City,
Yihan had no direct experience with practitioners of divine power. To him, they were untouchable beings. But now he understood the vast chasm between a 1st or 2nd tier practitioner and one at the 7th or 8th tier. Each tier gained represented a terrifying enhancement in combat prowess. But to act recklessly now would mean facing death without understanding how it came. Yihan's expression shifted as he cast a fierce glance at the two before retreating deep into the jungle, seeking to escape.
Yihan? At that moment,
Yi Zhixuan's voice resonated throughout the expanse. A profound hatred and murderous intent suddenly manifested on her seemingly radiant face. Luo Tianzheng was about to guide the cloud leopard away when he heard Yi Zhixuan's words, his gaze sharpening. Initially taken aback, his expression shifted to one of disbelief.
As if he could hardly fathom that Yihan would appear in such a place alone. Is it this brat? Luo Tianzheng exclaimed in surprise.
He gained entry to the Reincarnation Academy through the qualifications of Yin-Yang Academy.
Yi Zhixuan looked down,
her eyes locking onto Yihan's figure trying to escape. I never expected that the worthless Li Kai failed to stop him.
Brother Luo, I will kill him.
As her tone shifted, her countenance fluctuated between dark and light, the aura of murderous intent beginning to spread.
The enmity between Yihan and her was unresolvable. Yet to Yi Zhixuan, Yihan was also a thorn in her side.
After all, she had taken Yihan's battle bone. Though she relied on the favor of Feng Wuliang, the son of reincarnation, few dared to speak of this matter, and even fewer knew the truth. But now that Yihan had arrived at the Reincarnation Academy, the situation was different.
Then, let the killing commence. Luo Tianzheng smiled indifferently.
His sword raised high as he unleashed a devastating strike. From such a distance, a silvery sword aura pierced through the heavens, locking onto Yihan's form. With a single stroke, it annihilated all in its path. This strike was far more formidable than the one used against the frost saber-toothed tiger. Just one blow could spell Yihan's demise.
However, Luo Tianzheng had underestimated Yihan.
In the short span of just over 10 days. Although Yihan had not entered the divine power realm like Yi Zhixuan, he was no longer the same as before. With a powerful push, Yihan unleashed a surge of vitality, propelling himself several meters away like a divine ape. In the fleeting moment as the sword aura descended, he narrowly evaded the lethal blow. Even so, the residual energy from the sword left a prominent wound on his arm, staining it with blood. The disparity in power was insurmountable.
In an instant, Yihan realized he was no match for Luo Tianzheng.
His body became elusive as he darted through the jungle.
Boom! Another sword aura descended from above.
Luo Tianzheng and Yi Zhixuan, standing atop the cloud leopard, gazed down, perfectly capturing Yihan's form. With each casual strike, the simple sword aura posed an overwhelming threat, akin to plunging into the depths of despair. Yihan was also fleeing, but previously, he had felt an absolute certainty of survival against the frost saber-toothed tiger. Yet now, facing Luo Tianzheng, Yihan felt an oppressive sense of hopelessness. As if there was no escape in this vast world, suffocating him. After narrowly dodging 3 lethal sword strikes, Yihan gritted his teeth and dashed toward the depths of the Demon Beast Ridge. He could not afford to hesitate, this was his only chance at survival. In the presence of beasts and demons, there remained a sliver of hope, but against the formidable Luo Tianzheng, Yihan had no chance of victory. Fleeing toward the exit of the Demon Beast Ridge would be akin to digging his own grave, the outcome was inevitable. Chapter 23, The Beast King's sword aura descended from the heavens, mere inches from Yihan's form. He felt the chilling sharpness tear at his back, sending a shiver through his bones. Yihan, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I shall grant you a chance to live, mocked Luo Tianzheng. perched upon the back of a flying cloud leopard, a smirk playing on his lips. He casually slashed with his sword, toying with his prey like a cat with a mouse. Should you repent in time and strike yourself 100 times before me, I might spare you. Yi Han retorted defiantly. His mind raced with countless strategies, yet they were swiftly dismissed. The disparity was insurmountable, leaving him bereft of any opportunity. The flying cloud leopard, far nobler than a blood lion steed, moved with astounding speed, unimpeded by the trees in the void above. The flying cloud leopard? A glint of realization flashed in Yi Han's eyes. Even those at the divine power realm could not traverse the skies unaided. Luo Tianzhang and Yi Zhixuan stood aloft solely due to their mount. Get down! Yi Han seized a stone weighing over 10 pounds, channeling his energy into his right arm as he locked onto the flying cloud leopard. With a fierce throw, he unleashed all his strength. The stone soared upward, relentless and powerful. In the air, the flying cloud leopard emitted a pained roar, its body trembling as a gaping wound appeared in its side. Flying? I shall make you plummet. After striking true, Yi Han glimpsed hope. He hurled a second stone, infused with ferocity, its explosive force undeniable. The cloud leopard howled in agony. Its cries mingled with rage. Yet, it was merely a beastly steed, despite its ability to soar. Its rank barely reached the third tier of demonic beasts. How could it withstand Yi Han's might? The third and fourth stones followed in swift succession, shattering against the cloud leopard's form, blood cascading down as it roared in anguish. Yi Han, cease this at once! Luo Tianjing bellowed, his body swaying precariously atop the faltering cloud leopard, on the brink of falling. Fool! Yi Han scoffed, sending another stone, laced with energy, crashing toward his foe. With that, he wasted no time and surged forward. Bang! The fifth wound appeared on the cloud leopard, and it plummeted to the ground, taking Luo Tianzhang and Yi Zhixuan with it. Like kites severed from their strings, crashing from 100 meters high. I'll kill you, Yi Han! Luo Tianzhang groaned in agony, feeling his bones threaten to splinter. Had it not been for his protective energy, several ribs would have surely shattered. Yi Zhixuan remained silent, her expression dark, eyes fixed on Yi Han's retreating form. Her fists clenched in fury. No one anticipated Yi Han would resort to such measures. A mere gathering essence realm warrior wielded such formidable strength, able to bring down the flying cloud leopard with sheer force. After a few breaths, the two exchanged glances, regaining their composure. Luo, he cannot escape, Yi Zhixuan stated, her frustration palpable. Luo Tianzhang glanced at the barely conscious cloud leopard, his expression grim. Let it be for now. With the demonic tide erupting, a ninth-tier beast king will surely emerge. We must heed Feng Shixiang's orders and pursue our fortunes. Fine, let that bastard live a little longer. Yi Zhixuan's hatred for Yi Han reached an almost unbearable intensity. It was solely due to Yi Han's continued survival, his ability to cultivate further and join the Reincarnation Academy, that fueled her animosity. In the depths of the forest, Yi Han ran several thousand meters in one breath, fists clenched tightly. Yi Zhixuan has obtained my battle bones. And with powerful figures backing her, she has entered the divine power realm. Yet, this realm holds no sway. Those who have just stepped into it are no match for me. However, Luo Tianzhang and that reincarnation scion Feng Wuliang remain persistent threats, Yi Han mused, the frustration within him intensifying. Regrettably, with Luo Tianzhang in the way, he found no opportunity to eliminate Yi Zhixuan. Just then, he was startled by the cacophony of battle echoing from all directions. He had ventured beyond the periphery, although he had evaded Luo Tianzhang's pursuit. He now found himself in yet another perilous situation. Surrounded by demonic beings and ferocious beasts, the air was thick with a feral rage, signaling a relentless struggle to the death. A glance revealed the bodies of third and fourth tier beasts strewn about. If he could seize some beast course from them, it would be a windfall. Yet, Yi Han found himself unable to act, as he was now the target of numerous vicious creatures. In their eyes, he appeared as a delectable feast. Flee! The singular thought echoed in Yi Han's mind. In the blink of an eye, a dozen ruthless demons pursued him. But Yi Han was swift and agile, vanishing without a trace. Just as he escaped, another wave of demons emerged, forcing him to flee once more. This was truly a demonic tide, not merely a beast tide. The number of demons surpassed that of the beasts, although most of them were not particularly strong. Yihan dared not engage them. Getting caught would undoubtedly spell his doom. After evading several waves of demons and beasts, he finally reached a mountaintop, a sanctuary devoid of their presence for at least 5 miles, allowing him to catch his breath. Having cultivated the 9 Heavens dragon control technique, his strength was formidable. Any other Gathering Essence realm warrior would have long succumbed to exhaustion.
Should I hide here until the demonic tide subsides? Yihan pondered. At that moment,
an inexplicable pressure enveloped him. At the edge of his vision, an enormous creature appeared, moving like a small mountain.
The Xianyin Green King Python?
Yihan stared, entranced. This ancient beast, a living relic from prehistoric times, stretched 100 meters long, at least a 9th-tier beast.
A 9th-tier beast king.
Yihan felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end.
He finally understood why this area was so eerily silent. It was the territory of a 9th-tier beast king who would dare intrude.
As silence fell, Yihan immediately prostrated himself among the underbrush, striving to remain concealed. The Xianyin Green King Python, its massive jaws agape, exhaled like a cloud of mist, its aura wild and ferocious.
As it moved, its overwhelming presence crushed everything in its path to dust.
The demonic tide raged on, and the 9th-tier beast king could no longer remain dormant.
It was drawn by the chaos beyond its territory.
As Yihan observed this scene, he heard the whoosh of wind slicing through the air.
3 snow-white cranes descended,
and from them leapt 3 figures. These 3 individuals wore distinctive robes, yet remained unfamiliar to Yihan, leaving him unable to discern their origins.
When the demonic tide and beast tide erupt, opportunities abound. If we can slay this beast, we will reap immense rewards. One of them exclaimed, excitement evident in their voice. Moreover, it appeared that more figures were approaching from outside the territory.
Fate had conspired against him.
Yihan's gaze sharpened as he recognized the approaching figures, Luo Tianzhong and Yi Zhishuan. Chapter 24, The Peerless Sword. Luo Tianzhong and Yi Zhishuan?
It was evident that they did not come to pursue him.
Although Luo Tianzhong was formidable, he lacked the ability to track someone across great distances. Were these 2 here to slay the Xianyin Qing Wang Mang? In an instant, Yihan deduced much. How intriguing! Yihan sneered coldly, though Luo Tianzhong is powerful. Does he truly possess the capability to vanquish the Xianyin Qing Wang Mang?
When it comes to true battle prowess, a 9th-tier demon beast is far more terrifying than a practitioner at the 9th level of divine power. Furthermore, demon beasts boast robust physiques and vigorous life force. The Xianyin Qing Wang Mang, being an exotic species, possesses innate abilities passed down through its bloodline, rendering its true combat strength formidable. I desire to leave.
Yet I will undoubtedly be detected. It is wiser to await the opportune moment, Yihan contemplated. This could be a splendid opportunity to deal with Luo Tianzhong. Provided his assumptions were correct, that Luo Tianzhong truly intended to slay the Xianyin Qing Wang Mang.
Even if he succeeded in slaying the beast, it would come at a heavy cost. At that moment, a fallen phoenix would be no better than a mere chicken.
Merely a piece of meat awaiting its fate on the chopping block.
As Yihan pondered these thoughts, Luo Tianzhong and Yi Zhishuan had already arrived at the forefront, encountering the 3 individuals who had arrived earlier.
Reincarnation Academy, Luo Tianzhong?
The leader among the 3 paled. Both parties were acutely aware of each other's intentions. Luo Tianzhong snorted coldly, addressing them directly, so it is the 3 from the Dragon Slayer Academy. Today, I claim the Xianyin Qing Wang Mang. You may leave. The 3 individuals wore expressions of deep concern, apprehensive of Luo Tianzhong. Luo Tianzhong, we were the ones who discovered the Xianyin Qing Wang Mang first.
Yihan,
concealed in the shadows, observed everything with surprise.
Dragon Slayer Academy.
He had not anticipated that these 3 who arrived first were disciples from one of the 3 great academies.
The Dragon Slayer Academy.
The demonic tide of the Demon Beast Ridge had erupted. For those experts above the divine power realm, it likely presented an opportunity,
as various factions would send their elite to hunt top-tier demon beasts.
Yihan recalled the formidable warriors he had seen along his journey.
If you do not depart, then
you shall die.
Luo Tianzhong's demeanor was exceedingly domineering, his sword trembling slightly in his grasp, an invisible aura bursting forth.
Despite belonging to the same three great academies, Luo Tianzhang exhibited an air of arrogance, dismissing the three from the Dragon Slayer Academy entirely.
Divine Power, 9th level.
Luo Tianzhang, I did not expect you to have reached the 9th level of divine power.
The three disciples of the Dragon Slayer Academy were filled with trepidation. The disparity between each level of divine power was immense.
Though they combined their strength, they were merely at the 6th and 7th levels of divine power,
possessing no chance against Luo Tianzhang. Roar! The confrontation between the two parties occurred in an instant, yet at that moment, the Xianing Qing Wang Mang had already arrived, locking onto Luo Tianzhang and the others.
Its piercing roar reverberated through the mountains, as its colossal tail struck down, creating a tempest that sent chaos erupting around them,
threatening to level everything in its wake.
Fortunately, Yi Han had been hiding at a distance and had not revealed any presence, thus avoiding the repercussions, though he remained alarmed.
A demon beast of such caliber could reduce Yi Han to mere fragments with a single strike. Moreover, the Xianing Qing Wang Mang,
which should not have the capacity for vocalization, was screaming, a testament to its powerful bloodline and impending transformation, making it even more fearsome than an ordinary 9th-tier demon beast. According to legend, all serpentine creatures in the divine martial continent are descendants of the dragon lineage.
Perhaps through generations of evolution, their blood and aura had diluted. But some exceptionally gifted beings, if they continue to undergo transformations, might indeed evolve from serpent to dragon. Let us retreat. The three disciples of the Dragon Slayer Academy had evidently sensed this as well. Coupled with the pressure from Luo Tianzhang, they had abandoned their intentions of slaying the Xianing Qing Wang Mang and promptly turned to leave. They possessed some trump cards and confidence. But it was unnecessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Luo Tianzhang here. Cold light sword slash. Luo Tianzhang unleashed a strike, a sword energy erupting like frost. The terrifying sword aura swept forth, spreading a chilling intent that felt as if it could freeze the very vacuum of space. Boom! In a mere exchange, the tail of the Xianing Qing Wang Mang collided with the sword energy. A fearsome backlash ensued, causing Luo Tianzhang to grunt as he was flung several dozen meters away, his complexion pale and grim. His sword energy had frozen a segment of the beast's tail. Yet the frost dissipated instantaneously, proving utterly ineffective. The creature's body was nearly indestructible, important areas had begun to form scales, indicating a tendency toward transformation. Luo Tianzhang was indeed formidable, but the gap against a 9th-tier demon beast king was glaringly apparent. Before he could react, the tail struck again. Demon beast, perish! Luo Tianzhang gritted his teeth, delivering another powerful sword strike, the chilling sword energy radiating with lethal intent. This was his ultimate move. The vacuum crackled as the sword energy was shattered upon contact. The Xianing Qing Wang Mang's attack was straightforward and decisive, relying on its overwhelming life force and physical prowess to obliterate all impediments. Bang! Luo Tianzhang's life force surged violently, his essence nearly dispersed, sustaining grievous injuries. He had evidently overestimated himself, mistaking the Xianing Qing Wang Mang for an ordinary 9th-tier demon beast king, when in reality, he was no match for the latter. A massive shadow resembling a mountain surged forth, its jaws agape, preparing to devour both Luo Tianzhang and Yi Zhishuan. Brother Feng, save me! Luo Tianzhang cried out in alarm. A jade talisman appeared in his grasp. As he infused his essence into it, beams of divine light erupted, revealing the silhouette of an extraordinarily young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, clad in a black and white battle robe. His gaze was as sharp as an unrivaled divine sword, his long hair cascading freely, embodying an air of unrestrained elegance. Beast! The young man uttered with an air of nonchalance, as the colossal Xianing Qing Wang Mang lunged to consume them. He raised his arm, extending his right middle finger as though it were a sword. With a singular strike, the brilliant sword light tore through the heavens, cleaving the air above. After that strike, the young man stood calmly, exuding an indescribable aura of pride, sanctity, and supremacy, akin to an invincible sword deity. Above and below the heavens, invincible and unmatched. This was the true depiction of the young man before them, although merely a shadow. He exuded an unparalleled presence that instilled awe. Among all the powerful beings Yi Han had encountered, none could rival this young man. If a mere shadow was so formidable, how terrifying must the true form be? Brother Feng? Could this be the reincarnation's child, Feng Wuliang? Roar!
The sword energy forcefully penetrated the maw of the Xianyin Chungwang Mang, piercing through its skull. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, accompanied by the creature's wails as its upper half plummeted to the ground, lifeless and nearing death.
In a single strike, merely a simple strike. The ninth-tier demon beast king was thus slain?
Yi Han was left in a stupor, pondering the absolute might displayed. In the distance, Yi Zhishuan gazed tenderly at the figure,
admiration blossoming in her eyes.
After that strike, the young man's form began to fade, on the verge of dissipating.
Just then,
he seemed to sense something and abruptly shifted his gaze.
Chapter 25, The Battle for the Treasure. Alas!
In this fleeting moment, Yi Han felt his spirit surge. A suffocating pressure bore down upon him, emanating from a gaze that was both disdainful and all-encompassing.
The visage was one of solemnity, interlaced with indifference and ruthlessness. Reminiscent of the legendary supreme deity, unparalleled and sovereign over the cosmos. It was as if all living beings in all existence within the universe were inconsequential in its eyes. The child of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang.
A name that rendered even the elders of the academy wary, an entity not to be trifled with. A mere glance sent waves of turmoil through Yi Han's heart, his resolve wavering, igniting an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself in reverence before that figure.
Crack! Crack! Yi Han's bones creaked as he clenched his fists tightly.
In that infinitesimal moment, a fragment of divine bone within him began to resonate, releasing a stream of clarity that liberated him from the oppressive weight on his soul. The eternal unvanquished dragon body, invincible throughout the ages. The power of this divine bone profoundly influenced Yi Han, clearing his mind and dissipating his trepidation towards that piercing gaze.
Fortunately, Yi Han remained undetected.
The formidable countenance offered no further indication, and the ethereal image gradually faded, disintegrating into nothingness.
Ahead, as the Xianyin green python succumbed to death,
Luo Tianzhang exhaled a sigh of relief, hastily consuming several pills before settling onto the ground to recuperate. While he recovered, Luo Tianzhang spoke, "Junior sister, to avoid complications,
you should directly collect the beast core."
"Very well," Yi Zhishuan replied with palpable excitement. The core of a ninth-tier beast was immensely valuable,
particularly for her current celestial flood dragon battle body, promising tremendous benefits. "Have you seen its eyes?" Luo Tianzhang inquired.
"Below the right eye, between 10 to 30 inches, lies the beast core. Additionally, its vital blood is located within the second layer of scales on its chest, approximately 30 inches deep," he elaborated.
Upon hearing this,
Yi Zhishuan swiftly produced a short blade and, braving her unspoken fear, approached the head of the Xianyin green python to strike. Approximately 50 breaths later, a fist-sized azure crystal emerged from her excavation.
The moment the azure crystal appeared, Yi Zhishuan's eyes ignited with fervor.
Simultaneously, hidden in the shadows, Yi Han's pupils constricted,
radiating a brilliant light.
Even from a distance, he felt an indescribable pull, as if the azure crystal had awakened the divine bone within him. Yi Han experienced an overwhelming impulse to charge forth and seize the beast core for himself. A ninth-tier beast core was indeed a treasure.
In terms of value,
it was worth at least hundreds of thousands of vitality pills, and no one would be foolish enough to trade such a treasure for vitality pills.
Junior sister Yi is indeed fortunate.
This Xianyin green python has surpassed the ninth tier, showing signs of transforming from a python into a flood dragon. And this beast core already harbors a trace of dragon essence, Luo Tianzhang remarked, seated on the ground, recovering his energy.
Transforming from a python into a flood dragon?
Yi Zhishuan pondered, examining the beast core in her hand.
Indeed, the transformation of pythons into flood dragons, and flood dragons into true dragons, are all part of ancient legends regarding the dragon lineage. Although true dragons are now absent, the emergence of flood dragons is still possible.
Once senior brother Feng returns to the academy, he can assist you in refining this beast core, greatly enhancing your celestial flood dragon battle body, Luo Tianzhang explained,
a hint of envy in his voice.
This ninth-tier beast core was profoundly tempting for Luo Tianzhang as well, however.
He was under Feng Wuliang's orders to assist Yi Zhishuan in hunting beasts and would not dare to claim it for himself.
Junior sister Yi, procure the vital blood, Luo Tianzhang urged, producing a crystal vial from seemingly nowhere. Yi Zhishuan accepted the vial and hurried to the chest of the Xianyin green python. carefully slicing along the seams of its scales. The blade in her hand was exceptionally sharp, cutting through flesh as if it were butter. And she soon located the reservoir of vital blood. Blood dripped and flowed, filling a good portion of the vial within moments. It was hard to fathom that such a colossal beast contained only this little vital blood. Brother Luo, what do you think? Should we hunt more beasts to acquire additional treasures? Yi Zhixuan asked eagerly after securing the 2 items. Luo Tianjing shook his head with a pained smile. I had intended to capture some 6th, 7th, and 8th tier beast cores, along with magic cores from the beast battlefield, but now, that chance has slipped away. I underestimated this creature, resulting in my injuries. If we venture into the beast battlefield again and encounter the top tier beings among the demons, it would be difficult to ensure your safety. Very well, but we have achieved our objective. Yi Zhixuan conceded with a hint of regret. All right. I will meditate for a moment longer, and then we shall prepare to return, Luo Tianjing said, closing his eyes. Boom! In an instant, a figure came racing from a distance. As the figure approached, a punch erupted, creating a vacuum shockwave. An overwhelming aura and force surged, as if aiming to shatter the very void and obliterate everything in its path. Who is it? Luo Tianjing's eyes widened in alarm. Yi Han? Yi Zhixuan gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the rushing figure. Yi Han moved with astonishing speed, reaching his peak, his punch propelled by an unwavering and dauntless will. Unstoppable in its momentum. This was a culmination of pent-up energy, an explosion of all the vitality and power within Yi Han. In 3 breaths, after making his appearance, he was already a mere 5 meters away from Yi Zhixuan. Get back! Luo Tianjing warned, raising his arm and unleashing 3 waves of divine power. The strongest force he could muster in his current state. Yi Zhixuan must not come to harm, otherwise, he would bear the consequences. Luo Tianjing was acutely aware of this. Are you seeking death? Yi Zhixuan seethed with rage, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Retreat? She would not retreat, fortified by Luo Tianjing's divine power. She herself was a master of the 1st level of divine power. How could she fear a Yi Han at the 9th level of Qi gathering? Time had changed. And she was no longer the same as the day at the Yi family. In a clash, the 3 feeble waves of divine power were obliterated by a single punch. Luo Tianjing, already injured, could not withstand Yi Han's might in this urgent moment. In the next instant, Yi Zhixuan's face contorted in pain. She felt as though her arm were about to shatter, repelled by an overwhelmingly brute force. The 9th tier beast core slipped from her grasp. Yi Han swiftly snatched the core with precision. Before Yi Zhixuan and Luo Tianjing could react, he stepped forward, his fist aimed directly at Yi Zhixuan's face. Junior sister. Quickly evade. Throw it away. Luo Tianjing shouted in alarm. His martial arts experience was profound, and sensing Yi Han's momentum, he realized that Yi Zhixuan was about to be gravely injured. With a wretched expression filled with boundless hatred, Yi Zhixuan was forced to relinquish the vial containing the Xianying green python's vital blood, her body swiftly dodging away. Yi Han's punch struck nothing but air. At the same time, several waves of divine power intertwined with a sword lunged from behind, as Luo Tianjing, despite his injuries, made a desperate strike. Swoosh! The sword penetrated Yi Han's back by an inch, halted by his tightly woven and resilient bones and flesh. Enduring the searing pain, Yi Han grasped the crystal vial and took a step forward, leaping 10 meters away. Did you think your schemes would thwart me, Yi Han? His voice rang with audacity and arrogance. Curse you! Are you seeking death? Put it down! Luo Tianjing roared in fury. Chapter 26, Breaking Through to Divine Power Dog Thing? Your entire family consists of dog things. With these words, Yi Han unleashed a powerful punch, aiming directly at Luo Tianjing's face. Today, he would kill if he could. After seizing the 2 treasures, Yi Han felt no hesitation. He could see that Luo Tianjing was in a weakened state, otherwise, he would not have been unable to stop him. Unaware of your own demise. Luo Tianjing gritted his teeth, flames of fury igniting within him. He never anticipated that Yi Han would dare to confront him head-on. How could a mere 9th level of gathering essence challenge someone at the 9th level of divine power? If anyone could succeed, they would not be human, but rather a different breed, a true prodigy, a being of divine origin.
With a sudden tremor, Luo Tianjing struck back.
His arms intertwining with a force that suggested he could deflect 1,000 pounds with just a few ounces.
In an instant, Yi Han's punch was neutralized. Their battlefield understanding was not on the same plane.
Luo Tianjing's strength lay not only in his level but also in his extensive combat experience.
Yi Han's body was repelled by an invisible force, revealing his astonishment. With just this one strike, he comprehended the disparity between them.
The saying goes that a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Even in a severely injured state, Luo Tianjing was still not someone he could slay.
Moreover,
Yi Han faintly sensed that Luo Tianjing still possessed the strength of a third level of divine power. Such power meant that while he could escape, victory was utterly unattainable. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should they offend me, heaven and earth will exact their vengeance. Yi Han cast a deep glance at Yi Zhixuan nearby, then retreated with the two treasures, swiftly vanishing from their sight.
Boom! Luo Tianjing stomped the ground, roaring at the heavens.
He had never been so enraged in his life. A mere 9th-level gathering essence servant had dared to rob him of the essence blood in beast core, something he could not accept. Yi Han had seized the treasures and fled thousands of miles away, but that was not enough. He even sought to kill him in return. How audacious, how foolishly reckless. It was as if he held no respect for the powerful at all.
Calm down, brother Luo.
Yi Zhixuan's gaze flickered. She had suddenly regained her composure and accepted reality. This Yi Han is merely an insignificant servant. Once we return, we will be able to deal with him. The term servant immediately provided an outlet for Luo Tianjing's anger. His eyes gleaming.
You are right, sister. I am just a step away from advancing to the inner sect.
Killing a useless servant poses no risk at all. He may run, but he cannot escape the confines of the academy.
Surely, he must return.
A few hundred meters away, nestled within a dense forest, Yi Han sat cross-legged.
He could not believe that Luo Tianjing would be so audacious as to remain nearby instead of fleeing.
The Beast King was dead, yet its residual power lingered.
And its corpse lay as a deterrent.
For a short time, this territory remained a sanctuary. If Yi Han were to leave hastily, it would be sheer folly. He could not bring these treasures back. Yi Han gazed at the essence blood of the Beast King and the Beast Core, deep in thought. Luo Tianjing and Yi Zhixuan had suffered considerable losses and would undoubtedly seek revenge upon their return, striving to reclaim the treasures, and possibly involving the reincarnation child. The treasures in hand were not true treasures. Only by consuming and refining them for his own use could he realize their true value. Thus, he resolved to refine the essence blood of the Beast King.
As soon as he sensed that Luo Tianjing and Yi Zhixuan had completely departed,
Yi Han opened the crystal vial and, with the potent scent of blood wafting in the air, consumed half of the Beast King's essence blood in one go. The essence blood of a beast was a tremendous tonic. In an instant, Yi Han's body trembled, and his eyes radiated light as if flames were surging forth.
What is happening? Yi Han was alarmed.
He felt a burning sensation within him, as if every sinew and muscle were engulfed in flames, with each breath. He felt as though his bones might turn to ash. His entire body began to ache, and Yi Han stifled a groan, his throat dry,
desperately holding back the urge to scream. 9 Heavens Dragon Control.
He hurriedly activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, channeling all his energy to suppress the turmoil within.
Simultaneously,
the divine bone within him seemed to respond, releasing threads of power to aid Yi Han in suppressing the burning and backlash within.
Am I seeking my own demise?
As he wrestled with the turmoil inside, Yi Han's thoughts shifted, and he began to grasp the situation.
Previously,
he had only refined the essence blood of 1st and 2nd tier beasts. This was the essence blood of a 9th tier beast king. While it was indeed a great tonic, it was evident that he had overindulged. His body felt as if it might burst or melt away.
Minutes turned into hours.
Unbeknownst to him, nightfall descended, and Yi Han finally found respite. The intense burning sensation subsided. Every fiber of his being, his meridians, bones, and flesh, had absorbed the power of the essence blood, and with the influence of the divine bone, he experienced a remarkable transformation, akin to a rebirth. With each movement, Yi Han felt his physical strength amplify tenfold. A single punch could fell 10 bulls. At that moment, he retrieved the beast core. As the core emerged, The divine bone within him stirred once more, having been drawn in during the refining of the essence blood. Now, Yihan was compelled to attempt refining the beast core. If he were to take it back, it would surely be lost. Although he was not yet in the divine power realm, he endeavored to activate the divine bone within him, channeling his energy into the core. The instant he infused his energy, Yihan sensed a connection forming with the beast core. Within the core, an unfathomable power surged up his arms, ultimately permeating his limbs and transforming into fresh energy within his energy sea. Indeed, even though he was not a divine power warrior, with the advantage of his indomitable dragon body and the divine bone, he could preliminarily refine the beast core. Yihan was elated. A torrent of energy surged within him. Explosive power began to proliferate, and within his energy sea, pure energy continuously gathered and compressed. Roar! Yihan let out a low growl. The overwhelming sensation of power caused his spirit to soar, strength to amplify, and his thoughts to expand. Every part of him felt exhilarating. If the essence blood of the beast focused on refining the warrior's foundation, then refining the beast core was purely about an explosive increase in power. Under the powerful effects of the Nine Heavens dragon control, even the most violent energy within the core could be completely transformed and condensed. His vitality experienced a second revival. The essence of life itself began to change, breaking shackles and achieving an unparalleled elevation, revealing the truth. At that moment, he gained a new understanding of cultivation, martial arts, and strength. Boom! At a certain point, his energy sea trembled violently. Deep within the sea, as countless energies compressed to their limits, a brand new force was born. This force was domineering, pure, and noble. This was divine power. Yihan had finally broken through the shackles of the 9th level of gathering essence, giving birth to divine power and stepping into the 1st level of divine power. Excellent! Luo Tianzheng, Yi Zhishuan, now I shall return to the academy, shed my servant identity, and ascend directly to the outer sect. You can only watch helplessly. Yihan rose, letting out a triumphant roar, his long hair dancing in the wind, brimming with vigor. Chapter 27, Your doom is certain. Achieving the divine power realm finally bestowed upon Yihan an unwavering confidence. Previously, Yihan was someone whom anyone could trample upon, though whether they could extinguish his life was another matter. Yet now, Yihan was poised to ascend to the outer sect, a transformation that warranted the academy's respect. Once he became an outer sect disciple, everything would change, not even the likes of Yi Zhixian, with her connections to Luo Tianzhang or the enigmatic son of reincarnation, could obstruct his path. It was time to return. With a single leap, Yihan covered 5 meters, and in a flash, he vanished into the depths of the forest. As he journeyed, he observed that the demonic tide had receded, leaving behind countless corpses of beasts and demons. Regrettably, the precious beast cores and demon cores had already been claimed by others, leaving him with nothing of value to gather. The journey to the Demon Ridge, mounted on a blood lion steed alongside Nie Yuan and others, had taken half a day. However, bolstered by newfound strength, Yihan traversed the terrain on foot and returned to the Reincarnation Academy in just an hour. At the Divine Power Peak. I wonder if Nie Yuan and those fellows have returned. Approaching his small courtyard, Yihan surveyed the surroundings. Nie Yuan and the others had arrived days earlier and were more familiar with the academy than he. He wished to inquire about the examination for outer sect disciples. What is that? Just as Yihan was about to enter the courtyard, he noticed a large crowd of disciples gathered in the distance, seemingly in a state of excitement. How unfortunate for them, they had crossed paths with Lu Yunxiao. It was said he was demanding information about a new disciple, someone named Han. Yihan? He could only blame his misfortune. These outer sect disciples were lofty figures, not to be provoked. At that moment, Yihan overheard a few passing servant disciples speaking. Lu Yunxiao? What are you discussing? Yihan approached them. Who has provoked Lu Yunxiao? Who are you? The servant disciples turned their gazes toward Yihan. I am the new disciple, Yihan. You are Yihan? Their expressions changed drastically, and one of them warned, You dare to return? Yihan. I advise you to flee, Lu Yunxiao is looking for you. Another added, Outer sect disciples are not to be trifled with. Someone like Lu Yunxiao can find any excuse to eliminate us. I understand, thank you. Yihan replied, and with their astonished eyes upon him,
He strode toward the throng of people. Speak! Where is Yi Han? Not willing to say, huh? As he approached, Yi Han heard a familiar voice, Lu Yunxiao.
A resounding slap echoed through the air, accompanied by the pained groans of Nie Yuan, He Qingfeng, and Zhao Yijian.
If you refuse to speak, then continue to suffer. And heed this, from now on, anyone who associates with Yi Han will share your fate. The harsh voice resonated from within the crowd. Yi Han reached the forefront and immediately beheld a harrowing sight. Nie Yuan, Zhao Yijin, and He Qingfeng lay on the ground. Their faces swollen and backs marred with whip marks. Zhao Yijian, in particular, was drenched in blood, a pitiful sight. The proud swordsman, though merely at the gathering element realm, remained unyielding. Typically reticent, his fierce spirit shone through as he endured the torment. Zhao Yijian gritted his teeth, suppressing his agony, and sneered. You are nothing but a dog for others, a lowly creature. What do you have to say? Lu Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that among the servant disciples, someone would dare to insult him thus. You are the truly despicable one, Lu Yunxiao. You have no bright future. Zhao Yijian spat defiantly. You seek to interrogate us about Yi Han's whereabouts? You have no chance. If you have the guts, kill us in public. When Yi Han returns, you will meet your end. Before them, a figure wielding a long whip struck down with ferocity. Stop! Yi Han's voice thundered, startling all present. Lu Yunxiao abruptly halted and turned. You were looking for me, I have returned. Yi Han's gaze bore into Lu Yunxiao, cold and unwavering. If you dare to lay a finger on them, I will ensure your demise here today. Just you? At the sight of Yi Han, Lu Yunxiao wore a mocking expression. He swung the whip again, relishing the moment as he looked at Yi Han. With a sickening thud, blood splattered from Zhao Yijian. Yet in that instant, he seized the whip, shouting at Yi Han, Brother Yi Han, run! Lu Yunxiao, you will die. Yi Han stepped forward, the crowd parting swiftly. Boom! Yi Han's fist collided with Lu Yunxiao's with a tremendous impact. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of violent energy surged up Lu Yunxiao's arm and crashed into his body. With a muffled grunt, Lu Yunxiao was sent staggering back several paces. In contrast, Yi Han stood resolute, brimming with murderous intent yet untouched by the fray. You little brat! You dare to strike? Lu Yunxiao's face twisted in fury, his eyes like venomous serpents. You have committed an unforgivable crime, no one can save you. Today, I shall cripple you and hand you over to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Though seething with rage and bloodlust, Lu Yunxiao strangely refrained from attacking directly. Is that so? Punish me? Yi Han regarded Lu Yunxiao as one would a corpse. Yi Han, Li Kai's body has been found. Before even joining the sect, you have already slain a fellow disciple. You cannot escape the death penalty. Lu Yunxiao's voice boomed, chilling and mocking. Do not claim that his death has nothing to do with you, the law enforcement hall has gathered evidence. Around them, many servant disciples turned pale, casting wary glances at Yi Han as they retreated, apprehensive of being associated with him. To be linked with Yi Han was akin to courting disaster. You are doomed. Do you understand? Lu Yunxiao glowered at Yi Han. However, this matter is not without its twists. Sisterine has said that if you can persuade Mo Qingru to surrender the Nine Yang Fire Jade, she will take the blame for you. Oh? Li Kai's body? Yi Han suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Yunxiao's eyes gleamed, awaiting Yi Han's affirmation. I laugh at your idiocy. Yi Han proclaimed with overwhelming confidence. To threaten me with something so widely known, you must truly be a fool. What did you say? Common knowledge? Lu Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. Indeed, I lay my cards on the table. Li Kai was slain by my own hand. Yi Han's voice rang out, deep and profound, evoking an unfathomable aura. With my first punch, I shattered his armor. With my second punch, I crushed his bones. With my third punch, I obliterated his heart. Yi Han's gaze locked onto Lu Yunxiao's. 3 punches were all it took to end Li Kai. That worthless cur who dared to make my life difficult and serve as Yi Zhixian's lapdog. His fate was sealed, and yours shall be as well. Chapter 28, What manner of creature are you? Yi Han, you.
Lu Yunxiao stammered, unable to articulate another word. Utterly bewildered. He was at a loss for how to respond, Yi Han's display having shattered all his meticulously crafted plans. The corpse of Li Kai had indeed been discovered. Yet it was implausible that Yi Han possessed the strength to slay Li Kai on that fateful day, suggesting Mo Qingruo's involvement, though lacking concrete evidence. His intention had merely been to deceive Yi Han, to inflict a psychological blow, and to coerce Mo Qingru into making concessions. Little did he anticipate that Yi Han would proclaim his involvement with such brazenness, as though eager for the world to know. To claim he had vanquished Li Kai with a mere 3 blows was preposterous. Even Lu Yunxiao himself doubted his ability to achieve such a feat today. You dare set foot on Divine Strength Peak, here shall be your final resting place. Yi Han's voice reverberated once more, directly pronouncing judgment upon Lu Yunxiao.
Bang! Abruptly,
Yi Han launched his assault, a fist exploding forth with tremendous force. His physique surged, akin to a ferocious tiger emerging from the wilderness, instantly locking onto Lu Yunxiao. The 3 individuals sprawled upon the ground. Nia Yuan, Zhao Yijin, and He Qingfeng were equally dumbfounded, gazing in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle. They had already witnessed Yi Han's tyrannical display in the demon subjugation ridge when he had slain Ouyang Zhang. But that had been a forced act within the confines of the ridge, unbeknownst to others. Yet, this was within the hallowed halls of the academy, upon Divine Strength Peak.
Under the watchful gaze of the sun and moon, in broad daylight.
Tiger Leopard Thunderfist, first form, Raging Tiger descends the mountain. Lu Yunxiao hastily mobilized his primordial energy to defend himself, yet upon their collision, Lu Yunxiao was immediately propelled back 3 steps, his frame trembling violently. His vital energy was nearly scattered by Yi Han's single blow.
Tiger Leopard Thunderfist, second form, Sweeping Tempest. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Han unleashed the second form of this martial technique.
The fist's radiance surged, grand and unrestrained, imbued with an unparalleled, unyielding force. As though it possessed the power to shatter all laws and obliterate existence, perfectly embodying the essence of the Tiger Leopard Thunderfist.
You are courting death, daring to challenge me. An outer sect disciple, I shall personally apprehend you and deliver you to the Hall of Law Enforcement.
Lu Yunxiao raged, abandoning all pretense. It was now apparent that intimidating this individual into submission was futile. This lowly menial disciple was utterly lawless.
3 streams of divine force were instantly activated as Lu Yunxiao unleashed a palm strike. Divine force? Such feeble divine force? Yi Han scoffed. At that instant,
his battle intent and killing intent converged, the memories of hunting earth-shattering bears and demonic entities within the demon subjugation ridge flashing through his mind, causing Yi Han to instinctively unleash a fist of unparalleled precision and speed.
Tiger Leopard Thunderfist, third form, Roiling Thunder.
The brilliance of this form lay in the fusion of absolute speed and power, a hurdle that ordinary martial artists struggled to overcome. Especially when their vital energy and primordial energy were insufficient to produce the desired effect of roiling thunder. Yet, for Yi Han, everything flowed effortlessly, his power boundless,
making this strike seem entirely instinctive. Rumble.
The ground beneath their feet trembled. Yi Han's divine force collided with Lu Yunxiao's 3 streams of divine force, their battle intent intertwined. Their vital energies mingling, their divine forces clashing. Before a single breath could pass, Lu Yunxiao was sent reeling by Yi Han's assault. It was evident that Yi Han held the upper hand.
Divine Force Realm? You've actually reached the Divine Force Realm? Lu Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief.
He now realized that Yi Han was a true master of the Divine Force Realm, albeit recently ascended. Yet, Yi Han's divine force was astonishingly robust, enabling him to engage in combat beyond his level. Indeed, I have reached the Divine Force Realm,
Yi Han declared. Lu Yunxiao, you never expected this, did you?
In such a short span, I have acquired the means to truly end you.
Yi Han was exceedingly assertive.
His return was motivated by 2 objectives: to guard against the machinations of Yi Zhixuan and Luo Tianzheng, and to personally vanquish Lu Yunxiao, avenging past humiliations.
On that day,
you left me coughing blood. Today, I shall repay you 100-fold, ensuring your demise here.
Yi Han's voice echoed with unwavering resolve.
Lu Yunxiao's insult of his mentor and assault upon him at the foot of Reincarnation Mountain had sealed his fate. Yi Han would not have spared him upon his return. Yet, Lu Yunxiao had refused to relent, even seeking him out at Divine Strength Peak and torturing Nie Yuan and the others to extract information. Yi Han could no longer restrain himself. In the past, you were lofty and held a distinguished position, but now, I, too, am a master of the Divine Force realm. Bang! 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 The two figures collided and intertwined, their vital energy and primordial force nearly reaching a boiling point, leaving the assembled menial disciples in a state of bewilderment. They rarely witnessed such battles. Most of the conflicts they observed were mere sparring matches, devoid of true significance. But this was a genuine life-or-death struggle. After 100 exchanges, Lu Yunxiao was once again blasted back by Yi Han's fist, his vital energy surging violently. A Divine Force Realm first-level cultivator cannot be this formidable. Yi Han, you are no ordinary menial disciple. I suspect you are a spy dispatched by the Burning Moon Academy to infiltrate the Reincarnation Academy. I shall report this to the higher authorities and expose your true nature, ensuring your complete subjugation. Lu Yunxiao roared. When Yi Han had initially repelled him with a single fist, Lu Yunxiao had not given it much thought. Attributing it to the opponent's raw strength and vigorous vital energy, qualities common among many disciples. Only now did he realize that Yi Han had reached the Divine Force realm. A remarkable feat. Lu Yunxiao's accusation of espionage was not made lightly. Whether I am a spy or not is for the Academy to determine, but you, today, shall perish here. Speak your last words, Yi Han declared, his countenance devoid of emotion. Having entered the Divine Force realm, Yi Han could now fully harness the enhancements bestowed by the eternal undefeated dragon body. Coupled with his immense and unfathomable primordial force, his combat prowess had reached an unimaginable level. Though newly transformed, he held no fear of Lu Yunxiao. Ice Fire Sword Slash! Lu Yunxiao bellowed, drawing his battle sword. Its aura of menace overwhelming. A single strike cleaved the void, piercing the very soul. The sword's energy bifurcated, one side icy, the other ablaze, one frigid, the other scorching. Like the interplay of yin and yang, unpredictable and ever-changing. This was a true killing move. At this juncture, Lu Yunxiao dared not be careless. No longer regarding Yi Han as an insignificant menial disciple. Faced with this onslaught, Yi Han remained unmoved, the divine bone within his body beginning to resonate. The power of the divine bone surged through his arm, his entire primordial force erupting like a volcanic torrent, fierce and unparalleled. As the sword's energy neared Yi Han, he abruptly extended his right arm. What? Countless gazes converged, filled with disbelief. Bang! In less than a breath, the two pinnacle sword strikes unleashed by Lu Yunxiao were seized by Yi Han and crushed on the spot. With a single stride, Yi Han seemed to teleport. Appearing before Lu Yunxiao in an instant, his fist slamming into Lu Yunxiao's chest. Crack! Crack! Several of Lu Yunxiao's ribs shattered, and he coughed up blood uncontrollably. Collapsing to the ground. What manner of creature are you? Lu Yunxiao sputtered, his face contorted with terror and resentment. Chapter 29, A Crushing Blow. Lu Yunxiao was utterly crestfallen. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that a lowly menial servant he once casually trampled upon could become so formidable in just a few short days. Well, Lu Yunxiao, do you concede? Yi Han asked, his gaze chillingly indifferent. I do not. Lu Yunxiao shrieked. You must be a spy, Yi Han. I see through your charade. You're finished. You refuse to concede? Then I shall beat you until you do. Yi Han advanced, delivering a crushing blow. Bang! A surge of violent energy, laced with divine power, erupted within Lu Yunxiao. He howled in agony. Yi Han's strength was beyond the comprehension of a mere third-level divine power cultivator. Still defiant, are we? Yi Han landed another punch, sending several of Lu Yunxiao's teeth flying. The surrounding menial disciples were stunned into silence as they witnessed Yi Han's unrestrained assault. Such a sight was unheard of. Lu Yunxiao, a distinguished outer disciple at the third level of divine power, was being mercilessly pummeled by a menial servant who had only recently joined the academy, utterly defenseless. You pathetic wretch! Yi Han spat. After more than a decade in the sect, you're still just an outer disciple? You spend your days as someone's lackey, flaunting your authority in front of a bunch of menial servants? A ruthless glint flickered in Yi Han's eyes.
You came begging for death.
Even if you hadn't sought me out today, I was already planning to find you, to personally end you. And to make you understand that some people are not to be trifled with. Lu Yunxiao, his face covered in blood and his primal force scattered, was powerless to resist. With a supreme effort, he pried open his eyes, his gaze venomous as he glared at Yi Han.
He desperately pulled out a token from his robes. You cur! Elder Sister Yin's token is here.
If you dare touch me, Elder Sister Yin will not let you get away with this.
Lu Yunxiao roared in anguish. Elder Sister Yin. Again? Are you her grandson? Why so concerned about her?
Yi Han retorted, utterly disgusted. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered the token into dust.
You dare to flaunt your borrowed power with a worthless token? Do you truly believe she is an inviolable paragon? Is this academy her personal fiefdom?
With a decisive strike, blood splattered everywhere. Lu Yunxiao's primal sea was shattered by a single blow, his agonizing cries echoing throughout Divine Power Peak.
You will suffer a wretched end. Lu Yunxiao raved.
Completely unhinged. With his primal sea destroyed, he was truly crippled. From now on, anyone could trample over him.
Yi Han ignored him,
turning instead to face the assembled menial disciples.
Lu Yunxiao, relying on his seniority, has acted with impunity, oppressing us menial disciples. Is there anyone who wishes to strike back at him? Now is your chance. The crowd remained silent, their heads bowed. I will, Zhao Yijian declared,
seizing a long whip from nearby and lashing out with savage force. The crippled Lu Yunxiao screamed, writhing and cursing. But the more he cursed, the more viciously Zhao Yijian struck. Nia Yuan and He Qingfeng exchanged glances, then stood up, gritting their teeth, and stomped on Lu Yunxiao. The three of them were consumed by fury.
Before Yi Han's arrival, Lu Yunxiao had tormented them relentlessly.
Now, they were returning the favor in full.
Eventually,
Nia Yuan was the first to regain his senses, staring blankly at Lu Yunxiao on the ground, his expression changing.
He hastily restrained Zhao Yijian and He Qingfeng. If we keep hitting him, he'll die. Do not fret. Yi Han reassured them.
Lu Yunxiao bullied you all because of me.
This matter rests on my shoulders.
Nia Yuan and his companions fell silent, their faces etched with conflicting emotions. Suddenly, Nia Yuan spoke up.
Brother Yi Han, say no more.
This Lu Yunxiao acted with utter disregard, treating us like less than human.
I only regret my lack of strength.
Today, I seize this opportunity to vent my anger.
If the Academy seeks retribution, I will share in the blame.
Indeed, we have suffered together. If you were to bear this burden alone, my conscience would not allow it.
My future cultivation would be forever tainted, Zhao Yijian added. I, too, share in the responsibility,
He Qingfeng declared. The others had long since scattered, watching Nia Yuan and his companions with derision.
These naive fools had only joined the Academy half a month earlier than Yi Han.
Young and impetuous, they were acting rashly. They likely did not understand the gravity of the situation.
Outer disciples were always the ones to trample on menial servants, never the other way around. You are exaggerating the situation,
Yi Han said with a smile.
It is but a minor matter.
He then turned to Nia Yuan.
Where must I go to be promoted to an outer disciple? What? You intend to become an outer disciple? Nia Yuan and his companions stared at Yi Han in astonishment. Indeed.
I have already reached the first level of divine power.
How else could I have defeated Lu Yunxiao? Yi Han replied calmly. Excellent. Yi Han.
If you become an outer disciple, this truly will be a minor matter, Nia Yuan exclaimed excitedly.
The promotion to outer disciple is simple. Just go to the training grounds.
Lead the way, then, Yi Han said. The Reincarnation Academy, Training Grounds. Spanning thousands of acres, the training grounds teemed with disciples, each working diligently. The most prominent feature was the hundreds of violet stone tablets, each surrounded by disciples practicing their martial skills.
So vast? Yi Han murmured, awestruck.
A single training ground could rival dozens of Yi clan estates in size, almost as large as half of Yen City.
Indeed.
And this is only where we menial and outer disciples train, Nia Yuan explained.
In the academy,
Any disciple who becomes an inner disciple will be granted their own mountain peak, complete with everything they could need. They would have no need to come to a place like this.
Their own mountain peak?
Yihan asked, turning to Nie Yuan. Yes. I have heard that these peaks are protected by powerful runic arrays that gather the essence of heaven and earth,
transforming the entire mountain into a blessed land perfect for cultivation.
One can cultivate herbs, raise beasts, practice martial arts, and live in peace, undisturbed by others, Nie Yuan explained. His eyes filled with longing. For most disciples in the academy, the ultimate dream was to one day become an inner disciple and possess their own mountain peak.
Are those stone tablets used for practicing martial skills?
Yihan asked, like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, full of curiosity and wonder. Having only recently joined the academy and immediately ventured into the demon-infested mountains, he was unfamiliar with the academy's facilities. No, those are called runic steels. They are used to test one's cultivation and divine power, allowing us to track our progress, Nie Yuan clarified.
Intriguing.
Yihan's eyes sparkled with interest.
Do you see them?
Those standing beneath the 9 ancient trees outside the training grounds are the instructors responsible for overseeing our disciples' promotions, Nie Yuan said, pointing into the distance.
Very well. Yihan headed towards them.
He approached the first ancient tree, where a middle-aged man was half-dozing, yawning listlessly.
Senior, I wish to be promoted to an outer disciple.
I am here to take the assessment, Yihan said respectfully. Name and identity token, please, the middle-aged man said languidly, as if still half asleep.
My name is Yihan. Yihan replied, handing over his token. Very well. Next to you is a runic steel.
Strike it with all your might, and if you produce 10 steel marks,
you will pass the assessment, the middle-aged man stated curtly.
Yihan nodded, approaching the stone steel. He took a deep breath, feeling a surge of excitement.
Finally, I will become an outer disciple.
He felt no concern about the assessment.
Hold on.
Just as Yihan was about to strike, a chilling voice echoed from afar. Chapter 30, The Capture of Yihan. Yihan, you have committed murder, come with us. A cold voice approached from afar. Yihan's eyes sharpened as he suddenly turned around. At the end of his line of sight, 3 figures rushed towards him, their gazes piercing and sharp.
Murder? Yihan looked at the 3 individuals and couldn't help but sneer. As they drew near, the leader produced a token, engraved with a blood-red character, punishment.
This was the exclusive decree of the law enforcement hall. We are the enforcers of the academy, and we suspect that the death of Li Kai is related to you. Come with us to the law enforcement hall.
After showing the token, the man waved his hand.
The 2 individuals beside him advanced, seizing Yihan's shoulders from either side.
Suspected? If it is merely a suspicion, what right do you have to detain me? Yihan frowned. Once I complete my assessment, the law enforcement hall will come to me.
The enforcer's expression darkened. An arrest refusal is a crime that adds to your charges.
Is that so?
Yihan let out a cold snort, his inner energy surging, blood and chi swirling like a dragon. A tremendous force coursed through his body, erupting with a thunderous impact,
causing the 2 enforcers to be violently thrown back. Impudent!
The man wielding the punishment decree shouted, unleashing his own energy to grasp at Yihan.
Bang! His strike halted 3 feet from Yihan, crashing into an invisible barrier. Get lost!
The middle-aged man, who had been drowsily overseeing Yihan's assessment, suddenly uttered a single word.
The 3 enforcers were taken aback and then looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. It is merely a suspicion. And yet you wish to arrest him? When did the academy adopt such a rule?
The middle-aged man cast a glance. He killed Li Kai. Li Kai's body is already. The enforcer who had launched the attack began.
During the assessment? You wish to take him away without regarding me, the assessment instructor?
The middle-aged man swung his arm, sending all 3 enforcers stumbling back. Teacher Li, think carefully, this Yihan is wanted by Yin Tianxiu. The enforcer's eyes gleamed.
Yin Tianxiu?
Merely a true disciple, and I, as a teacher of this academy, must bend to her will? The middle-aged man scoffed. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from one side. The group turned their gazes and witnessed an astonishing scene. Yihan unleashed a punch, and the stone tablet before him resonated with a thunderous sound. The surface of the tablet bore 18 lines that shot up in an instant, followed by a crack that shattered the entire inscribed stone into a heap of rubble.
Senior, have I successfully passed the assessment?
Yihan retracted his fist and calmly inquired of the middle-aged man.
Yes.
The middle-aged man nodded, surpassing 10 lines on the tablet.
Combined with your first level of divine power, you are now an outer disciple of the Reincarnation Academy.
With that, he directly tossed a brand new token to Yihan.
What is this? Yihan gazed at the token.
An identity token for outer disciples, the middle-aged man explained. The inscribed stone is damaged and has not yet been repaired. However, you need not worry. The shattering of the stone is my fault, and you bear no responsibility.
He glanced at Yihan and continued,
Upon hearing this, Yihan's expression stiffened. He was about to speak when the middle-aged man interrupted, turning his attention to the three enforcers. Why are you still here?
What are you waiting for? To arrest someone without evidence? When did the law enforcement hall bow to those true disciples?
I shall report this to the academy head. For the law enforcement hall to scrutinize.
3 ordinary enforcers, disregarding even a teacher of the academy, is truly remarkable.
As the middle-aged man began to speak again,
the expressions of the 3 enforcers shifted dramatically. They shot a fierce glare at Yihan before ultimately departing in defeat. Thank you, Senior, Yihan said earnestly.
He understood the significance of the man's earlier actions and the token he had received. Although Yihan had just arrived at the academy, he had realized that the status of a servant disciple was akin to that of a mere servant, easily trampled upon. With no voice to protest, much like the previous trio led by Nya Yuan, who didn't even dare to resist.
However, with this token,
he would finally be recognized as a true disciple of the academy, entitled to benefits and rewards that came with the position, a stark contrast to the previous status. The incident involving the killing of Li Kai could be downplayed, no more than a minor infraction, easily brushed aside. His swift arrival for the assessment was for this very reason.
Clearly, those 3 enforcers were acting on orders, attempting to thwart his success.
This seemingly irritable middle-aged man had,
in fact, rendered him an invisible favor. Senior?
Yihan inquired. In the academy, one ought to address their teacher.
The middle-aged man gazed intently at Yihan. Remember, I am Li Fuchulu. Thank you, Teacher Li.
Yihan smiled, adding a respectful note.
Indeed.
Li Fuchulu scrutinized Yihan. You were overly reckless just now.
Reckless?
Yihan looked at him in surprise.
To shatter the inscribed stone with a punch, showcasing your talent and confidence, do you seek to court disaster?
Li Fuchulu replied.
You mentioned the stone was faulty, did you not?
Yihan retorted, perplexed.
If I hadn't said that, In Tianqiu would have nightmares tonight, Li Fuchulu countered, observing Yihan. Nightmares?
Yihan was utterly bewildered. In her dreams, she would plot your demise, Li Fuchulu smirked. He seemed to see through all of Yihan's thoughts. You wish to flaunt your talent to prove your worth, believing it would deter others from acting against you?
Utterly foolish.
Yihan fell into silence, realizing the truth in those words. The reason he dared to incapacitate Lu Yunxiao today was due to this very mindset. By passing the outer disciple assessment and obtaining the token, he aimed to demonstrate his talent.
If that were insufficient,
he could always reveal a hint of his invincible dragon physique to let the Reincarnation Academy know he possessed a unique talent as well.
In that case,
who would be deemed more significant, the one who had been in the academy for over a decade yet remained at the 3rd level of divine power and had been rendered useless? Or himself, who had just joined the academy and already reached the 1st level of divine power? Surely, the Reincarnation Academy would make its judgment.
Tu Na Ve.
The Reincarnation Academy is the foremost among the 3 great academies, a revered martial arts sanctuary in the Taisu ancient domain, a place where countless talents and prodigies gathered.
Do you think they are lacking in exceptional individuals? Do you truly believe that showing a hint of talent will earn the Academy's favor, allowing you to ascend effortlessly?
Li Fuchulu cast a glance at Yihan. After a moment of silence, Yihan spoke. Teacher Li, your admonitions are well taken.
Who is In Tianqiu? Yihan asked again. In Tianqiu? The top of the inner disciple Xinjiang rankings.
Does she harbor a grudge against you?
For her to mobilize the law enforcement hall to capture you? Li Fuqilu regarded Yi Han with skepticism. Chapter 31, Dragon Hidden Peking Tianxiu, she bears no grudge against me. Yi Han clenched his fists, given the chance. I would undoubtedly deliver 100 slaps, forcing her to kneel before me in atonement. Young man, you harbor quite a bit of resentment, Li Futu remarked, observing Yi Han. Without the strength to back it up, such words may lead to your demise. Yi Han fell silent once more, reflecting on the fact that he had indeed tasted death once. With such a formidable physique. How is it that you have only just stepped into the realm of divine power? Li Futu continued, fixing his gaze on Yi Han. I am not a natural-born genius. Yi Han replied calmly, his tone light as a feather. Only recently have I undergone a transformation, otherwise, I would not have been able to enter the Reincarnation Academy. He understood that some individuals in this world were extraordinary from birth, favored by the heavens. By the time they reached his age, they were already resplendent and renowned. Their realms far surpassing those of ordinary beings. Rebirth through destruction, a phoenix rising from its ashes. Li Futu remarked, casting a glance at Yi Han. Indeed. You are a promising candidate. Yi Han was taken aback, surprised that Li Futu could perceive his state of rebirth. What are your plans, young man? Do you aspire to join one of the 6 paths? Or perhaps the Wujie sword sect, wielding a sword that can shatter myriad laws and become an invincible sword immortal? Yi Han looked bewildered. Was Li Futu speaking nonsense? The 6 paths? Wujie sword sect? What on earth? Perhaps you seek to enter the unbeaten fist sect and evolve an unbeatable fist technique, shattering the void with your strikes? Li Futu added. Teacher Li, I have just entered the Reincarnation Academy, how could I join other sects? What are these Wujie sword sect and unbeaten fist sect? And what do you mean by the 6 paths? Yi Han expressed his confusion. What on earth is in your head? Are you completely ignorant of the academy? Li Futu sighed, feeling as though he was wasting his breath. I only joined the academy a few days ago, Yi Han explained candidly. Fine then. Li Futu nodded. Our Reincarnation Academy embraces all talents and is a true sanctuary for martial arts and education, distinctly different from ordinary sections. While there are rules, there is also a degree of freedom. Within the academy, some experts establish their own sects, forming various forces, such as the Wujie sword sect and unbeaten fist sect, among many others. As for the 6 paths, they are the 6 primary inheritances of our academy, the very foundation upon which the Reincarnation Academy was built. Li Futu regarded Yi Han, what do you think? Surprised? In fact, some of the forces within our academy could stand proudly in the vast ancient void realm. Yi Han was indeed astonished. Li Futu's words completely overturned his understanding. Is it necessary to join these forces within the academy? Yi Han inquired, feeling that such an endeavor might be pointless. Of course not, Li Futu replied. However, those who establish these forces are extraordinary individuals, either exceptionally gifted or of high status, able to secure various resources and benefits for those beneath them. If you were in their shoes, what would you choose? I understand. Yi Han nodded, realizing that it essentially meant having influential people to advocate for you. Would you like to join the human path? Li Futu's previously languid gaze suddenly shimmered with anticipation. With your remarkable physique, it would be a shame not to join the human path. The human path? Yi Han pondered for a moment. Teacher Li, I am still unfamiliar with the academy, perhaps I should consider it further? Certainly, feel free to find me at the training grounds whenever you have made your decision. Li Futu replied, casting Yi Han a meaningful glance. By the way, you have now become an outer disciple, so you will not remain on the Divine Power Peak. You should proceed to Dragon Hidden Peak for your training and present your identity token. Understood. Yi Han nodded. Upon taking out the outer disciple token, Li Futu flicked his fingers, sending a beam of golden light directly into the token. All set, you may go, Li Futu gestured dismissively. After bidding farewell to Li Futu, Yi Han swiftly approached Nie Yuan and the others, who had been waiting some distance away. Yi Han, brother Yi Han. Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment and being promoted to an outer disciple. The 3 of them simultaneously cupped their hands, their eyes reflecting newfound respect and envy.
Becoming an outer disciple meant truly enjoying the academy's benefits, a stark contrast to their previous status as mere servant disciples.
Just call me Yihan, he replied. Nya Yuan. Please take me to Dragon Hidden Peak.
Of course.
The three responded eagerly. Half an hour later, a majestic mountain peak came into view. Towering and imposing.
It resembled a great dragon coiling upwards, its summit enshrouded in mist, both lofty and shrouded in mystery.
This is Dragon Hidden Peak.
But it seems to be an unclaimed peak, Nya Yuan cautioned. Having joined the academy a few days earlier than Yihan, they were already somewhat familiar with its many aspects.
Of course it's an unclaimed peak, I shall train here from now on, Yihan said with a smile. What?
Nya Yuan, Zhao Yijin, and He Qingfeng were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances before looking back at Yihan in disbelief.
In the academy,
one must at least be promoted to an inner disciple to have their own mountain peak.
You have just become an outer disciple, haven't you?
Zhao Yijin asked, puzzled. I don't know, the teacher in charge of the assessment, Li Futu, told me to train at Dragon Hidden Peak from now on, Yihan explained candidly. He too realized how peculiar this situation was. With countless disciples in the academy, the vast majority being servant disciples or outer disciples. If each outer disciple were to have their own mountain peak to train on, the reincarnation mountain range, no matter how many peaks it had, could hardly accommodate them all. Yihan, your talent is indeed worthy of the academy's attention, Nya Yuan and the others expressed their envy. Though they found it understandable considering their shared experiences at the Demon Ridge.
By the way, Yihan, the reward for our last mission has been received. Your 500 vitality pills. Nya Yuan began.
Yihan waved his hand, interrupting him, there's no need to elaborate. You all suffered because of me at the hands of Lu Yunxiao.
That portion is compensation for you.
Though 500 vitality pills were immensely valuable to the three of them, for Yihan, who had just stepped into the realm of divine power, it was hardly enough to satisfy his needs. He sought vitality pills to undertake higher-level missions, where even a single reward could amount to tens of thousands of vitality pills. From now on, if you wish to find me, come to Dragon Hidden Peak. I sincerely hope to see you all promoted to outer disciples as well, so we can embark on missions together in the future. Without waiting for the three to respond, Yihan turned and walked towards the base of Dragon Hidden Peak. The three exchanged complex glances, nodding solemnly. At the foot of the mountain, Yihan took out his outer disciple token and placed it upon an inscribed teleportation array before him. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped him, carrying him towards the summit. Chapter 32, The Six Paths of the Academy at the Summit of Longyin Peak. Before him stood a grand and majestic hall, inscribed above with the words, Longyin Hall. In front of Longyin Hall lay a spacious training ground, capable of accommodating at least 100 disciples simultaneously. Yihan was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he were in a dream. Is this truly the place where I will cultivate and reside in the future? It was 10 times more magnificent than the Lord's Manor in Yen City. He sensed that the concentration of the natural essence of heaven and earth within Longyin Peak was unparalleled, at least 10 times more potent than that of Divine Power Peak. This place must possess some form of inscription array that gathers the essence of heaven and earth. A paradise on earth. The phrase immediately surfaced in Yihan's mind. With a mix of awe and unfamiliarity, he stepped into Longyin Hall. Inside, 4 pillars supported the structure, each intricately carved with a dragon, symbolizing the 4 most formidable bloodlines of the dragon clan, the 5-clawed golden dragon, the ancient true dragon, the primordial ancestral dragon, and the great might heavenly dragon. At the top, there was a central throne, behind which lay several chambers, including meditation rooms and other living quarters. As Yihan walked through the hall, he felt the essence of heaven and earth surrounding him at all times, almost as if it were autonomously flowing into his body, transforming into his own energy, a truly miraculous sensation. Once, I, Yihan, was merely a small figure in Yen City. I always envied those lofty geniuses praised by others, those disciples of great powers. Little did I know, I now possess a mountain peak of my own within the Reincarnation Academy. Think of Li Kai and Lu Yunxiao, who arrogantly looked down upon me, relying on their status. In the end, I defeated them with my own hands. These so-called geniuses are not as remarkable as they seem. If I, Yihan, continue to strive, I shall not fall behind anyone. Standing within Longyin Hall, Yihan exhaled deeply.
Yi Zhishuan.
You sought to suppress me through Luo Tianjing and even the son of reincarnation, Feng Wulian, yet here I stand. Relying on the power of others is but a petty path, true strength comes from within. Yi Zhishuan, once I defeat Luo Tianjing, I shall personally end your life. Only by eliminating you, this despicable woman, can I free my heart, attain clarity of thought, and smoothly traverse the path of martial arts. Yi Han's resolve grew ever stronger and more steadfast. After standing in the hall for a full quarter of an hour, he finally retracted his thoughts and moved forward. He wandered through the vast hall, familiarizing himself with everything, soon arriving at one of the chambers. Inside, he found the Taishu's secret record along with several other texts.
Yi Han focused his mind and began to read attentively.
This time, he meticulously absorbed all the knowledge, coming to understand the entirety of the Reincarnation Academy, including Longyin Peak. As Yi Han had surmised, there indeed existed an extraordinary inscription array on Longyin Peak, capable of safeguarding the mountain's security while gathering the essence of heaven and earth, facilitating swifter cultivation for martial artists. Within one of the texts, Yi Han finally discovered the concept of the 6 paths mentioned by Li Futuo. The 6 paths are the path of the celestial, the path of the Azura, the path of beasts, the path of hungry ghosts, the path of hell, and the path of humanity. Legends of the 6 paths of reincarnation abound in the world, and the establishment of the Reincarnation Academy is fundamentally rooted in these 6 paths. These 6 paths represent the different lineages of the Academy, each possessing its own powerful secret techniques. However, upon reading this, Yi Han's expression turned peculiar. According to the text, such an important inheritance as the 6 paths is not something ordinary individuals can access. Only by advancing to an important inner disciple within the academy and passing various assessments, including having a thoroughly clean background, can one qualify to join the 6 paths.
Yet, having just been promoted to an outer disciple, Li Futuo directly invited him to join the path of humanity? Could it be that he truly values my exceptional physique? Yi Han pondered. After fully understanding the academy, Yi Han still wished to explore other factions within the academy. As the text indicated, joining the internal sects of the academy does not conflict with joining one of the 6 paths, so Yi Han felt less urgency. His greatest desire remained to join the Wuji Sword sect, as mentioned by Li Futuo. The way of the sword is heralded as the supreme path of attack in the world. A swordsman is unparalleled, their edge boundless. With a 3-foot green blade, one can slay the heavens above and cut through the 9 nether realms below. In the realm of martial arts, who does not aspire to achieve unparalleled strength? To be invincible in attack, and to become the transcendent sword immortal that astonishes the heavens? Among the countless martial artists in this world, at least 70% wield swords as their weapons. Yi Han shared this aspiration. In the past, he had no choices, but now within the Reincarnation Academy, he naturally wished to pursue the way of the sword. The text indicated that the Wuji Sword sect emphasizes talent above all else, with no stringent requirements. And one need not become an inner disciple to join, which reassured Yi Han considerably. Numerous thoughts flooded his mind as he continued to peruse the various texts. By the time he finished, night had fallen. Closing the books, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. With the enhancement of divine power, Yi Han could completely replace sleep with cultivation. He was unwilling to squander the excellent cultivation conditions of Longyin Peak, especially since he was acutely aware of his current situation. Not to mention the recent misfortunes of Luo Tianjing and Yi Zhishuan at the Demon Beast Ridge, they would likely seek him out soon. He needed to grow stronger to face them confidently. Sitting cross-legged in the hall, he activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique. In an instant, the essence of heaven and earth surged into his body like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, more pure essence was born. As the abundant essence flowed, it was continuously compressed within his energy sea while simultaneously refining the divine power within him. During his cultivation, Yi Han discovered the remnants of the blood essence of a 9th-tier beast king and the power of the beast core within him, further merging into his flesh and acupoints, greatly enhancing the efficacy of his cultivation. The more powerful the technique, the faster the refinement process. A 9th-tier Beast King's core would typically take an ordinary first-level divine power martial artist at least a month or 2 to fully refine. Yet, after just one night of cultivation, by the next morning, the accumulated blood essence and core power had completely vanished, truly transforming into Yi Han's own strength.
Within his energy sea, as the mighty energy circulated, a second strand of divine power was successfully birthed.
Divine Power Realm, 2nd level.
Though this transformation was aided by the 9th tier beast core, the environment of Longing Peak, and the 9 Heavens dragon control technique. Reflecting the rapid breakthroughs he had experienced recently, felt as effortless as eating or drinking. With 2 strands of divine power enhancing him, coupled with the eternal unyielding dragon body, Yihan mused that his true combat prowess should now be able to contend with martial artists at the 4th level of divine power.
He sprang to his feet, invigorated and refreshed, and after freshening up, he departed Longing Peak.
Today, he aimed to join the Wuji Sword Sect and embark on the path of the Sword Immortal. Chapter 33, The Supreme Sword Sect. The peak of heaven. At the Supreme Sword Sect, Yihan beheld before him a majestic peak that resembled an unparalleled celestial sword, piercing into the depths of the 9 heavens, supporting the very ends of the universe. Countless disciples gathered at the foot of the peak of heaven, each radiating an aura of boundless reverence and aspiration. The path of the sword cultivator, the strongest path, the path of invincibility. Who could possibly resist the allure of soaring through the skies with a sword, freely defying the world? After 3 years, I have finally attained the ability to endure 10 streams of sword energy. Yihan witnessed a disciple at the 2nd level of the divine power realm, overwhelmed with joy,
dancing exuberantly ahead. Congratulations!
By withstanding 10 streams of sword energy, you may enter the Supreme Sword Sect and become a sword attendant. Should you contribute sufficiently during this period, you may ascend to the rank of an ordinary disciple. In front, a man clad in white robes, carrying a long sword on his back, spoke with an air of nonchalance. Now, I bestow upon you the sword order.
The white-clad man tossed forth a palm-sized sword-shaped token. Thank you, senior brother.
The ecstatic disciple knelt on one knee, his hands trembling with excitement as he cradled the sword order. A throng of admirers gathered around him, their envy palpable. Congratulations! After 3 years of waiting, you finally joined the Supreme Sword Sect.
Observing the scene, Yihan felt an utter lack of empathy.
He could scarcely comprehend their fervor. Not far away, others were undergoing what was termed an assessment, attempting to endure the sword energy unleashed by the sect's masters.
Yet, most faced failure.
Many could barely withstand 7 or 8 streams of sword energy. Despite their defeats, these individuals persevered, sitting cross-legged beneath the peak of heaven, appearing to contemplate the Tao or perhaps to gather strength for their next assessment.
Are they truly this relentless? Yihan pondered in silence.
In his eyes, these individuals had lost their true selves in their quest to join the Supreme Sword Sect, kneeling in abject humility upon receiving the so-called sword order, as if the sect were the very embodiment of their lifelong faith. Listening to the conversations around him, Yihan swiftly grasped the assessment rules of this place. To enter the Supreme Sword Sect, one must withstand 10 streams of sword energy without succumbing.
Naturally,
the mastery of the one delivering the sword energy varied according to each individual's realm.
However, even upon succeeding in the assessment, one would only become a sword attendant,
needing to accumulate contributions further to have the opportunity to become a true disciple of the Supreme Sword Sect.
Essentially,
a sword attendant is little more than a follower for certain individuals, serving as training partners for their swordsmanship and cultivation, devoid of any significant status.
Akin to the sect's menial workers or servants. The sect's requirements for accepting disciples rival those of the Reincarnation Academy. Yihan was taken aback. Who, one wonders, established the Supreme Sword Sect within the academy? Surely, it must be someone of considerable stature, perhaps an esteemed elder? I wish to participate in the assessment.
Yihan approached the earlier white-clad man.
Oh. The white-clad man glanced over, his expression revealing unfamiliarity. Indeed, I have only recently entered the Reincarnation Academy, Yihan replied. Name and realm.
The white-clad man scrutinized Yihan.
Yihan, 2nd level of the Divine Power Realm, Yihan responded.
Very well, endure my 10 streams of sword energy. The white-clad man unsheathed his sword with a decisive motion. A chilling wave of sword energy surged forth, targeting Yihan's chest.
Boom!
Yihan swung his arm, his vital essence surging, and shattered the initial stream of sword energy. The second stream followed, more ferocious and sharper than the first. Yihan maintained steady breathing and countered with a punch. The force of his fist met the sword energy. With a resounding clash, the second stream was likewise obliterated. The third, fourth, up to the 10th stream. The 10th stream of sword energy barreled towards him, and in an instant, Yihan extended his palm. His fingers converged into a fist, as vital essence combined with divine power erupted forth, instantly shattering the 10th stream of sword energy. 10 streams of sword energy. A simple feat. He collected himself, feeling immensely satisfied. Regardless of the circumstances, strength remains paramount. Though he was merely at the second level of the divine power realm, his vital essence and elemental power were robust enough to contend with experts at the fourth level of the divine power realm. Passing this assessment posed no challenge. A multitude of envious gazes converged upon him, with some disciples even harboring jealousy. They had never laid eyes on Yihan before, recognizing him as a newcomer. To withstand 10 streams of sword energy upon his first visit and pass the assessment? Such individuals were a rarity, often numbering only a few each year. Assessment failed. The white-clad man cast a brief glance at Yihan before sheathing his sword. Ha! Why did I fail? Yihan's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the man intently. When you resisted the 10th stream of sword energy, you employed divine power. The white-clad man stated, then turned away, ignoring Yihan as he moved on. Then let me take the assessment again. Yihan called out immediately. He had observed others employing divine power to counter the sword energy without issue. Why was it a problem when it came to him? Nevertheless, even if he were to rely solely on elemental power, Yihan remained confident in his ability to succeed. Do you not comprehend what I am saying? The white-clad man suddenly spun around, his eyes icy and his demeanor imposing. Your heart lacks sincerity. Return in a year for a second assessment. A year? By then, the opportunity would have passed. Moreover, the earlier one begins cultivating the sword path. The more solidified the foundation. Those who embark on the sword path in their youth, even cultivating sword energy, often achieve significant accomplishments in the future. Yihan hailed from a small place like Flame City, where conditions for sword cultivation were previously non-existent. Now that he had the chance, how could he afford to let it slip away? Brother, accept your fate. The Supreme Sword Sect operates this way. Joining is impossible without a year of waiting. Even if you pass the assessment, they will always find an excuse to dismiss you, a disciple from the outer sect approached and quietly advised. Accept my fate? Yihan replied, looking at the individual. What do you mean by that? The assessment is not a monumental task, shouldn't passing it allow one to join? Such is the reality. The Supreme Sword Sect is immensely powerful and has no need for new members. It is said that even some true inheritors find it exceedingly difficult to join, the disciple replied with a bitter smile. Casting a glance around, the disciple lowered his voice further. According to their explanations, passing the assessment is merely one aspect, they desire sincerity. Sincerity? Yihan regarded the disciple. Indeed. A devotion to the sword path, the disciple replied promptly. Nonsense. Yihan retorted succinctly. Without hesitation, he turned and approached the white-clad man. I wish to undertake the second assessment. Get lost. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? The white-clad man glared at Yihan, his eyes ablaze with hostility. Here, at the foot of the peak of heaven, anyone wishing to join the Supreme Sword Sect must do so with utmost deference. Even disciples at the inner sect are required to maintain a humble demeanor. Chapter 34, Harassment of Yihan. Are you trying to challenge me? Yihan gazed intently at the man before him. Ha ha ha, a mere existence akin to an ant, do you dare to challenge me? The man in white laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. With a sharp clang, a sword's cry resonated through the air as the battle sword behind him was drawn in an instant, its blade aimed at Yihan, radiating a chilling light. Everyone desires to join the Wuji Sword Sect, what do you think it is? Yihan, you have provoked my ire. I, Ding Xiao, declare that if you ever step upon the summit of heaven, I will take your surname. Ding Xiao's voice was thunderous and arrogant, instantly drawing countless gazes. Figures began to converge on the scene, including several experts from the Wuji Sword Sect, all intrigued by the unfolding drama. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed at the foot of the summit of heaven. To join the Wuji Sword Sect, one must exhibit sincere humility, respect, and ample patience. None would dare to question a member of the sect.
To confront Ding Xiu was tantamount to courting death. Earlier, many disciples who envied Yihan for passing the assessment began to mock him. They could not pass the trial themselves, but they relished the thought of watching Yihan suffer. "You are indeed audacious, disregarding us," sneered another expert from the Wuji sword sect. "How can a person so unruly even think of practicing the sword path? The strongest sword path is born from a sincere heart. Only then can one achieve unparalleled sword intent and ultimately become an invincible sword immortal." At that moment, a man in his 30s spoke up. A master at the third level of divine power, who had also failed the assessment not long ago. Yihan turned his gaze, looking sorrowfully at the man. "Sincere heart? What nonsense is that? At your age, you still await the opportunity to pass the assessment? You speak for the Wuji sword sect, yet do not consider your own plight. How laughable." The middle-aged man's face flushed with anger. "You will be silent." Yihan paid him no heed and turned to Ding Xiu and his companions. "I refuse to believe that the Wuji sword sect is under the dominion of mere divine power disciples like you." Ding Xiu sneered. "The Wuji sword sect is not ours to command, however, whether you can join depends on our disposition. What are you waiting for? Break his legs and throw him out." Another expert from the Wuji sword sect interjected. A chorus of voices rose, exuding boundless arrogance. Coldly observing the scene, Yihan felt utterly disillusioned. He never anticipated that his confident arrival at the Wuji sword sect would unfold into such a spectacle. Not only Ding Xiu, but the entire cohort of Wuji sword sect disciples displayed this level of tyranny. They were so accustomed to issuing orders that they could not tolerate any dissenting voice. Yihan could not believe that the Wuji sword sect was merely governed by these divine power disciples. "Ding Xiu, what are you all doing here?" Just as Yihan was about to speak again, a figure approached from a distance. "Yi Zhishuan?" Yihan's eyes sharpened instantly. Yi Zhishuan also spotted him. And in an instant, their gazes locked, both radiating an icy coldness. "So it is junior sister Zhishuan." Ding Xiu shifted his gaze, a smile spreading across his face. He pointed at Yihan. "This insolent fool wishes to join the Wuji sword sect but is unwilling to accept his failure in the assessment. He seeks to cause trouble." "Cause trouble?" Yihan scoffed. "Isn't it you members of the Wuji sword sect who wish to use me as an example to intimidate others who seek to join?" Yi Zhishuan stepped forward, and the members of the Wuji sword sect hastily parted to create a path, as if she held significant standing among them. "Yihan. So you wish to stir up trouble," she remarked with a mock smile. "You desire to join the Wuji sword sect?" Ding Xiu, seeing this, quickly interjected. "So junior sister Zhishuan knows this brat, then?" Yi Zhishuan waved her hand to silence Ding Xiu, then whispered something into his ear. In a moment, Ding Xiu's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of malice appearing in his eyes. "Yihan, if you truly wish to join the Wuji sword sect, it is not impossible." Ding Xiu fixed his gaze on Yihan. "Kneel at the foot of the summit of heaven for 10 days and nights, and after 10 days, I will personally grant you the sword decree." Yihan remained silent, simply observing Ding Xiu, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his secrets. Yi Zhishuan also spoke. Her tone teasing, laced with mockery. "Let me inform you, the Wuji sword sect was founded by senior brother Feng. If you wish to join, you must kneel here as a show of sincerity. Otherwise, despite the vastness of the Reincarnation Academy, if senior brother Feng expresses disapproval, no sect within the academy would dare accept you. Kneel and beg me. Only then will you have a chance to join the Wuji sword sect," Yi Zhishuan taunted. Her gaze fixed mockingly on Yihan. "What of joining the Reincarnation Academy? Without the blessing of a divine body or the favor of someone like senior brother Feng, he remained a mere insignificant figure. Even his teacher, Mo Qingru, in her prime, could not stand shoulder to shoulder with senior brother Feng, let alone now, when she had long since lost her strength and could no longer assist Yihan. Vile creature! Yihan's fists crackled with energy, locking onto Yi Zhishuan's head. Senior brother Feng. Feng Wuliang? Can he, no matter how formidable, appear now to save you? Could a mere child of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, truly overshadow the Grand Reincarnation Academy? Yihan was filled with irritation. Had he known that the Wuji sword sect was founded by Feng Wuliang, he would never have set foot on the summit of heaven. Yi Zhishuan recoiled.
Memories of nearly being struck dead by Yihan's punch and the demon ridge fresh in her mind. At the foot of the summit of heaven. Should you dare to act, I will incapacitate you. On the side, Ding Xiu brandished his battle sword, instantly slashing toward Yihan. A swordsman unrivaled? Let us see how many punches you can withstand. Yihan had long since harbored disdain for Ding Xiu. Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. The technique erupted, and with a roar, Yihan charged forth like a ferocious tiger from the woods, ready to annihilate all. Bang! 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 With 3 consecutive punches, Ding Xiu's sword energy was instantly shattered. Yihan's blood surged, his energy roiling, 2 waves of divine power clashing within him. All his strength erupted like a volcano, fierce and unparalleled. Boom! The space before him shattered as if it were obliterated. In mere moments, their figures collided several times, and at one instant, Ding Xiu's sword was sent flying by a single punch, his entire being staggering back, blood surging in reverse, retreating over 10 steps. Put! Blood splattered. Ding Xiu's face turned pale, disbelief etched on it, utterly humiliated. Is this the so-called sword path? Is this your arrogant foundation? You think you can incapacitate me? Ridiculous. Yihan's cold gaze swept over, his fighting spirit and killing intent coalescing. You are finished, Yihan. No one has ever dared to cause a scene at the gates of the Wuji sword sect. When senior brother Feng returns, you won't escape unscathed. Ding Xiu, infuriated and bloodied, was supported by several experts from the Wuji sword sect, his plight utterly miserable. He could not accept it. In less than 30 breaths, he had nearly been beaten to death by Yihan. Chapter 35, Struggling to Move Forward. Am I doomed? Yihan glanced at the crowd, asserting, This is the Reincarnation Academy, not the Wujian sword sect. The academy was teeming with disciples and countless strong individuals. Although the Wujian sword sect was formidable, it was merely one of the factions within the academy. Yihan did not believe that the Wujian sword sect could truly dominate. His gaze swept across the scene, exuding an intimidating aura, his garments billowing. He fixed his eyes on the towering Tongtian Peak, declaring, You have insulted me today, but one day, I, Yihan, shall stand upon Tongtian Peak. With a swift movement, he advanced, causing a group of Wujian sword sect disciples to retreat in defense of Ding Xiu and Yi Zhishuan. A bunch of useless fools, nothing more. Yihan scoffed, casting a lingering glance at Yi Zhishuan before turning away. The gazes of the Wujian sword sect experts upon him resembled venomous serpents, yet not a single one dared to obstruct his path. Having left that place, Yihan followed his memory to another mountain peak, Giant God Peak. This was the stronghold of the Invincible Fist sect. While the area around Giant God Peak lacked the bustling atmosphere of Tongtian Peak, it still attracted a considerable number of disciples. The assessment here was similarly straightforward. One needed only to withstand 10 punches from an Invincible Fist sect disciple to pass. Such an evaluation posed no challenge for Yihan at this stage. However, just as he completed the assessment, several figures bearing battle swords appeared. This person, Yihan, dares to cause trouble beneath Tongtian Peak. If the Invincible Fist sect wishes to take him in, the consequences are on you. They were blunt in their approach. Some members of the Invincible Fist sect frowned. While the disciple responsible for assessing Yihan spoke up, he has already passed the Invincible Fist sect's evaluation. We have conveyed the intention of senior sister Yi Zhishuan. And beyond that, it is no longer our concern. After stating this, the Wujian sword sect members departed. Yi Zhishuan's intention? The many experts present from the Invincible Fist sect exchanged glances, their apprehension palpable. Yihan, we regret to inform you that you must seek assistance elsewhere. The Invincible Fist sect cannot accept you. The disciple who evaluated Yihan spoke with a hint of regret and shame. Though Yihan's physique was robust, not being a top-tier talent, he was still far beyond the average person, making him highly suitable for the Invincible Fist sect. Yi Zhishuan, can she truly influence you? The Invincible Fist sect? The evaluators of the Invincible Fist sect did not carry the lofty demeanor of the Wujian sword sect, which Yihan found somewhat acceptable. Although Yi Zhishuan may not be qualified, she had entered the academy as an inner disciple, handpicked by the son of reincarnation. Thus, the individual before Yihan regarded him with regret.
I understand.
Yi Han clasped his hands in acknowledgement and turned away decisively.
Half an hour later.
In front of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion of the Reincarnation Academy, a voice spoke, Yi Han, we apologize, but someone from the Wujian Sword Sect has spoken.
We cannot accept you.
At the Seven Stars Hall, another voice echoed, Yi Han, seek assistance elsewhere, we cannot provoke the Wujian Sword Sect. At the Purple Chi Battle King Sect, yet another voice added, Yi Han, you are talented, hailing from a small place like Flame City, yet possessing such a physique, regrettably.
We cannot accept you.
In a single day, Yi Han traversed numerous factions within the academy, receiving similar responses.
Passed the assessment? Sorry, it means nothing. You have provoked the Wujian Sword Sect, and with Yi Zhishuan's word, no one dares to take you in. 4 words echoed in his mind, struggling to move forward.
While Yi Zhishuan possessed the celestial dragon battle body and exceptional talent, her influence was limited by her realm.
However,
the incident of Yi Han causing a commotion at the Wujian Sword Sect's gate quickly spread, instilling fear in others to accept him.
In the eyes of many,
Yi Han had become akin to a dead man, a worthless individual. Feng Wuliang personally led a group of high-ranking members of the Wujian Sword Sect to attend to a significant matter. When they returned,
any one of them could effortlessly crush Yi Han. What is it about Yi Zhishuan that makes Feng Wuliang value her so greatly?
Yi Han was consumed with rage, suspecting that Yi Zhishuan and Ding Xiu were orchestrating this situation. Yet he couldn't fathom why, amidst the millions of disciples at the Reincarnation Academy, so many extraordinary talents existed. The celestial dragon battle body that Yi Zhishuan possessed, while powerful, could hardly be deemed the pinnacle of physiques. What made this woman so special that Feng Wuliang held her in such regard? A force that casts a shadow over all.
Finally, Yi Han understood the meaning of overwhelming influence.
As the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang need not take action or express his stance. His mere presence could suppress countless corners of the academy, compelling many to tread carefully. With a hint of unwillingness, Yi Han made his way to the academy's training ground.
Training, transformation. Strength is the true path. If he were a formidable inner disciple or even an esteemed disciple, why would he need to heed the opinions of others? Bang! 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 In one corner of the training ground, Yi Han relentlessly struck, venting his frustration upon the inscription stone. You young lad.
If you break a few more inscription stones, it won't be enough to cover the costs. A familiar voice rang out from behind him.
Teacher Li? Yi Han paused, forcing a smile. Indeed, it was Li Fuqilu, the one who had assessed him to become an outer disciple just the previous day. What's the matter? It's only been a day, and you're already so restless? Li Fuqilu remarked. Nothing. Yi Han shook his head. You little rascal. You went to cause trouble at the Wujian Sword Sect's gate and even struck their disciples? Li Fuqilu eyed him skeptically. Yi Han fell silent.
Li Fuqilu continued.
You do have guts. Since the establishment of the Wujian Sword Sect, it has risen above all major factions, second only to the 6 paths of the academy. This is the first time someone has dared to create such a scene. Aren't you afraid of death?
Yi Han did not respond, and Li Fuqilu, seemingly enjoying himself, added. You have a grudge with that Yin Tianxiu, and now you've entangled yourself with the Wujian Sword Sect, you've landed yourself in serious trouble.
From now on,
your path within the academy will be fraught with obstacles.
The Wujian Sword Sect, is its power truly so immense?
It is but a faction established by a disciple within the academy, Yi Han finally spoke up.
Indeed. Li Fuqilu replied, but it is not an ordinary disciple. It is Feng Wuliang, the son of reincarnation.
You have only just entered the academy and do not yet grasp the weight of those 4 words.
After you struck a member of the Wujian Sword Sect, doubtless, other factions within the academy will also hesitate to accept you, correct? Feeling quite displeased? Frustrated? Wronged? Li Fuqilu teased. Indeed.
Yi Han clenched his fists, finally unable to contain his response.
Welcome to the path of humanity.
Li Fuqilu uttered those 6 words, revealing the purpose behind his long discourse.
The path of humanity can help me suppress Yin Tianxiu? Yi Han gazed intently at Li Fuqilu. But the path of humanity can help me conquer Tongtian Peak? But The path of humanity can enable me to defeat the son of reincarnation? But Li Fuchilo smiled warmly at Yihan, cultivating the path of humanity, the son of reincarnation is unworthy to stand alongside you. Your vision should extend further. Very well. I shall join the path of humanity. At that moment, Yihan made an unwavering decision. Or rather, he sought only inner peace. Li Fuchilo's response mattered not. Congratulations! You are now the inheritor of the path of humanity in this generation. Li Fuchilo stated, promptly retrieving a tattered book from his pocket. Chapter 36, Yihan, the Path of Humanity, the Inheritor? Yihan gazed at Li Fuchilo with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. A foreboding sensation enveloped him. Having just joined the path of humanity, how could he possibly be deemed an inheritor? This path, one of the 6 realms of the Reincarnation Academy, was supposed to be teeming with prodigies. How could they appoint a mere newcomer as their successor? Speechless, Yihan watched as Li Fuchilo extended a tattered tome towards him. What is this? He inquired as he accepted the book. The weathered cover bore 5 grand characters, the imperial record of earth-shattering wonders. Martial arts of heaven and earth are founded upon humanity. Among all paths, the path of humanity reigns supreme. In the realm of humanity, the first great way, when cultivated to its utmost, can shatter mountains and rivers with a single punch, transcending the heavens with intent. Li Fuchilo regarded Yihan with utmost seriousness, slowly articulating. The imperial record of earth-shattering wonders is our path of humanity's most formidable inheritance, encompassing techniques, martial skills, secret arts, and more. Supreme among humanity? Yihan cast a glance at Li Fuchilo. People proclaim the sword path as the foremost in offense, claiming that when perfected, the sword immortal is invincible across the land. A flicker of barely concealed disdain crossed Li Fuchilo's eyes. The path of humanity, the royal path, when perfected, can obliterate even the sword immortal with a mere fist. Yihan was left speechless. He mused that he might be more adept at boasting than Li Fuchilo. Very well, return to your cultivation. I anticipate your success in promoting the path of humanity. I shall seek a few items and come to find you next month. With that, Li Fuchilo hurried away, casting Yihan an encouraging glance before departing. Promote it? Yihan was once again at a loss, unable to comprehend Li Fuchilo's words. Having only just joined the path of humanity and still grappling with the intricacies, how could he be labeled an inheritor, let alone be expected to promote it? Had it not been for the tome he was given, Yihan might have deemed Li Fuchilo a charlatan. As Li Fuchilo departed, Yihan felt no desire to linger and returned to Longing Peak. Amidst the lush surroundings of Longing Peak, he casually gathered a few fragrant fruits, consuming them to experience a profound sense of fulfillment both internally and externally. These fruits were imbued with rich vitality, invigorating his spirit and enhancing his cultivation efficiency. This convenience was remarkable. Longing Peak was abundant with unique fruits and medicinal herbs, alleviating any concerns of hunger and allowing Yihan to cultivate without distractions. At that moment, he truly appreciated the joy of possessing a mountain of his own, where everything was under his command. Having satiated his hunger, Yihan entered the dragon-hidden hall, retrieving the imperial record of earth-shattering wonders. The imperial record of earth-shattering wonders, a heavenly level technique. Upon opening the first page, the 4 characters heavenly level technique startled him, igniting a fervent gleam in his eyes. To discover that it was indeed a heavenly level technique. The hierarchy of techniques paralleled that of martial skills, elixirs, and weapons. Classified as human, mystical, earthly, heavenly, and even the unparalleled divine level. In the past, within the city of Yen, even the strongest techniques possessed by the 3 prominent families were merely mid-grade human level, while ordinary practitioners typically cultivated low-grade human level techniques. Upon arriving at the Reincarnation Academy, Yihan had aspired to encounter techniques related to the mystical or earthly levels. Even the most subpar earthly level techniques would have satisfied him. As for mid-grade and upper-grade earthly techniques, he dared not even dream of them. Those were likely reserved for inner disciples or true inheritors. To his astonishment, Li Fuchilo had casually bestowed upon him a heavenly level technique today. The imperial record of earth-shattering wonders was not merely a single technique but, as Li Fuchilo had indicated, encompassed various martial skills and secret arts. What did this signify? It completely alleviated his future concerns.
There was no longer a need for him to scavenge for vitality elixirs to exchange for martial skills, wandering through the medicine hall, artifact hall,
and treasure hall to undertake various tasks.
In the academy, acquiring any weapon or cultivating a technique or martial skill required a substantial amount of vitality elixirs. All resources were intricately linked to these elixirs, which were often exorbitantly priced, making it cumbersome to gather them.
Among the techniques, there was the Imperial technique of earth-shattering wonders.
3 martial skills: Imperial Ghostly Steps, Dragon Embracing Finger, and Void Sovereign Slash. 1 secret art: Divine Power 100 Explosions. After thoroughly examining the Imperial record of earth-shattering wonders,
Yi Han inhaled deeply.
Not only was it a heavenly level technique, but the 3 martial skills it contained included the Imperial Ghostly Steps and Dragon Embracing Finger, both of which were top-tier upper-grade earthly skills. The Void Sovereign Slash was even more astonishing, reaching the upper echelon of heavenly level techniques.
Heavenly upper grade. With true divine level techniques. Who could rival him?
In Yi Han's memory, genuine divine level techniques, martial skills, and secret arts were almost synonymous with legend.
It was said that they were exceedingly rare even within the vast expanse of the Tai Su ancient domain. Thus, could it be concluded that such techniques were perhaps non-existent within the Reincarnation Academy?
Yi Han suddenly felt as if everything were a dream.
What was happening today? Was fortune truly falling from the heavens, landing squarely on his head and feeding him? Could such good fortune truly exist?
The attached secret art of Divine Power 100 Explosions was no trivial matter. It was rumored that once mastered, it could unleash a brief surge of divine power during combat,
with each explosion stacking its might.
If he could achieve the 100 explosions, he would become an invincible entity within the realm of divine power,
with no adversary capable of matching him. What should he do next? Cultivate.
With such an extraordinary technique and martial skills before him,
failing to seize the opportunity to cultivate would be foolish.
Moments later, the Imperial technique of earth-shattering wonders was activated by Yi Han.
Boom! 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 Suddenly, Yi Han's expression changed.
He felt his inner vitality surge and boil instantaneously. Not only that, but his 2 divine powers were also rampaging fiercely, crashing through his limbs and meridians. A sensation akin to his body being torn asunder overwhelmed him, as if he might burst apart entirely.
Calm down. In an instant,
Yi Han activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, attempting to quell the turmoil within.
As he channeled the Dragon Control technique,
he instantly realized that the excruciating pain had subsided. The vitality summoned by the Dragon Control technique entirely overshadowed that drawn forth by the Imperial technique, with the energies of both techniques colliding within him. However, in a mere moment, the Imperial technique had already lost its efficacy.
What? Yi Han was dumbfounded, left speechless. The Imperial technique of earth-shattering wonders, a heavenly level technique, was beyond his reach?
No, it wasn't that he couldn't cultivate it, rather. After cultivating the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, the Imperial technique was rendered entirely ineffective and suppressed.
Could it be that the technique I obtained from the 9 Realms Dragon Tower is the true divine level technique? Yi Han's eyes sparkled, a multitude of thoughts flooding his mind. Chapter 37, Divine Power Unleashed. The foundation of martial arts cultivation lies in its techniques. A formidable technique provides immeasurable benefits to a warrior,
most directly reflected in accelerated training speed and purer, more robust strength. When Yi Han attained the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm,
his elemental power was already 100 times that of an ordinary person.
At that time, he did not possess a profound understanding of this.
The disparity between individuals is often vast.
Yet today, Yi Han has come to realize the astonishing prowess of his 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, which, within the Reincarnation Academy,
is likely unparalleled by any other martial arts method. Who would have anticipated that a mere outer disciple like him would possess a technique transcending the celestial level? Yin Tianxiu and Feng Wuliang, even you gifted individuals cannot compete with my 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, can you?
You geniuses have merely trained for a few more years than I, and you may not be as formidable as the legends suggest.
I, Yi Han,
will inevitably rise to stand beside you, perhaps even surpassing you.
Yi Han mused silently. The Reincarnation Academy has 6 positions of the Reincarnation Sons, does it not? Feng Wuliang occupies but one, leaving 5 vacancies.
Yi Han feels that he may yet contend for one of those positions. Reigning in his thoughts, Yi Han redirected his focus to the Emperor's astonishing art. Upon operating the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, he noted that while the elemental power invoked by the Emperor's astonishing art was suppressed, both techniques fundamentally aimed at refining the body, strengthening the bones, enhancing vitality,
and even fortifying the soul.
In essence, the two techniques are similar, with the Emperor's astonishing art being a diluted version of the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique. Upon realizing this, Yi Han conceived a method of concealment. Though he would not settle for practicing the Emperor's astonishing art, it is, after all, a celestial-level technique. Exceedingly rare in the vast ancient Taisu realm, and invaluable for hiding the secrets of his Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique.
How to conceal it?
Yi Han spent an entire night experimenting and finally succeeded in allowing the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique to operate freely.
With a mere thought,
he could completely manifest the aura of the Emperor's astonishing art, generating elemental power that exuded the same aura, rendering the secrets imperceptible to anyone. The culmination of the Emperor's astonishing art can produce a formidable technique known as the Heaven, Earth, and Human Sovereign Diagram. Yet, Yi Han envisioned a new direction. With the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, he could not only manifest the Heaven, Earth,
and Human Sovereign Diagram but could also create the even more potent All Worlds Dragon Emperor Diagram.
Of course, this is merely a conjecture, a thought. Whether it can be realized in the future remains uncertain. In the early hours of the following day, Yi Han gradually concluded his cultivation. He exited the Dragon Concealment Hall and resumed practicing the secret technique, Divine Power Unleashed. He temporarily chose not to divert his attention to the 3 martial techniques in the Emperor's astonishing record, as he had not yet perfected the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist imparted by his teacher, Mo Qingru. However, Divine Power Unleashed was perfectly tailored for him, as it directly enhances combat prowess. In the training grounds before the Dragon Concealment Hall, under the rising sun, Yi Han relentlessly unleashed punches, as hundreds of fist lights erupted. His divine power and elemental energy became more adept and stable, transitioning between internal and external transformations in accordance with Divine Power Unleashed.
Bang! At a certain moment,
a vacuum sound explosion erupted. Yi Han struck with a punch, and with the explosive force akin to a pinpoint burst,
the power of that single blow experienced a qualitative enhancement. What a formidable technique! Yi Han marveled, realizing that even a single explosion had significantly augmented the force of his strike. The elemental power within him felt more vibrant, more surging, invigorating his vitality.
And with each punch, his divine power became increasingly refined.
Bang, bang, bang.
3 hours had passed as the sun hung high in the sky. The sound of explosions atop Dragon Concealment Peak grew more frequent, resembling a series of fireworks.
28 explosions.
Drenched in sweat, Yi Han paused, feeling a tinge of regret. After unleashing divine power 28 times, the force behind his punch exceeded that of an ordinary second-level divine power by an unfathomable margin. Yet, this was his current limit. Further exertion might lead to bodily rupture. With his already formidable elemental power and combat prowess, supplemented by this secret technique, Yi Han realized that if he were to engage in a life-and-death struggle, even a 5th-level divine power expert would be compelled to kneel and acknowledge him. Yet, he still felt a significant gap compared to Luo Tianzheng. Luo Tianzheng had suffered greatly before, however, since Yi Han's return, this individual had not appeared, which struck Yi Han as peculiar. Such a proud and domineering person, a favorite of Feng Wuliang, would not simply let grievances go unavenged. He was likely concocting some scheme against him. In light of these uncertainties, Yi Han understood that his best course of action was to rapidly enhance his strength. Moreover, to eliminate any threat to Yi Zhixian, he must first deal with Luo Tianzheng. As Yi Han pondered these matters, his brow suddenly furrowed. He sensed fluctuations in the inscription array laid upon Dragon Concealment Peak. Is someone intruding upon Dragon Concealment Peak? Yi Han's expression hardened as he strode forward with purpose, heading down the mountain. Upon reaching the base of Dragon Concealment Peak via the inscription teleportation array, he encountered a multitude of figures, at least several hundred, mostly spectators. At the forefront stood a tall, muscular man, relentlessly attacking the altar of the teleportation array. Who are you? Yi Han inquired calmly.
The man halted. His eyes filled with fury and malice. Upon locking onto Yihan, his eyes widened. "You are Yihan?" "Indeed," Yihan replied. "Speak. Who gave you the audacity to cultivate upon Dragon Concealment Peak?"
The man was blunt, his tone exceedingly domineering, as if the peak belonged to him alone.
Is there a problem with my cultivation here?"
Yihan was taken aback, initially assuming Luo Tianzheng had finally come to confront him. Only to be met with this brainless individual.
"Dragon Concealment Peak belongs to the path of humanity, and no outsiders are permitted to enter. Leave."
The man's steps thundered as he stomped down, shaking the altar momentarily, and an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped Yihan.
Nearby, many disciples pointed and whispered, "This Yihan truly lacks awareness." Indeed. Who does he think he is to enter Dragon Concealment Peak?
I wonder which elder assigned this to him.
Rumors had spread throughout the academy that Dragon Concealment Peak had gained a master, recorded in the annals. Seemingly a person named Yihan.
Regarding this matter, discontent had brewed among nearly all, for why should an outer disciple possess a mountain of his own?
Meanwhile, some inner disciples ranked lower had to share peaks for their training.
At this moment, the majority mocked Yihan.
"Get lost. What are you still doing here? Are you too shameless to leave? As an outer disciple, you think you can cultivate here without shame?"
A chorus of derisive remarks ensued, growing increasingly fervent. Some servant disciples were bad enough, yet even other outer disciples were flushed with indignation, hurling insults without restraint. Were all outer disciples cramped together for training?
"What makes you special, Yihan? What is your name?"
Yihan asked the man before him.
"Shao Chen." The man boomed. "Is it Shao Chen? Is this Longyin Peak yours?"
Yihan continued to observe the man before him.
"No." Shao Chen replied curtly, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes. "But soon. I shall be cultivating here. If it's not yours, then why don't you leave?"
Yihan interjected, cutting off Shao Chen's words.
"What did you say?"
Shao Chen's eyes widened, his fists cracking ominously, as if poised to strike at any moment.
"You dare to be so arrogant on my territory? If you don't leave, do you wish for me to throw you out?"
Yihan cast a disdainful glance at Shao Chen.
"What a joke! You come here to accuse me. And yet you are nothing but a pretender. Why flaunt your arrogance?"
Initially, Yihan believed that Li Fuchila was indeed a fraud. Having dug a pit for himself by allocating a peak that belonged to someone else to him. Little did he expect to encounter such a self-righteous individual.
Boom!
Unable to contain his fury, Shao Chen unleashed a punch aimed directly at Yihan's face.
A newcomer dared to speak to him in such a manner? Was he courting death?
Yihan spread his arms wide, blocking the punch. He felt a tremendous force crashing into him, forcing him back 3 steps.
"You, boy, are asking for trouble. If you want to be disrespectful, then don't blame me when the consequences come."
Shao Chen's smile was chilling as he threw another punch. This one infused with the essence of 6 divine powers. The 6th level of the divine power realm. This man was exceedingly formidable. His physical prowess exuding a rage that hinted at hidden strength, making his punch even more overwhelming. Among the outer disciples, he was undoubtedly a fierce competitor.
"What are you? How dare you come here to question me?"
Yihan, usually patient, could no longer contain his anger. He summoned his internal energy, channeling 2 divine powers,
and unleashed the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist.
The two ceased their banter and engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. No other techniques were employed, only pure fist combat, resulting in constant collisions. The ground trembled beneath them. Shao Chen, already exceptionally strong, was further empowered by his absolute advantage in realm, resembling a humanoid bull,
instilling fear in his opponents. Yet Yihan felt no trepidation. Amidst the battle, he adapted his aura, seemingly acclimating. In a moment of inspiration, Yihan let out a roar.
His blood surged.
Divine power erupted. Divine power 2 erupted. Divine power 3. Divine power 28 erupted. Yihan's bones resonated,
his body vibrating as if it were a drum.
This was the manifestation of his divine power reaching its peak. In an instant, Yihan unleashed the third strike of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. The winds and thunder surged. Boom! With a single punch, Xiaochen let out a cry of agony, retreating instantly.
His body trembled, particularly his arms, which nearly shattered from Yihan's strike, breaking one of his bones.
You think you can seize Longyin Peak? You are unworthy.
Yihan sneered as he charged forward, undeterred by the 4 divine powers that separated them. If I don't strike, it's one thing, but when I do, blood will flow. If Xiaochen doesn't fall today, there will be a second, a third.
Who can withstand that?
The blood of the bull.
Xiaochen bellowed in fury, swallowing a medicinal pill.
The purpose of the pill was unknown, but in an instant, his internal energy surged violently. Observing him, one could see the veins bulging,
as if he had entered a frenzied state.
The injury to his arm seemed to be disregarded as he launched a punch, infused with 6 divine powers,
towards Yihan's head.
The blood of the bull made Xiaochen's physique formidable, though he lacked a special constitution. Through relentless refinement with the blood of the bull, he could potentially cultivate elite postnatal special physiques in the future. Many disciples envied him. A warrior's talent manifests in various forms, aside from those with special constitutions.
Others may possess remarkably potent bloodlines. Xiaochen possessed an ancient and powerful bloodline, the blood of the golden bull.
This bloodline bestowed immense strength.
In terms of raw physical power, even some inner disciples were no match for Xiaochen.
Currently, he was at the divine power realm. But once he transcended this level and reached greater heights, the advantages of his bloodline would be fully revealed.
The unbeaten dragon body of eternity.
Upon sensing Xiaochen's state, Yihan decisively activated the divine bone within him. To be exact, it should be called the dragon bone. The moment the dragon bone was invoked, a torrent of hidden power surged through Yihan's limbs, enveloping him in dragon energy.
With a fierce punch, the two forces collided. An overwhelming power surged through Yihan's arm.
Simultaneously, his blood energy merged with his internal power, and the force of divine power 28 crashed into Xiaochen.
Crack!
A sound of fracture echoed through the air.
Onlookers saw Yihan retreat a few steps, while Xiaochen appeared pale, beads of sweat streaming down as he writhed in agony on the ground. His right arm had been shattered by Yihan's punch, utterly destroyed.
Recovery would be nearly impossible without a top-tier expert and a significant price to pay.
How could you use the 100 explosions of divine power? Xiaochen roared in agony, consumed by anger.
This was his sole focus. After this strike, he finally recognized the difference in Yihan's state. It was the result of the 100 explosions of divine power. Though the surrounding servants and outer disciples were unfamiliar with it, Xiaochen was acutely aware.
In fact,
he was deeply familiar with it. It was the secret technique he had long desired. If he could obtain the 100 explosions of divine power and combine it with the blood of the golden bull within him, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and Xiaochen would even feel confident taking on opponents at the 7th or 8th levels of divine power. But how could Yihan wield the 100 explosions of divine power?
I am Yihan,
the sole inheritor of the path of humanity in this age,
Yihan declared, looking down upon the writhing Xiaochen with a resounding and unwavering voice. As the inheritor of the path of humanity, why would I not be able to use the 100 explosions of divine power?
As Yihan's words echoed, all sounds around fell silent, and countless eyes widened in astonishment.
Locking onto him. No, it's impossible. No one has joined the path of humanity. I, Xiaochen, am the future inheritor of the path of humanity.
Xiaochen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of his shattered bones, roaring once more.
He could not accept this. It was not just defeat by Yihan. It was the fact that Yihan was the inheritor of the path of humanity? That was inconceivable. Do you wish for me to personally send you away?
Yihan replied with a cold smile.
You, an outsider, think you can lay claim to Longyin Peak, to our path of humanity's mountain? Chapter 39, Two Incompetents Around Them.
The crowd lowered their heads. Many outer disciples, who were previously filled with fervor, fell utterly silent.
The successor of the human path, Yihan. This was simply an inconceivable event. How could the esteemed human path, one of the 6 legacies of the academy, accept an outer disciple like Yihan into its ranks? Even more astonishing was the prospect of elevating him to the status of successor.
Consider the many lofty and unparalleled inner disciples, some of whom were true disciples,
who longed to join the human path. Yet, none had ever been recognized by it, finding no opportunity whatsoever. Xiao Chen, although an outer disciple,
had long been acknowledged as the one most likely to join the human path. He had consistently regarded himself as its successor, commanding a measure of respect even from some inner disciples. Who would have imagined that today, Yihan's astonishing proclamation would deliver a resounding slap to Xiao Chen's face,
revealing that it was he, Yihan, who was the true successor of the human path.
Xiao Chen was merely an impostor. What was even more absurd was that Xiao Chen, who falsely claimed to be the successor of the human path and strutted before Yihan, would find himself knocked to the ground?
How ironic.
You are merely at the second level of the divine power realm.
Some would not let you off, Yihan. Xiao Chen trembled as he rose, fixating his gaze on Yihan, his resentment and fury intensifying. Is that so?
Yihan scrutinized Xiao Chen.
In that fleeting moment,
his will erupted, and his spirit soared once more.
Stop!
As Xiao Chen attempted to depart, Yihan's voice rang out sharply.
What? Are you still dissatisfied? Xiao Chen's countenance turned ashen. Some will not let me off? It seems you have someone backing you. Speak, who is it? Yihan stepped forward,
his piercing gaze penetrating into Xiao Chen's eyes.
What did you say? I cannot comprehend. Xiao Chen ground his teeth. I will give you 10 breaths. If you do not speak, I will cripple you. Yihan's expression was devoid of mercy.
Xiao Chen sneered, walking away step by step, completely disregarding Yihan.
Cripple me? Who would dare?
Unless your status surpasses mine, being an inner disciple, the academy would downplay any incident.
Boom!
A fist struck out as Yihan made his move. His body shot forward, swiftly reaching Xiao Chen's side, and with a swift motion, he struck Xiao Chen's shoulder with tremendous force.
Do you dare? Xiao Chen bellowed. What is there to fear? Kneel before me. Yihan's boiling blood and elemental power surged forth.
At that moment, Xiao Chen fell to his knees with a thud,
raising a cloud of dust.
The blood of the golden barbarian bull within him erupted, attempting to bolster his body. Yet, Yihan's arm stood immovable, like an unyielding mountain.
The blood of the golden barbarian bull?
Worthless.
Before the indomitable dragon body, it amounted to nothing.
Although Yihan had not yet manifested the dragon blood, even the lone dragon bone within him exuded a power potent enough to trample countless so-called top-tier bloodlines and physiques.
Who is it that incites you to trouble me? Yihan?
Yihan gazed at the struggling and pained Xiao Chen. Speak, and you may leave, otherwise, test me and see if I dare to cripple you.
Xiao Chen's expression was a tumult of emotions, still resisting and ignoring Yihan's words.
Very well, a gentleman may be killed but not humiliated.
I, Yihan,
do not wish to disgrace you.
I can cripple Lu Yunxiao, and I can certainly do the same to you. I shall grant you a swift end.
This serves as a warning to others, otherwise, they will all come to disturb me, treating my dragon hidden peak as they please.
As Yihan spoke,
he abruptly raised his arm.
Boom! A strike descended. Wait! Xiao Chen's voice trembled.
Mere inches separated Yihan's hand from Xiao Chen, halting in that fleeting moment.
The first on the yin-yang ranking, Yin Tianxiu. Xiao Chen spoke plainly, deliberately emphasizing the 5 words, the first on the yin-yang ranking. Yin Tianxiu, is it her again? Yihan's gaze turned toward the distance, his fury unabashed. Yin Tianxiu.
Having arrived at the Reincarnation Academy for only a short while, he had never encountered her. This Yin Tianxiu had repeatedly sent others to create trouble for him. Had it not been for his acquisition of the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower,
which provided him with ample resources to contend against opponents with greater divine power, he would have likely endured immense humiliation and suffering by now. Leave. Upon recalling Yin Tianxiu,
Yihan felt a wave of disinterest wash over him as he waved his hand.
All of Xiao Chen's emotions were extinguished, and he fell into silence, staggering away.
The surrounding disciples, witnessing Xiao Chen's departure, hurriedly dispersed, fearing that a single misplaced word might provoke Yihan's wrath. They had come to understand that without the strength of the 7th level of the divine power realm or greater, one should never provoke Yihan.
After everyone left,
Yihan returned to the dragon-hidden peak, but instead, he headed deeper into the academy. So much had transpired in recent days, he needed to consult his teacher,
Mo Qingru, to discuss a solution.
Yi Zhixuan and Luo Tianjing seemed to have quieted down for the time being.
However,
Yin Tianxia was like a persistent thorn in his side, exceedingly troublesome.
He needed to find a way to resolve this, otherwise, he would be unable to cultivate in peace. An hour later, Yihan arrived before a verdant and towering peak, Zhu Yun Peak.
His teacher had stated that she could be found there. The Taisu's secret record mentioned that Zhu Yun Peak was no ordinary place, it served as the cultivation ground for an elder of the academy,
known as Gu Yunzhu.
This was likely the middle-aged woman who had taken his teacher away that day. As Yihan approached the inscription teleportation array at Zhu Yun Peak, he infused it with elemental power and patiently awaited a response. This was a unique method to activate the teleportation array, and those at the peak would naturally sense it. After waiting about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yihan felt the spatial fluctuations of the teleportation array activate.
Moments later,
he saw his teacher seated in a wheelchair, being accompanied by the middle-aged woman as they were teleported down together.
"Teacher!" Yihan's eyes sparkled as he beamed with a radiant smile.
Only in front of Mo Qingru could he feel such ease, devoid of any pressure or treachery.
"Greetings, esteemed elder."
Yihan turned to regard the middle-aged woman.
"Second level of the divine power realm?" Before Mo Qingru could speak, the middle-aged woman, who had pushed her down,
revealed a look of surprise. Although she had not paid Yihan any mind when she took Mo Qingru, she had clearly taken note of his strength. In such a short time, Yihan had ascended from the 9th level of the Gathering Essence realm to the 2nd level of the Divine Power realm, an achievement that,
regardless of his talent, was exceedingly rare within the academy. "Yihan, you have reached the 2nd level of the Divine Power realm?"
Mo Qingru's wise and gentle eyes reflected a mixture of surprise and delight. "Indeed, I had an opportunity a few days ago to refine the core of a 9th-tier beast,"
Yihan responded.
"Go ahead and speak." The middle-aged woman, who had initially been quite serious, now softened her demeanor as she studied Yihan.
Meanwhile,
before another towering and magnificent peak of the academy, numerous disciples gathered, engaged in incessant discussion. At the foot of this peak, two figures knelt. One was the recently crippled Lu Yunxiao. The other was Xiao Chun, who had just been defeated by Yihan. Both bore expressions of unwillingness and helplessness, casting fearful glances at the summit. Despite being the subject of ridicule and laughter from countless disciples, neither dared to rise. "To incompetence," a woman's voice echoed from the front, though they could not discern when she had arrived. Lu Yunxiao and Xiao Chun suddenly trembled, seemingly filled with trepidation, not daring even to raise their heads. Chapter 40, Yin Tianxiu. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck Lu Yunxiao's face. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, a pitiful sight. Now reduced to a mere shell of his former self, devoid of any protective energy, he could only endure the pain, even suppressing his groans. If Yihan were present, he would hardly believe that just days ago, Lu Yunxiao had been so formidable, and now he was being ruthlessly beaten, no better than a pet dog. The woman who had arrived possessed an alluring figure, cascading long hair, and a stunning visage. Yet her eyes betrayed an innate arrogance and a palpable disdain towards both Lu Yunxiao and Xiao Chen. "Please, Junior Sister Wang, intercede on my behalf and request a destruction nirvana pill from Senior Sister Yin," Lu Yunxiao implored, his expression obsequious as he gazed at the woman before him. Despite receiving a slap, he exhibited no shame, instead reveling in his desperation. "Waste, get lost." Junior Sister Wang shot him a disdainful glance. "The Destruction Nirvana pill is a superior grade pill of celestial quality, immensely precious. You, a useless being who cannot even handle a trivial matter, dare to ask Senior Sister Yin to expend great efforts on your behalf?" But I am doing this for her," Lu Yunxiao replied, his face a mixture of confusion and anguish. "Kneeling here is futile, stop embarrassing yourself. If you provoke Senior Sister Yin's ire, you shall bear the consequences," Junior Sister Wang warned before turning her attention to Xiao Chen. Despair engulfed Lu Yunxiao as he felt utterly lost, realizing that his life was irreparably ruined. After being crippled by Yihan and subsequently beaten by others, he had barely clung to life, but now he was destined to remain a powerless waste. A consequence of his own making. Xiao Chen, speak, junior sister Wang urged, her gaze fixed on him.
You, a formidable 6th-level divine power practitioner, have been reduced to this state. Could it be that Yihan has other guardians by his side? No.
Xiao Chen's face turned pale. Yihan has mastered the divine power 100 explosions technique, and his strength is formidable. I am no match for him.
Waste.
Junior sister Wang bluntly uttered those words again. However, her eyes suddenly sparkled with interest.
What did you say? Divine power 100 explosions? He truly is the heir of the human Tao.
And he has already reached the 28th explosion.
28th explosion?
Junior sister Wang's pupils constricted, and she promptly disregarded both Xiao Chen and Lu Yunxiao,
swiftly returning to the mountain peak behind her.
At the summit, within a magnificent hall constructed of purple gold stone, junior sister Wang hurriedly entered, addressing a figure seated on the central throne. Senior sister Yin, that Yihan has defeated Xiao Chen using the divine power 100 explosions technique, and he has reached the 28th explosion.
Does this mean he is the chosen heir of the human Tao?
A silhouette of another woman emerged from the throne. Shrouded in a layer of fiery mist, her features obscured and enigmatic.
Indeed.
Junior sister Wang affirmed.
The woman above scoffed.
The 6 paths of the academy have been in decline for many years, the human Tao has long since waned.
The imperial record of wonders, though a celestial level technique, remains unmastered by anyone.
I had hoped Xiao Chen might join the human Tao, becoming a bargaining chip in my dealings with Feng Wuliang, granting me the identity of a reincarnation child, but Xiao Chen has proven to be utterly useless. The hall fell silent. While junior sister Wang had been imposing before Xiao Chen and Lu Yunxiao, she now dared not breathe in the presence of Yin Tianxiu.
After a long pause,
junior sister Wang suddenly made a slashing motion across her throat.
What if? Silence.
Yin Tianxiu's voice cut through sharply.
The Academy's conference will commence in 3 months, and following it, the contention of the 6 paths will unfold.
The human Tao Lord, lacking options,
will be forced to appoint an heir. However, he underestimates the situation. Feng Wuliang's expedition to the Crimson Dragon domain is to awaken the dragon human body. Given his style of action, once he sets out, success is inevitable. Upon Feng Wuliang's return, the tide will be irreversible, and the human Tao Lord will ultimately have to concede. Junior sister Wang was astounded. The dragon human body? How is that possible? Feng Wuliang is the reincarnation of an ancient deity, a being destined by fate, beyond our comprehension.
No one can impede his ambitions, nor can he fail, Yin Tianxiu continued, her gaze flickering. As for Yihan, he is merely a minor character with divine power at the 2nd level, utterly insignificant. Not only must he be spared, but he must also be well protected.
Protected?
Junior sister Wang was perplexed. He is a disciple of Mo Qingru, and whether we can obtain the half-piece of the 9-sun fire jade from her hinges on Yihan. Recently, during the demon tide eruption at Demon Beast Ridge, Luo Tianzhang entered with Yi Zhixuan to retrieve a beast core in essence from a 9th-tier demon beast king, but Yihan seized it midway, creating a blood feud between them. Luo Tianzhang has been in seclusion these past few days, striving for a breakthrough to become an inner sect disciple. Once he emerges, Yihan is doomed. We cannot allow such a scene to unfold. Yin Tianxiu spoke with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of calculation, as if orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. At that moment, atop Zhuyun Peak, in a training ground, Yihan, Mo Qingru, and Elder Gu Yunzas gathered. In the training ground, Yihan unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike fierce and vigorous, accompanied by explosive sounds.
Excellent, Yihan.
It seems you have mastered the Tiger Leopard Thunderfist, Mo Qingru remarked. In Yen City, your talents were wasted. You are not inferior to anyone in this reincarnation academy.
Not at all.
It was merely a breakthrough between life and death in Demon Beast Ridge, Yihan replied with a wry smile, knowing that his mentor was merely trying to comfort him. The Reincarnation Academy is filled with countless geniuses, and Yihan gradually recognized the reality. Even among the outstanding outer sect disciples like Luo Tianzhang, he was no match, let alone the numerous formidable inner sect disciples and the mysteriously powerful true disciples. Mo Qingru said no more but instead handed a book to Yihan.
Soul-snatching thunder sound.
Yihan read the 4 characters inscribed on the book.
Curiosity piqued as he looked at Mo Qingru. Soul-snatching thunder sound is an unranked martial art. Mo Qingru smiled at him. The reason I had you cultivate the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist was to lay the foundation for this. The soul-snatching thunder sound emphasizes a surge of energy that resonates through the heavens, unleashing sonic waves to kill. A single roar can shatter the will of opponents and even fracture their souls. What does unranked mean? Yihan asked, intrigued.
Unranked means this martial art possesses an exceptionally high ceiling. As long as your foundation and breath are sufficient, the power of this technique can be infinitely enhanced.
Conversely,
if your foundation is lacking, mastering the soul-snatching thunder sound would be futile, lacking any lethality, Mo Qingru explained.
I understand.
Yihan stored away the soul-snatching thunder sound and then inquired, Teacher, I came to you for another matter concerning Yin Tianxiu. Just as Yihan was about to elaborate, he suddenly felt a violent tremor shake Zhuyan Peak. Elder Gu Yunzhe's expression shifted, and he closed his eyes,
seemingly sensing something.
After a moment, Elder Gu Yunzhe looked at Yihan. Your great trouble seems to be arriving.
Chapter 41, Death may be averted. Yet life's crimes are inescapable, a formidable predicament? Yihan's eyes instantly turned frosty.
In the Hall of Law Enforcement, the Deputy Hall Master personally brought a contingent.
What have you done? Gu Yunju gazed at Yihan. I have rendered Lu Yunxiao incapacitated. Yihan directed his gaze towards Mo Qingru beside him.
Since it involved the Hall of Law Enforcement, it must pertain to Li Kai and Lu Yunxiao.
Li Kai's death left no evidence, so Yihan felt untroubled. However, with Lu Yunxiao now a cripple, it was certain that Yin Tianxiu would not let this matter rest and would seek to exploit it. There is no escaping this calamity. Let us see what unfolds. Gu Yunju cast an eye at Yihan.
Perhaps surprised that a mere disciple from Yen City could stir such a tumult within the Reincarnation Academy. The trio soon arrived at the foot of Zhuyan Peak. A multitude of masters had gathered ahead, led by dozens of individuals exuding a palpable murderous aura, their gazes stern and filled with an unspoken menace. Yihan recognized their attire. They were the same as those law enforcers from the Hall of Law Enforcement on that fateful day. Beside them was a woman shrouded in a fiery red radiance, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinct. Her status was evidently high, emanating an invisible authority. And even through the veil, Yihan felt an overwhelming pressure that stirred his very soul. Numerous disciples of the academy hid at a distance, watching the scene with trepidation. Many outer disciples dared not raise their heads, fearful that a mere glance could lead to their capture by the Hall of Law Enforcement as examples.
Seize him!
A middle-aged man commanded, waving his arm. Instantly, over a dozen enforcers surged forward, their demeanor fierce.
Impudence! Elder Gu Yunju stepped forward. Immediately, the 10 enforcers hesitated, revealing looks of apprehension.
To come to Zhuyan Peak and seize individuals without cause, the Hall of Law Enforcement has grown increasingly audacious in these past 2 years.
Gu Yunju stated sternly.
The middle-aged man approached, locking his gaze onto Yihan. Yihan, you have slain your fellow disciple Li Kai without cause.
After entering the academy,
you also personally crippled your fellow disciple Lu Yunxiao. Such crimes warrant execution. His tone was merciless, brimming with murderous intent, as he rendered a verdict upon Yihan's life. One that seemed impossible to contest.
Upon finishing, he turned to Gu Yunju. This matter has been substantiated, the guilt established, and it cannot be reversed. Elder Gu,
please stand aside. Do not create trouble for us in the Hall of Law Enforcement.
Elder Qiu, you claim Yihan killed Li Kai. Where is your evidence?
Gu Yunju scrutinized the middle-aged man.
Evidence?
Elder Qiu cast a glance at Yihan. This brat has publicly admitted that Li Kai fell by his hand.
In an instant,
all eyes were fixated on Yihan.
Even Gu Yunju found herself momentarily speechless. Yihan had confessed? What more was there to discuss? Yihan, come with us,
Elder Qiu said, glancing at Yihan.
Does a mere confession make him a murderer?
After a prolonged silence, Mo Qingru finally spoke.
I killed Li Kai, she declared, her gaze sweeping forward. Elder Qiu, do you intend to take me to the Hall of Law Enforcement? You.
Elder Qiu was left speechless.
Many disciples,
observing from afar, began to murmur, their expressions shifting as they regarded the enforcers.
Evidence? Is this how the Hall of Law Enforcement seeks proof? Based solely on Yihan's casual remark, they would arrest him and condemn him to death? Does that mean if Yihan claimed to be the reincarnation of a celestial emperor or a divine king, it would be accepted as truth? If he asserted that the Hall of Law Enforcement owed him 100,000 vitality pills, would that also be taken as evidence?
Li Kai was merely an ordinary disciple who dared to show me disrespect and conspired against my life. He deserved death.
Does Elder Cho require further explanation?
A cold arrogance flickered in Mo Qingruo's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Elder Cho. At that moment, Elder Cho was momentarily at a loss for words.
Unsure of how to respond. Who was Mo Qingru? She was once a figure of renown on the inner disciple yin-yang rankings, undeniably an extraordinary talent.
Even after 9 years of silence, her status as an inner disciple remained intact upon her return to the academy.
Li Kai's disrespect towards her, if judged by the academy's rules, could indeed be construed as a transgression worthy of execution. As for Lu Yunxiao,
his lack of strength led to his downfall at Yihan's hands. He could hardly blame anyone else. Mo Qingru cast another glance at Elder Cho before addressing Yihan. Yihan, according to the academy's rules, your defeat of Lu Yunxiao, though somewhat excessive, warrants a minor reprimand. Yihan stood by, observing Elder Cho with a cold gaze. Simultaneously, he gained a newfound understanding of the academy's so-called rules.
Indeed,
these so-called regulations and the punitive Hall of Justice were merely constructs for the weak.
True power transcends such constraints. Teacher Mo Qingru was indeed formidable.
With just a few words, she rendered Elder Cho speechless.
Truly, death may be evaded, yet life as crimes are inescapable. At that moment,
the enigmatic woman enveloped in fiery red light, who had been observing silently, finally spoke.
Whom? Yihan's pupils widened in shock.
He had not anticipated someone would speak at such a critical juncture.
Yihan felt Mo Qingruo's body tense suddenly. In Tianxiu. Mo Qingruo's voice emerged.
Her gaze fixed on the woman, squeezing out those 3 words. Yihan's eyes filled with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon the woman.
In Tianxiu. Is it truly you?
He had never encountered her, yet she had been like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, fixated on him and his teacher. Since entering the Reincarnation Academy, all troubles had been linked to this individual, and today, she finally appeared before him.
In an instant, Yihan's internal energy surged, igniting a fierce impulse to charge forward and crushing Tianxiu on the spot.
Mo Qingru, long time no see, Yin Tianxiu stepped forward. How nostalgic it is to recall the days of yore.
How is it? That half-piece of nine-yang fire jade, is it time to present it?
Yin Tianxiu's gaze penetrated the veil, seemingly catching a glimpse of Yihan before settling on Mo Qingru.
Yin Tianxiu.
I have destroyed that half-piece of nine-yang fire jade, do not harbor delusions of acquiring it. Mo Qingruo's tone was icy, steeped in unquenchable fury. Yet at that moment, she could only remain seated in her wheelchair, her diminished state contrasting starkly with Yin Tianxiu's imposing presence.
After all these years, you still dwell on the past, Mo Qingru, that is not like you.
Yin Tianxiu continued, your disciple Yihan has committed grave errors. Seizing the opportunities of Luo Tianzheng and Yi Zhixuan, provoking the Wujik sword sect. When the children of reincarnation return, you should understand the outcome.
Before Mo Qingru could respond,
Yin Tianxiu's voice rang out again, some matters can be trivial or momentous, I can still speak on behalf of the children of reincarnation and assist in resolving these grievances.
Vile woman! Be silent!
Yihan could no longer restrain himself, erupting in fury.
Chapter 42, Invincible. Within a moment of utter silence enveloped the arena.
The sound of a pin dropping could be heard.
Countless gazes converged upon Yihan, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Wretched scoundrel? Those words, directed at Yin Tianxiu? Even Mo Qingru could hardly fathom Yihan's audacity to confront Yin Tianxiu on his behalf. A death wish.
Yin Tianxiu's fury ignited, and with a swift motion, she unsheathed her sword. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from her, the blade vibrating as it locked onto Yihan's head.
Swoosh!
The sword's energy sliced through the air, traversing dozens of meters in an instant, appearing before Yihan in the blink of an eye.
On her wheelchair,
Mo Qingruo's expression tightened, her own energy surging in response. But at that moment, Yihan stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch.
Boom! The force of his strike surged. Blood and energy coursing through him like a dragon. Even when facing an inner sect disciple, particularly the fearsome first of the yin-yang rankings, Yihan remained undaunted. In this moment, he felt exhilarated. A timid heart breeds a spirit that is crippled, a back that is bent, and a will that is humble. On the path of martial arts, one must be invincible within to ascend to greater heights. What of Yin Tianxiu? No one shall defecate upon Yihan's head. With a thunderous crash, akin to a bolt from the blue, Yihan shattered Yin Tianxiu's sword energy with a single fist, astonishing all who beheld it. Yin Tianxiu was taken aback. She never imagined that this mere ant, possessing only the power of the second level of divinity, could withstand her blow. Though in her wrath she had restrained some of her strength, she never intended to truly kill Yihan, for he still held value, a means to threaten Mo Qingru. At that moment, Yin Tianxiu finally regarded this young man, who had recently joined the academy, with newfound seriousness. With a cold snort, she vibrated her sword, unleashing another silver beam of sword light aimed at Yihan. The oppressive force surged forth. This strike was not as careless as before. Divine power 100 explosions. Without hesitation, Yihan activated the secret technique. In that fleeting moment, his blood boiled, and his energy surged. The Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. The fourth strike. Tiger Leopard Thunder Roar. With unparalleled ferocity, he unleashed an explosive punch, his strength erupting under immense pressure, instinctively executing the move. The final punch of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist was finally unleashed. A vacuum-like sonic boom erupted. With a single punch, the energy surged forth, feeding into Yihan's fighting spirit. Charging forth like a tiger or leopard descending from the mountains, roaring fiercely, ready to annihilate all. Every ounce of his power was released in a complete explosion. In one strike, Yin Tianxiu's second wave of sword energy shattered. Yihan retreated only 3 steps, feeling the residual sword energy surge into his fist, as if it intended to reverse course through his arm. But at that moment, the dragon bone within him tremored, unleashing an invisible suppressive force that eradicated the lingering sword energy. Yin Tianxiu, your desire for the Nine Sun Fire Jade is but a futile dream. Yihan's voice boomed, his will unyielding. Having made his move, he would show no mercy to Yin Tianxiu. Their relationship had already been irreversibly severed. What was there to consider? Would yielding now prevent this venomous woman from targeting him and his teacher in the future? Yihan could assure himself that even if his teacher were to grant Yin Tianxiu the Nine Sun Fire Jade, the outcome would remain unchanged. Yin Tianxiu was determined to eliminate both him and his teacher to prevent future troubles. Good, good, good. Yin Tianxiu seethed with rage, repeating the word thrice. Yihan, an inconspicuous newcomer, had publicly shattered 2 of her sword energies, a humiliation that was intolerable. Even if she could not kill him, he would undoubtedly pay a painful price today, learning that inner sect disciples wield immeasurable power, and should not be provoked. Yin Tianxiu's energy surged, flowing into her sword as she struck once more. As her sword energy tore through the air, it split into 2, resembling a dragon emerging from the depths. Weaving and swirling like the interplay of yin and yang, both beams of energy locking onto Yihan's form. Mo Qingru on her wheelchair reacted instinctively. However, Gu Yunju, standing beside her, shook her head, enveloping Mo Qingru in energy and restraining her. Unlike before, Mo Qingru had fallen in rank, now merely at the 5th level of divine power. If this continued, she risked following the same path as Yihan once did, potentially becoming an ordinary person, unable to cultivate ever again. Simultaneously, Yihan charged forward with a roar, like a tiger or leopard in a rampage, fierce and unyielding. In an instant, the 2 forces collided. Yihan was sent flying, crashing into the ground 10 meters away. The 2 beams of sword energy surged like a storm, forcefully penetrating Yihan's body. Yihan's arms trembled violently, as if about to be severed, pain seeping into his heart. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed forth. Kneel and slap yourself 100 times, or perish. Yin Tianxiu had somehow moved to stand before Yihan. Between her, fierce, dominating energy rippled, affecting the surrounding vacuum, akin to legendary dragons entwining around her. Each wave of energy was suffocating, infused with an utterly potent aura. Energy erupted from her body, striking from a distance. This was energy explosion.
Yi Han had gleaned some understanding of this from the Void Mystic record. Above divine power lay the realm of energy explosion. Such beings possessed unparalleled depth and extraordinary means, wielding strength beyond comprehension. Yin Tianxia was a master of the energy explosion realm, having reached heights Yi Han could scarcely imagine. Though her visage remained obscured, in this moment, she was indeed the most formidable among the inner sect disciples, her invisible might captivating and suffocating. Fool! Yi Han could only muster those two words. He gazed coldly at Yin Tianxiu, his dragon bone surging within him, secret powers radiating under immense pressure, permeating his limbs. Despite the overwhelming force, the exhilaration of his earlier punch expelled the pent-up energy within him, igniting his body as if awakened. As the Nine Heavens dragon control technique activated, a tremendous torrent of worldly energy surged into him. Boom! His energy sea trembled, swirling with divine power. In mere breaths, a third wave of divine power emerged. At this moment, Yi Han had inexplicably broken through to the third level of divine power. The previously tumultuous blood and injuries vanished without a trace. The two beams of sword energy that had entered his body failed to inflict any significant damage, having been suppressed by the indomitable strength of his eternal unyielding dragon body. Today, you shall kill me. If you cannot, I shall only grow stronger. Yi Han suddenly rose, his gaze sharp as an unparalleled sword, radiating with brilliance. He fixed his steely gaze upon Yin Tianxiu. Though I, Yi Han, am but a minor character, I shall never allow anyone to trample upon me. Yin Tianxiu, you and others alike shall pay dearly for your audacity today. One day, I shall rise, and in doing so, bring chaos to this reincarnation academy. As the heavens and earth themselves tremble. Yi Han's powerful voice resonated across the skies, akin to thunder rolling, reverberating audibly, causing countless onlookers to turn pale. Chapter 43, The Dragon returns to the sea. Of profound silence enveloped the scene, and hearts trembled. Yin Tianxiu gazed through her veil at Yi Han. An aura of murderous intent radiating from her. In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming impulse to slay Yi Han, disregarding any consequences. Yet, just as quickly, her gaze fell upon Mo Qingru in the distance, and reason swiftly quelled her inner wrath. Yi Han, I admire your courage, Yin Tianxiu stated, her demeanor suddenly tranquil. However, the Reincarnation Academy is filled with countless prodigies. You are but a minor figure, especially in the vast expanse of the Taishu ancient domain. You dare to provoke me. The foremost of the yin-yang rankings, yet I shall not hold it against you. With that, she turned to the Hall Master Chiu. Hall Master Chiu, how about sentencing this youth to 3 months in the Netherworld realm? Hall Master Chiu regarded Yi Han thoughtfully. That proposal is fair and appropriate. Unacceptable. Mo Qingru interjected. Her voice firm. She addressed Hall Master Chiu. Yi Han is merely a disciple of the Divine Force realm. There is no precedent for him entering the Netherworld realm. Hall Master Chiu chuckled. Mo Qingru, while you were once a figure of prominence among the inner disciples, you cannot sway me, Xiu Ling. The Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Indeed. Yin Tianxiu regarded Mo Qingru meaningfully. It is only fair that he enters the Netherworld realm. After 3 months, his participation in the Academy Conference will remain unaffected. Before Mo Qingru could respond, Yin Tianxiu continued, however. If you could procure that half-piece of the Nine-Yang Fire Jade for me, given our relationship, I could offer some leniency in his sentence. Impossible. Yi Han interrupted Yin Tianxiu once more. He turned to Mo Qingru. Teacher, you must not give her the Nine-Yang Fire Jade. The Netherworld realm, is it? I shall go. Yi Han's eyes burned with murderous intent as he gazed at Yin Tianxiu. And Hall Master Chiu, as the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. To act upon the whims of an inner disciple is simply unworthy of the position. A parasite, such a person is a blight upon the Reincarnation Academy. Yet, at this moment, Yi Han was acutely aware that he was no match for them. He approached Mo Qingru, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Teacher, the Netherworld realm may present an opportunity. An opportunity? Mo Qingru shook her head in dissent. Do not forget, I am the inheritor of the human path, possessing treasures bestowed by Li Fuchulu that can ward off misfortune. There are opportunities within the Netherworld realm. Entering it may not be perilous, but rather a chance for various trials. Yi Han's expression was resolute.
But that 9 Yang fire jade, you must not give it to her. We shall discuss everything upon my return. Yihan gazed at Mo Qingrou's exquisite features.
After a moment of silence, a hint of regret crossed her face.
It is I who have brought you trouble.
Without you, I would have perished at the hands of Luo Tianzheng and the Yi family of Flame City.
Such talk of burdening one another must cease.
Understood, Yihan replied earnestly.
Very well. Mo Qingrou's beautiful eyes shone with a glimmer of light. 3 months hence,
I shall await you outside the netherworld realm.
Sister. Yihan's heart fluttered. Enough, let us depart, Hall Master Chiu commanded.
Waving his arm as a group of law enforcers surrounded them.
I can walk on my own.
Yihan glanced at the enforcers, then turned to Hall Master Chiu. The esteemed Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, today you act upon Yin Tianxiu's counsel, I shall remember this day.
You have yet to earn the right to speak to me thus.
Hall Master Chiu shot Yihan a dismissive glance. Surrounded by a throng of law enforcers,
Yihan was escorted away. Yihan, your sister awaits you. Mo Qingrou's voice resonated from behind.
Yihan turned back, his smile radiant, devoid of any despair.
The Academy. Netherworld Peak. This is the very entrance to the Netherworld realm.
Under the watchful eyes of numerous disciples, Yihan was brought to a runic altar atop the peak. Hallmaster Chiu personally activated the runic formation, and in an instant, Yihan vanished from sight.
As Yihan departed, Yin Tianxiu suddenly spoke to the crowd. Wang Rong. Yihan has not seen you, has he?
Indeed, senior sister Yin, replied Wang Rong, the disciple who had previously reprimanded Lu Yunxiao and Xiao Chun, her tone respectful. You too shall venture into the netherworld realm to keep watch over Yihan, do not allow him to perish. However, take this runic communication crystal.
Once I acquire the 9 Yang fire jade, I will contact you. Should the need arise, eliminate him.
Yin Tianxiu gestured subtly across her throat, her voice low.
Meant only for Wang Rong's ears. Understood. Wang Rong nodded eagerly, accepting a small azure crystal the size of a child's fist. About half an hour after Yihan's departure, Wang Rong entered the altar, and as her figure disappeared, the radiant runes upon the altar flickered out. For the next 3 months, the netherworld realm would remain closed.
In the distance, countless disciples beheld the scene atop Netherworld Peak, their expressions complex as they engaged in fervent discussion.
After today, the name Yihan would likely spread throughout the outer academy and among the miscellaneous disciples.
A newcomer, having joined the academy for less than a month,
committing such a grave transgression and being sentenced to 3 months in the netherworld realm was truly unprecedented.
If he were to survive, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Atop Netherworld Peak, Hallmaster Chiu and Yin Tianxiu departed with their entourage.
Along the way,
Hallmaster Chiu turned to Yin Tianxiu. This Yihan, he truly seems to be the inheritor of the human path.
What of Li Fuchulu? Li Fuchulu?
Yin Tianxiu gazed through her veil into the distance. For both emotional and rational reasons, one of the 6 great lords cannot permit his disciples to violate the academy's rules.
Can he? The netherworld realm.
Yihan surveyed the dimly lit land before him, feeling as though he had entered a realm of shadows, a dimension apart. The descriptions of the netherworld realm from the Taishu's secret record flooded his mind. The divine martial continent is vast and boundless, and within certain ancient and peculiar lands, spatial overlaps occur, giving rise to realms within realms. These realms, while adhering to the divine martial continent, possess their own distinct modes of reproduction, operation,
and even laws of heaven and earth. The netherworld realm is one such realm.
In ancient times, the netherworld realm was part of the divine martial continent. Through the passage of time, as the fabric of space folded, it became a realm within a realm. The netherworld realm is fraught with peril, although no humans inhabit it.
Hidden within are demonic beings and monstrous beasts, some even surpassing the terrifying existence of 9th-tier beasts. Indeed, for the unparalleled masters within the academy, this is a place of trials.
Yet, even some inner disciples would not dare to tread lightly, for a minor figure like Yihan of the divine force realm.
Entering the netherworld realm for 3 months would be akin to courting disaster. One misstep could lead to an untimely demise. But Yihan is different. Yin Tianxiu, you and Hallmaster Chiu conspired to cast me into the netherworld realm, believing me to be a timid, inexperienced soul? You are mistaken. My entry into the netherworld realm is akin to a tiger returning to the mountains or a dragon returning to the sea.
As Yi Han traversed the land, his demeanor was poised, his expression devoid of emotion. While others may enter in fear, Yi Han understood that these 3 months, if utilized wisely, would be his best opportunity to soar within the Reincarnation Academy, free from the oppression of so-called geniuses and inner disciples.
Chapter 44, The Abyssal Realm. This realm,
characterized by towering mountains and deep ravines, exudes an air of ancient desolation, likely due to its long-neglected state. Yi Han, with his inner strength in motion, traverses the vast expanse with the swiftness of the wind. At last, he encounters a scene of bloodshed, beast carcasses strewn about, appearing to have perished 2 or 3 days prior.
Sword marks?
Yi Han perceives that these fallen creatures were slain by a battle sword, rather than through conflict among themselves or by the hands of demonic beings. Though the Abyssal Realm is seldom visited, Yi Han is aware that certain formidable inner sect disciples, undaunted by peril, often reside here for extended periods, akin to ascetics, enduring dangers to refine their skills and transcend their martial path. A hell for the weak, a paradise for the strong, such thoughts arise within him. In the outside world, he is beset by disturbances, unable to practice in peace. Yet now, in this domain, he can freely engage in fierce combat with both beasts and demons, honing his abilities without reservation. Having distanced himself from the entrance and delved deeper into this realm, Yi Han soon hears the roars of beasts and the howls of demons. As he progresses, he occasionally stumbles upon the remains of both. Some formidable 3rd, 4th, and even 5th or 6th tier beasts, drawn by his aura, approach him. But all fall beneath his might. Previously, 5th tier beasts posed significant challenges, but now, having attained the 3rd level of divine strength, they cannot withstand even 3 blows from him.
7th tier.
Yi Han speculates that only a 7th tier beast possesses the qualification to engage him in direct combat, a life or death struggle.
As he continues his hunting spree,
his vitality surges, and his foundation undergoes a silent transformation. Having recently ascended to the 3rd level of divine strength, he gradually acclimates to this new power.
In the relentless pursuit of beasts, Yi Han realizes that his combat prowess transcends mere levels. He begins to sense the immense enhancement bestowed by his invincible dragon body.
On the 3rd day in the Abyssal Realm, he encounters a demon at the 7th level of divine strength and, in direct confrontation, pierces through the creature's heart. By the 10th day, after vanquishing 2 demons, his vitality surges, and countless acupoints throughout his body resonate, giving birth to the 4th level of divine strength within his energy sea. He has achieved the 4th level of divine strength. In the hierarchy of martial arts, the gathering origin and divine strength realms fundamentally revolve around the enhancement of raw power.
Thus, those endowed with extraordinary physiques, unique bloodlines,
or who have cultivated potent techniques often ascend rapidly. This explains why some individuals, even as young as 11 or 12, can step into the realm of divine strength. After cultivating the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, Yi Han's energy is already vast, he requires no elixirs or spiritual liquids to advance, as the ambient energy is exponentially more abundant than that of an average person. Furthermore, as he progresses to the 3rd and 4th levels of divine strength, he discovers a deepening connection with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, from which the Dragon Emperor's aura emanates in far greater quantities than before. Under the nurturing influence of this dragon aura, Yi Han feels the 2nd dragon bone within his arm beginning to transform. If all goes well, the 2nd dragon bone will soon be successfully birthed. This creates a positive feedback loop, as his realm continues to ascend. The absorption of the Dragon Emperor's essence from the tower increases, hastening the transformation of his physique. Even a trace of dragon aura is an unattainable treasure for ordinary individuals, let alone the continuous nurturing he receives. The 9th level of divine strength feels as effortless as walking on flat ground to Yi Han. Within 3 months, he is confident he can break through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of divine strength. Were Yin Tianxiu to learn of Yi Han's capabilities, she would likely be too intimidated to allow him entry into this place. On the 14th day in the Abyssal Realm, Yi Han finds himself in a deep, narrow canyon.
Chaos reigns within the gorge, with demons and beasts roaring, including an 8th level demon.
The presence of certain beasts approaches the 9th level of divine strength. Encountering such formidable foes proves somewhat taxing for Yi Han. However, he is determined not to shy away from danger, this canyon serves as an excellent training ground.
Even if he ultimately cannot prevail, his profound energy allows for retreat.
As only a 9th level beast king or a demon at the 9th level of divine strength could hope to catch him.
As he navigates the canyon,
battling as he walks, his power surges.
Should outsiders witness this scene, they would be astounded, a 4th level divine strength warrior daring to hunt 7th and 8th level beasts.
Such an endeavor would be deemed suicidal, even for those with exceptional physiques or bloodlines. The canyon stretches infinitely. After traversing at least 3,000 meters, the end remains elusive. Nevertheless, he has reaped substantial rewards, acquiring several 7th and 8th level beast cores, including the cores of demons, all of which he refines. His speed in refining these cores surpasses that of a typical 4th level divine strength practitioner by hundreds of times, as he employs the 9 heavens dragon control technique. Enveloping his energy, he can refine an 8th level beast core within the span of a single cup of tea.
Suddenly, an alarming sight catches Yihan's attention.
Before him looms a colossal form, reminiscent of a mountain. He cannot forget that aura, it's a 9th level beast king. However, this creature lies lifeless. Although it may not rival the Xianyin Green King Python he previously faced, slaying this beast would likely require at least the explosive energy realm. Beyond divine strength lies the explosive energy realm. Utilizing explosive energy to slay enemies from a distance constitutes the explosive energy realm. All inner sect disciples of the Reincarnation Academy exist within this realm. The Taishu secret record describes 3 forms of explosive energy: 1. Blood enhancement and energy explosion, known as the first explosion, blood explosion. 2. Exhaling energy to defend one's body, known as the second explosion, chi explosion. 3. Piercing through the air to kill enemies from 100 meters away, known as the third explosion, vacuum explosion. Yin Tianxiu is a terrifying presence within the explosive energy realm. As the top existence on the inner sect's Yin list, she may have even reached the domain of the third explosion, vacuum explosion. To slay a 9th level beast king like the one before him would necessitate at least the first level of explosive energy, blood explosion. Or else it would be tantamount to seeking death. Previously, Luo Tianzheng, brimming with arrogance, believed he could slay the Xianyin Green King Python with mere 9th level divine strength, which proved utterly inadequate. Had he not possessed the means left behind by Feng Wuliang, he would have perished in the Demon Beast Ridge. As Yihan contemplates these matters, he approaches to investigate, only to discover that the Beast King's core has already been extracted. Continuing onward, he unexpectedly encounters 2 more 9th level Beast Kings, both deceased in a gruesome manner. Their cores missing, marked with sword wounds indicative of human intervention.
The canyon is peculiar. Each 9th level beast king possesses its territory and would never converge in one location.
This scene likely indicates that inner sect disciples of the academy have trained here, hunting these beasts. If a living 9th level beast king were present,
Yihan would stand no chance against it.
Furrowing his brow, he reflects that while bravery is commendable, he will not seek his own demise. Just as he hesitates, his gaze sharpens, fixating on a cliff ahead.
Carved into the rock are 2 rows of ancient characters. Burial of heaven and earth, 9 underworlds. Observing the cycle of sun and moon. An ancient martial tomb? Yihan's heart races, and he nearly exclaims in astonishment.
Chapter 45, The Ancient Martial Tomb. As time flows and the years transform, even the mightiest warriors cannot withstand the erosion of time. When unparalleled masters grow old and approach the end of their lifespans, they refuse to succumb to fading away. Thus, some powerful individuals prepare their burial grounds in advance, sealing everything that belongs to them within, hoping that one day they might resurrect or at least prevent their legacy from extinguishing, leaving it for future generations. The places where they are interred, discovered by people countless years later, become the ancient martial tombs. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Yihan could almost instantly ascertain that this was an exceptionally precious and ancient martial tomb. This was the netherworld law realm, which, in ancient times, was part of the divine martial continent and might even be connected to the primordial ancient domain, where sects and races of martial forces thrived. It was not surprising to find an ancient martial tomb here. It appeared that someone had discovered this tomb before him. He wondered whether the treasures within had already been claimed. Regardless, he felt compelled to investigate. Yihan's thoughts shifted rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. In a fleeting moment, he traversed the gorge and soon found himself beneath a precipice. The inscription read, "Buried beneath heaven and earth, the 9 nether. Observe the cycles of the sun and moon."
Beneath 2 rows of powerful, vigorous characters lay an ancient stone door, rusted and worn. The stone door had already been opened. After hesitating for 5 breaths, Yihan resolutely stepped inside. He had come this far, retreat was not an option. The moment he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by a deep passageway. Mysterious patterns flickered and transformed along the walls, resembling inscriptions, yet different from those he had encountered before. If he was not mistaken, this passage had once been engraved with mysterious inscriptions forming a grand array, but with the passage of time, the inscriptions had faded, and the array's power had become dormant. Many formations were now severely damaged and could be easily traversed. Yihan noticed some sword marks and cuts from weapons. It seemed that others had forcefully broken in. And not just 1 or 2 individuals. As he walked along the passage for a mere 100 meters, he suddenly beheld a vast stone hall. The walls of the hall were adorned with engravings of the sun, moon, stars, and ancient divine mountains. Each stroke contained an invisible might that was awe-inspiring. At the forefront stood a central throne, upon which rested a skeleton, deceased for countless years, presumably the owner of the tomb. At the same time, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him. This aroma filled the tomb with vitality, dispelling any sense of decay. Yihan soon noticed that on either side of the throne were small pools, each containing a milky white liquid. Spirit liquid? Yihan blurted out. There are 2 types of spirit liquid, one is born from the convergence of the heavens, earth, sun, and moon, while the other is refined by alchemists using various potent herbs. Both are extraordinary and far more precious than comparable pills. He understood why so many powerful beasts had gathered in this great gorge. The keen senses of these creatures likely drew them to the fragrance of the spirit liquid. Unfortunately, despite their intelligence and abilities, they were unable to enter this martial tomb. Who goes there? Suddenly, several voices resonated simultaneously. Yihan turned his gaze and discovered that there was an inner chamber within the stone hall. The chamber had been opened, and 5 disciples, each bearing a battle sword and exuding an aura of lethal intent, emerged. Outer sect disciple Yihan, greetings to all esteemed senior brothers. Yihan addressed the 5. A flicker of light passing through his pupils as he clasped his hands in respect. Outer sect disciple? The 5 exchanged glances, seemingly relieved. Instantly, Yihan observed that all 5 appeared to lose their tension, sitting down on the ground to recuperate. An outer sect disciple dares to enter the netherworld law realm? One of them raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yihan as he cultivated. Yihan, looking troubled, replied, I was sent by Yi Zhixian to search for a specific herb in the netherworld law realm. I stumbled upon this place by chance and did not intend to offend you all. I shall take my leave. Stop. The man continued, Yi Zhixian? Who is she? She is an inner sect disciple promoted by the Son of Reincarnation, possessing the celestial flood dragon body. We entered the netherworld law realm to seek herbs to assist her in cultivating that physique. Yihan's expression revealed his helplessness. In a place like the netherworld law realm, even someone as formidable as Luo Tianzhang would hesitate to tread lightly, let alone an ordinary outer sect disciple like him. Upon hearing Yihan mention the Son of Reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, the 5 seated disciples burst into laughter. Their gazes met, and in an instant, they seemed to understand each other's thoughts. Yihan, it seems you are the martial attendant of Yi Zhixian? One of them said with a gentle smile. In the primordial ancient domain, powerful warriors often had martial attendants, akin to the sword attendants of sword practitioners. They were politely referred to as followers, but less charitably viewed as mere servants. Indeed. Yihan's expression shifted, revealing some reluctance as he nodded helplessly. That Yi Zhixian is too domineering. She actually sends you, a mere outer sect disciple of divine strength, into such perilous territory to seek herbs for her, said Zhao Li. You are fortunate to have encountered us. Once we exit, I shall personally confront Yi Zhixian and have her release you from your role as her martial attendant. Zhao Li continued. His eyes filled with indignation as though he were advocating for Yihan. Indeed, a fine young man like you should not serve as a mere attendant for a woman. Another chimed in. Yihan, rest assured, we 5 shall advocate for you. However, Yihan's face flickered with joy yet conflicted hesitation. Why such hesitance, young man? Come here, Yihan, and let us cultivate together.
This ancient martial tomb harbors some legacies we can share with you. Perhaps when you leave, your realm will surge. And you can ascend to the intersect, no longer fearing Yi Zhixian. Zhao Li beckoned decisively. Very well. Yi Han gritted his teeth and nodded, finally making up his mind. He stepped forward and soon stood alongside the five. Yi Han, what is your realm? Allow me to assess your current state. Perhaps I can assist in enhancing your strength. Zhao Li extended his arm with a smile, reaching for Yi Han's arm. 4th level of divine strength, nothing extraordinary. Yi Han replied, a hint of frustration evident. Boom! A surge of immense power erupted from within Yi Han. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Li's essence surged forth, bursting along his arm. The moment their arms made contact, both changed their expressions drastically. Chapter 46, 5 Corpses Divine Force 100 Explosions, 28 Explosions. Yi Han's aura surged exponentially, reaching its zenith in less than a fraction of a second. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Han and Zhao Li collided 3 times in rapid succession. A violent surge of energy sent Yi Han reeling, his blood roiling within him. However, Zhao Li, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, shrieked in agony as his arm shattered into fragments. Die! In an instant, Yi Han launched another relentless assault. These individuals were evidently seasoned practitioners, long accustomed to the perils of the netherworld. None of them were to be trusted. Only a fool would believe in their apparent goodwill. This place, the martial tomb, was a veritable treasure trove. Had an outsider trespassed upon his domain, Yi Han himself would have considered eliminating them, or at least preventing their departure to safeguard the secrets of this place. From the outset, Yi Han had been wary of them. Impudence! The other 4 simultaneously intervened. For streams of finger force erupted, transforming into sword-like beams that hurtled toward Yi Han's chest. Thwack! Blood splattered from Yi Han's chest, yet enduring the grievous wound. He materialized before Zhao Li Tiger Leopard Thunderous Roar. The 4th strike of the Tiger Leopard Thunderous Fist was unleashed with full force. The massive iron fist cleaved through the air, generating a thunderous resonance in the vacuum, akin to the roar of a dragon and tiger, an ultimate burst of power. With a single blow, Zhao Li's head was obliterated, resulting in instant death. Audacious! How dare you slay an inner disciple? Kill, kill, kill! Slaughter this beast! The remaining 4 were instantly consumed by rage. Their countenances twisted in fury. Their audacity was boundless, oblivious to their impending doom. This whelp dared to murder one of their own? Zhao Li is dead. What do you 4 amount to? Yi Han bellowed, his voice resonating with vigor. His body moved with unfathomable speed, and a fist technique was delivered instantaneously, aimed at another of his adversaries. The 4, who had been mending their wounds, were aghast. They abruptly ceased their cultivation, hastily rising to evade the attack. Each of them emanated an aura of power, their vital energy spilling forth in an attempt to thwart Yi Han's onslaught. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Han's 4 successive punches sent them all reeling, coughing up copious amounts of blood. This kid, is he truly a divine force 4th level cultivator? Their faces were ashen, disbelief written across their features. Clang! The sound of a vibrating sword echoed. One of them was the first to unsheath his weapon. Yi Han's resolve remained steadfast, his spirit, energy, and essence coalescing. He unleashed 4 fist strikes in rapid succession. 4 fists merged into one, obliterating all resistance. The essence of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th strikes of the Tiger Leopard Thunderous Fist converged in this single blow. Before his opponent could even brandish his sword, Yi Han's fist landed squarely on his shoulder. A heart-wrenching shriek of agony pierced the air. The sword clattered to the ground as the figure's shoulder shattered. His body sent hurtling 10 meters away by the force of Yi Han's fist. With a sickening sound, Yi Han felt 2 streams of energy pierce his back. His robes disintegrated, blood spurting forth once more. He felt as though his body had been pierced through. Life and death hung in the balance. Yi Han bit down hard on his lip, his fingers digging into his flesh. He whirled around. You shall all die together. Killing the villain is as easy as pie. But helping the needy is as hard as climbing to the sky. Crackle, crackle. Yihan's flesh vibrated, his bones creaking and cracking.
Vital energy and divine force surged like a raging river, a stampede of countless horses. At that moment,
the fusion of his bloodlust and battle intent elevated Yihan's will to an unprecedented realm.
30 explosions.
Yihan's divine force 100 explosions technique reached 30 explosions under extreme pressure.
Bang! The gale force tore through the vacuum.
The third person screamed in agony.
Instantly killed by a single punch.
As this person perished, Yihan's vital energy surged, locking onto the fourth. The same ferocious and unyielding fist followed,
colliding head-on with the fourth inner disciple. In an instant, the man's arm went numb.
He felt as though his fist had struck an ancient iron stone, impervious to damage and impossible to resist.
He could only be forcefully obliterated.
Accompanied by a scream, Yihan strode forward, his body radiating.
All his power was concentrated in a single punch, utterly vanquishing his opponent. All four were dead. You're next. Yihan locked onto the last person and exhaled a long breath. You, what kind of monster are you? Don't kill me. Let's talk this over.
Yihan, I have treasures accumulated over the years that I can give you.
I can tell you the secrets of this ancient martial tomb.
The man was terrified,
retreating in panic, almost scared out of his wits. Is that so? Then tell me, what secrets does this ancient martial tomb hold?
Yihan stared at the man with an unfathomable gaze. This ancient martial tomb is the tomb of the 9 Nether King from 3,000 years ago. It may contain the Sun Moon Cosmos skill left behind by the 9 Nether King.
That Sun Moon Cosmos skill is a true Earth-grade high-rank cultivation technique. If we can find it, it would be an incredible opportunity. Also, do you see that pool?
Inside the pool is Earth Spirit Milk, accumulated over 3,000 years.
It's enough for both of us to cleanse our meridians and reshape our bodies.
The rest can be taken to the treasure-gathering hall to exchange for countless treasures. The man spoke continuously, afraid to pause for even a moment, lest Yihan become displeased and kill him. After saying all this, the man swallowed and cautiously looked at Yihan.
Is that all? 5 breaths later, Yihan uttered 2 words. Ha!
The man was stunned, then stammered,
unable to say anything coherent. Bang!
With a burst of speed, Yihan appeared before the man in an instant. He punched him in the heart,
piercing through his chest.
The man's heart ruptured, and he died on the spot. All 5 inner disciples were dead.
Phew! At that moment,
Yihan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt much lighter, and his tense emotions eased. Only then did he feel the tearing pain in his chest and back.
Chi Explosion Realm is indeed terrifying and difficult to kill.
Yihan sat down on the ground and activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique to fully recover from his injuries.
The battle just now was fraught with peril, unimaginable to outsiders.
Those were 5 inner disciples. In the reincarnation courtyard, the words inner disciple represented the Chi Explosion Realm. All 5 of them were experts at the first level of Chi Explosion Realm, the Blood Chi Explosion.
Compared to them,
Yihan was like someone on the ground compared to someone in the sky. They were not on the same level at all. If all 5 of them had not been severely injured, weak, and with less than 30 of their peak combat power, Yihan would have already fled.
Even so,
Zhao Li's initial attack, with his vital energy and blood chi exploding, had dealt Yihan a severe blow.
In addition, the sneak attacks from behind by the other 2.
If not for Yihan's imperishable dragon body and his dense flesh, strong muscles, and tough bones, he might have been pierced through and killed on the spot.
Chi Explosion Realm, inner disciples are nothing more than this.
In the face of life and death, they are timid and fearful, with no courage at all. A quarter of an hour later, Yihan stood up, his injuries mostly recovered. On the 5 corpses, Yihan found 4 9th-level beast cores. The corpses of the beast kings outside were indeed killed by them. Other than that, there was nothing else of value, only some scattered pills and tonics,
which were also very ordinary and worthless. Inner disciples, this poor? Yihan frowned. He was a little disappointed and felt that something was wrong. This ancient martial tomb could not only have that pool of earth spirit milk.
There must be other treasures.
But these people had nothing on them? Chapter 47, The King of 9 Hells. Yihan once again entered the inner hall.
Upon stepping inside, he was immediately struck by a potent scent of blood. Lying before him were 4 corpses, each adorned in the garb of disciples from the Reincarnation Academy, clearly having perished not long ago. Aside from these, there were ordinary stone tables and chairs, with nothing else of note. Yihan could surmise the reason behind Zhao Li and his companions' injuries. It was only natural that after battling their way into the martial tomb and engaging in fierce combat with these 3, they would sustain some depletion.
Zhao Li. Yihan's pupils suddenly contracted.
Zhao Li's group emerged as the ultimate victors, and among them, Zhao Li possessed the greatest strength. If any treasures existed, it was highly likely they resided with him. With this thought, Yihan stepped out of the inner hall and approached Zhao Li's lifeless body. The corpse lay tattered, undoubtedly devoid of any hidden treasures. Yet, as he observed Zhao Li more closely, Yihan's gaze quickly fixated on the middle finger of his left hand.
A ring. A water-blue ring, inscribed with intricate patterns that Yihan could not decipher. A runic ring? Yihan tapped his head, promptly removing it.
Having encountered runic formations multiple times since entering the Reincarnation Academy, he had garnered some understanding from the Tome of the Void. Though distinct from martial arts,
the realm of runes was extraordinary.
Through runes, one could conjure various formations, enhance weapons and armor, or inscribe peculiar treasures, such as communication crystals or spatial rings. This ring on Zhao Li's hand was likely a spatial ring, imbued with the ability to store treasures.
A surge of elemental power surged within it.
Yihan's eyes sparkled as he felt the ring merge with him, as if an extension of his own being. In a mere thought, he could sense everything contained within. It was truly unexpected, he had acquired such a remarkable item. Yihan felt exhilarated. Indeed, it was a spatial ring.
In Yen City,
even the city lord would not be worthy of possessing such a treasure. Among the inner disciples of the academy, it was likely that only Zhao Li owned such an object.
Its value was immeasurable. At least, it was for Yihan at this moment.
If memory served him right. During a hasty glance at the academy's treasure hall, the price for a spatial ring was a staggering 20 million vitality pills.
This spatial ring would undoubtedly provide Yihan with immense convenience in the future. Within the ring, the space was roughly the size of a room.
It contained several changes of clothing, 2 9th-tier beast cores, a powerful magic core likely belonging to a magic user of the explosive realm, and an ancient, tattered tome. Beyond that, there was nothing more.
Truly, it could be summed up in one word: destitute.
Yihan was momentarily dumbfounded. Where were the treasures? He wanted to ask, where were the promised riches?
Hadn't these individuals acquired the legacy of the ancient martial tomb?
Nevertheless, greed often leads to downfall. Obtaining a runic ring along with a few beast cores and a magic core was already an extraordinary stroke of luck.
In a matter of breaths, Yihan came to terms with everything. He then took a step forward, approaching the pool of milky white liquid.
In an instant, a formidable force rebounded toward him. In a daze, it felt as if an invisible arm struck him fiercely, causing his blood to surge.
What? Yihan gazed ahead in confusion,
locking his sights on the skeleton seated upon the central throne.
The King of 9 Hells? This seemed to be mentioned in the Tome of the Void. The martial arts aura. Yihan frowned.
In the realm of martial arts, unparalleled masters converge the 3 flowers atop the head in 5 energies toward the origin, exhaling a formidable aura that resonates with the heavens, thus birthing corresponding martial arts auras, forming a unique martial field belonging solely to oneself.
Within such a field,
a martial artist is innately invincible, any adversary would be suppressed and weakened. It was no wonder that Zhao Li and his companions battled fiercely, risking their lives. Yet never approached this pool of earth spirit milk, they were simply incapable of doing so.
Yihan's thoughts raced, a multitude of ideas flooding his mind.
The martial arts aura embodies the will of the true martial artist. If the King of 9 Hells were alive, he would be terrifyingly invincible, incomprehensible. Yet having died 3,000 years ago, while the martial arts aura remained, it was unlikely to possess the peak's vigor. Yihan began to regulate his breathing, achieving unity of body and spirit, and immediately summoned the divine bone within him. Channeling all his strength, the essence of true dragon surged wildly through his body,
forming swirling vortices of dragon energy.
If an outsider were present, they would witness Yihan radiating waves of golden light.
Bathed in this golden glow, He exuded an almost sacred aura. Break for me.
In this heightened state, Yihan suddenly stepped forward, his movements steady.
A punch soared through the air,
crashing toward the King of Nine Hells.
The rebounding force struck him again, causing his body to shake. However, this same force could no longer inflict genuine harm upon Yihan. Once more, slightly adjusting, Yihan struck again, resembling a humanoid beast of ferocity, imbued with boundless strength.
The martial arts aura left by the King of Nine Hells had faded over the years, the martial imprint within it had long dimmed. And the martial will it contained was exceedingly weak. Even so, this aura should not be something a martial artist of the divine power realm could shatter.
Even Zhao Li, a master of the explosive realm, would struggle to break through it. Yihan was channeling the ancient undefeated dragon body, employing dragon will to dismantle the King of Nine Hells' martial will within that aura.
After a full quarter of an hour, in a moment,
a resounding explosion echoed through the void.
Yihan's punch shattered an invisible barrier. Before his eyes, the skeleton of the King of Nine Hells suddenly disintegrated. The martial arts aura shattered. At the moment of its breaking, an intense fragrance wafted through the air, magnified tenfold, 100-fold. The pool of earth spirit milk seemed on the verge of evaporating, disappearing entirely. Yihan stepped forward, immersing himself in the center of the pool.
Crackling sounds erupted. First,
his bones began to reform, followed by the sizzling of flesh, undergoing an indescribable refinement. As the earth spirit milk flooded into his body,
Yihan absorbed its essence and nutrients. With each breath, he grew increasingly stable, his exhalations more robust. In every fleeting moment, Yihan's foundations underwent transformation, steadily strengthening.
His muscles and bones resonated, his blood quivering. Hidden powers surged from every pore, spreading through every meridian.
Rebirth.
This was a true metamorphosis. Based on the ancient undefeated dragon body, atop his existing flesh, blood, and skeletal foundations, Yihan gradually completed a remarkable rebirth.
All impurities vanished, all hazards dissipated. Akin to a phoenix rising anew, everything reborn.
Yihan's eyes cleared, he could perceive the minutiae of an ant's movements from 100 meters away. His ears sharpened, enabling him to hear the slightest rustle of grass and wind within 100 miles.
This sensation was unprecedented. This was the true meaning of seeing all directions and hearing all sounds. Boom!
Simultaneously, the energy sea within Yihan erupted. Deep within the energy sea, elemental power continuously roared, compressing, converging, and transforming.
The fifth level of divine power was born.
Yihan had finally reached the fifth stage of divine power. At the moment of breakthrough, a fierce glint erupted from his eyes, gazing with piercing intensity toward the passage leading into the martial tomb. From the other end of the passage, he heard the voice of a woman.
Chapter 48, Eyes and Ears Everywhere in the ancient martial tomb, this lad is truly blessed.
This is the burial site of the Emperor of the Sun and Moon dynasty from 3,000 years ago, left behind by the King of the Nine Hells. If one could acquire the Sun and Moon universe technique, it would be an unparalleled fortune. A woman's voice echoed, as if she were conversing with herself.
As her thoughts trailed off, she spoke again. I wonder how Senior Sister Yin's endeavors are progressing? Given this lad's rate of transformation, by the end of 3 months, could he possibly step into the realm of explosive energy?
Once Senior Sister Yin obtains the Nine Yang Fire Jade, I must act swiftly to restrain Yihan.
Perhaps even eliminate him.
All her words reached Yihan's ears.
Approximately 40 breaths later, he beheld a woman clad in a pink robe entering the vicinity. Help! Help! Is there a senior brother from the academy? Please save me.
The moment she appeared, she was visibly distressed, moving hurriedly as though she had encountered some grave terror. Upon seeing Yihan, her surprise was palpable. This senior brother, please help me.
Excuse me? Yihan inquired, gazing at the woman. My name is Wang Rong, an outer disciple of the academy.
I ventured into the netherworld to hone my skills, only to be pursued by several explosive energy demons, she explained, her demeanor exceedingly meek.
Ah, so it is Senior Sister Wang Rong.
Yihan nodded. No need to worry, the demons cannot enter this martial tomb. And all the powerful beasts outside have been vanquished.
You are safe for the moment. Indeed. Wang Rong exclaimed, appearing considerably relieved. In their conversation, her eyes were suddenly drawn to the pool in which Yihan stood. Is that Earth Spirit milk? A radiant light glimmered in her gaze. Oh. Senior Sister Wang is familiar with Earth Spirit milk? Yihan observed her closely. Of course. It is a precious substance. I was fortunate to have seen a drop once and felt its aura, yet such a rare item is beyond my reach, Wang Rong lamented, her expression pitiful. Since you have arrived here, it must be fate. After I refine my energy, how about you enjoy the cleansing properties of the Earth Spirit milk? Yihan offered earnestly. Really? That would be wonderful. Wang Rong beamed, her smile radiant as she glanced at Yihan with a hint of shyness. But, senior brother, you mustn't peek. By the way, may I ask your name, junior brother? She continued. Yihan, he replied, then closed his eyes slightly to begin his serious cultivation. If one were to observe from the outset, they would notice that as time passed, the brilliance of the liquid in the pool was diminishing. After half an hour since Wang Rong's arrival, Yihan's entire body erupted with cracking sounds as he leapt out of the pool. I have completely refined it. The essence of the Earth Spirit milk was sufficient to assist 2 or 3 individuals in refining their energies and undergoing a rebirth. Yet, at this moment, all of its essence had been absorbed by Yihan. With the support of the eternal dragon body, his physique resembled an insatiable abyss. Not only was his energy and vitality tenfold, 100-fold stronger than ordinary individuals, but he could also accommodate a greater diversity of powers and essences within him. If an ordinary martial artist at the 5th stage of divine power could fully refine a 9th-tier beast core, Yihan could easily refine 10 or even 100 without bursting. 5th stage of divine power? You? Wang Rong gasped in disbelief as Yihan emerged from the pool. What is it, senior sister Wang Rong? Is my 5th stage of divine power so surprising? Yihan asked, bewildered. And no, it's nothing, Wang Rong managed a slightly strained smile. Then why not give it a try yourself, senior sister? Yihan gestured toward the pool. Alright. Wang Rong's interest was piqued. Eagerly, she stepped into the pool, closing her eyes and adopting a pose of relaxation and enjoyment. However, this posture lasted only a moment before she abruptly opened her eyes, displaying a look of confusion. Why is there no effect? Wang Rong questioned, perplexed. No effect? That cannot be. Yihan regarded her with disbelief. Surely, the Earth Spirit milk is an invaluable treasure. I did not bring a container to carry it away. He had consumed every drop, leaving nothing behind for others. With reluctance, Wang Rong exited the pool and cast a glance at Yihan before shifting her gaze to several corpses nearby. Zhao Li? He actually died here. She was taken aback, her expression turning wary as she scanned her surroundings. They were already dead when I arrived, Yihan shrugged. I see. Did they leave anything behind? Wang Rong composed herself, restoring her previous gentle demeanor, her gaze fixed on Yihan. Nothing. But he did leave a few 9th-tier beast cores, Yihan replied, shaking his head. He then revealed 3 robust 9th-tier beast cores, each one exceedingly precious. There are 4 in total, I kept 1. Senior sister may take these 3 for cultivation. As he spoke, he felt a hint of shyness creeping in. Thank you, junior brother. Wang Rong glanced at the ring on Yihan's finger, then cast a flirtatious look his way, her cheeks slightly flushed. Junior brother, wait here. I will check if there are any dangers outside. This martial tomb provides excellent shelter. We can remain here until the netherworld opens again. Before Yihan could respond, Wang Rong hurried off toward the tomb's exit, disappearing down the dark passage. Watching her retreating figure, Yihan's initial reluctance transformed into indifference, a smirk creeping upon his lips. In Tianxiu, you truly are relentless. Yihan clenched his fists and closed his eyes. In Tianxiu sought every means to thrust herself into the netherworld, threatening her master. Senior sister Mo Qin grew from the outside. Additionally, she had even entangled Wang Rong into this realm, likely applying pressure from both inside and out. The child of reincarnation. Feng Wuliang might return soon, it seems In Tianxiu can barely wait. She intends to use her life as leverage against senior sister Mo Qin grew. Yet, she fears Feng Wuliang's return might endanger her life as he stands up for the Wajijian sect,
potentially thwarting her plans, thus forcing herself into the netherworld.
Unfortunately, she is destined to miscalculate. Wang Rong, at the first explosive energy stage, is comparable in strength to those who perished before.
Yi Han began to assess Wang Rong's power. Simultaneously, he discerned Wang Rong's voice echoing from outside the martial tomb. Senior Sister Yin, the plan has changed. This Yi Han has entered the netherworld for over 10 days and has already reached the 5th stage of divine power. His cultivation speed rivals that of some inner disciples,
posing a significant threat. Perhaps I should eliminate him to prevent future troubles, especially since Mo Qingru is unaware.
Not to worry, this lad has placed immense trust in me,
even willingly gifting me 3 9th-tier beast cores. Wang Rong continued, revealing that she was fully aware of Yi Han's every move within the netherworld.
Yet she cleverly concealed information about the ancient martial tomb, likely for her own benefit.
Yet, little did Wang Rong anticipate.
Every word she uttered resonated clearly in Yi Han's ears.
Chapter 49, Toying with Wang Rong, a decisive strike with the invincible dragon body of eternity as my ally.
I am capable of battling at the 5th level against those at the 9th level, especially in a state of 30-fold divine power. Yi Han's gaze was piercingly cold.
Wang Rong must perish.
Yi Han was already aware that something was amiss with Wang Rong, who concealed her true identity. For she could not possibly be an outer sect disciple.
Among the outer disciples, who besides himself would dare to enter this place? Yi Han intended to seize the opportunity.
Birds of a feather flock together, and whoever was sent by Yin Tianxiu must meet their end.
This Wang Rong was even stronger than a practitioner at the 9th level of divine power.
Yet Yi Han believed that he still had a glimmer of hope for a potential kill, even if he could not slay her. He could retreat and devise a new plan.
As Yi Han's thoughts surged, suddenly, a figure appeared. Wang Rong approached gracefully, a smile adorning her face.
Her delicate features tinged with a hint of allure and shyness.
Junior brother Yi Han, there is no danger outside now. Yes, indeed. Yi Han replied,
a smile gracing his lips, appearing harmless.
Sister, actually.
Just as Wang Rong stood before him, Yi Han hesitated before speaking.
What is it, junior brother? Wang Rong inquired, her curiosity piqued. The Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique.
Yi Han uttered 5 words, I am willing to share it with you, sister.
In an instant, Wang Rong halted, her expression shifting to one of complexity.
The Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique, the legacy of the King of the 9 Netherworlds.
A top-grade Earth-level technique.
The emphasis lay in its status as a top-grade Earth-level technique, which were all invaluable and extraordinary, worth their weight in gold, enough to drive anyone mad. In the Reincarnation Academy, other resources might be accessible, but obtaining a technique of Earth level or above was akin to reaching for the heavens.
In the treasure hall,
the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique was not available for purchase.
Only in the Academy's most prestigious library could such a technique be found.
Requiring a high status or immense contributions to the Academy in exchange, and could not simply be bought with spirit herbs.
Is it true that the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique has truly fallen into your hands? Junior brother, you do not trust me? Wang Rong's face reflected deep resentment. Come here, sister. Yi Han chuckled, I shall present the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique now. Wang Rong approached with eager anticipation, suppressing her excitement. Currently,
she was merely cultivating a mid-grade mysterious technique, tirelessly working for Yin Tianxiu, and foolishly hoping that once Yin Tianxiu ascended to a true disciple,
she might be granted the opportunity to cultivate an Earth-level technique. Behold, this is the Sun and Moon Qiankuan technique.
As Yi Han's hand shimmered with light from a ring, it seemed he was about to retrieve something.
Boom! In an instant, a ferocious force erupted.
Just as Wang Rong lowered her gaze, awaiting Yi Han's presentation of the technique, a massive fist struck her shoulder directly.
With a single blow, Wang Rong let out a muffled groan and was sent flying several meters away. A successful strike. Wang Rong's shoulder shattered, blood staining her garments. Why you? Yi Han. You dared to attack me?
Wang Rong exclaimed, her voice sharp, struggling to endure the pain of her shattered shoulder.
I still intend to kill you. Yi Han's expression was devoid of mercy, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
At this moment, he bore no trace of the earlier harmless demeanor.
Striding forward,
Yi Han's iron fist cleaved through the air, once more targeting Wang Rong.
You seek death. Wang Rong's voice was frigid.
It dawned on her that she had been thoroughly toyed with by Yi Han, including the treasure trove of Earth Essence milk. A treasure so coveted by true disciples and even elders of the academy. Yi Han had absorbed it all without leaving a trace behind.
It was all part of Yi Han's cunning plan.
With a flurry of movements, energy surged like a tidal wave, and Wang Rong sprang up,
evading Yi Han's strike by shifting several dozen meters away.
You, a mere ant at the divine power realm, dare to strike me?
She retorted. This punch, I shall return to you 1,000-fold.
Today, I will kill you and upon exiting, recommend to Sister Yin the execution of that Imo Chingru, eradicating both of you.
Wang Rong was consumed by rage, abandoning any pretense of concealing her identity to win Yi Han's trust.
Her arm raised dramatically, and despite her delicate physique,
the power she unleashed surged forth like an unstoppable torrent.
With a resounding whoosh, a wave of energy surged toward Yi Han. This was true energy explosion. An attack that could strike from a distance, rendering any opponent unable to escape. How interesting, the energy explosion realm is indeed formidable, yet this strike is still insufficient.
Yi Han's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of fear.
At this moment, his divine power surged, achieving a peak 30-fold state. Empowered by this 30-fold divine strength, Yi Han's spirit and energy erupted, harmonizing as one, unleashing a straightforward punch that surged forth.
Tiger and leopard thunder.
His fist cleaved through the air like a fierce tiger emerging, a cheetah pouncing with unparalleled ferocity.
In a thunderous clash, the vacuum erupted. Wang Rong's energy wave was obliterated by Yi Han's punch. What? Wang Rong gasped, astonished. How could a practitioner at the 5th level of divine power possibly shatter her attack in an instant?
Her strike was a mid-grade mysterious martial art, honed over many years. Wielding exceptional might, a true trump card.
Vacuum shred. Wang Rong's arm swung, launching 2 more energy waves, like a pair of scissors tearing through the air, shredding the vacuum in their wake.
She could no longer afford to underestimate him. Yi Han's performance exceeded her expectations.
Is this the might of the energy explosion realm's 1st level, the explosive vitality?
Yi Han's lips curled into a smirk, a surge of confidence swelling within him. From their very first exchange, he sensed their disparity, becoming well acquainted with the uniqueness of the energy explosion realm.
8 extremities explosive fist. Yi Han unleashed this explosive technique, charging forward with a single strike. Bang, bang, bang.
Each explosion was supremely powerful, with 8 successive strikes, each punch following closely behind.
All unleashed in a torrent. Wang Rong's earlier attack was rendered ineffective, shattered once more by Yi Han.
Today, I shall end you.
Yi Han's murderous intent was resolute.
A sense of inexplicable dread washed over Wang Rong, a fear she had only experienced when facing those lofty experts on the yin-yang rankings or true disciples.
100 Chi Cold Frostfinger. Wang Rong retreated while unleashing an exceptionally formidable martial technique.
Waves of finger energy pierced through the vacuum, surging towards Yi Han's chest.
All aimed to lock onto him. This was the terror of an expert in the energy explosion realm,
able to kill from a distance. Yi Han could only passively endure, bracing against Wang Rong's martial assault. The sharpness of her finger energy was terrifying, imbued with an icy aura that threatened to freeze Yi Han's very essence. You little beast. I refuse to believe that you, a mere practitioner at the divine power realm, can stir up any significant waves.
Wang Rong was becoming increasingly exasperated. You are doomed.
Yi Han's eyes were cold, and he spoke no more.
His fists continued to rain down, leveraging the formidable power of the invincible dragon body of eternity,
pressing forward against the pressure exerted by his opponent.
Though the stone hall was vast, it was insufficient for the life and death struggle between the two. Wang Rong, as an energy explosion realm practitioner, found it difficult to maneuver.
Her martial techniques failed to yield results, particularly in her distant assault.
She found it exceedingly challenging to inflict genuine harm upon Yi Han. With a sharp ringing sound, a battle sword was drawn. Wang Rong lunged forward, aiming a sword strike at Yi Han's head. Chapter 50, the second dragon bone in the midst of close combat.
Yi Han discerned Wang Rong's intentions and felt a surge of joy, his eyes glinting with a cold light. She was practically courting death.
Wang Rong,
having just been caught off guard by Yi Han's punch that shattered her shoulder, was already significantly affected.
In such a weakened state, she dared to engage in close-quarters battle. Yi Han was utterly unafraid. The first explosion of the Qi explosion realm, blood Qi explosion?
One must possess sufficient blood Qi to unleash such a force. In terms of blood Qi intensity, Yi Han's vitality was flourishing, seamlessly integrated within him, far surpassing the injured Wang Rong.
With a thunderous crash, an invincible punch erupted, striking against her sword in an instant. To Yi Han's astonishment, Wang Rong's blade was sent flying. Undeterred, he pressed on with an unrelenting momentum, landing another punch on the opposite shoulder of Wang Rong.
She let out a muffled groan, forced to retreat under the impact.
Fortunately, this time she was prepared.
Concentrating her blood Qi, her muscles trembling as she resisted Yi Han's strike. With unwavering resolve, Wang Rong, consumed by rage, disregarded her fallen sword and confronted Yi Han head-on.
Is this what you call a blood Qi explosion? You've merely broken through a false realm, yet this is all the power you possess?
Yi Han laughed heartily as the two exchanged blows, delivering 2 to 3 dozen punches in mere moments.
Each strike was fierce and unyielding. As a master of the Qi explosion realm, Wang Rong had a subtle control over her blood Qi and energy.
Yet, it proved futile. Under Yi Han's overwhelming force, she found herself gasping for breath, her body trembling, on the verge of collapse. In contrast, Yi Han appeared to embody the true essence of the Qi explosion realm.
After a brief interval, amidst countless collisions,
Wang Rong felt a profound emptiness as her strength waned.
Yet Yi Han grew increasingly invigorated.
In a warrior's battle, victory often hinges on a single breath.
The weak can triumph over the strong.
From the outset, Yi Han's fighting spirit was unparalleled, seizing the initiative, and now he had reached an exhilarating new peak.
Wang Rong,
in her heart, began to falter, gradually succumbing to despair.
Impossible.
No one could possess such formidable strength beneath the 5th layer of divine power.
Yi Han, you harbor secrets.
You are far from the insignificant figure tethered to Mo Qingru, nor are you the feeble one robbed of the celestial dragon battle body by Yi Zhishuan.
Wang Rong,
despite her extensive experience, was bewildered. Over the years, she had encountered many extraordinary beings, geniuses within the academy, some possessing unique physiques or bloodlines. Yet, few could match Yi Han's prowess. Even the former Yin Tianqiu did not exhibit such brilliance. Nor did Mo Qingru achieve such glory in the 5th layer of divine power when contending against the Qi explosion realm.
Indeed, I possess a monumental secret, Yi Han proclaimed confidently as he continued to strike. Wang Rong's astonishment deepened.
Suddenly, she fell silent, fixating on Yi Han before her.
In that moment,
an ethereal golden light enveloped him, rendering him as though clad in an exquisite golden battle armor.
Despite being an inconspicuous figure in the realm of divine power,
he appeared as a formidable war god, exuding an indescribable aura of oppression. This overwhelming presence encircled Wang Rong, a master of the Qi explosion realm, compelling her to kneel and beg for mercy, an instinctive reaction to the might before her.
A special physique. Wang Rong, well versed in the extraordinary,
recognized this and was profoundly shocked.
Yi Han possessed a unique constitution.
Such talents in the academy would swiftly ascend to inner sect disciples, and those slightly stronger could dominate the yin-yang rankings, akin to the strength of Yin Tianqiu. His physique had not been taken by Yi Zhishuan, for it was impossible for one to possess dual special physiques, otherwise, it would have already sent ripples throughout the Tai Su ancient domain.
Die! Yi Han's voice thundered.
As he engaged in a true battle against a master of the Qi explosion realm, he savored the overwhelming sensation of pressure from both realm and strength, invigorating his own vitality further. Especially the dragon bone within him, harboring hidden powers, suddenly erupted, empowering his entire being.
In that fleeting moment, Yi Han radiated brilliance.
The 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower within him, enhanced by his vitality, seemed to unlock anew, releasing a fresh stream of dragon energy that infused his bones.
Imperial Majesty. Divine and unparalleled.
This surge of dragon energy emanated from the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon, one of the 4 unrivaled imperial bloodlines of the Dragon Clan. Enhanced by this dragon energy, not only did Yi Han's combat prowess and foundational strength soar, but his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation.
embodying a regal presence that looked down upon the heavens and the earth. This overwhelming aura, born in an instant, shattered Wang Rong's fighting spirit and will. Countless prodigies exist in this world, yet I, Yihan, shall ultimately trample all. You shall serve merely as stepping stones. Yihan launched a decisive punch, advancing towards Wang Rong. No.
Wang Rong's voice was filled with despair and terror. She could no longer resist, fully bereft of faith, her strength beginning to falter. In a desperate act, Wang Rong struck the wall of the stone hall, blood gushing forth, her energy in disarray, barely clinging to life. She had been defeated. Wang Rong could never have dreamed that she would be so thoroughly vanquished by a mere fifth-layer divine power warrior, facing her demise. Whether it is you, Luo Tianzhang, Yin Tianxiu, or even that so-called child of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, you all are ultimately nothing but stepping stones for me, Yihan. As the intent to kill surged within him, he appeared before Wang Rong in an instant. No, please. Do not kill me. I can be of use to you. Wang Rong, will become yours. I will accompany you, you can do as you wish. Wang Rong, driven to the brink of madness by fear, implored. I will help you deal with Yin Tianxiu. Yihan, hearing her pleas, remained unmoved. At that moment, Wang Rong suddenly produced a crystal ball. Infusing her energy into it, she screamed frantically, "Save me, senior sister Yin." With a resounding crash, Yihan's fist descended, ending Wang Rong's life. Yihan picked up the crystal ball, his eyes gleaming. So this is the sound transmission crystal? Wang Rong, speak. What has transpired? A familiar voice echoed from the crystal ball, on the other end. Yin Tianxiu was speaking. Yin Tianxiu, await your demise. Yihan's tone was as frigid as ice, and upon finishing his words, he crushed the crystal ball with a resounding bang. Taking a deep breath, Yihan gazed upon the lifeless body before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief and clarity. As if he were gazing down upon everything with an indomitable heart. A month ago, he had been an inconsequential figure. At that time, he had not even known of the existence of the Qi explosion realm, believing that the city lord of Yin City, a divine power master, was a formidable force to be reckoned with. Arriving at the very center of the stone hall, Yihan sat upon the ground. The golden light surrounding him had not faded, rather, it intensified. As he activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Control technique, his energy began to surge. His voice thundered. Second Dragon Bone, condense for me. Chapter 51, a frantic breakthrough indeed, the second Dragon Bone is about to be born. The surging dragon energy began to converge, and Yihan's vital blood started to boil. 5 powerful divine energies intertwined, coiling around a fragment of an arm bone, assisting in its refinement. Within Yihan's body, the second bone began to emanate a golden radiance, growing ever more intense. His entire essence, spirit, and vitality underwent a profound transformation and enhancement. As if he were on the verge of entering a new realm, a new pinnacle. An hour passed, then 2, 8 hours. After 8 hours, the second dragon bone was completely formed. This refinement process took far longer than anticipated, however, its foundation was solid and its depth formidable. Excellent. The early formation of the second dragon bone further strengthened my invincible dragon body, enhancing my combat prowess. Yihan felt immense satisfaction with this development. Previously, he could only passively enjoy the benefits of the invincible dragon body. Due to his low realm, he was entirely incapable of truly harnessing the power of this physique. But that situation was soon to change. Next, as long as he stepped into the explosive energy realm, capable of executing attacks through the vacuum of space, he could activate the invincible dragon body, channeling its hidden powers and primal forces into martial techniques, unleashing various incredible methods. Accumulation was key, for him. Continuous accumulation would facilitate breakthroughs, enabling him to reach the pinnacle of the divine power realm, unimpeded by any other constraints. After pondering for a moment, Yihan cast a glance at the nearby corpses, disregarding them, and turned to leave the ancient martial tomb. Upon entering this ancient martial tomb, after refining his body with the essence of the earth, his combat strength was now infinitely close to the first explosion of the explosive energy realm. Thus, while Yihan could not recklessly roam the netherworld law realm, he at least would not easily perish. With no other disturbances within the law realm, And with over 2 months remaining, it was an ideal time for cultivation, perfectly suited for honing his abilities.
Meanwhile, outside, at the Reincarnation Academy, atop Ziki Peak,
Yin Tianxiu emerged from the grand hall, her aura exceedingly frigid.
Yihan, Mo Qingru, we are destined to be adversaries.
Yin Tianxiu's voice erupted in fury as she waved her arm, summoning a powerful energy.
Suddenly, a fire-feathered bird, radiating flames,
soared from the side of the mountain and obediently knelt before Yin Tianxiu. With a leap, she mounted the fire-feathered bird's back and swiftly departed for Zhuyun Peak. At Zhuyun Peak, Yin Tianxiu spoke, Mo Qingru, the events of the past have long passed, why must you inscribe them upon your heart? One must confront reality and clearly perceive the situation.
Today marks the final opportunity one offer you.
To speak candidly, I have dispatched individuals into the netherworld law realm.
Yihan's life hangs by a thread. Yin Tianxiu's gaze was piercing.
In the distance, Mo Qingru sat calmly in her wheelchair, her expression serene,
showing no signs of disturbance or response to Yin Tianxiu. Mo Qingru, hand over the other half of the Nine Suns Fire Jade. I, Yin Tianxiu,
swear to the heavens that henceforth, you and your disciple shall part ways, never to interfere again.
Moreover, when necessary in the future,
I may intervene to protect Yihan's life.
Observing Mo Qingru's tranquil demeanor, Yin Tianxiu's tone softened,
taking on a tone of earnestness, you should understand that Yihan and Yi Zhishuan are sworn enemies.
Yi Zhishuan is a person of great importance to Feng Wuliang, the son of reincarnation. Feng Wuliang will return to the academy within 2 months, and that will be Yihan's demise. Time continued to flow,
and the land fell into silence once more. After 100 breaths had passed, Mo Qingru finally spoke, Yin Tianxiu, if anything befalls Yihan in 2 months, you will pay a grievous price. With that, Mo Qingru turned her gaze away and, with the urging of Elder Gu Yunzhu, returned, ignoring Yin Tianxiu further.
Damn it! Yin Tianxiu clenched her fists tightly, consumed by rage. Faced with the unyielding Mo Qingru,
she felt as though her fist had struck a sponge, frustrated and without an outlet for her anger.
Mo Qingru, since you have revealed yourself and returned to the academy,
that half of the Nine Suns Fire Jade ultimately belongs to me.
With Feng Wuliang's imminent return, it seems I must rely on his power. Yin Tianxiu's aura became increasingly unstable as she turned away in fury. Within Zhuyun Peak, Master, Yihan will not come to harm, will he?
Mo Qingru's calm facade crumbled, now filled with concern.
Rest assured.
Elder Gu Yunzhu smiled reassuringly. Yin Tianxiu is clearly desperate and at her wits' end. Compelled to seek you out today, I suspect something significant has occurred. Observing your worried expression, I must say, in 2 months, the truth will reveal itself.
My dear, your immediate priority is to recuperate.
As for Yihan, he is not inferior to the Academy's top geniuses, especially with his unyielding spirit. Martial cultivation relies not only on talent but also on inner strength, he is not destined to perish.
Unbeknownst to Yihan, the external world was steeped in turmoil.
In the ensuing days, the netherworld law realm became a veritable slaughterhouse for him. Each day, countless beasts and demons fell to his hands. Nearly all of them at the 8th and 9th tiers. Yihan's progress was astonishing, with the foundation provided by the 2 dragon bones. His endurance surpassed even that of the beasts. After 1 month, Yihan's realm ascended directly to the 6th level of divine power, allowing him to confront 2 9th-tier beasts simultaneously. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly terrify many. On that day, Luo Tianzheng, at Demon Ridge, possessed the 9th level of divine power but had no chance against the Xianin Qingwang Python. Whenever his energy was depleted and he found himself exhausted from battling beasts and demons, Yihan would consume 9th-tier demon cores, directly refining their power to replenish his own. In the 2nd month, while battling a demon at the explosive energy realm, Yihan's realm finally broke through to the 7th level of divine power.
At present,
Yihan's foundation had reached an incredible degree, and he wielded the power of the 2 dragon bones with increasing mastery. Soon, he would be able to leave.
Yin Tianxiu,
I must express my gratitude, this journey through the netherworld law realm has truly empowered me. Yihan mused to himself, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. His strength was not his only advancement, his inner fortitude had also grown. Since slaying Zhao Li and others, as well as Wang Rong, he had truly built his confidence. Those top talents from the academy can achieve such escalated slayings. I, Yihan, can do the same.
Moreover, through days of cultivation and combat,
Yihan had sensed a change within his 9 realms dragon suppression tower. He discovered that as his realm strengthened, the dragon energy emanating from the tower increased,
allowing for quicker absorption. This phenomenon would lead to a fundamental transformation after reaching the explosive energy realm. According to Yihan's estimation, once he entered the explosive energy realm, he would be able to condense a drop of liquid dragon essence from the accumulated dragon energy approximately every 10 days.
This could potentially be the key to aiding his senior sister Mo Qingru in her recovery. He believed that providing her with a drop of true dragon essence might help her expel the frigid water from her body.
In the 3rd month,
Yihan broke through yet again, smoothly ascending to the 8th level of divine power. Few could fathom that a youth who had joined the academy merely months ago could rise from the 3rd to the 8th level of divine power through a single journey in the netherworld law realm. Such cases were not exclusive to Yihan, while many in the academy experienced similar transformative speeds at the divine power realm. They were typically extraordinary prodigies nurtured by the academy's finest resources. Yihan, however, relied solely on his own efforts.
3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye.
Yihan materialized at the threshold of the netherworld, patiently awaiting.
With a resounding rumble,
the gateway to the netherworld finally yawned open. Chapter 52. Yihan returns outside the netherworld realm. Countless masters from various academies gathered, including numerous inner disciples who rarely made an appearance. Many powerful figures displayed a keen curiosity.
Today, Yihan was to make his return.
A small character who had joined the academy not long ago, lacking top-tier talent and the academy's robust support. Yet he had managed to incapacitate several outer disciples in a short span, even daring to challenge a prodigy like Yin Tianxiu.
Such a figure piqued the curiosity of many.
3 months, Yihan was presumed dead in there. We, the inner disciples, would not dare venture alone into a place as perilous as the netherworld realm. A group of inner disciples gathered, discussing amongst themselves.
If Yihan were to return alive, he would indeed be noteworthy. Indeed, he was brought back by Mo Qingru,
who had once been astonishingly impressive, an existence unattainable for us.
Had she not lost to Yin Tianxiu in that fateful battle?
She would likely have become a true disciple by now.
Hush!
Let us not speak lightly of that battle. Yin Tianxiu is not someone we can provoke. As the disciples conversed, at the forefront of the crowd, Mo Qingru sat in her wheelchair, gripping the sides tightly, her anxiety evident in her eyes.
In the distance,
Yin Tianxiu stood with her hands clasped behind her, her features obscured but her aura chillingly palpable.
After a brief moment, the entrance to the netherworld realm opened.
The entrance's inscription array flickered, and in an instant, a figure emerged from the portal, materializing at the center of the array altar. Clad in tattered garments, covered in blood, he appeared utterly disheveled. However, his arms were robust, muscles bulging, with a vigorous and profound aura radiating from him, exuding an impressive presence. There was no hint of defeat. Instead, he emanated a sense of maturity forged through trials and tribulations.
Yihan had returned. Yihan. Teacher, Yihan is back. Mo Qingru's lips parted slightly,
a smile gracing her face, illuminating the scene with her beauty.
The crowd was taken aback.
No one expected that a disciple at the 3rd level of divine power could emerge unscathed from the netherworld realm.
No, wait. He had reached the 8th level of divine power. In just 3 months, Yihan had attained the 8th level of divine power? In that moment,
the crowd erupted into a frenzy, disciples unable to contain their astonishment, chattering amongst themselves.
Damn it, the 8th level of divine power? What kind of talent does Yihan possess?
Yin Tianxiu trembled with rage, her fury palpable, her chilling aura spreading. If Yihan had previously been a mere inconspicuous pawn in her eyes, a tool to deal with Mo Qingru, today he had become a genuine threat. She understood all too well what it meant to transform from the 3rd to the 8th level of divine power in just 3 months. Such talent and potential were extraordinary. Descending from the altar, Yihan walked with steady steps, his energy unmatched. His gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Mo Qingru's face. In what had been a calm expression, a brilliant smile suddenly bloomed. Senior sister, I have returned.
Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers,
he approached Mo Qingru and gently clasped her hands. I have returned alive, and I have reached the 8th level of divine power.
From now on, no one will bully us.
Yihan spoke confidently, oblivious to the crowd around him. In that moment, his world revolved solely around Mo Qingru.
Mo Qingru nodded gently.
Looking at Yihan's face, which now bore the marks of hardship yet remained distinctly handsome, she softly cautioned, "But do not become arrogant. The 8th level of divine power does not even qualify you as an inner disciple."
Inner disciple?
At the mention of those words, Yihan chuckled.
Are inner disciples truly that formidable?
In an instant, he turned, his piercing gaze locking onto Yin Tianxiu.
After 3 months in the netherworld realm, I, Yihan, have grown even stronger.
Today, I return to express my gratitude to 2 individuals. The first, of course, is our fair and just Deputy Hall Master Chiu of the Law Enforcement Hall.
As for the second,
it is none other than the mysterious and unapproachable Yin Tianxiu on the Yinyan list.
Yihan's voice boomed like thunder, resonating across the netherworld peak.
The cacophony around him vanished into silence, and nearly everyone stood in stunned disbelief.
Unapproachable?
Who dared to describe the illustrious Yin Tianxiu, reigning supreme on the Yinyan list?
In such a manner?
The top 10 of the Yinyan list were all poised to ascend to true discipleship, let alone the first-ranked Yin Tianxiu. To provoke a potential true disciple in front of so many was an act of folly.
Presumptuous. Yin Tianxiu's fury erupted.
Her voice slicing through the air as her gaze pierced through her veil, locking onto Yihan.
An invisible energy coalesced into a storm, enveloping him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. What's the matter? Yihan glanced at Yin Tianxiu. 3 months apart, and your foul temper seems to have intensified?
Yin Tianxiu stepped forward, but at the same moment, Yihan refused to back down, his energy surging forth as he stepped forward as well.
He had not bowed then. And he certainly would not bow now.
You, Yin Tianxiu, have merely practiced for a few more years than I have.
What makes you so exceptional?
I do not wish to argue with someone of your stature, but I hope you can survive this academy conference.
With that, Yin Tianxiu turned on her heel and walked away. What scheme was she concocting?
Yihan understood that Yin Tianxiu would not let this matter rest, despite her feminine guise. Her heart was as venomous as they come.
Oh,
I almost forgot, I saw Wang Rong's corpse in the netherworld realm. Her demise was tragic.
I hope you,
Senior Sister Yin, will conduct yourself more cautiously in the future and not follow in Wang Rong's footsteps.
Yihan's cold laughter echoed.
Yin Tianxiu faltered but did not turn back, resolutely boarding her fiery bird and departing. Deputy Hall Master Chiu from the Law Enforcement Hall wore a dark expression,
remaining silent as he led a group of enforcers away.
Yihan scoffed, casting a glance at their retreating figures before retracting his aura. Senior Sister, Elder, let us depart. Yihan turned to Mo Qingru and Elder Gu Yunju beside her. The 3 left the netherworld peak together. As Yihan looked at Mo Qingru in her wheelchair, a powerful urge to break through surged within him. Soon, once he entered the explosive Qi realm, he would be able to quickly condense the true dragon liquid. With the might of the true dragon liquid, her ailment could potentially be alleviated, or even cured. Not long after they descended the netherworld peak, Mo Qingru suddenly spoke up.
Yihan, Master Li came looking for you once. Master Li? Yihan looked puzzled. The master of the human path, Li Futuo. Mo Qingru articulated clearly. Li Futuo? Is he truly the master of the human path?
Yihan found it hard to believe. He had considered Li Futuo to be a significant figure within the human path lineage, yet had never associated him with such a prestigious title. After all, the master of the human path was one of the 6 great masters of the Reincarnation Academy. An individual of extraordinary status, certainly a figure who seemed to drift in and out of the clouds.
The first time Yihan met Li Futuo,
he had merely been a teacher responsible for assessing him under the blazing sun. The Academy conference had commenced, and as per tradition, following the conclusion of the conference,
the contest among the 6 paths would soon commence. Master Li must have been under considerable stress these days. Mo Qingru continued, Yihan,
since you have become the successor of the human path, you should share some of the burden.
Go visit Master Li at the Human Emperor Peak. The Human Emperor Peak? Alright, I indeed have some matters to attend to.
After I finish, I will seek out senior sister, perhaps.
I will present you with a surprise.
Yihan smiled, his tone laced with a hint of mystery.
After bidding farewell to Gu Yunju and Mo Qingro,
Yihan made his way towards the Human Emperor Peak, one of the 6 principal summits of the Academy. It is worth noting that although Yihan had joined the mortal path not long ago, he had been imprisoned in the Nether Law Realm for 3 months. As the heir to the mortal path, he had yet to visit the Human Emperor Peak.
As Yihan journeyed toward the peak,
he noticed a palpable increase in the activity within the Academy. A few months prior, it was rare to encounter the inner disciples. But now he could occasionally sense the powerful auras of some of them. Occasionally, there were disciples whose energy emanated in inscrutable depth, hinting at their formidable strength.
Likely the enigmatic true disciples.
This surge in presence was likely due to the Academy conference that had commenced in recent days. Yihan had learned about this gathering from the Taisu secret record, which described it as a competition among disciples, where victors would receive substantial rewards, presenting a genuine opportunity for some to rise. As Yihan advanced, several disciples gathered to watch him, their curiosity evident rather than malicious intent.
Unbothered by their gazes,
Yihan strode confidently, exuding an invisible aura of authority. Despite still being an outer disciple, his current confidence and poise surpassed that of many unattainable inner disciples.
Nia Yuan, He Qingfeng, Zhaoijin? It has been a while. Yihan called out upon spotting them, waving in greeting.
The trio, caught off guard, approached with a wry smile. Even the loquacious Niayuan seemed subdued, speaking with a hint of apprehension. "Greetings, senior brother Yihan."
Am I truly that intimidating?
Yihan chuckled, playfully patting their shoulders.
Appearing quite familiar. Please, just call me a friend. Their tension eased considerably at his congenial demeanor. Have you encountered any trouble lately? Yihan inquired, observing their expressions. None at all.
They replied almost in unison. "That's a relief, otherwise, I would feel quite guilty," Yihan said, scratching his nose.
I have important matters to attend to at Human Emperor Peak. Shall I visit you afterward?
Of course, but be careful.
We've heard that some are targeting you,
including Yin Tianxiu and several key figures from the Wuji Sword sect, who seem to have returned, Niayuan warned cautiously as he glanced around.
Fear not.
Yihan winked before departing. "Whoever dares to bully us will face repercussions, starting with Lu Yunxiao."
Ah. The trio was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Yihan's nonchalance.
"I told you, Yihan is not that kind of person," He Qingfeng remarked after Yihan had left. Indeed, Yihan remains unchanged. It is our mindset that has shifted. Regardless, we must seize this opportunity to elevate ourselves from our menial status to outer disciples, Zhao Yijian added.
At last,
Yihan reached the Human Emperor Peak, a majestic summit piercing the heavens, brimming with rich celestial energy. Lush forests towered above, and countless rare herbs thrived within, filling the air with their enchanting fragrances, which was truly invigorating. Yihan was surprised, as this was his first encounter with such a treasure within the Academy. The resources accumulated on this peak were nothing short of extraordinary, enough to incite envy in anyone. Truly befitting the title of one of the 6 principal summits of the mortal path. While others may not tread lightly, Yihan faced no such restrictions. Amidst the fervent and envious gazes of onlookers, he extended his hand, channeling the 9 Heavens Dragon control technique to manifest the exclusive aura of the Imperial Wondrous Skill, which he infused into the teleportation array at the base of the Human Emperor Peak. In mere moments, he vanished without a trace, teleported to the summit.
Upon arrival,
he beheld the vastness of the world, the ethereal sea of clouds, the Human Emperor Peak towering majestically above all others, instilling a sense of grandeur and perspective.
What a unique will! Yihan mused aloud, sensing an elusive presence lingering in the air, akin to the will of kings, emperors, and sovereigns.
He understood well that such an aura would bestow immense fortune upon any martial artist atop the Human Emperor Peak, especially in fortifying their conviction. Ahead lay a series of structures, each with distinct architectural styles. The most prominent, of course, was the Human Emperor Hall.
As Yihan approached, he could hear a lively commotion within.
The mortal path had long since declined, yet it remained unabolished due to historical reasons.
However, the old must eventually give way.
It could not perpetually monopolize the name of the mortal path.
Li Futian, have you made up your mind? Yi Han overheard as he neared the hall. "Are you all too impatient?" came Li Futian's voice from within.
"The contest among the 6 paths has yet to commence, we shall discuss the outcome then."
"Where are your disciples of the mortal path?"
a voice taunted, dripping with mockery.
"Are you, Li Futian, prepared to take action?" Li Futian fell silent, pondering for a moment.
In the hall's center, he sat regally, casting a cold gaze upon the attendees.
"The mortal path has already established its heir." "The heir? You mean that Yi Han?"
a youthful voice interjected, laced with derision.
"A mere trifling character at the 3rd level of divine power?" "Martial prowess transcends initial realms," Li Futian replied, unperturbed by the mockery. "Perhaps accustomed to it by now." "Are you truly so boastful?"
"If you lack capable individuals, our Demon Emperor path can lend you a couple to save face."
"Lest the contest among the 6 paths becomes too embarrassing," the young man continued, inciting laughter from the crowd.
Suddenly, a sharp voice from outside interrupted,
plunging the hall into silence. All eyes turned as the doors creaked open, revealing Yi Han striding in.
"Seeking death, daring to insult our Demon Emperor path." A young man in white robes erupted, his aura flaring, his face pale with fury.
"Is it not merely the demon path? What insult could there be? Are the members of the demon path so hypocritical?"
Yi Han replied, his tone calm and composed as he surveyed the crowd.
He then turned towards Li Futian.
Clasping his hands respectfully, "Greetings, Path Master."
"And who might you be?" The white-robed youth glared at Yi Han. "And who are you?" Yi Han raised an eyebrow.
"I am Lu Changping, a disciple of the Demon Emperor path. I began my martial journey at 6, reached the Divine Power realm at 10. Attained the 9th level of Divine Power by 15, and shattered limitations to step into the explosive aura realm at 17, the white-robed youth declared proudly.
"I am Yi Han, who has just slain 6 in the explosive aura realm."
Yi Han's gaze turned icy, his eyes deep and unfathomable.
"Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided.
Focusing on improved English vocabulary and sentence structure while removing irrelevant content, Chapter 54, Transformation of the Primeval Demon Elephant." The fair-skinned youth, Lu Changping, froze. Momentarily disoriented by Yi Han's retort, which disrupted his train of thought.
"Hold your tongue, you whelp from the beast realm. You are on human realm territory," Yi Han declared.
A chilling glint in his eyes as he surveyed Lu Changping.
"Insolent cur!" Lu Changping roared, stepping forward in a fit of pique.
The 6 realms of the Academy, Celestial Realm, Azura Realm, Beast Realm, Preta Realm, Infernal Realm, and Human Realm. The term Beast Realm was archaic and deemed offensive.
It had been replaced by Demon Emperor Realm eons ago.
Similarly, the Preta Realm had been renamed the Spirit Realm.
Yi Han's deliberate use of Beast Realm was a blatant affront, infuriating Lu Changping.
The bard struck home, going beyond mere verbal sparring.
An unspoken grievance.
Not only was Lu Changping incensed, but an elder seated nearby also wore a thunderous expression.
"State your business or be gone. Why linger?" Yi Han dismissed them. "He who insults shall be insulted in turn."
"Let us see the foundation of this arrogance," Lu Changping retorted, emboldened by a nod from the elder.
He erupted with vital energy and primeval force.
Yi Han's hand shifted, and he unleashed a punch bold, resolute, and fearless. Their fists collided in an instant.
3 times in a single breath.
Lu Changping staggered backward, his arm numb, his vital energy trembling.
Yi Han remained unmoved, his gaze unwavering.
His primeval force surged. Dragon energy coursing through him, transforming him into a monstrous tiger or a ferocious dragon.
Chi eruption, first burst, vital energy detonation?
Such opponents are laughable.
Ordinary Chi eruption martial artists were no match for Yi Han. Blood of the demon elephant. Lu Changping bellowed, invoking a hidden power from his bloodline. He lunged at Yi Han once more, driven by unyielding determination. His fists cleaved through the air, unleashing 2 formidable shockwave punches.
He aimed to use his superior cultivation and bloodline power to suppress Yi Han.
Yi Han's body resonated with a thunderous roar. From the depths of his chi sea, divine power erupted. First burst, second burst.
40th burst, 48th burst.
Yi Han's divine power reached the 48th burst, transforming his essence, energy, and spirit. Transformation of the primeval demon elephant.
Lu Changping cried, his vital energy surging as he lunged at Yi Han.
Yi Han remained unfazed. He raised his hand, causing a slight distortion in the air and a sonic boom.
His fist, arriving sooner than expected, locked onto Lu Changping.
Limited by his cultivation,
Yi Han could not achieve chi eruption, but his boundless vital energy was terrifying. Lu Changping coughed blood mid-air, sent flying to the side of the hall, where he lay twitching.
"Begone!"
Yi Han growled, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Changping.
Lu Changping was a prodigy with potent vital energy and the blood of a demon elephant, a violet primeval demon elephant, an ancient and formidable species. Their bloodline held formidable power, potentially unlocking the violet primeval demon elephant's inherited abilities. But compared to Yi Han's imperishable dragon physique, it was a jest. What beast could compare to a dragon? Moreover, Yi Han possessed not a mere dragon body, but an imperishable dragon physique forged with the aura of a five-clawed golden dragon emperor, the monarch of dragons, the emperor of emperors. "Very well, human realm, you have made your point."
An elder rose, casting a profound look at Yi Han before helping Lu Changping up.
He turned to Li Futu, Lord of the Human Realm. "I ask one last time, will you relinquish those 3 celestial-grade grand elixirs? The Demon Emperor realm seeks only the celestial demon elixir."
Others in the hall watched with anticipation.
"I bid you farewell," Li Futu said, his eyes closed, ignoring their demands. "So be it. May this Yi Han of the human realm rise to the challenge."
The elder from the Demon Emperor realm departed with Lu Changping, clearly frustrated.
"Lord of the human realm, farewell. We shall meet in the 6 realms competition."
Others led their disciples away, their gazes lingering on Yi Han, filled with meaning, hostility, and undisguised killing intent.
"What are you staring at? Am I eating your rice?" Yi Han retorted, unflinching. Once they were gone, Li Futu opened his eyes, a glint of amusement within. "Your temper is quite explosive, Lord."
I never imagined the esteemed lord of the human realm would moonlight as an instructor for menial disciples.
Yi Han quipped.
Li Futu had concealed his identity, leading Yi Han to believe he was a charlatan.
48 bursts. In 3 months? How did you achieve 48 bursts? Li Futu scrutinized Yi Han, trying to uncover his secrets. Yi Han's vital energy was concealed yet overwhelming, like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex.
The battle with Lu Changping had not revealed his full power. The energy contained within his flesh was like a raging furnace.
How could he be merely at the divine force realm?
One would think he was at the chi eruption realm. Indeed, 48 bursts. I should reach 100 bursts in about half a year. If I participate in the Academy tournament and face formidable opponents, I might achieve it sooner.
Yi Han replied truthfully. Excellent. The human realm has a chance of victory in the 6 realms competition. Li Futu nodded, pleased. Were those people from the other 5 realms? Yi Han asked. Li Futu sneered. The Azura realm, Demon Emperor realm, Spirit realm, and Infernal realm, a bunch of hypocrites. What do they want? Do they truly seek the dissolution of the human realm? Yi Han inquired. Indeed. Li Futu confirmed. Feng Wuliang has returned from the Crimson Dragon domain with a human dragon physique.
He seeks to dominate the 6 realms. These others seek to exploit the situation and obtain the human realm's 3 celestial-grade grand elixirs.
Celestial-grade grand elixirs? Yi Han asked.
Celestial Demon Elixir, Celestial Vigor Elixir, and 9 Revolution Celestial Elixir. Li Futu said, turning his hand over to produce 3 sealed boxes.
Celestial Demon Elixir refines vital energy and transforms the physique. Celestial Vigor Elixir transforms primeval force into vigor, and vigor into armor.
9 Revolution Celestial Elixir, 9 transformations of the acupoints, fist force that shatters the sky. Li Futu descended from his throne and presented the boxes to Yi Han.
Take them. Just like that? You're giving them to me? Yi Han was taken aback. One should not accept unearned rewards. In martial cultivation, the flesh is paramount.
The first 3 realms are of utmost importance, gathering essence, divine power, and energy explosion. Upon reaching the energy explosion stage, one will have established a flawless foundation. These 3 heavenly grade pills will enable you to cultivate the most formidable martial foundation in the forthcoming journey, Li Futu remarked.
having entered the underworld law realm.
I have refined my body with earth spirit milk, thus, I should no longer require these 3 pills, Yihan replied, gazing at Li Fuchulu, essentially declining the offer.
Do not be so pretentious.
Furthermore, you underestimate the value of heavenly grade pills.
These are top-tier elixirs, worth their weight in gold.
With only a scant few dozen available within the entire academy, Li Fuchulu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Yihan.
Do you know that even Feng Wuliang, upon manifesting his human dragon form, covets these 3 pills immensely? Feng Wuliang, the human dragon form?
Yihan fell into a contemplative silence, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Living within the Reincarnation Academy, no one can escape the influence of the name Feng Wuliang. Especially for Yihan, due to his connection with Yi Zhixuan.
He has been unwittingly entangled with Feng Wuliang. Had it not been for Feng Wuliang facilitating Yi Zhixuan's ascension as an inner disciple,
and dispatching experts like Luo Tianzhang to safeguard her, Yihan would have likely avenged himself by taking Yi Zhixuan's life.
Very well, when shall we refine these 3 pills? Yihan inquired, stowing the pills away, his fingers deftly shifting them into his spatial ring. Spatial ring?
Li Fuchulu expressed surprise.
You possess such a treasure? Acquired from the underworld law realm, Yihan replied. All right then.
You may refine the heavenly grade demon pills at your convenience. But it is best to wait until you reach the second explosion of the energy explosion stage for the heavenly gang battle chi pill. And the 9 revolutions heavenly pill should be refined during the vacuum explosion, Li Fuchulu elaborated.
Understood. Yihan nodded. He turned to Li Fuchulu, with the academy conference approaching. I wish to participate. As an outer disciple, am I permitted to challenge the inner disciple Yi Zhixuan?
Participation is essential, combat is the sole path for a warrior's ascension.
Li Fuchulu affirmed. However, if you wish to challenge Yi Zhixuan, you may be disappointed. Why? Yihan's expression turned icy, his fists clenched. Feng Wuliang has returned.
Taking a group of prodigies, including Yi Zhixuan, to Tongtian Peak for training, Li Fuchulu explained.
Tongtian Peak, the Wujian sect? Yihan's body trembled.
Blood surging within him as memories of the mockery from the Wujian sect flooded back. Because of their provocations, even other factions within the academy dared not recruit him.
Before you grow strong, you must learn restraint, Yihan. You must be wary of Feng Wuliang, he is a rare genius from the Taishu ancient domain, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. By joining the human Tao, you have effectively placed yourself in opposition to him, and you will inevitably face him. Especially since you aim to kill Yi Zhixuan. Feng Wuliang will certainly prevent such an occurrence and may even seek to eliminate you, Li Fuchulu cautioned, taking a deep breath and looking at Yihan with utmost seriousness. I have urged you to join the human Tao due to your formidable physical prowess and strong foundation, without any ulterior motives. Today, I ask you. If you wish to withdraw from the human Tao, it is not too late. Withdraw?
My choice is not made lightly, the Tao Master worries too much.
Yihan replied with a faint smile.
Should you choose not to withdraw, know that certain individuals within the academy will not grant you peace. I can state unequivocally that Feng Wuliang, hailing from the divine path, is a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Aiming to dominate the 6 paths and amalgamate their powers to become the sovereign of the 6 paths, the Lord of Reincarnation. The other 4 paths have already acquiesced,
leaving only the human Tao.
Therefore, should you grow stronger, you will become a thorn in his side unless you submit to him, Li Fuchulu warned.
Concern etched on his face.
The words of the Tao Master are unfounded.
Yihan's smile faded, replaced by an intensity of seriousness. In that moment,
a powerful confidence surged within him. I, Yihan, fear no adversary. As a successor of the human Tao, I shall not allow others to meddle in its affairs. While he could jest at times, Yihan was not so oblivious to emotions. Although Li Fuchulu may have had ulterior motives in persuading him to join the human Tao, he was undeniably sincere and trustworthy. He had directly provided Yihan with the Huangji Jingshilo and the Divine Power 100 Explosion secret technique, and today, he had readily gifted him these 3 precious heavenly grade pills, signifying great expectations.
Accepting all this, Yihan understood the accompanying responsibilities. Moreover, in terms of personal sentiment,
he held no affection for the unseen Feng Wuliang unless Feng Wuliang were to present Yi Zhixuan to him, allowing for swift revenge. After conversing with Li Fuchulu for a while, they descended from the Emperor Peak together.
They arrived at a vast plaza deep within the academy, where Yihan beheld a throng of disciples, a scene of utmost fervor. This was the site of the Academy Conference. The conference was a gathering of the Academy's high-ranking officials, where they would speak, coordinate, and bestow rewards. The most crucial aspect, however, was the disciples' grand competition. Disciples of the same rank would engage in battles, determining victors, with those who performed admirably receiving numerous rewards and even opportunities for advancement. For many, this presented a golden opportunity. As an outer disciple like Yihan, an outstanding performance could lead to immediate elevation to an inner disciple, alleviating future troubles. After Li Futula registered Yihan, he proceeded to a nearby mountain peak, a gathering place for the Academy's higher-ups. Currently, the battles among numerous miscellaneous disciples were underway. And it was not yet time for outer disciples like Yihan to compete. This afforded him a moment to observe the surroundings and familiarize himself with the true strength of the countless disciples within the Reincarnation Academy. After a brief observation, Yihan noted that warriors at the divine power stage were abundant, with many formidable outer disciples exhibiting extraordinary foundations. A select few possessed unique endowments and talents, such as exceptional bloodlines or specific physical traits. Indeed, countless geniuses thrived here. Any one of them, if they were to step out into the former Flame City, would be regarded as a top-tier prodigy, attracting the attention of various prominent families. Many of them were beyond Yihan's comprehension, far more powerful than he had anticipated. At one moment, Yihan's expression suddenly turned cold, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. His gaze penetrated the crowd, locking onto a figure. At that instant, the other party also met his gaze, a murderous intent surging forth. Luo Tianzheng. Yihan's voice was devoid of warmth. Chapter 56, When Enemies Meet. They are particularly hostile when enemies meet. There is an unmistakable tension in the air. Their eyes locked from across the expanse. It seemed as if an invisible storm had been born in that fleeting moment. Yihan. Luo Tianzheng strode forward with an imposing presence, accompanied by a throng of disciples. The surrounding students, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively withdrew, parting to make way for Luo Tianzheng, their faces etched with apprehension. This group hailed from the Wuji sword sect, and Luo Tianzheng was a favored disciple of Feng Wuliang, the son of reincarnation. An intangible aura radiated from him, rendering a 30-meter radius around Yihan a veritable no-man's land, where no one dared tread. Yihan, you have returned. Excellent, Luo Tianzheng declared, his crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I heard you ventured into the netherworld law realm. I was concerned you might perish there. His gaze pierced through the air, locking onto Yihan like a blade, instilling fear. Yihan remained unfazed, meeting Luo Tianzheng's gaze with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, I will not meet my demise. As for you, Luo Tianzheng, cherish the time that remains. Brother Luo, why waste breath on this fool? He is simply asking for a beating. A young disciple with a battle sword stepped forward, a wicked grin spreading across his face. 8th level of divine power. He was among the elite of the outer disciples. With a swift motion, he raised his sword, aiming for Yihan's chest, his demeanor brazen and reckless. Masters from the Wuji sword sect, to some extent, could disregard the regulations of the academy due to the towering presence of Feng Wuliang looming over them. Yihan made no move, simply observing as the sword approached within a mere meter of him. In an instant, his right arm shot forth, gripping the sword with a surge of vital energy that enveloped it. The blade trembled violently, and the disciple's expression shifted to one of horror. With a choked groan, he felt an overwhelming force reversing upon him, sending both him and his sword soaring dozens of meters away, crashing into a throng of onlookers. Such reckless fools should not seek their fortune here, Yihan remarked coldly, casting a glance at Luo Tianzheng. The latter's expression darkened, taken aback by Yihan's unexpected display of strength. Those who had been eager to act now hesitated, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Yihan. What is happening? Step back, step back. Suddenly, a group of powerful figures approached, their voices authoritative and their gazes piercing. The enforcers of the law hall had arrived. Luo Tianzheng, during the academy assembly, do not create trouble. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you, a man at the forefront warned him. The group's eyes swept over Yihan,
but they offered no comment, likely perceiving him as merely a victim in their eyes.
Yi Han. I will personally cripple you and see you dead.
Luo Tianzhong warned with a chilling smile, his aura saturated with malice.
Unless you withdraw from the mortal realm.
That is precisely what I wish to convey, Luo Tianzhong. Your demise is inevitable, Yi Han retorted, regarding Luo Tianzhong as one would a lifeless corpse. The intensity of Luo Tianzhong's aura surged, but it was of little consequence. Yi Han was unperturbed by the threat posed by someone at the peak of the explosive state of divine power. It was through Luo Tianzhong that Yi Han first recognized the formidable strength of the Reincarnation Academy. Back in Flame City, Luo Tianzhong had exerted his authority with arrogance,
making even the city lord's office tremble. Over time, Luo Tianzhong had repeatedly obstructed Yi Han from eliminating Yi Zhixuan, sealing his own fate.
Only through such actions could Yi Han find inner peace, allowing his thoughts to flow freely and his martial path to ascend to new heights. Once Luo Tianzhong and his entourage departed, Yi Han refocused on the battlefield ahead.
Nia Yuan, He Qingfeng, Zhao Yijin? At that moment,
he spotted the three of them among the crowd. During the Academy Assembly, all disciples were required to participate in the competition. From the lowest servants to the most esteemed inner disciples, unless they voluntarily withdrew. What a splendid opportunity, I can assist them,
Yi Han thought, swiftly traversing the crowd to reach Nia Yuan and the others.
Yi Han. Their faces lit up upon seeing him. So, what is the verdict?
Do you have confidence in securing a favorable ranking and winning the rewards? Yi Han inquired.
Nia Yuan sighed, what confidence could we possibly have? Our time in the academy is only a few months longer than yours, and we cannot compare ourselves to the seasoned servant disciples.
Participating in this competition is merely for experience.
Servant disciples who perform exceptionally can be promoted directly, correct?
Yi Han asked.
The top 10 among the servant disciples can be promoted to outer disciples, He Qingfeng replied.
Yi Han nodded, follow me. He led the three,
who were still in a state of confusion, to a more secluded area away from the crowd. Suddenly, Yi Han extended his arm. I shall channel my strength into you to aid your endeavors.
Boom! 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 3 pulses of energy surged into their bodies. In unison, Nia Yuan and the others sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state.
After a quarter of an hour, Zhao Yijin was the first to open his eyes.
How is this possible? He exclaimed.
I can sense the presence of half-step divine power. His disbelief was palpable, it was simply unbelievable. Soon after, Nia Yuan and He Qingfeng followed suit,
their expressions mirroring Zhao Yijin's astonishment.
The three of them exuded an aura far more potent than just 15 minutes prior, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Indeed.
You are not mistaken, it is half-step divine power,
Yi Han affirmed.
With your current strength, securing a place among the top 10 in the servant-disciple competition should be well within your reach. What a remarkable method, Yi Han.
You are truly exceptional. Even the inner disciples cannot compare.
Nia Yuan's eyes widened in awe.
Enough talk, let us return, lest we delay your competition, Yi Han advised.
Refraining from further commentary to avoid drawing unwanted attention, and swiftly escorted the three back to the competition grounds. These 3 individuals were all at the gathering Yuan realm.
This realm, in essence, merely reflects the accumulation of foundation.
With Yi Han's indomitable dragon body as his base, combined with the cleansing he received from the earth spirit milk in the netherworld law realm, he surpassed even those at the peak of the explosive state.
Any infusion of his energy into them would forcibly elevate their foundation and even their realm.
Notably, Yi Han's power subtly contained strands of true dragon energy. This trace of true dragon energy was insignificant to Yi Han, like a speck of dust on the earth. Yet, for Nia Yuan and the others, it represented an unparalleled opportunity, a tremendous boon, capable of bestowing upon them boundless benefits. Elevating them to half-step divine power was merely the beginning. Such a method was nothing short of miraculous, one that even some inner disciples of the academy could not achieve. If the elders of the academy were to learn of this, they would surely be left astounded. After the competition among the servant disciples, the outer disciples would compete next. At that time, I must secure first place and obtain the qualification for promotion to inner disciple. Yi Han mused quietly, observing the battles unfolding in the vast arena, which was divided into hundreds of smaller battlefields, where the pace of the servant-disciples matches was remarkably swift. At this rate, the outer disciple competition should commence by the afternoon. Chapter 57, Yihan enters the fray. Time flows ceaselessly. The conclusion of the miscellaneous disciples competition took Yihan by surprise. Zhao Yijian decisively broke into the top 10, securing himself the opportunity to ascend to an outer sect disciple. Nia Yuan and He Qingfeng, however, could only manage to rank within the top 20, failing to achieve promotion. The Reincarnation Academy, indeed, harbors hidden talents, even among the miscellaneous disciples. Numerous formidable and exceptional individuals exist. Nevertheless, Yihan was not concerned. Both Nia Yuan and He Qingfeng are already on the brink of breaking through to the semi-divine strength realm, and their ascension is merely a matter of time. After midday, the competition for the outer disciples finally commenced. Those who enter the top 10 will be awarded a Thunder Fury pill. Furthermore, the top 3 will directly attain the status of inner disciples, each receiving a high-grade Xian weapon. At the forefront of the plaza, an elder of the academy announced the rules. As the elder's voice faded, the crowd stirred, their eyes glinting with envy. A few individuals, brimming with combat fervor, were eager to charge into the battlefield and vanquish all foes to seize the coveted rewards. The Thunder Fury pill, a low-grade earth-level elixir, allows warriors to swiftly break through their limitations and step into the explosive energy realm. The high-grade Xian weapons are even more extraordinary. Such weapons are often rarer than comparable elixirs and are scarce even among inner disciples. Yet, to present 3 as rewards for the outer disciples competition is quite unprecedented. On the battlefield, the various elders of the academy made their appearances, continuously calling out the names of the participants. Lu Feng faced Wang Ji on the first arena. Shi Ziyang battled Nangong Chang on the second arena. Yihan confronted Fan Xian on the 36th arena. The named contestants promptly set forth, stepping onto their respective battlegrounds. In the numerous smaller arenas, clashes erupted as participants engaged in fierce combat. Perhaps due to the bountiful rewards, each combatant fought with unparalleled ferocity, unleashing every hidden technique and martial skill with reckless abandon. Upon entering the arena, Yihan encountered a man in his late 20s standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Yihan. Fan Xian. The two exchanged intense glances, their animosity palpable. Admit defeat and leave the arena, Fan Xian coldly regarded Yihan. Yihan furrowed his brow. Had he not encountered this individual before? Such arrogance from Fan Xian was unexpected. Before Yihan could respond, a chilling sword aura surged forth, targeting his head. Intent to kill. Did Fan Xian dare to threaten him? Overestimating his capabilities. Yihan extended his arm, his palm shifting as an overwhelming force surged forward. The second strike of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist, a tempest swept through the arena. The vacuum exploded, sending shockwaves like a raging wind. In a single exchange, Fan Xian's sword was knocked from his grasp, hurtling toward the edge of the battlefield. Admit defeat, Yihan retorted, echoing Fan Xian's words. Such a minor character in the semi-divine strength realm was hardly worth his attention. Below the explosive energy realm, distinctions among the semi-divine levels were insignificant. Only those with exceptional physiques could warrant a spar with Yihan. Yet, such encounters would invariably end with them severely beaten and carried away. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. This scene was exceedingly rare. A clash between an 8th-level semi-divine strength and a 9th-level semi-divine strength ended in what appeared to be a single strike. Who was this Yihan? What was his background, talent, and physique? Fan Xian was a genius of the Wujian sword sect, proficient in the Great Flame sword technique. Renowned for his exceptional abilities, how could he be so easily defeated? Many began to speculate, gradually unearthing details about Yihan. Fan Xian, concede. Fan Xian's expression shifted several times, suppressing the urge to retaliate as he finally uttered those 5 words. The disparity was too great. Fan Xian was no fool and did not wish to court death. Yihan cast one last glance at Fan Xian's retreating figure before turning away, awaiting the next round of combat. In the distance, a fellow disciple exclaimed, "Brother Luo, this Yihan is indeed not as simple as he appears." Fan Xian.
still unsatisfied with his defeat, looked toward Luo Tianzheng. I am no match for him. How strong is he?
Luo Tianzheng's expression remained unchanged.
3 strikes, I believe he could. Kill me in 3 strikes. Fan Xian hesitated, his face darkened as he spoke.
Despite his reluctance to admit it, the aura Yihan exuded in their previous encounter had instilled a profound sense of dread within him.
What? Luo Tianzheng's demeanor shifted, a sinister glint emerging in his eyes.
His fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he prepared for battle, radiating a fierce anger. I once hesitated to crush this insignificant insect,
not realizing it would grow to this extent. Luo Tianzheng's gaze was fixed on the direction of Yihan.
Yihan's rapid growth had caught him off guard, leaving him no time to respond. After suffering a significant loss to Yihan over a treasure in the Demon Ridge, Luo Tianzheng had intended to break through and crush Yihan upon becoming an inner disciple. However, Yihan had managed to evade him for 3 months in the Netherworld. And in that brief time, he had reached the 8th level of semi-divine strength, overpowering even a 9th level adept like Fan Xian.
Brother Luo. It seems the news of Yihan defeating Lu Chengping in the Imperial Hall is likely true. Fan Xian cast a fearful glance at Luo Tianzheng. Lu Chengping,
possessing the blood of the purple extreme demon elephant, was a prodigy of the demon emperor's path, his strength undoubtedly on par with Luo Tianzheng's.
As Fan Xian's words fell, the group fell into a hushed silence, none daring to provoke Luo Tianzheng.
Luo Tianzheng had been striving in seclusion to break through,
finally achieving success, intending to seize the opportunity to annihilate Yihan.
However, it now appeared the outcome was uncertain, rendering the situation rather awkward. The once inconspicuous individual they had underestimated had long since transcended the status of a mere insect to be trampled upon.
Never mind, I shall meet with the sect master. After declaring this, Luo Tianzheng departed abruptly.
The sect master he referred to was none other than the leader of the Wujian sword sect, also known as the Son of Reincarnation,
Feng Wuliang.
A short while later, atop the pinnacle of heaven, Luo Tianzheng knelt on one knee, gazing hopefully at the grand hall before him, the Wujian Great Hall.
Luo Tianzheng, is what you say true? That insignificant little insect, Yihan, truly possesses such combat prowess?
A clear yet stern voice resonated from within the hall. Indeed, it has been confirmed, even Lu Chengping of the Demon Emperor's path is not his opponent. I have personally witnessed him defeat Fan Xian with a single punch, Luo Tianzheng replied, a mix of anxiety and fear overtaking his features as he gazed toward the imposing Wujian Great Hall. Very well, if Yihan perishes, it will shatter the hopes of the mortal Pathmaster, Li Futuo, and free Yi Zixuan from her inner demons. I shall break the rules to assist you. The voice from within the hall echoed once more. Almost immediately, Luo Tianzheng saw a flash of light at the hall's entrance, as if a vacuum had formed a ripple. A palm-sized pale yellow talisman materialized, swiftly transforming into a streak of light that darted toward him.
A martial talisman,
crafted at great cost by top-tier warriors.
Its unleashed power is unimaginable. Thank you, Sect Master, for your generous gift. Luo Tianzheng exclaimed, immediately performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows, regardless of whether the recipient could see. He presented himself with utmost reverence, akin to a devoted subject venerating an invincible monarch. After his act of devotion, a palpable killing intent emanated from Luo Tianzheng.
Armed with the martial talisman, he departed the pinnacle of heaven, heading straight for the venue of the Academy's grand competition. Chapter 58, The Human Dragon Body in the Academy Square. Numerous figures converged, engaging in fierce combat across hundreds of small battlefields.
Yihan once again stepped onto a battlefield,
facing an opponent named Wan Jingshan. To his surprise, Wan Jingshan was also at the 9th level of divine power.
This individual followed an exceedingly pure and fierce path of sword cultivation, exuding an overwhelming aura even before making a move. Yihan,
you should never have provoked our Wuji sword sect,
Wan Jingshan declared upon entering the arena, his presence dominating. Just attack, spare me the nonsense.
Yihan glanced at him,
already sensing that today's competition was fraught with ulterior motives.
The Wuji sword sect has always been the one to impose, never has anyone dared to challenge its disciples. With his arms crossed behind him, Wan Jingshan spoke with sharp words, pointing towards the horizon, exuding arrogance.
Too much chatter. Yihan scoffed.
his energy unfurling as he surged forward. His essence, spirit, and blood surged as he unleashed a powerful strike toward Wang Jingshan.
Against such an opponent, Yihan did not even need to resort to the 100 explosions secret technique. Kill! Wang Jingshan uttered a deathly command and immediately reacted.
Swish, swish, swish. A vacuum formed, and 9 sword energies erupted in rapid succession.
The two figures collided violently.
The deadly 9 swords technique, a superior martial skill of the profound level, was said to have been created for Wang Jingshan by the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, in recognition of his past accomplishments.
In just 2 breaths, the sword energies exploded,
and their fist strikes clashed, intertwining dozens of times.
With a thunderous bang, the final sword energy was shattered by Yihan's fist. His overwhelming vitality surged forth, unstoppable, like a force of nature. The very fabric of space trembled, the vacuum erupted with sound, and the air resonated with roars akin to tigers and leopards. The fourth strike of the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Fist, the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Sound, was unleashed with unrestrained power, capable of obliterating everything in its path. Yihan realized that his senior sister, Mo Qingru, possessed remarkable insight, having chosen a martial skill so aptly suited for him. Especially now that a second dragon bone had formed within him, his vitality was more vigorous than ever. Executing the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Fist felt as if this technique had been tailor-made for him. As the deadly 9 swords were shattered, Wang Jingshan found his vitality disrupted, his elemental force scattering.
He rapidly retreated across the battlefield, attempting to create distance.
Get out of my battlefield!
Yihan howled, leaping forward with a single bound. His body flickered, maneuvering through the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wang Jingshan.
With tremendous force surging through his arm,
Wang Jingshan let out a pained scream as he was sent flying out of the arena, crashing to the ground, unconscious.
Wuji Sword Sect, come at me!
Yihan coldly regarded the gathering of icy gazes from the Wuji Sword Sect outside the square. Among them was Ding Xiu, who he had previously left half-dead beneath the summit of Tongtian.
However, now Ding Xiu, an ordinary practitioner of divine power, did not even have the qualifications to confront Yihan. Stepping down from the battlefield, Yihan's aura was remarkably steady.
The battle had not exhausted him in the slightest. Although his realm remained unchanged, he had grown significantly stronger since leaving the Netherworld. While awaiting his next match, a familiar figure approached him.
Elder Ji. Yihan smiled, recognizing the elder who had introduced him to the academy.
I can hardly believe it, you've reached the 8th level of divine power. And your combat prowess is formidable enough to easily defeat Wang Jingshan.
Elder Ji remarked, surveying Yihan with evident admiration. Wang Jingshan is nothing to worry about.
In this academy competition, I will ascend to the inner sect and claim the first position.
Yihan replied calmly. Elder Ji frowned, shaking his head. Yihan.
While youthful exuberance is normal, you must learn to conceal your strength.
Conceal my strength? Yihan looked at Elder Ji and suddenly chuckled.
That Luo Tianzhang has broken through to the explosive energy realm and deliberately refrained from ascending to the inner sect, intending to deal with you in this competition.
Be cautious.
If things turn unfavorable, you can concede according to the rules, Elder Ji advised.
Though he had little personal connection with Yihan,
having witnessed his performance when he entered the sect and considering his relationship with Mo Qingru, Elder Ji had developed a protective sentiment towards him, hence his timely warning.
As Elder Ji prepared to continue, Yihan shook his head. Low-key, restrained, concealed strength? That is out of the question. You young man.
Elder Ji was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Luo Tianzhang has repeatedly caused me trouble. My patience has reached its limit, in this competition. I will personally defeat him.
Yihan's gaze swept over the group from the Wuji Sword Sect. If I remain low-key and restrained, do you think they will spare me?
No, they will only become more brazen in their provocations, believing me to be an easy target. Besides, as a descendant of the human path,
my identity does not allow for such restraint.
The 6 paths conflict will commence after the academy competition, and I will inevitably face the talents from the other 5 paths.
Including that. Feng Wuliang. Yihan took a deep breath. If that is the case, what significance does remaining low-key hold? It would only be a disservice to my own heart. I, Yihan, must forge ahead and seek transformation amidst adversity. The Six Paths Conflict. Feng Wuliang. Elder Ji's expression darkened at the mention of Feng Wuliang. Feng Wuliang is formidable, you must be cautious. He has returned from the Crimson Dragon domain,
having birthed the human dragon body, and has gathered formidable talents like Yi Zhishuan in preparation for the impending Six Paths conflict, aiming to dominate them all, Elder Ji cautioned. Even as an elder of the academy, he harbored a sense of trepidation towards Feng Wuliang, who was hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy from the Void Ancient Domain.
Human dragon body?
Yihan had now heard the term for the second time. The dragon symbolizes power, nobility, and prestige.
Among all beasts, the dragon is revered as the emperor, exalted above all.
Monarchs adorn themselves in dragon robes, sit upon dragon thrones, and ride in dragon carriages. Elder Ji's eyes sparkled with fervor. The true dragon body is one of the most noble and powerful special physiques in existence. Unfortunately, in this era, true dragons are rare, and attaining the dragon body is exceedingly difficult. Only various forms of serpentine dragon bodies exist, which do not truly merit the title of dragon body.
Observing Elder Ji's demeanor, Yihan felt a peculiar sensation. Difficult to attain the dragon body?
Before he could ponder further, Elder Ji expressed his astonishment. You must acknowledge the terror of Feng Wuliang. He has schemed for years, gathering dragon energy and refining his body, even venturing to the Crimson Dragon Ancient Domain to seize opportunities, ultimately manifesting the human dragon body.
The human dragon body, is it really that impressive?
Yihan felt somewhat dismissive. Do not underestimate it. While the human dragon body is the most basic of the inferior dragon bodies,
it is indeed a genuine dragon body.
Over the past few years, he has tirelessly gathered talents possessing the heavenly serpent battle body, the serpent dragon divine body,
and the dragon serpent body, pooling their strengths for cultivation.
In this manner, there exists a hope for the human dragon body to undergo continuous evolution, and one day,
Feng Wuliang will undoubtedly manifest a true, perfect dragon body.
Elder Ji continued.
Chapter 59, Boundless Arrogance. So this is how it is? Yihan chuckled, yet internally he scoffed. Before his indomitable ancient dragon body, what mere physique dared to claim supremacy?
The notion that someone could rival the dragon body was, in Yihan's eyes, utterly ludicrous.
No wonder Feng Wuliang was so attentive to Yi Zhishuan.
Yihan finally found clarity in his long-standing doubts. It was no surprise that Yi Zhishuan could forge a connection with such an unattainable figure as Feng Wuliang,
receiving such favor that she became an inner disciple upon entering the academy. Yi Zhishuan's acquisition of his celestial flood dragon battle body was indeed inextricably linked to the legendary dragon body.
The transformation from flood serpent to dragon. Such occurrences have graced ancient legends.
What if I were to bestow upon Feng Wuliang a wisp of five-clawed golden dragon essence? Would it drive him to madness, compelling him to eliminate Yi Zhishuan himself? A mischievous thought bubbled up within Yihan. Would a mere wisp of five-clawed golden dragon essence incite Feng Wuliang's jealousy to such an extent that he would be consumed by it? Of course, such a scenario was far-fetched.
Yi Zhishuan was destined to meet her end at his hands, a reckoning for the grievances he harbored.
As for Feng Wuliang,
the claims of being a once-in-a-millennium encounter or a reincarnated ancient deity may not hold as much weight as suggested.
The more Elder Ji spoke,
the more Yihan comprehended the terrifying value of his ancient indomitable dragon body. A true dragon does not emerge, the dragon body remains concealed.
In Yihan's perspective,
even if a genuine dragon body were to manifest in the realm of the void, it would pale in comparison to his ancient indomitable dragon body.
In any case, Yihan, exercise caution.
After Elder Ji concluded his discourse, he departed the scene. Yihan awaited the ensuing battles in silence, and soon, the third round of combat commenced. His opponent was yet another prodigy from the Wuji sword sect, equally a powerhouse at the 9th level of divine power.
This individual possessed extraordinary depth, rivaling the previous Wan Jingshan.
The sword energy surged forth but could not penetrate Yihan's defenses. Within mere exchanges, he vanquished his opponent, eliminating him on the spot. The fourth round saw another 9th level divine power expert, also hailing from the Wuji sword sect.
The outcome was predictably similar.
These contenders were formidable, boasting respectable swordsmanship from the Wuji sword sect. Alas, the chasm between them and Yi Han was insurmountable, they stood no chance against him.
Luo Tianzheng. You are truly Na Ve.
After dispatching yet another foe, Yi Han's gaze traversed the crowd, landing on Luo Tianzheng, laced with subtle mockery. Even before the battle commenced, his heart had already succumbed to defeat. It seemed Luo Tianzheng lacked the confidence to secure victory, hence, he resorted to underhanded tactics. Yi Han found it improbable that fortune would favor him to such an extent, encountering 9th-level divine power opponents in every round. After all, while the outer disciples were numerous, those at the 9th level of divine power or even on the brink of breaking through to the Qi explosion realm were few. To think he could exhaust his energy and vitality using these inconsequential figures, hoping to secure a slim chance of victory? What a grand jest! Even if Yi Han were to engage in 100 continuous battles, subduing 100 9th-level divine power experts, his strength would remain unscathed, his state invigorated and invincible. His energy was at least 100 times more substantial than these 9th-level martial artists, and he felt no fear even in the face of ordinary Qi explosion realm experts. 10 rounds passed, 3 hours elapsed, and Yi Han had participated in 10 battles, finally reaching the ultimate showdown. Luo Tianzheng, Lin Xiu, and Yi Han stood as the top 3, each boasting an unblemished record of 10 victories. This ranking was determined by their cultivation realms, and Yi Han, being at the 8th level of divine power, naturally placed 3rd. Yet, it mattered little, these were merely provisional standings. In the plaza, the 20 figures had gathered, exchanging glances as they awaited the drawing of lots. Yi Han, your demise is assured. Luo Tianzheng's icy murderous intent was unmistakable in his gaze towards Yi Han, as if he were a predator eyeing its prey. Despite his expectations, the reality of Yi Han standing before him, also with a flawless record, was hard for Luo Tianzheng to accept. He felt as though he were trapped in a dream, where nothing seemed real. Just months prior, Yi Han had been a mere footnote, easily trampled, a trivial figure who could be reduced to a state of near death with a single slap. One was an eagle soaring through the skies, while the other was a sparrow, insignificant by comparison. And today, Yi Han stood in the arena of outer disciples. Even poised to contend for a top 3 position, how could Luo Tianzheng endure this? I suggest you arrange for Luo Tianzheng to face me directly. Yi Han turned his gaze towards the elder responsible for the drawing of lots. The onlookers exchanged curious glances. Recently, Yi Han's name had spread throughout the academy, as it was exceedingly rare for an outer disciple to garner such attention. Witnessing it firsthand, they were struck by Yi Han's audacity. How dare he challenge Luo Tianzheng so brazenly? Arrogance often comes with a cost, without strength, such bravado is mere folly. The history of the academy is replete with the tales of the arrogant meeting grisly ends. In the first round of the ultimate battle, Yi Han faced Zhu Zixiao, while Luo Tianzheng confronted Zhao Yu. The elder announced that the first round draw had concluded. Brother Luo, I shall personally dismantle this fool. Zhu Zixiao stepped forward, addressing Luo Tianzheng with deference. If he could align himself with Luo Tianzheng through this battle, joining the Wuji sword sect would no longer be a mere dream. Despite having no enmity with Yi Han, Zhu Zixiao was eager to curry favor with Luo Tianzheng. Luo Tianzheng nodded slightly, straightforwardly stating, after the competition, come to the Wuji sword sect to register. Thank you, brother Luo. Zhu Zixiao exclaimed joyfully, hastily bowing in gratitude. Fool! Yi Han cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Zixiao. So eager to pledge loyalty so soon? He seemed oblivious to the reality. Those who made it into the top 20 were no simple characters. Many were concealing their true capabilities. Yet, what could it matter? If one truly possessed confidence and strength, why resort to such trivialities? After the elder finished reading, the 20 participants were assigned to different arenas, and the first round of the decisive battle commenced. Yi Han, there are many like you in the academy. Those who ultimately fall off and meet grim fates. Zhu Zixiao regarded Yi Han, you don't truly believe that with your 10 victories you can contend for a top 3 position, do you? Smack! In an instant, Yi Han made his move. Like a flicker of light, he traversed the space and arrived before Zhu Zixiao. A hand swung out, and Zhu Zixiao raised his right arm in a desperate attempt to block it. Yet,
Yi Han's strike was imbued with tremendous force, a resounding slap echoed across the arena as it struck Zhu Zixio's face. Boom!
In the blink of an eye, a punch landed on Zhu Zixio's shoulder, sending him flying 10 meters away, crashing to the ground, his body trembling violently.
Impudence! 100 refinements true blood!
Zhu Zixiao roared in fury as his bloodline surged.
Though he lacked a special physique, his bloodline was extraordinary.
He had concealed his 100 refinements true blood for the final battle, waiting to unleash it for a shot at ranking.
This was the reason Yi Han could achieve 10 victories, yet Zhu Zixio remained undeterred.
Your words are simply excessive.
Yi Han stepped forward,
his right arm descending to firmly pin Zhu Zixiao's shoulder.
He could sense the violent energy surging within Zhu Zixiao, a hidden power yearning to erupt. Yet,
in the face of Yi Han's ancient indomitable dragon body, 100 refinements true blood held no significance.
With a mighty swing, Zhu Zixiao's figure was sent hurtling 100 meters away, akin to a mere chick tossed aside. Noisy!
Yi Han cast a glance at the distance,
then stood silently in the arena. The first round, a resounding victory.
In the decisive battle among 20, there would be at most 4 rounds, and it would conclude swiftly.
Luo Tianzhang, today I shall trample your arrogance beneath my feet. Yi Han's gaze was fixed on the battle unfolding between Luo Tianzhang and Zhao Yu.
Chapter 60, The Great Battle Against Luo Tianzhang in the Distant Battlefield. Zhao Yu was indeed formidable, yet he was no match for Luo Tianzhang. Having entered the realm of Qi explosion, Luo Tianzhang should have been an inner disciple, disqualified from participating in this outer disciple competition.
However,
he forcefully entered the fray as an outer disciple, with the academy turning a blind eye, for he hailed from the Wajijian sect, a favored disciple of Feng Wuliang,
the son of reincarnation. As the battle concluded, Zhao Yu was reluctantly eliminated, halted just before the top 20.
Luo Tianzhang emerged victorious, exuding unparalleled might. His gaze pierced through the air, locking onto Yi Han's, and in that fleeting moment, both revealed a profound killing intent.
A deep-seated enmity demanded retribution today.
Only one shall emerge victorious. A quarter of an hour later, this round of combat came to a close, leaving 10 contenders. The draw for the second round commenced.
Yi Han faced Lu Sheng, while Luo Tianzhang confronted Sun Xiang.
The elder of the academy spoke.
Yi Han displayed a hint of disappointment. It was not Luo Tianzhang he faced. Within the battlefield, Lu Sheng wore a wry smile, stating, "Yi Han, I concede, I am no match for you."
Having witnessed Yi Han's overwhelming prowess firsthand, Lu Sheng knew he could not contend.
"I hope you defeat Luo Tianzhang." Before conceding and departing,
Lu Sheng cast a begrudging glance at the battlefield where Luo Tianzhang stood.
"Fear not. He is doomed." Yi Han smiled, realizing that not everyone was willing to serve as a dog to Luo Tianzhang and the Wajijian sect.
The members of the Wajijian sect often acted without restraint,
and many disciples harbored dissatisfaction after having been bullied.
Luo Tianzhang emerged victorious as expected, advancing to the third round. Only 5 combatants remained.
In this draw,
one individual received a bye, directly entering the top 3.
The elder commenced the draw once more.
Yi Han received a bye, advancing to the top 3.
In an instant, the elder's voice resonated throughout the arena.
Yi Han felt somewhat discontented. While a bye was advantageous for others, it held no significance for him.
Bored, he waited for Luo Tianzhang and the others to engage in battle.
A quarter of an hour later, the victors of the third round were announced, Luo Tianzhang and Morong Feng. The top 3 of the outer disciple competition were Luo Tianzhang, Morong Feng, and Yi Han.
It was time for the draw.
Luo Tianzhang gazed at the elder, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light, seemingly unable to contain his inner killing intent. For the others, this was merely a contest of victory and defeat. Yet for Luo Tianzhang, today he sought to kill, seizing this opportunity to eliminate Yi Han publicly.
The elder, having sensed Luo Tianzhang's intent, scrutinized him deeply. After several breaths, the elder announced the final draw. Yi Han would face Luo Tianzhang.
Morong Feng received a bye but could later choose to challenge for ranking.
The elder and Morong Feng stepped aside, leaving the arena to Yi Han and Luo Tianzhang. Boom! Luo Tianzhang's body began to tremble.
In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, his blood and primordial energy reaching their zenith.
At this moment,
Luo Tianzheng transformed into a vastly stronger being, a stark contrast to his previous self. The earlier battles had not compelled him to unleash his true strength.
Qi explosion.
Yihan fixed his gaze upon him. Although Luo Tianzheng had only recently broken through, his overwhelming aura belied the status of a novice martial artist, instead suggesting a profound depth of power, poised for another breakthrough.
For reasons unknown,
Yihan felt an intense pressure emanating from Luo Tianzheng, an oppression that transcended the realm of Qi explosion.
Interesting.
If you are truly a waste, there is little reward in killing you, Yihan mused. Simultaneously, his own combat spirit erupted with fervor. A hazy red light radiated from his being,
a manifestation of his immensely potent blood energy, operating at its peak.
Kill. Luo Tianzheng advanced, his killing intent palpable.
Wind and thunder surged. Yihan unleashed his strikes,
executing both the third and fourth punches of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist in rapid succession. The dual waves of punch intent converged, striking fiercely towards Luo Tianzheng.
In the blink of an eye, their figures intertwined.
Divine power of the 8th level clashed against Qi explosion. No one could quell their racing hearts as an astonishing scene unfolded. The moment they intertwined, they swiftly separated. A drawn-out battle was impossible as their powers existed on different planes. With a single strike,
in just one blow, Luo Tianzheng let out a heart-wrenching, anguished roar,
forced back by Yihan's punch. You little brat, how is this possible? Luo Tianzheng's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yihan.
Little brat? Luo Tianzheng,
your tongue is too sharp. You dare provoke me repeatedly, today, you shall meet your end. The sharp light in Yihan's eyes flared as he stepped forward, each stride resolute, as if to pierce the ground with holes. Within him, the essence of 8 divine powers surged. Harnessing the essence of 8 divine powers,
his entire primordial energy bubbled with intensity.
At the very moment of his strike, he had already entered the state of 48 explosions of divine power. Eternal Sword of 1,000 Autumns. Luo Tianzheng raised his battle sword, releasing an extraordinarily pure and exquisite sword intent, cleaving through the void, empowered by his Qi explosion. The rolling sword energy, imbued with a sense of trepidation, slashed toward Yihan's head. This sword was far from ordinary, its might surpassed that of typical Qi explosion practitioners. Luo Tianzheng's current state was formidable, as Yihan had sensed. He did not appear to be a recent breakthrough.
Instead,
he exuded the aura of someone who had long cultivated at this level, with power surging effortlessly. All-encompassing sword energy, I will shatter it with a single punch,
Yihan declared, unyielding, his gaze steely and unwavering, facing the overwhelmingly fierce sword strike.
In that moment, his body trembled with power, his blood energy illuminating even more intensely. Extending his right arm, it resembled the hammer of a thunder god, determined to obliterate all in its path, demolishing any obstacles. This was a clash of pure might. An explosion of absolute power, sword energy, and punch force.
A colossal vacuum wave erupted between the two, surging forth like a tempestuous sea, fierce and unyielding. This was the manifestation of power colliding at its zenith. Bang! An explosive sound rang out.
The lethal sword energy unleashed by Luo Tianzheng was instantly shattered by Yihan's punch.
The ensuing shockwave scattered in all directions, transforming the battlefield into chaos.
Whipping up fierce winds,
Yihan stood firm amidst the turmoil, his momentum amplified.
A mere 10 meters away, Luo Tianzheng's arm trembled slightly, his sword tip wavering unsteadily. The brilliance of Luo Tianzheng suddenly diminished by 30%.
Time seemed to freeze in that space.
Onlookers, from the lowly servants to the academy elders and higher-ups,
all wore expressions of sheer astonishment.
It was shattered, the eternal sword of 1,000 autumns had been broken? That was a low-grade earth-level martial skill, crafted personally by the son of reincarnation, immensely profound. Rumor had it that many high-ranking members of the Wajijian sect were unqualified to cultivate it. And Luo Tianzheng had the fortune of receiving direct instruction from the son of reincarnation, taking immense pride in it.
But now,
the world around them fell silent for a moment before erupting into uproar. Chapter 61, The Crimson Flame and Blood Battle, the Invincible Sword Cultivator. This is a universally acknowledged truth.
Luo Tianzheng, as a master of the Wujian sword sect, was personally instructed by the Son of Reincarnation. Even among peers of the same level, few could rival him in combat. Yet now, he found himself aghast as Yihan, defying the odds, shattered his sword aura with a single fist. What? Luo Tianzheng was horrified. He wanted to inquire what level of martial technique Yihan had employed to obliterate his indomitable sword. However, in the next moment, he realized that Yihan's aura was extraordinarily pure. It was a manifestation of sheer fist energy. It was an absolute explosion of vitality and divine power. Yihan's earlier, seemingly invincible strike did not rely on any martial technique whatsoever. This meant he had utilized his own overwhelmingly potent vitality, divine power, and elemental energy to shatter a low-grade earth-level martial technique with a single blow. Such occurrences in martial combat are exceedingly rare. They typically arise only when the disparity in strength between opponents reaches an irreparable level, allowing one to suppress the other effortlessly, disregarding all methods. Yet, Yihan clearly possessed an absolute disparity in realm. The crimson flame and blood. Luo Tianzheng's expression fluctuated, shadowed by uncertainty. In that moment, he was at a loss as to what choice to make. Suddenly, he felt an explosive surge of energy within him. His bloodline began to stir, unleashing a frenzy of power. Deep within his being, a mysterious and hidden force emerged. Fiery light enveloped Luo Tianzheng, as if his very blood were igniting. Particularly now. Having achieved the explosive state of vitality, the flames radiated with unparalleled brilliance and strength. From a distance, it appeared as though a blazing battle armor had manifested upon Luo Tianzheng, transforming him into a veritable god of flame. What? The crimson flame and blood. Outside the battlefield, many gazes converged with astonishment. The crimson flame and blood. One of the ancient 5 elemental secret bloodlines. This lineage was exceedingly powerful, tyrannical in nature, and possessed boundless potential. No wonder so many masters from the Wujian sword sect, including numerous inner disciples and even those truly favored, had joined. Yet, despite only possessing the strength of divine power and being an outer disciple, Luo Tianzheng had garnered the favor of the Son of Reincarnation, receiving personal instruction in the eternal sword art. It turned out he bore the crimson flame and blood. Alas, the crimson flame and blood was too domineering. Normally, Luo Tianzheng would need to step into the second explosive realm of vitality to truly harness and invoke its power. The elders of the academy sighed, lamenting his fate. Luo Tianzheng, merely a powerful individual in the explosive state of vitality, had been forced by Yihan to prematurely activate the powers of the crimson flame and blood, resulting in significant harm to himself. Even if he were to win this battle, his physical body would suffer a backlash from the crimson flame and blood, requiring years to recuperate. As he advanced step by step, Luo Tianzheng's eyes grew cold and unforgiving. He resembled a descended fire deity, intent on slaying Yihan in that very moment. Bang! Without hesitation, Yihan unleashed a strike. The fist energy exploded in a vacuum, directly targeting Luo Tianzheng's heart. Boom! Luo Tianzheng's body shook violently as his right arm shot up, drawing his sword. The eternal sword art was once again employed. The sword aura fierce and infused with the power of flames and blood. A torrential wave of fiery energy surged within the sword aura, overwhelming Yihan. With one sword strike, Yihan's right hand trembled, and he was unexpectedly forced back several steps. A faint trickle of blood appeared on the back of his right hand. But the wound healed almost instantaneously. The power of the dragon bone enveloped Yihan's limbs. The resilience of his eternal dragon body was evident. Such an injury healed in the blink of an eye, returning to its former state. How splendid! Is this the crimson flame and blood? Yihan exclaimed with joy, as his vitality surged within him, bones resonating with energy. Boom, boom, boom. 49 bursts, 50 bursts, 51 bursts. 60 bursts. Under the stimulation of the crimson flame and blood, Yihan unexpectedly entered the state of 60 bursts of divine power in an instant. Yihan's body trembled, vitality exuberant. Even more so than if he had consumed the finest elixirs. His energy was thoroughly awakened by the crimson flame and blood, revitalizing him completely. Kill!
Yi Han's voice resounded with murderous intent as his fist energy surged forth.
He abandoned the Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist and unleashed the Eight Extremities Violent Fist.
The Eight Extremities Violent Fist, though considered inferior and the most rudimentary of human-level techniques, suddenly filled Yi Han with hope at that moment. He saw the potential for an enhancement in bloodline power and a profound elevation in his realm. This was an ultimate explosive technique, maximizing his condition to its zenith.
Inciting fervor.
Fist energies erupted forth, one after another, to meet the oncoming sword auras. Each sword aura was terrifyingly sharp. In every instant, Yi Han's arms were sliced open. Yet they healed almost immediately, as if he were undergoing a cycle of annihilation and rebirth.
The crimson flame and blood could not suppress Yi Han. In fact, this bloodline only fueled his excitement, invigorating his vitality further. Boom! Another intensely fierce sword aura descended.
This was the most critical and formidable strike from Luo Tianzheng's eternal sword art, imparted by the son of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang, delving into the very essence of swordsmanship.
One sword, a certain kill. Luo Tianzheng unleashed his most powerful strike, determined to annihilate Yi Han completely. Come! Yi Han was filled with exhilaration.
Meeting the attack head-on with a punch. Outside the battlefield, countless gazes were fixed in disbelief, many faces displaying astonishment.
A physical punch meeting a sword. Confronting a low-grade earth-level martial technique? Was Yi Han so caught up in the battle that he had lost all sense of danger? Did he think that his fists were made of iron? Or did he possess an unparalleled physique, with a terrifying foundational strength capable of such feats? Numerous powerful figures pondered. Yet in the next moment, a deafening sonic boom erupted on the battlefield. Boom!
The terrifying sword of certain death shattered upon contact with Yi Han.
Immediately,
Yi Han howled to the heavens, invigorated, as his elemental energy surged.
His powers began to undergo a transformation.
His body trembled violently. And the elemental energy from the surrounding world rushed towards him, converting at an astonishing pace into brand new elemental power.
Within his energy sea, the elemental power began to compress. Crack, crack.
Yi Han extended his hand, revealing a crystal shimmering with celestial blue light. Without hesitation, he consumed it,
chewing and swallowing within mere breaths. A ninth-tier beast core. Countless spectators were struck with horror, their eyes fixed on Yi Han. Was he truly devouring a ninth-tier beast core? A monster, an anomaly, how could this be possible? Was he not afraid of the backlash of being overwhelmed? The power of a ninth-tier beast core was immensely potent and ferocious.
Typically, one would refine such a core gradually, until it became a transparent crystal, rendered useless.
Yet Yi Han had swallowed the entire core whole.
All of this transpired in an instant, leaving everyone bewildered. In the foreground, Luo Tianzheng, who had unleashed a peak strike, found himself momentarily drained. He was stunned by the sight before him, unable to react in time to disrupt Yi Han's state.
Ninth divine power, gather for me. At this moment, Yi Han roared. An explosive force erupted. Deep within his energy sea, waves of elemental power surged uncontrollably.
A brand new divine power emerged, robust, pure, and immensely powerful.
The ninth divine power.
In that instant, Yi Han broke through to the ninth level of divine power. The essence of one's spirit, strength, and realm underwent a remarkable and instantaneous transformation, propelling all into an entirely new domain. A profound sense of completeness emerged.
In the realm of divine power,
the true fulfillment lies within the convergence of 9 streams of divine might. When these 9 forces coalesce, any warrior's combat prowess and foundation ascend to an unimaginable state, with every individual experiencing at least a doubling of their strength. As for Yi Han, his power surged tenfold. Not only that, but the density of his vital energy and elemental force surpassed that of Luo Tianzheng. The eternal sword of 1,000 autumns? The sword path pales in comparison. My fists can shatter the heavens and obliterate all illusions. Yi Han's voice resonated like an immortal melody, reverberating powerfully through the air. He fixed his gaze upon Luo Tianzheng and, in an instant, stepped forth. Luo Tianzheng, your end is nigh. With a single punch, devoid of any martial techniques or alterations, only pure force poured forth with explosive intensity. This was the inaugural strike following the breakthrough to the 9th level of divine power. An invincible blow born of supreme will and strength. With a thunderous sound, Luo Tianzheng began to retreat even before the force of the punch reached him. The relentless intent of Yi Han's fists and his overwhelming momentum filled Luo Tianzheng with an indescribable dread. His spirit was crushed under the might of Yi Han, inciting an urge to concede and prostrate himself in submission. In a moment of desperation, Luo Tianzheng's spirit ignited, and he howled fiercely, his battle sword trembling in his grip. Just as he uttered 2 words, he found no time to unleash the eternal sword technique, for Yi Han had already appeared before him. With a single punch, Luo Tianzheng let out a wretched cry, akin to a kite severed from its string, sent soaring into the air. The 9 streams of formidable divine power, enveloped in a torrent of elemental force, surged into Luo Tianzheng's body. Blood stained the heavens as Luo Tianzheng's eyes widened in horror. With a resounding crash, he plummeted to the ground, blood gushing forth from his mouth like a fountain. A conspicuous hole, marked by a crimson stain, appeared in the center of his chest, brutally pierced through by Yi Han. On that day in Yan City, you, Luo Tianzheng, regarded me as an insignificant insect. Today, at the Reincarnation Academy, I, Yi Han, shall rise by stepping upon your head. No one shall bully me in this world. Yi Han's resolve was unwavering as he advanced towards Luo Tianzheng, embodying the descent of a martial deity. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle was sealed. Luo Tianzheng faced utter defeat. Even a master of the explosive realm could not withstand Yi Han's single blow. Outside the battlefield, nearly everyone watched in wide-eyed astonishment, with several senior figures from the academy rising in disbelief. How could such a prodigy emerge? Previously, it was only rumored that Yi Han was vengeful and reckless, with no mention of such talent. Such an individual could not remain obscure. The moment he joined the academy, he would be fervently sought after by numerous elders, stirring excitement among the academy's upper echelons. What talents did he possess? His physique was extraordinarily strong, suggesting a top-tier constitution. Yet his celestial serpent battle body had been seized by Yi Zhishuan, had it not? Many began to voice their thoughts, recalling Yi Han's past tribulations. In the forefront of the battlefield, Luo Tianzheng lay in a state of despair. As he beheld the advancing Yi Han, a glimmer of fury ignited within him. Martial talisman. Kill. Yi Han felt a moment of dread. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze locking onto Luo Tianzheng. He witnessed a divine radiance enveloping the latter. Above Luo Tianzheng, a young figure emerged, clad in a black and white yin-yang battle robe, with cascading hair and eyes that resembled a peerless sword. Enough! Withdraw from the battlefield. The calm yet commanding voice bore an unparalleled aura, exerting pressure upon all. Noble, divine, transcendent. The leader of the boundless sword sect, the Academy's sole reincarnation child. The heir of the heavenly god path, Feng Wuliang. Outside the battlefield, countless disciples erupted in fervor, emotions running high. Many were witnessing Feng Wuliang's visage for the first time. The king of prodigies, the king of monsters, a rarity in the vast expanse of the ancient void. He was the object of admiration and pursuit for countless disciples. The pride of the entire Reincarnation Academy. Damn it! Yi Han's eyes ignited with a cold gleam as he silently vowed. A pressure of indescribable magnitude bore down upon his spirit, akin to facing a celestial sword deity, compelling him to submit without harboring any thoughts of resistance. This marked the second time Yi Han had felt such an aura of invincibility. The last time had been in the Demon Ridge, distant and less tangible. Yet it had still caused his hairs to stand on end. Today, in this place, Yi Han's combat prowess and realm had evolved beyond compare. Yet he still felt a suffocating sensation. Withdraw from the battlefield? By what right? Impossible. Even if you are Feng Wuliang, you have no authority to intervene in this battle. I shall not yield, nor concede. Boom! Yi Han suddenly took a step forward. This step felt as if he were trudging through an endless mire, exhausting all his strength. Yet it solidified his resolve. My intent to kill is unstoppable. My fighting spirit cannot be shattered. With renewed determination, Yi Han's gaze sharpened. Elemental force coursing through his limbs, permeating his entire being. Die! His fist surged forward, crashing toward Luo Tianzheng. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter.
At that moment, Feng Wulian's ethereal form raised an arm, pointing decisively at Yi Han.
This was the supreme sword point, embodying a terrifying will of swordsmanship,
infused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter.
The sword point was unstoppable, crashing directly into Yi Han's brow.
An aura of annihilation, of death, seemed poised to dissolve Yi Han's resolve and obliterate his will.
This strike was not a mere martial technique but a manifestation of sword intent,
capable of exerting absolute pressure, causing one to crumble without a fight. 1 meter felt like an insurmountable chasm.
Yi Han's fist, brimming with lethal intent, was thus rendered ineffective.
Luo Tianzhang lay trembling on the ground, fear consuming his mind.
He could scarcely fathom that Yi Han dared to strike amidst the activation of that martial talisman.
Under the manifestation of Feng Wuliang's will, time seemed to freeze for 3 breaths. For Yi Han, these moments felt like an eternity.
He found himself enveloped in an endless world of swordsmanship, where terrifying sword energies filled the air, each blade carrying the intent to kill. His spirit teetered on the brink of collapse, his will faltering, his strength waning.
I, Yi Han, once inconspicuous and bullied in the small Yin city. Now I step into the Reincarnation Academy, bearing the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, unafraid of others. No one can make me falter, my will is indomitable.
Yi Han's heart roared, and clarity surged back within him. The figure of Luo Tianzhong reappeared in his vision, along with the entirety of this battlefield.
Boom! A punch,
unyielding and decisive, erupted forth with unparalleled force. Splat blood sprayed as Luo Tianzhong's chest caved in, extinguished on the spot, devoid of life.
Luo Tianzhong is dead.
Preposterous!
Feng Wuliang's voice thundered in fury.
Chapter 63, Half-Step Sword Immortal. A tempestuous aura descended upon Yi Han, suffocating him in an instant as an overwhelming pressure enveloped his being.
Feng Wuliang pointed a finger towards Yi Han's brow.
Meanwhile, countless disciples outside the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Some high-ranking officials of the academy,
astonished and alarmed, rose to their feet. Dead? Luo Tianzhong is dead.
A being who had reached the Qi explosion realm, on the verge of ascending to an inner sect disciple, was so effortlessly slain by Yi Han.
For the academy, this was not an enormous loss.
Yet it marked a precedent that had never occurred before.
Execution was imperative.
This Yi Han was ruthless by nature, employing cruel methods unworthy of an academy disciple. Several elders of the academy immediately voiced their concerns, particularly Deputy Hall Master Chiu of the Law Enforcement Hall, whose emotions ran high.
Undoubtedly, this was a blatant violation of the academy's rules.
If a contest could devolve into the arbitrary slaughter of opponents, the academy would descend into utter chaos over time.
Simultaneously, within the battlefield, Yi Han staggered back 100 meters. The terrifying force of Feng Wuliang's finger was relentless,
imbued with a sense of decay that surged into Yi Han's body.
Feng Wuliang's killing intent was boundless. Yi Han's body trembled, blood stained his brow,
and he felt as though his skull might be pierced. The power of that finger, while not overwhelmingly strong in itself, harbored an indomitable will that was nearly impossible to resist, capable of extinguishing everything. A moment's carelessness could see Yi Han's own will obliterated by Feng Wuliang's, plunging him into a state of mindless existence. In a critical moment, Yi Han erupted, channeling his energy as his throat convulsed.
Get lost!
Under the crushing pressure,
a resounding declaration suddenly reverberated throughout the area.
The voice was profound, domineering, decisive, fearless, and uncontainable, accompanied by Yi Han's astonishing martial will that erupted in an instant.
The sound waves surged, transmitting and expanding within a breath's time.
The air crackled with lethal intent, the soul-devouring thunderclap, amidst the oppressive will of Feng Wuliang. At that moment, Yi Han, having ascended to the 9th layer of divine power, unleashed the soul-devouring thunderclap. Mo Qingru had bestowed this technique upon him, intending for Yi Han to cultivate it only after entering the Qi explosion realm. Yi Han had merely perused it without earnest practice, yet today, it flowed from him effortlessly, completely releasing his will and fury. In a tumultuous moment, the vacuum trembled, akin to an invisible river surging forth. Like a great river's tide mingling with sound waves, it surged forward, engulfing all in its path. 100 meters ahead, Feng Wuliang's shadow shattered, vanishing without a trace.
On the ground, A martial talisman cracked with a sharp noise, rendered useless henceforth. With a long exhale, Yihan finally relaxed. He had succeeded in shattering Feng Wuliang's will. Emerging as if from the depths of hell, experiencing a profound liberation of spirit. A feeling akin to having survived a calamity washed over him. I have won. Yihan surveyed the heavens and earth before him, calmly uttering 3 words. Exhilarated and utterly at ease, Yihan's every pore expanded, continuously absorbing the surrounding elemental energy. In this moment of killing Luo Tianzhang, his heart felt as if a demon had been vanquished, his will now boundless and unimpeded. He yearned to kill. And even the reincarnation child Feng Wuliang could not obstruct him. A powerful confidence burgeoned within him. Regrettably, to his chagrin, the wretched Yi Zhishuan did not participate in the battle. Yihan gazed towards the distant battlefield. Feeling an overwhelming urge to ascend to the summit of heaven and confront Yi Zhishuan directly, to subdue her on the spot. Yi Zhishuan was the greatest thorn in his heart. If he could remove this thorn, then past grievances would turn to ash. Allowing Yihan to traverse the martial path unfettered, free from concerns. After a brief silence, Yihan turned towards the edge of the battlefield. Despite having just endured a fierce battle and being momentarily crushed by Feng Wuliang's will, he remained in a peak state of readiness. As the first contender in the upcoming battle, Yihan had nothing to fear. Yihan emerges victorious. An elder of the academy announced, his expression complex. The elder turned to Morong Feng, do you wish to challenge Yihan? Morong Feng, also having advanced to the top 3, was a prodigious talent among the outer sect disciples. His gaze fixated on Yihan, filled with a complexity of emotions. Observing Yihan's commanding presence, unyielding and evidently unfatigued, Morong Feng shook his head, I forfeit the challenge. It would be folly to challenge Yihan at his zenith. Very well. I hereby declare that in the outer sect disciples competition, Yihan ranks first, Morong Feng second, and due to Luo Tianjing's demise, third is Lin Xiao. The elder's voice resonated, proclaiming the final rankings. Outside the battlefield, Lin Xiao's expression was intricate, he had been among the dark horses in the earlier rounds. Solidly within the top 3, yet had fallen short in the top 10 contest. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently benefited from Yihan's actions, advancing to the top 3 due to Luo Tianjing's death. According to the rules, the 3 of you shall be directly promoted to inner sect disciples following the academy's assembly. Congratulations! The elder continued. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, none had anticipated such an outcome. The outer sect disciples were numerous, with only a select few possessing exceptional bloodlines or unique physiques, many having lingered in the outer sect for years, accumulating vast experience. The competition was exceedingly fierce. Merely entering the top 10 was a monumental challenge. Yihan's achievement of first place within months of joining the academy was revolutionary, shattering many preconceptions. The rewards were promptly distributed. The top 10 received a low-grade Earth-level elixir, Thunderstorm Fury Pill. Additionally, the top 3 would be directly promoted to inner sect disciples, soaring to new heights. Wait! Just as the rewards were being dispensed, an abrupt voice interjected. Numerous academy experts turned to see Deputy Hall Master Chiu of the Law Enforcement Hall, who had appeared unannounced. This child employs ruthless tactics, harboring a malicious heart. How could one who brazenly kills in the disciples' competition ascend to the inner sect? Xiu's gaze was indifferent as he scrutinized Yihan. Indeed. In an instant, 3 more figures emerged, vehemently opposing the promotion. The sword-wielding elders. The academy possessed 3 treasured swords, heaven, earth, and man, which formed the basis of the academy's vital protective array. Should disciples seek life or death, they must establish a life and death contract and resolve grievances on the life and death stage. Yihan's direct act of killing in the disciples' competition could not be overlooked, he ought to be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the academy, with the severest punishment being death. The elder standing at the forefront, the elder of the Heaven Sword, spoke up. The crowd shifted their gazes, their expressions complex. The 3 sword-wielding elders were all half-step sword immortals. No one had anticipated that these 3 would unite to obstruct Yihan's ascension to the inner sect. Chapter 64, Endless Fury. Yihan's expression changed dramatically, unable to believe the scene before him. He never anticipated that trouble would arise at such a critical moment. While he could comprehend the stance of the Vice Hall Master Chiu from the law enforcement hall, as this individual had previously conspired with Yin Tianqiu to sanction him, the identities of these three elderly figures remained a mystery to him. Yihan could not recall any enmity with them, their faces entirely unfamiliar. Senior Elder of the Heavenly Sword, what is your intent? In an instant, another figure appeared outside the battlefield. Elder Ji. Yihan's icy demeanor softened slightly. It was indeed surprising for Elder Ji to make an appearance at such a time. Disciples' competitions have always been fraught with unexpected events. Moreover, given that Yihan has triumphed over the strong with the weak, he is justified in his actions to the fullest extent, even to the point of slaying Luo Tianzheng. Elder Ji fixed his gaze on the Elder of the Heavenly Sword, his brow furrowing deeply. Justified? The Elder of the Heavenly Sword's expression was austere. His gaze sharp as a blade. Without rules, there can be no order. Yihan has breached the regulations, and thus he must face punishment. Elder Ji was about to speak when the Elder of the Earth Sword stepped forward. Ji Yuanming, as an ordinary elder, you are unqualified to protect this outer disciple. Step back and avoid further humiliation. The three sword elders of heaven, earth, and man were all imposing figures, each a significant presence within the academy. Indeed, Ji Yuanming. Should you dare to speak further, it would be tantamount to colluding with this boy, and you too shall be suppressed. The Elder of the Man's Sword sneered ominously. Are the three of you, esteemed sword elders, truly targeting me, an outer disciple? What vendetta do you harbor from the past? Yihan stepped forward, no longer silent. Despite the inscrutable depths and unimaginable status of the three sword elders, he felt no fear. Targeting? You overestimate yourself. As a mere outer disciple, daring to kill in broad daylight, you deserve the death penalty. The Elder of the Heavenly Sword cast a disdainful glance at Yihan. Death penalty? Yihan retorted boldly, fixing his gaze on the Elder of the Heavenly Sword. Luo Tianzheng is merely an ordinary outer disciple. If he dares to harbor murderous intent against me, then he deserves to die. What did you say? The Elder of the Heavenly Sword's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Yihan dared to retort? Have I spoken incorrectly? The path of humanity is one of the 6 legacies of the Academy. I, Yihan, am the sole inheritor and disciple of the path of humanity. If he wishes to kill me, he harbors ulterior motives, seeking to sever the legacy of one of the 6 paths of the Academy. This is a grave offense. And he deserves to die. Yihan's voice rang out with resounding clarity, his death at my hands is justified. Not only Luo Tianzheng, but even if he were an inner disciple of high standing. To attempt to kill me and sever the inheritance of the path of humanity is a crime worthy of death. Who cannot throw around accusations? Who cannot engage in verbal sparring? Yihan resolved that he would silence all 3 sword elders. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Yihan had come to this realization. Though he appreciated Elder Ji's defense, he understood that Elder Ji's influence was limited. Among the Academy elders, an ordinary elder like Ji Yuanming had no power compared to the 3 eminent sword elders. The Elder of the Heavenly Sword was utterly astonished, having never anticipated such words from this barely teenage youth. His fierce retort rendered the 3 elders momentarily speechless. The inheritor of the path of humanity. Those 5 words struck heavily in their hearts. Setting aside strength, in terms of identity and status, Yihan's position as the inheritor of the path of humanity was indeed of great significance. Furthermore, among the 6 paths of the Academy, the other 5 paths had numerous disciples and talents, while the path of humanity was widely acknowledged as the most challenging to cultivate and the weakest, with few willing to join its ranks. Moreover, the path of humanity's master, Li Fuchelu, was exceedingly stringent in his selection, resulting in Yihan being the only disciple of this path. Sharp-tongued, brazen, the Elder of the Heavenly Sword's expression shifted, his demeanor turning ferocious. An overwhelming aura erupted from his deep-set eyes, akin to a torrent of cosmic might, bearing down upon Yihan and cutting off all avenues of retreat. Boom! Yihan gritted his teeth, his body trembling. It felt as though an ancient divine mountain had materialized above him, intent on pinning him down. In that fleeting moment, Yihan felt as if he would be crushed, a searing agony radiating through his limbs. By what right do you suppress me? Yihan clenched his fists, desperately channeling his inner energy.
Deep within his energy sea, 9 strands of divine power surged forth, weaving through his meridians and bones, fortifying him against the external pressure.
Incomprehensible. Unfathomable. This was the aura of the Elder of the Heavenly Sword. The chasm between them was immeasurable. In the eyes of this individual,
Yihan was no different from an ant, capable of being extinguished with a mere thought.
Kneel. In a daze, Yihan seemed to hear the Elder of the Heavenly Sword's voice, resonant like a mighty bell.
The sound waves crashed against his eardrums, threatening to shatter his will,
compelling him to kneel and confess his wrongs. Wrong? What wrong have I committed? You, a dignified academy elder, suddenly appear to target me, an outer disciple, without any justification? Crack. Crack.
Yihan's flesh and bones creaked ominously, blood surging as if ready to burst forth. To the side, Elder Ji's energy surged as he took a step forward. But in that instant, the Elder of the Earth Sword and the Elder of the Man Sword simultaneously advanced, their expressions cold as they flanked Elder Ji. Swords drawn to block his path. The cold sword energy surged menacingly, exerting immense pressure on Elder Ji,
as if ready to erupt at any moment and slay him on the spot. You, dignified sword elders, willing to forsake your status to deal with an outer disciple? Elder Ji's expression darkened profoundly. Such an event, if it were to spread, would be utterly unbelievable, reducing them to a laughingstock. No matter how overbearing or troublemaking Yihan may be, he was merely embroiled in disputes among lesser disciples. How could this possibly implicate the esteemed sword elders? On the ground before him, Yihan's body was being weighed down by the overwhelming pressure. Yet he would rather die than kneel. His knees felt as though they would shatter against the earth, every fiber of his being aflame with pain, threatening to disintegrate. Boom! In a sudden surge, Yihan bent one knee, driving his right arm down fiercely. The ground beneath him cracked, fissures spreading in all directions. With one hand braced against the earth, Yihan struggled to lift his head, a piercing cold light erupting from his eyes, in the vast cosmos, among the myriad paths. Aside from my parents, no one can compel Yihan to kneel. Elder of the Heavenly Sword, what are you? Even clay figures possess their own dignity. And Yihan was no exception. If the Elder of the Heavenly Sword truly questioned his slaying of Luo Tianzheng, it would be understandable. However, this individual was clearly seeking trouble. At today's Academy Assembly, with countless experts and disciples present, to kneel would be an unparalleled humiliation, absolutely impossible. Chapter 65, Thunder Fury Pill. Yihan's will is resolute and unparalleled. His voice resonates with strength. His physical form is unyielding. The sound waves reverberate, echoing through the heavens and earth, striking fear into the hearts of many. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from the Elder of the Sky Sword, no one anticipated that Yihan could endure to such an extent. Let me see from whence your confidence derives, daring to defy me. The Elder of the Sky Sword remarked with indifference. Yihan, a mere minor disciple, was one among countless others in the academy, over 1 million, in fact. Not having attained the status of a true disciple, he lacked even the qualification to engage in direct conversation with him, while true disciples were exceedingly rare, constituting less than 1,000th of the Academy's total disciples. A formidable aura enveloped Yihan. At that moment, he felt the Elder's gaze penetrate his very being, unearthing all his hidden secrets. No mystery could escape this man's perception and scrutiny. Telekinesis. This was the power of martial will. The Elder of the Sky Sword, being a half-step sword immortal, had already mastered this ability. The prowess of telekinesis was extraordinary, capable of sensing fluctuations in an opponent's aura during combat, and perceiving the slightest shifts in the environment with but a thought. Grinding his teeth, Yihan concentrated intensely. In that fleeting instant, amidst the overwhelming pressure and the sweeping force of telekinesis, he connected with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower within him. The power of the 2 dragon bones within him communicated with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. As the Elder's telekinesis invaded his body, the dragon bone power temporarily merged with the tower, rendering itself completely concealed. The Elder furrowed his brows after several breaths, revealing a look of disbelief. Yihan's body was utterly empty. To be precise, there was no special bloodline power or physical strength. It was simply an ordinary physique.
Albeit with exceptionally vigorous vitality and abundant primal energy, which was not surprising.
The cultivation of the human realm emphasizes the continuous honing of the physical body.
Akin to how an ordinary person becomes stronger through regular exercise.
As the telekinesis retracted, the overwhelming aura dissipated instantly. Yihan finally relaxed.
The Elder of the Sky Sword cast a glance at him. Regardless, you have slain Luo Tianzhang, violating the Academy's regulations, and have dared to confront me, the Sword Elder.
You shall face punishment.
After 3 breaths, the Elder continued, I will not make it difficult for you, this insignificant individual.
For your dual transgressions, your qualification for promotion to an inner disciple is hereby revoked.
With that, without waiting for Yihan's response, the Elder turned to leave. The Elder of the Earth Sword and the Elder of the Human Sword exchanged cold glances with Yihan before departing together.
Exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, Yihan's expression was stern, remaining silent.
There was no point in saying more, this was the best outcome he could have hoped for. He knew that his identity as a successor of the human realm had instilled a modicum of caution in the Elder of the Sky Sword.
Otherwise, the outcome today would surely have been far more dire. Thank you, Senior.
Yihan slowly rose and approached Elder Ji. I almost dragged you down with me. Not at all, Elder Ji waved dismissively, you are one I have watched enter the academy, making you somewhat of a junior.
If I hadn't intervened today, who would have been able to advocate for you? The two departed the plaza, whereupon Yihan inquired, who were those 3 individuals just now?
The 3 Sword Elders, Sky Sword, Earth Sword, and Human Sword.
Elder Ji gazed into the distance.
They have a good relationship with Feng Wuliang and occasionally provide guidance to disciples of the Wuji Sword sect.
All 3 are half-step sword immortals in the realm of swordsmanship. Are they acting on Feng Wuliang's orders to deal with me? Yihan's expression darkened. Not likely.
Elder Ji shook his head.
Feng Wuliang is a true dragon among men.
A prodigy of unparalleled talent, he would not stoop to using others for such matters.
Moreover, he has been preoccupied with refining his human dragon body,
and would not waste his attention on a mere outer disciple. Elder Ji continued, however, be cautious of others.
The Wuji Sword sect's influence within the academy is steadily growing,
and no one has dared to provoke them as you did.
Even many elders in the academy tend to show them some deference. After parting ways with Elder Ji,
Yihan swiftly returned to his dragon concealment peak. The upcoming battles among the inner disciples, including the competition for true discipleship, no longer concerned him. He needed to take this opportunity to solidify his foundation and adjust his state in preparation for the 6 Paths competition following the Academy's grand tournament. The 6 Paths competition is of utmost importance, as it pertains to the future.
More crucially, he may have to confront Feng Wuliang directly.
This would be a formidable hurdle. Should he overcome it, he would establish a significant presence within the academy, subsequently avoiding numerous troubles. However, if he faltered, Feng Wuliang harbored ambitions to dominate the 6 Paths, consolidating their powers to become the King of 6 Paths, the Master of Reincarnation.
If Yihan's foundation proved insufficient, he would inevitably be engulfed by the momentum Feng Wuliang would amass.
At Dragon Concealment Peak, Yihan sat in meditation within the Dragon Concealment Hall, producing a pill.
The Thunder Fury Pill.
Although he had lost his qualification for promotion to an inner disciple, Yihan remained unfazed, confident that upon entering the explosive realm,
he would undoubtedly succeed in advancement.
Conversely, the Thunder Fury Pill held immense benefits for him at this moment. This was a low-grade Earth-level elixir, a treasure he had never even laid eyes on during his years in Flame City. The rewards for the top 3 in the grand tournament also included a high-grade mysterious weapon, which he had yet to acquire.
Yet, Yihan was unconcerned and did not dwell on it. Neither the Academy's disciples nor the higher-ranking elders would risk offending In Tianxiu or the Wuji Sword sect on his behalf. In the future, with strength at his disposal, such impediments would surely transform.
Upon swallowing the pill, it immediately transformed into a refreshing stream.
Yihan promptly activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, feeling his body swell and his strength amplify. Boom!
It felt as if 100 wild stallions raced within him. The power of the pill surged through his limbs and bones, traversing every meridian. Each acupoint, every bone, every inch of flesh was continuously tempered and reinforced by this power.
Yi Han's expression altered as he sensed an attraction within his energy sea. Divine power and primal energy roiled within it.
As time passed, 9 streams of divine power, supported by the primal energy, emerged from the energy sea, beginning to circulate through his meridians. With each circulation, Yi Han felt his entire being undergoing tempering.
Repeated tempering and relentless impact enriched his vitality and steadily enhanced his strength.
He sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through his confines,
ready to plunge directly into the explosive realm and complete the first explosion, the explosion of vitality.
The Thunder Fury pill was designed to facilitate a warrior's initiation into the explosive realm.
However, at that very moment,
Yi Han's will surged as he forcibly suppressed everything within him. He resolutely stifled the impulse to enter the explosive realm, stabilizing his mind.
He must not break through. To do so now would be an act of irresponsibility. Chapter 66: The arrival of a great adversary in the realm of martial cultivation.
Both the Gathering Origin realm and the Divine Power realm are stages of accumulation. However, upon reaching the Qi Explosion realm, one truly ascends to new heights, marking the beginning of a journey into the supreme domain of martial arts. Having recently stepped into the 9th level of divine power,
any further breakthrough would undoubtedly destabilize my foundation.
The Qi Explosion realm holds immense significance. Yi Han, practicing the 9 Heavens Dragon Control technique, is acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this martial art. Upon attaining the Qi Explosion realm, numerous transformations are expected to unfold. Beyond the fundamental enhancements of vital energy and bone structure, completing the vital energy explosion could give rise to various divine anomalies and profound changes.
Should my foundation be insufficient? Even if I successfully break through, my power would not be adequate to support the myriad transformations of my physique.
This would render me no different from the masses. Thus, Yi Han is resolutely cautious and does not seek reckless advancement.
In tranquil meditation, Yi Han once again delves into his training. He continuously circulates his technique,
connecting with the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, drawing forth strands of the 5-clawed golden dragon's energy to refine himself, persistently condensing a second dragon bone. This is a process of accumulating one's foundation. Once all refining is complete and the realm is perfected, the breakthrough will occur naturally.
Meanwhile, at the academy, atop the purple Qi peak,
Yin Tianxiu stands proudly, her gaze sweeping across the heavens, fixating on the vast sea of clouds in the distance.
Time is truly running short.
Were it not for my summoning of the 3 Sword Elders, this Yi Han would already be an inner disciple, and that would spell trouble.
Yin Tianxiu's aura is unstable, radiating intense anger and defiance.
Her concealed visage beneath the veil seems to shift continuously as she plots and contemplates countless matters. In battles among disciples of the same rank, the academy typically remains indifferent to the skirmishes of minor disciples. When it comes to outer disciples, mutual killings may occur, but if one possesses formidable strength, talent,
or extraordinary background, such matters are often trivialized. However, if inner disciples engage in direct conflict driven by animosity, the academy will not turn a blind eye.
If a genuine life and death feud arises, it can only be resolved through a one-on-one challenge on the life and death platform, where only one can emerge alive.
Otherwise, mutual killings will invoke severe repercussions from the academy, resulting in a painful reckoning.
Of course, should one strike in secrecy, without witnesses or evidence, that would be an exception. Yi Han was once a mere nobody, a lowly servant in Yin Tianxiu's eyes, akin to an ant.
She could discreetly deal with him, pressuring him until he ultimately crumbled and submitted. Who could have known that a grand competition at the academy would unveil Yi Han's true prowess?
His transformation is occurring at an unprecedented speed, one that Yin Tianxiu can no longer afford to underestimate, sensing a profound threat.
For 9 years, I have stagnated at this realm.
If I cannot acquire that half of the 9 Yang Fire Jade, I will be unable to refine the 9 Yang Fire Source.
Must I remain forever trapped in the vacuum explosion realm?
In her musings, Yin Tianxiu extends her hand, summoning with a flicker of energy.
A fiery figure, radiating flames,
swiftly approaches, prostrating before her, her demonic beast mount, the fire feather bird.
Yi Han, you and your master are so obstinate, you have only yourselves to blame.
I lack the patience to continue this standoff, Yin Tianxiu declares, ascending into the sky atop the fire feather bird, departing from Purple Qi Peak.
On Dragon Hidden Peak, Yihan, deep in his cultivation, suddenly opens his eyes wide. He extricates himself from his meditative state and steps out of the dragon-hidden hall. Before him,
in the expansive training ground, stands a figure accompanied by a demonic beast.
It is none other than Yin Tianxiu, the foremost on the yin-yang ranking. An indescribable sense of danger descends upon Yihan, who remains acutely alert. This dragon-hidden peak is a place that outsiders cannot easily access. Regrettably, Yihan's strength is insufficient to activate the numerous protective formations of Dragon-Hidden Peak. Without the array's guardianship, someone like Yin Tianxiu, who possesses a flying mount, can descend here without needing the teleportation array below. Yihan, you are in grave peril.
Yin Tianxiu states bluntly, her tone devoid of warmth.
Is that so? Yin Tianxiu. Despite your status as the top of the yin-yang ranking, I, Yihan, as the heir of the human Tao, do not regard you with any measure of respect. Yihan retorts with a cold smile.
A formidable aura descends in an instant, enveloping the surroundings with an oppressive force, seemingly sealing Yihan's escape routes.
Yin Tianxiu steps forward, her words laced with mockery, heir of the human Tao? The human Tao is on the verge of extinction.
The future will see the six paths unify, rendering your status as an heir nothing more than a jest.
Yin Tianxiu's voice carries a bewitching quality, capable of swaying one's will and ensnaring Yihan in the atmosphere she has crafted. The six paths unify? Are you implying that Feng Wuliang seeks to dominate the six paths?
Yihan stands with hands clasped behind his back.
You may be disappointed. As long as I,
Yihan, exist, I care not for the other five paths, but the human Tao shall endure. Yihan, after you killed Luo Tianjing and became the top outer disciple, it is only natural for you to wield such confidence. Alas, without strength, all words are hollow.
Feng Wuliang is beyond your imagination in the struggle for the six paths. He will eliminate you.
You can hardly fathom the magnitude of his power, Yin Tianxiu asserts, her gaze fixed upon Yihan.
1,000 of you combined would not stand against Feng Wuliang. Then what is your intention in seeking me today? To serve as a pawn for Feng Wuliang? Yihan surveys Yin Tianxiu, harboring no goodwill toward the one who continues to press him. Not quite, Yihan.
If you can persuade Mo Qingru to produce that half of the Nine-Yang Fire Jade, I, Yin Tianxiu, will guarantee your safety this time. You must have witnessed the strength of Feng Wuliang. Yin Tianxiu's voice takes on a tone of urgency.
Ha ha ha. Yihan suddenly bursts into laughter, regarding Yin Tianxiu with disdain. To threaten me with Feng Wuliang? Is this the demeanor of the so-called top of the yin-yang ranking? The unknown is what makes things mysterious, even terrifying.
Yet, Yihan, having already experienced the might of Feng Wuliang, is unafraid of him. After forcibly breaking through Feng Wuliang's oppressive aura and slaying Luo Tianzhang, followed by obliterating a shadow of Feng Wuliang with the soul-devouring thunder, I have no fear left. The strength of my martial heart is beyond what someone like Yin Tianxiu can imagine.
Consider this a farewell,
Yihan states, refusing to engage further with Yin Tianxiu.
Then you have only yourself to blame.
With her final attempt to sway Yihan failing, Yin Tianxiu resolves herself.
With a sweep of her arm, an overwhelming aura transforms into a tempest, swiftly converging upon him.
The air crackles with energy, 100-meter strike aimed at destruction, vacuum explosion.
Yihan suddenly turns, filled with trepidation, as his robust vital energy and essence surge forth. Boom!
With a single blow, the tempestuous force forms an invisible wall that crashes violently into him. Yihan lets out a subdued groan, his body hurtling uncontrollably against the entrance of the dragon-hidden hall.
Yin Tianxiu strides forward,
her aura swirling around her like silver serpents in a frenzied dance.
Today, I shall obtain the Nine-Yang Fire Jade. Yin Tianxiu's voice is resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 67, Vacuum Explosion, Invincible. Impossible.
In this lifetime, you shall never obtain the Nine-Yang Fire Jade. Blood trickled from the corner of Yihan's mouth, his smile a grimace. A fierce wave of murderous intent and rage surged within him.
His inner force surged violently, stabilizing his injuries.
He had not anticipated that Yin Tianxiu would arrive at such a critical moment, launching a direct attack against him.
Was this a case of a cornered dog desperate to leap over the wall? Boom! Once more, Yin Tianxiu struck. With a flick of her arm, A burst of energy sliced through the air, descending with overwhelming force. The ground trembled, the vacuum quaked, as if it were about to be shattered by this blow. Without a moment's hesitation, Yihan roared in fury and rose with great effort. Tiger Leopard Thunder Fist. He unleashed a punch, energy surging wildly. Bang! Another wave of energy lashed out, and Yihan's punch was as if thrust into a tempest, instantly shattered. His body was once again hurled beneath the Great Hall. Yin Tianxiu's casual strikes were simply beyond Yihan's capacity to withstand. The disparity was absolute. Yihan felt that even if he were 10 times stronger now, he would still be no match for Yin Tianxiu. In the realm of energy explosion, with blood boiling and vacuum explosion, Yin Tianxiu had reached the pinnacle of invincibility. Her mastery profound, her myriad killing techniques seamlessly executed. In the realm of energy explosion, the 6 warriors he had slain in the underworld were mere scraps compared to Yin Tianxiu. I refuse to accept this. Yihan's heart screamed in defiance. Despite Yin Tianxiu's strength, he was confident that, given time, he could surpass and defeat her. Yet today, on Longyin Peak, facing the formidable Yin Tianxiu, he felt as powerless as a mere scholar. Ant. Yin Tianxiu's tone was indifferent. Her murderous intent toward Yihan was boundless, had it not been for previous reservations. She would have already torn him to shreds. The last time Yihan dared to provoke her publicly, Yin Tianxiu had already sentenced him to death in her heart. For someone of her exalted status, enduring the existence of a single individual for this long was the limit. Within mere steps, Yin Tianxiu stood before Yihan. She raised her right arm, fingers extended, pressing down from the air. A nearly transparent vacuum handprint materialized. This special technique of vacuum explosion, the energy handprint. With a resounding boom, the energy handprint descended upon Yihan's body. In that instant, he felt his entire energy and vitality scattered, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. No martial skills, no secret techniques could withstand her. Yihan found himself unable to enter the state of divine power explosion. Even the 9 strands of divine power in his energy sea could not be summoned, firmly suppressed. That handprint was a seal, binding Yihan's limbs and blood vessels, stifling all means and opportunities for resistance. Yin Tianxiu, how dare you suppress me so? I, Yihan, will not stand for this, I will make you pay dearly. His voice emerged hoarse and pained, his eyes filled with fierce rage and murderous intent. Cease your empty threats. No one cares for the cries of an ant. Yihan. Your talent is insignificant in the academy, Yin Tianxiu replied coolly, casting a dismissive glance at him. The day he dared to insult and provoke her publicly. He should have anticipated this outcome. Yihan struggled relentlessly, yet at this moment, his hollow body could summon no strength, all resistance was futile. Just then, Yin Tianxiu struck again. She pointed a finger, and a new wave of energy gathered, transforming into an almost invisible chain and energy chain. The chain descended, binding Yihan like a zongzi, thoroughly suppressing him. Though Yin Tianxiu harbored boundless murderous intent, she had not forgotten her purpose today. With a gust of wind, the fire-feathered bird, as if sensing Yin Tianxiu's will, flew over. Yin Tianxiu summoned the energy, grasping Yihan and tossing him onto the bird's back. She herself leapt onto the fire-feathered bird, intending to command it away from this place. This is bad. Yihan's heart raced. At this moment, he was unable to resist, yet his mind was crystal clear. Yin Tianxiu had completely lost her mind. She intended to capture him and bring him to Zhuyin Peak to meet her senior sister, Mo Qingru. Yihan had not foreseen this twist. In Yin Tianxiu's mind, the battle of the 6 paths was about to commence, and he was destined to perish at Feng Wuliang's hands. She aimed to seize the 9 Yang fire jade through him before the battle began. Absolutely not. He could not allow his predicament to endanger senior sister Mo Qingru. With gritted teeth, Yihan endured the searing pain tearing through his body, finally connecting to his energy sea in a fleeting moment. A slender thread of energy emerged, forcibly expelled from the energy sea. Harnessing this thread of energy, Yihan reconnected with the 2 divine bones in his arms. The power of the divine bones erupted. A surge of potent dragon energy flowed through his limbs and bones with blinding speed. The sound of cracking resonated. The force binding Yihan was instantly shattered. Crack! The energy chains constricting him shattered in an instant, breaking apart and vanishing. Get down! The voice boomed like a thunderclap. Yin Tianxiu turned sharply, eyes fixed on Yihan, who had been cast aside. Boom! At that moment, Yihan sprang into action, delivering a fierce stomp. The fire-feathered bird trembled and swayed, struggling to maintain its flight. Another earth-shattering stomp followed, and the creature was splattered with blood, its cries piercing, its wings quivering uncontrollably, losing its direction midair and plummeting downward. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Yin Tianxiu was caught off guard. She had never anticipated that Yihan, whom she believed she had completely subdued, could break free. With an outstretched arm, she furiously reached for him. Yihan scoffed, using the momentum of the fire-feathered bird's descent to leap out. He landed steadily on Longing Peak from a height of several meters. His breath began to revive. His power surged as the aura of the two dragon bones spread throughout his being. When both dragon bones were activated, Yihan finally connected with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. A sacred, unparalleled, and vast energy enveloped him completely. This was the might of the true dragon. However, Yin Tianxiu, having never witnessed a true dragon or felt its presence, was unable to recognize it. Meanwhile, the fire-feathered bird crash-landed, collapsing to the ground. This beast, as if confronted by the most terrifying existence, trembled in utter disarray, unable to move. The true dragon, king of all beasts, emperor of all creatures. All beasts in heaven and earth were affected by the aura of the true dragon. Boom! As Yihan connected with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower, a single drop of pure, fresh dragon energy manifested. The tower quaked, and Yihan's aura roiled, as if at that moment, he truly transformed into a human-shaped true dragon. His will influenced the vacuum around him, his aura impacting the very earth. Suddenly, the entire Longing Mountain trembled and shook. What is happening? Yin Tianxiu's gaze was piercing as she surveyed her surroundings. The ground beneath her trembled once more. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the base of the mountain, akin to a terrifying deluge of earth surging upward. The earth quaked and the Longing Peak began to shake violently, undergoing unpredictable transformations. Standing atop the peak, Yin Tianxiu was immediately struck with terror. With each breath, she felt a formidable and surging power invade her body, invigorating her spirit. In a moment of daze, she sensed her own vital energy stirring, hinting at an imminent breakthrough. Alarmed, she forcefully suppressed the power, refraining from making a direct advance. The Longing Peak continued to tremble violently, and a faint golden aura emerged, rolling forth from the earth. This aura, once manifest, surged towards Yihan, enveloping him within its embrace. Earth vein energy? Yin Tianxiu gasped, finally grasping the situation. Why are some of the most revered mountains and rivers regarded as paradisiacal realms? It is because such places often possess unique terrains or harbor powerful, rare earth veins beneath them. Any of these phenomena can bestow incredible benefits upon martial artists during their cultivation. Clearly, a significant earth vein lay hidden beneath Longing Peak, and judging by its intensity, it was undoubtedly an exceedingly rare and precious top-tier vein. This is impossible. Yin Tianxiu inhaled deeply, turning her gaze toward Yihan. At that moment, Yihan's energy seemed to reach an enigmatic realm, one that even someone as formidable as Yin Tianxiu could not fathom. The earth vein had just emerged. How could Yihan possibly harness its power to enhance his own? He had gained the recognition of this earth vein, enabling him to draw upon its strength for cultivation and even combat. Deep within the earth, Yihan sat cross-legged, his eyes radiating brilliance. Beyond his pupils, Yin Tianxiu's figure appeared less imposing. Boundless power and profound depth coalesced within him at that instant. Every acupoint and strand of hair brimmed with inexhaustible energy. A wellspring that could be drawn from endlessly. Yihan felt as if he could communicate with Longing Peak in a single thought, merging his essence with that of the peak, indistinguishable from one another. The grandeur of the mountain converged within him. With a shout, Yihan struck, his finger extending outward as the faint golden aura surged forth, charging ahead. The force of his strike shattered the air like an explosion. With this blow, Yin Tianxiu let out a muffled grunt, being sent staggering back several paces. This is impossible. Even with the recognition of the Longing Peak's earth vein, it is insufficient. Yin Tianxiu's vital force surged, drawing in the immense energy of heaven and earth.
She shouted fiercely, stepping forward as her battle sword locked onto Yihan. The sword descended from above, as if slicing through vacuum itself. The blade's aura approached Yihan with lethal precision, a peak strike capable of shattering the void. Roar! Yihan unleashed a celestial resonance. A wave of sound rippled through the vacuum, instantly penetrating Yin Tianxiu's mind. In a fleeting moment, she felt a disorienting sensation. As if ensnared in an illusion, causing her battle sword to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, Yihan surged upward, his right arm thrusting forward. With a single blow, the sword aura shattered. The vacuum explosion proved futile. Confronted with Yihan at this moment, she still found herself suppressed. Yihan was bewildered, unable to comprehend the events unfolding. All he knew was that he felt immensely powerful, aside from their differing realms, in every other aspect. He was not inferior to Yin Tianxiu. The mountain seemed to awaken today, and as its master, Yihan was overwhelmingly potent, granted absolute enhancement, exuding an aura of invincibility. You shall perish! Yin Tianxiu roared in fury. Yihan's sudden transformation felt like an absolute provocation to her. A mere insignificant figure, once beneath her heel, had suddenly become so formidable that she could not accept it. You are the one who shall perish. Yihan advanced, his murderous intent palpable. Despite being unfamiliar with the changes of Longyin Peak, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Seizing the moment, he aimed to eliminate Yin Tianxiu, ensuring no future threat. Yihan's speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Yin Tianxiu. Although his realm fell short, at this moment, his sheer power completely surpassed hers. Slap! A resounding slap echoed as Yihan struck Yin Tianxiu's face. The force of the blow nearly toppled her, leaving her visage swollen and blood surging. Ah! A sharp cry, tinged with a frenzied despair, resonated atop Longyin Peak. Yin Tianxiu's fury sword. Her murderous intent transforming into an unparalleled sword aimed to rend the heavens and obliterate Yihan. Throughout her life, no one had ever struck her. With her rise within the academy, now crowned at the pinnacle of the yin-yang rankings, she had attained unparalleled glory, becoming the focus of countless gazes. She had never experienced such humiliation. A mere outer sect disciple dared to slap the face of a prodigy ranked first in the yin-yang list? If word of this spread, it would incite widespread uproar and render her the subject of ridicule. Her battle sword quivered, suddenly raised. Yet, before she could unleash her strike, a fist accompanied her like a shadow, crashing against her right shoulder. The sound of metal striking flesh reverberated through the air. And Yin Tianxiu's sword was sent flying from her grasp by Yihan's punch. Slap! Another thunderous slap resounded. Yihan unleashed his full strength. Blood splattered. And Yin Tianxiu stumbled, her face now entirely swollen. Slap! A third slap followed. The veil covering Yin Tianxiu's face fell away, revealing her true visage. Upon seeing her countenance, Yihan was taken aback. The upper half of Yin Tianxiu's face bore 9 blackened marks, seemingly scorched by flames, leaving disfiguring imprints. Through those marks, a glimpse of her once remarkable features could be discerned. No wonder she had always concealed her face behind a veil, unwilling to reveal her true self. Ah! Yin Tianxiu howled, her emotions unraveling, her eyes filled with a chilling rage. Yihan, now that you have seen my true form, you shall meet your demise. Terrifying waves of energy erupted from within her, beginning to spread. Meanwhile, within the academy, numerous powerful figures simultaneously opened their eyes, instinctively looking toward the direction of Longyin Peak. The dragon vein has awakened? An elder exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, atop the peak of the Wujie sword sect, the grand hall abruptly opened, and an unparalleled figure stepped forth. The child of reincarnation, Feng Wuliang. His gaze swept across the heavens and earth, piercing through layers of temporal barriers to witness the events unfolding upon Longyin Peak. The dragon vein! Feng Wuliang uttered, extending his hand. A colossal shadow spiraled down from the heavens above. The void-swallowing cloud dragon, an ancient beast of dragon blood, soared through the skies, traversing vast distances in mere moments. Only Feng Wuliang was worthy of riding such a majestic creature. Perched atop the void-swallowing cloud dragon, Feng Wuliang spoke calmly, Longyin Peak. One man and one dragon vanished into the sky. On Longyin Peak. In a short while, powerful figures converged. As they arrived, Yihan's energy surged like a dragon, unleashing a flurry of punches. Yin Tianxiu had also retrieved her veil, her aura soaring as she unleashed various martial techniques, clashing directly with Yihan. How is this possible? Some high-ranking officials of the academy widened their eyes, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosive collisions continued to echo before the Dragon Hall, as the two forces clashed violently. Although Yihan was unable to unleash a burst of energy to vanquish his foes from afar, the depth and richness of his vital energy and martial power were such that he felt no fear towards Yin Tianxiu. Gradually, Yin Tianxiu found himself under pressure. Forced to retreat, and despite employing various techniques, he could not defeat Yihan. If this confrontation continued, the outcome was all too apparent: a legendary spectacle might soon unfold. The Divine Power's ninth strike vanquishing the Void Explosion. Enough! Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped forward. It was Deputy Hall Master Chiu of the Law Enforcement Hall. In an instant, he extended his hand, summoning a colossal hand of condensed energy from the void, attempting to separate Yihan from Yin Tianxiu. Get away from me! Yihan, filled with rage, harbored intense animosity towards Deputy Hall Master Chiu as well. With a fierce punch, his fist split into two streams of faint golden energy, each surging towards Yin Tianxiu and Deputy Hall Master Chiu. Yihan was enraged. Boom! In an instant, one of the energy streams was crushed into nothingness by Deputy Hall Master Chiu. The punch directed at Yin Tianxiu also fell under Chiu's suppression. Staggering back, Yihan was hit by a powerful force. Deputy Hall Master Chiu smirked at him, saying, "You are merely an insignificant outer disciple, daring to provoke me." The Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? How audacious! Birds of a feather. Yihan glared at the two before him, unable to restrain his disdain. In such a vast academy, there were always some pests. After all, Chiu was one of the higher-ups in the institution. It made no sense for him to align with Yin Tianxiu and heed his commands. Yihan, I advise you to tread carefully with your words. Deputy Hall Master Chiu glared ominously at Yihan. Speak out of turn, and you may find yourself captured by the Law Enforcement Hall. Is that so? Go ahead and try. Yihan scoffed, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Deputy Hall Master Chiu had always targeted him, aiding Yin Tianxiu in unjust provocations. And Yihan would not let this man go unpunished. Boom! Deputy Hall Master Chiu struck, reaching out to lock onto Yihan's essence. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted, sending Chiu flying backward. Elder Ji and Gu Yunju descended upon the scene, casting cold glances at Deputy Hall Master Chiu. Elder Gu Yunju spoke with authority. When did the Law Enforcement Hall become so tyrannical that they would suppress disciples of the Academy at a moment's notice? Gu Yunju and Ji Yuanming? Deputy Hall Master Chiu felt a hint of trepidation. Even facing one of these two was daunting. At this moment, numerous elders and hall masters from the Academy descended upon Longyin Mountain. Their gazes were fixed on Yihan, filled with astonishment. Each inhalation filled their lungs with the surging energy of the heavens and the essence of the dragon vein, granting them immense enhancement. Indeed, Longyin Peak, what a marvel! As the legends had foretold. It was said that in ancient times, a true dragon had descended upon the reincarnation mountains, seeking to undergo a life and death transformation in pursuit of supreme rebirth. However, after failing, it concealed itself here, ultimately giving rise to an unparalleled dragon vein. The powerful arrivals discussed amongst themselves, astonished. Everyone was acutely aware that Longyin Peak had undergone a profound transformation, becoming the most prestigious paradise within the reincarnation mountains. Yihan's prowess and fortuitous circumstances had granted him the benefits of the dragon vein, enabling him to continuously cultivate its power and attain the effects of dragon energy tempering his body. Though the dragon energy within this vein was not pure true dragon energy, it was still a rarity, far surpassing countless elite spiritual liquids. Others began to speak, unable to maintain their composure in light of this spectacle. Even some Academy elders felt envious. However, the Reincarnation Academy, as a bastion of righteousness, upheld its principles. Even elders were forbidden from casually encroaching upon another's territory or seizing their opportunities. Suddenly, a resonant humming filled the air. Above in the void,
A terrifying wave surged forth, a colossal force rolling in like an unstoppable tide. An indescribable aura of pressure descended. Beasts, such as Yin Tianxiu's fire-feather birds and those of other elders, all prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling in fear, too afraid to move. The void-swallowing cloud dragon. An ancient beast of dragon blood, a rare primordial species. The steed of Wind Wuliang, the son of reincarnation. Upon the emergence of this bloodline, all living beings were compelled to prostrate, quaking in dread. Upon the back of the void-swallowing cloud dragon stood a man clad in white, exuding an air of arrogance. His hair flowed like the wind, his brows sharp as a celestial sword, his gaze sweeping across heaven and earth, radiating an unmatched aura. As if the embodiment of a supreme sword god, his brilliance piercing the very heavens. Roar! The void-swallowing cloud dragon roared, exhaling waves of overwhelming energy as it descended upon Longyin Peak. The white-clad man surveyed the surroundings, his eyes swiftly locking onto Yihan. Wind Wuliang, the son of reincarnation. Yihan instinctively clenched his fists. Wind Wuliang had arrived. This was not merely a manifestation of will from a martial symbol. Seen your brother Wind? Not far away. Yin Tianxiu's eyes sparkled, filled with deep admiration. The deputy hall master, despite his high rank and authority, revealed a hint of deference in his demeanor. Bowing slightly before Wind Wuliang. Nearby, powerful figures approached, eager to show their respect to Wind Wuliang. However, he dismissed them all, fixating solely on Yihan. His dark eyes locked onto Yihan. In an instant, the sun and moon seemed to flip, the very fabric of reality turned chaotic. Yihan felt a jolt run through him, as confusion clouded his gaze. His will trembled, as if he had fallen into an endless, boundless underworld. In this abyss, he beheld a world devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, filled with an overwhelming aura of death, destruction, and desolation. Anyone standing there would feel an insatiable urge to kneel. To surrender entirely. In a heartbeat, the underworld vanished, revealing an expansive, boundless realm of swordsmanship, where all within it transformed into sword energy. Each blade of sword energy concealed a stunning sharpness, capable of annihilating all that stood in its path. Whether flesh, soul, or even the intangible spirit. All would be crushed into nothingness beneath this sword energy, utterly obliterated. His gaze was sacred and supreme, transcending all boundaries. Like the eyes of a celestial being, like the gaze of a divine sword, the sword energy contained within could pierce through all illusions and barriers of the world. In that fleeting moment, Yihan felt as though every facet of his being had been scrutinized. All his secrets and hidden truths laid bare before this individual. Wind Wuliang's gaze was piercing, yet he uttered not a word. However, the overwhelming aura he exuded eclipsed all, like a divine dragon stirring the heavens, disrupting the very fabric of reality. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 20 breaths. For a full 20 breaths, the surrounding crowd remained motionless. None daring to shatter the seamless aura that Wind Wuliang emanated. In that brief span, Yihan felt as though he wandered through hell countless times. No one could comprehend the immense pressure Yihan was under. The indescribable chasm between them, the overwhelming aura, was insurmountable and unyielding. Yihan felt an instinctive dread. If Wind Wuliang harbored any intent to kill, he could obliterate everything within an instant. Even with the strongest vitality, the most formidable martial energy, and the mightiest physique, he could not contend with this man. Fortunately, all knowledge of the indomitable dragon body was tightly concealed within Yihan. Even if the terrifying gaze of Feng Wuliang is overwhelming, it cannot discern that Yihan possesses the true dragon body. Nor can it detect the 9 realms dragon suppression tower, which even Yihan himself must exert considerable effort to communicate with. You have slain Luo Tianzheng? Feng Wuliang finally spoke, his words few and light, yet they resonated in Yihan's ears like the thunderous toll of a celestial bell. Step by step, Yihan recoiled, unable to withstand the sheer force of that overwhelming presence. Elder Ji and Elder Gu stepped forward in unison, their combined aura forming an invisible barrier to shield Yihan. Feng Wuliang cast a casual glance at the 2 elders, an indescribable majesty emanating from his gaze, causing even the formidable elders to change color in an instant. Elder Ji, visibly shocked, seemed to grasp something unfathomable, instinctively stepping forward to prevent Feng Wuliang from striking down Yihan. The reincarnated son, Feng Wuliang, exuded a force that overshadowed even the 2 elders. Yi Han's heart raced, unable to find calm. This was his first true confrontation with Feng Wuliang,
whose power had reached a level beyond Yi Han's comprehension. Suddenly, Feng Wuliang's arm reached forward, his fingers grasping at the air. A radiant purple-gold divine light surged forth, manifesting as a spectral hand in the void, imbued with an aura of supreme divinity akin to that of legendary emperors. Boom! The surrounding space trembled within a 1,000-meter radius.
What do you intend, Feng Wuliang?
Elder Ji questioned, brimming with vigilance.
Feng Wuliang remained silent, but his will was unparalleled. In an instant, that arm reached for Yi Han.
Bang! The vacuum before Elder Ji erupted, shattering like an invisible mirror. In an instant, he let out a muffled grunt, his body involuntarily propelled back several meters.
Immediately, Elder Gu Yunju stepped forward, unleashing her formidable aura. Feng Wuliang's expression remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent to the ensuing chaos. Boom! In an instant,
Elder Gu Yunju's form trembled. Within less than a breath, she was violently pushed back, unable to withstand the pressure of Feng Wuliang's purple-gold hand.
Yi Han's pupils widened.
He had never imagined that the elders of the academy could be subdued by a mere disciple, and not just one, but two esteemed elders working in tandem.
Was it a lack of strength from Elder Ji and Elder Gu, or was Feng Wuliang simply too powerful? Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Han's energy surged within.
9 strands of divine power at the ready.
If Feng Wuliang truly intended to kill him, then even if it were futile,
Yi Han would not simply resign himself to fate. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. Yi Han scarcely had time to react before the purple-gold arm enveloped him.
A dragon's aura, the will of the Dragon Clan, intertwined with Feng Wuliang's supreme will,
surged into Yi Han's body, compressing all within him under the weight of that purple-gold arm. Yi Han's blood surged chaotically, his body trembling, utterly unable to resist,
let alone find an opportunity to counterattack. The essence of the dragon race. Feng Wuliang's dragon aura had completely suppressed Yi Han. Sizzle. Above Yi Han's head, a sound like a crackling wave emerged. Before the eyes of all present, a faint golden chain of energy was forcibly extracted from Yi Han's body by Feng Wuliang.
This golden chain was the Dragon Vein Chain.
What a tremendous fortune, yet alas, it was a fleeting moment.
From afar, someone sighed, shaking their head in lament. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, one river cannot harbor 2 dragons.
This Yi Han, so gifted, though seemingly unremarkable, was indeed favored by fortune. Yet he had encountered Feng Wuliang.
Others of elder status exchanged hushed words. One rises to overshadow an era.
Feng Wuliang was such an unparalleled prodigy.
Not to mention a mere Yi Han, even among the inner disciples, who among them could stand against such might? Before Feng Wuliang, any genius must bow low,
must temper their pride, and acknowledge their inferiority. Each era may give rise to such extraordinary figures, casting shadows upon the rest.
The future of the Reincarnation Academy requires beings of Feng Wuliang's caliber.
Bang!
At that moment, the heavenly vacuum above Yi Han erupted.
That fearsome arm grasped the faint golden chain of energy, drawing it back. Feng Wuliang glanced at Yi Han with indifference, and in a breath, he swallowed that golden energy whole.
The dragon vein has changed hands.
What Feng Wuliang sought, none could impede.
The dragon vein revived, and Yi Han gained its acknowledgement,
absorbing its essence. Yet, this stroke of fortune was short-lived, swiftly claimed by Feng Wuliang. Damn! Feng Wuliang, what gives you the audacity to be so domineering?
Yi Han's heart roared in fury, rage threatening to shatter the heavens. Helplessly witnessing the theft of the dragon vein's essence, Yi Han could do nothing.
How could he possibly thwart such an individual?
In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of murderous intent from Feng Wuliang nearly shattered Yi Han's resolve.
This was a profound humiliation. A grievous affront.
I, Yi Han, will eventually rise against the heavens, mastering an invincible martial path, and engage you in a life-or-death battle. I shall crush your head beneath my foot, trample your arrogance into the mud, rendering it worthless, and make you pay a bitter price.
Yi Han glared fiercely at Feng Wuliang.
This Feng Wuliang, seemingly calm and unperturbed, exuded an arrogance that disregarded Yi Han entirely, yet beneath the surface lay a sinister malevolence. From the moment he appeared, he exerted an overwhelming pressure upon Yi Han.
He broke through the defenses of Elder Ji and Elder Gu.
ultimately seizing the essence of the dragon vein, as if it had all been premeditated. He not only aimed to take the dragon vein but sought to crush Yihan's spirit, planting the seed of defeat within him, which might grow into a future inner demon. Thus, regardless of whether Yihan rises or not, whenever he faces Feng Wuliang or even thinks of his name, fear will grip his heart, and he will feel eternally overshadowed, unapproachable, and insurmountable. A clever scheme indeed. But alas, Yihan is not that kind of person. With the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower within him, the invincible dragon body coursing through his being, and the relentless refinement of dragon energy, Yihan has long harbored the intent of invincibility, the spirit of the Dragon Emperor, and an unyielding resolve. No one can oppress him in such a manner. No one can display such arrogance before him. No one can instill fear within Yihan, not even if you are the reincarnated sun. Nor even if you are the mightiest genius. Chapter 71, The Celestial Eye of Martial Arts? Feng Wuliang's brows furrowed slightly, casting a cold, indifferent glance at Yihan. In his eyes, a fleeting flicker of surprise manifested, quickly concealed beneath a veneer of calm. Do you dare to defy? Feng Wuliang's gaze was as sharp as a blade. I do. Yihan declared forcefully, stepping forward with defiance. A proud smile graced his face. What pride is there in belittling me with your rank? An excuse. Yin Tianxiu scoffed from a distance. In this world, countless martial artists exist, each with varying levels of strength. Would a divine dragon, soaring through the heavens, condescend to engage an ant on the ground on equal terms? That would be utterly ludicrous. Trash is trash, why not admit it? Why concoct these pointless, meaningless excuses? The weak are always full of them. The Six Realms competition awaits, I offer you an opportunity. Feng Wuliang's voice rang out, regarding Yihan as one would an inconsequential insect. Were it not for Yihan's status as a descendant of the human Tao, Feng Wuliang would have little interest in him. Having said this, Feng Wuliang paid no heed to Yihan's reaction and made his way to the center of the Longyin Hall. Standing there, his robe billowed as if caught by an invisible wind, emanating an overwhelming aura. An unparalleled presence surged forth, and intricate, mysterious patterns suddenly appeared upon his body. The human dragon body. Whether it was Yin Tianxiu or the other high-ranking members of the academy, the term surfaced in their minds almost simultaneously. Feng Wuliang's brilliance was growing stronger by the day. His journey to the ancient red dragon domain had bestowed upon him the human dragon body. A transformation that could not be undone, and he had indeed returned victorious. Such a physique was nearly legendary. In the Taishu ancient realm, it had been many years since a true human dragon body had emerged. At this moment, as his body manifested this form, Feng Wuliang seemed to establish a profound connection with the sky above and the earth below. Each breath he took was infused with the essence of the heavens and the dragon veins. His spirit and vitality surged, reaching unprecedented heights. From his very being, a tempestuous wind erupted, sweeping outwards and causing many to pale in fear. Elders Ji and Gu hastily returned to Yihan's side, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure. All eyes were fixed on Feng Wuliang, uncertain of his next move. Boom! A resounding noise echoed from the vacuum where Feng Wuliang stood. There, an unrestrained influx of heavenly essence converged, bolstered by the formidable power of the dragon veins. Suddenly, with a disdainful snort, Feng Wuliang took a decisive step forward. The ground beneath him cracked open like a sword cleaving through the earth, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to lead to the depths of the underworld. From this fissure, a rich, pale golden energy surged forth, flowing upward. This was the pure essence of the dragon veins, and Feng Wuliang absorbed it eagerly. Yet, it was still insufficient. He craved more. At the center of his brow, an ancient, flickering pattern appeared, growing larger and taking the form of an eye. The Celestial Eye. The martial arts Celestial Eye? Yihan's gaze was fixed ahead, his mind racing with everything he had read in the Taishu secret record. It spoke of prodigies, unparalleled in talent, who, as their martial prowess and will strengthened, had the chance to unlock a martial arts Celestial Eye. Yet, throughout history, those who succeeded were but 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000, or even 1 in a million. Could it be that Feng Wuliang was about to awaken such an eye? No wonder, when he exerted his pressure earlier, Yihan felt as though this man could see right through him. A sense of dread washed over Yihan.
One can possess pride, but it must not devolve into blind arrogance. He could not deny that whether or not Feng Wuliang was a once-in-a-millennium talent, his abilities were undeniably formidable. Boom! A towering column of energy erupted into the heavens, as the celestial eye finally opened upon Feng Wuliang's brow. In that instant, an aura of divinity enveloped him, rendering him akin to a martial god amongst mortals. His celestial eye surveyed the realm, locking onto the dragon-hidden peak below. The beam of light seemed to pierce through the earth, revealing the depths hidden within the peak. With a deep exhale, Feng Wuliang inhaled sharply, summoning a torrent of pale golden energy from the chasm beneath him. The dragon vein essence surged forth, seemingly infinite. Moments later, the crowd trembled as they sensed an extraordinarily potent energy wave. A pale golden dragon silhouette, approximately 1 meter long, burst forth from the ground. This small dragon seemed intent on transcending the earthly realm, vanishing without a trace. However, the moment it appeared, Feng Wuliang seized it with a swift motion, forcibly capturing it and swallowing it whole. The essence of the dragon veins dissipated completely. Having completed this, Feng Wuliang turned to cast a glance at Yihan, nodded slightly at Yin Tianxiu, and then stepped onto the back of the ethereal cloud-crawling creature. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the vast sky. With Feng Wuliang's departure, many present sighed in relief. In truth, among the Academy's high-ranking members, many were of equal or greater rank than Feng Wuliang. However, in the realm of martial arts, rank alone does not determine strength. Those exceptional geniuses can often surpass their peers. And even a mere display of Feng Wuliang's aura was enough to instill fear in those of higher rank. It was no wonder he could overshadow both Elder Ji and Elder Gu simultaneously. As many exchanged glances, they regarded Yihan with a mix of pity and mockery, as if to ridicule his audacity to stand defiantly in the presence of Feng Wuliang, despite being in the realm of divine power. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and Yin Tianxiu shot Yihan a venomous glance before departing on her fiery bird. With Elders Ji and Gu present, she had no chance to capture Yihan and could only devise a new plan. Yihan, you are too stubborn. With the Six Realms competition approaching, how will you face Feng Wuliang after today's provocation? After the crowd had left, Elder Ji finally spoke. Beside him, Elder Gu shot him a disapproving look but regarded Yihan with a hint of admiration. In the upcoming Six Realms competition, the Dao Master will have arrangements. Yihan, do not overthink it. Yihan gazed into the void, enveloped in silence. An unprecedented resolve surged within him. Chapter 72, The Rebirth of the Dragon Bone. Refining the celestial demon pill. Am I too rigid? Yihan inhaled deeply, suddenly casting a glance at Elder Ji. Should I, Yihan, kneel before Feng Wuliang, who forcefully intruded upon my dragon-hidden peak, publicly suppressing me, threatening me, and seizing the dragon vein? Is that the appropriate course of action? A fierce light ignited within his eyes, unwavering and resolute. Elder Ji Yuanming stared at Yihan, momentarily at a loss for words. If I bow and submit before Feng Wuliang, will he spare me? Perhaps I should simply offer my severed head in my hands as a token of sincerity? A hint of sarcasm curled at the corners of Yihan's mouth. That is not my intention, Yihan. You must understand that in the Reincarnation Academy, a place teeming with prodigies, it is essential to conceal one's strengths. Ji Yuanming replied. Elder Ji, you have stood before me more than once to advocate on my behalf. I, Yihan, am not devoid of gratitude. I shall repay you in due course. However, if you continue to reiterate such sentiments, it becomes rather tedious. Yihan shook his head, his heart filled with discontent. Conceal my strength? Maintain a low profile? Am I mistaken? Not at all. The crux of the matter is that Yihan has been at the academy for less than 4 months, spending 3 of those in the Nether Realm. His time at the academy has been exceedingly brief, yet individuals continually seek him out. How can he remain inconspicuous? Who have I offended? Today, Yin Tianxiu forcibly entered Dragon Hidden Mountain with the intent to subdue me, which is somewhat understandable. This woman is determined to acquire the 9 Yang Fire Jade from senior sister Mo Qingru, and employing certain tactics is to be expected. But what of Feng Wuliang? He descends from on high, suppressing me without a second thought, forcibly seizing the dragon vein and departing as if it were his birthright. Earlier,
Numerous high-ranking members of the Academy stood by, merely spectators to the farce.
did anyone speak a word on my behalf? Not even Ji Yuanming nor Gu Yunju.
The two elders who stood with me due to their connection to senior sister Mo Qingru merely ensured I was not slain by Feng Wuliang. The seizure of the dragon vein by Feng Wuliang was accepted as a matter of course, as if it inherently belonged to him, with only he deemed worthy of its benefits.
As for me, I am but an inconspicuous pawn? And yet, I am expected to maintain a low profile and avoid provoking Feng Wuliang? It is utterly absurd, laughable even. Why should this be so?
Yihan has come to realize that in any arena, talent and strength reign supreme.
The competition within the Reincarnation Academy is brutally fierce. Prodigies like Feng Wuliang act with impunity, unchallenged by anyone.
No one dares to provoke such individuals, nor do they dare to criticize them.
Yet, should I make a move,
I risk breaking the Academy's rules. Feng Wuliang, on the other hand, can seize and suppress others without consequence, basking in the glory of his extraordinary talent, entirely unrestrained. You are indeed an intriguing individual, no wonder you have captured the attention of the mortal realm's sovereign.
In response to Yi Han's rebuttal, Ji Yuanming did not grow angry.
Instead, his eyes sparkled with insight, as if awakened from a dream. Yi Han, I had not anticipated that after all these years, you would enlighten me.
As warriors, we crave the very spirit you embody.
Let us allow him some solitude to prepare for the Six Realms contest.
Gu Yunju glared at Ji Yuanming and departed, wishing to spare Yi Han any further influence on his mindset. On Dragon Hidden Peak, only Yi Han remained. He gazed quietly at the distant heavens.
His will formidable, Feng Wuliang, while all others may bow before you, I, Yi Han, shall not lower my head. In this upcoming Six Realms contest,
I will not allow you to achieve your desires.
He turned and returned to the Dragon Hidden Hall.
Yi Han immediately activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Mastery Technique, entering a frenzied state of cultivation, refining the true dragon liquid.
During his previous battle with Yin Tianxiu, Yi Han, under extreme circumstances, once more communicated with the Nine Realms Dragon Suppression Tower.
A drop of dragon essence coalesced into true dragon liquid and entered his body.
A single drop of true dragon liquid is equivalent to months of dragon essence absorbed through regular cultivation, rendering it immensely precious.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
As his technique flowed, Yi Han's internal bones appeared to undergo another round of fission and reorganization. The second dragon bone within him was now completely perfected, and signs of the emergence of a third dragon bone began to manifest.
With one dragon bone, an indomitable dragon body is born. With two dragon bones,
the dragon body undergoes transformation, and vitality surges. Should this third dragon bone come to fruition, it would indeed be remarkable. Yi Han felt his life essence ragingly enhance.
Every aspect of his being receiving continuous augmentation and refinement.
The effects of a single drop of true dragon liquid were akin to a rebirth, a phoenix rising anew. His body transformed into a weapon, repeatedly struck and refined by the true dragon liquid, growing ever stronger.
Gradually, the third bone within his arm turned a pale gold,
then deep gold, becoming increasingly pure. Seated in the Dragon Hidden Hall, a golden aura enveloped Yi Han, manifesting the effects of an indomitable dragon body. The entire hall resonated with a sacred, unparalleled majesty, akin to an emperor's invincible presence.
On Dragon Hidden Mountain, a tempest of cosmic energy erupted in an instant. Torrents of energy surged into the Dragon Hidden Hall, flooding into Yi Han's body and simultaneously transforming into fresh elemental force. Within his energy sea, 9 divine powers resonated, the first having already fused with his flesh and blood. As time flowed, the second divine power merged, followed by the third, fourth, and finally, the 9th. Yi Han's transformation continued for several hours, seamlessly integrating the 9 divine powers into his bones and flesh. With the fusion completed, he had taken the first step into the explosive energy realm. The Celestial Demon Pill. Yi Han's hand flickered with a spatial ring, and a box appeared. He retrieved a round, dark red pill, which seemed to encapsulate the essence of a legendary beast, exuding an aura powerful enough to shatter the heavens upon its emergence. A heavenly grade great pill, the Celestial Demon Pill. It refines vitality and transforms the body, perfect for martial artists seeking a surge of vitality to break through to the explosive energy realm. Yihan aimed to challenge his realm.
Initially, he intended to wait until his divine power reached perfection before attempting to break through.
However,
following the appearance of the true dragon liquid in his battle with Yin Tianxiu, along with the birth of the third dragon bone, his foundation had become flawless. If a drop of the true dragon liquid, an exceedingly rare treasure, cannot enable Yihan to break through, then none shall achieve such a feat. He swallowed the celestial demon pill in one gulp, feeling as though his body might burst.
Suppress, refine, absorb. Yihan gritted his teeth,
exerting all his might to operate his technique, embarking on an unyielding path of refinement.
Truly, it is a heavenly grade pill. The effects are nothing short of extraordinary, containing the essences of numerous top-tier beasts.
Now, as this essence flows into Yihan, his vitality undergoes a frenzied metamorphosis, ascending rapidly.
Boom! 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 Sounds of explosive crackling erupted within Yihan's body, akin to thunderclaps and seismic tremors. In but a moment, he could break through. Today, he shall step into the explosive energy realm. Chapter 73, Anger and Breakthrough, Blood and Chi Eruption. Deep within the academy, atop an unparalleled sacred peak,
Li Futu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating the very fabric of space and time.
Seemingly able to perceive everything within the distant dragon-hidden peak. Refining the celestial demon pill?
A smile crept across Li Futu's face. This young man truly exceeds expectations. Having lost the dragon vein, he instead ignites the heart of transformation within himself.
Excellent!
With Yihan stepping into the blood eruption realm, there is hope for this contest among the 6 realms.
Boom!
At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the sacred peak, a tremendous momentum ascending, causing the entire cosmos to shift.
Damn it, has the seal weakened again?
Li Futu's expression changed abruptly.
Without further regard for sensing Yihan's situation, he turned and hastened deeper into the sacred peak.
Unbeknownst to Yihan, everything occurring atop Dragon Hidden Peak was within the perception of Li Futu, the earthly path master.
Yet, for reasons unknown, Li Futu chose not to reveal himself.
At this moment, within the Dragon Hidden Hall, Yihan's aura grew increasingly powerful, every pore vibrating, his flesh and blood surging with overwhelming strength. No battle blood or divine blood could possibly harbor such formidable power.
None could rival the intensity of Yihan's vitality at this moment.
Had there been others present, they would surely be astounded.
For the entire Dragon Hidden Hall was now completely dominated by frenzied blood and vital energy.
Under normal circumstances, even a master of vacuum explosion like Yin Tianxiu would not provoke such a grand spectacle. On the following day, a deep, resonant roar echoed throughout the hall. Above Yihan's head appeared a colossal shadow, that of a white tiger racing through the heavens. The white tiger roared as if to break free from the hall and soar into the sky.
In the next moment,
another roar resounded as a beast shimmering with dark red flames emerged, equally imposing, continuously bellowing. This was an ancient exotic species, the celestial flame-devouring wolf. Numerous spectral forms of various exotic beasts manifested, roaring and vibrating, imbued with astounding will, carrying immense power, all striving to break free from their shackles, yearning to escape the confines of the world. In total, 45 spectral forms of exotic beasts appeared in succession.
"Devour them for me," Yihan declared loudly in that instant.
His eyes widened, scanning above, and he opened his mouth wide.
Inhale. With one great breath, it seemed as though he would draw everything in the vacuum of this space into his belly. A torrent of energy transformed into a visible white stream, surging into Yihan's abdomen as he swallowed it down. With each subsequent gulp, he consumed the essence of an exotic beast's form. After dozens of swallows, every spectral form of the beasts was absorbed into his body. For a full 2 days, the celestial demon pill was thoroughly refined. The power, will, and essence of the 45 exotic beasts contained within that pill were all seamlessly integrated into Yihan's being, without a trace of waste. In that fleeting moment, Yihan's body surged, appearing in the training ground before the Dragon Hidden Hall. Roar! Yihan unleashed a primal roar akin to that of a beast. A release of instinctual energy and will. The power he had accumulated within had reached an incomparably abundant level. At that instant, Yihan hurled a punch. The force of his fist erupted, his blood and chi exploding forth. 200 meters away, a monument shattered explosively, reduced to powder. Vital energy erupted from his body,
killing from a distance, the first explosion of chi, blood explosion.
He had finally broken through. Yi Han's eyes glimmered, mesmerizing and sharp. An overwhelming confidence surged within him,
and he felt immensely satisfied with his condition. Ordinary practitioners of the blood eruption realm could only strike at enemies within 100 meters. Beyond that distance, their power waned,
losing lethality. However, with Yi Han's casual strike, he could obliterate the monument from 200 meters away.
This was the result of his profound foundation,
augmented by the indomitable power of the eternal dragon body. In Yi Han's estimation, this was not his limit. He believed he could suppress opponents from 300 meters away.
Entering the realm of blood eruption was akin to unlocking the gates to martial ascension, freeing oneself from the shackles of mundane existence, marking the emergence of a true
warrior. Boom!
At this moment, Yi Han's power surged, his thoughts racing, his body vibrating with energy.
Then, he felt a surge of dragon energy,
10 times stronger than before, coursing through his limbs and bones. With each breath, his meridians and sinews were tempered by this dragon energy.
9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Yi Han uttered 5 words.
He sensed that after entering the blood eruption realm, his connection to the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower deepened.
From this day forth,
he could communicate with the tower at will, striving to capture and refine the essence of true dragons.
In approximately 10 days,
he would be able to condense a drop of true dragon liquid.
Sister, perhaps there is hope,
Yi Han murmured to himself, filled with anticipation. He longed to condense a fresh drop of true dragon liquid immediately and inject it into Mo Qingru to help eliminate the chilling abyssal water within her.
Feng Wuliang,
you have stolen the dragon vein of Dragon Hidden Peak, treating it as a treasure.
Yi Han gazed into the distance, coldly remarking, yet, to me, the dragon vein is nothing but refuse.
The so-called dragon vein could merely gather the essence of flood dragons, not true dragon energy.
True dragons do not emerge, and true dragon energy cannot manifest. This is a universal truth.
Now, having stepped into the blood eruption realm, Yi Han could absorb the essence of the 5-clawed golden dragon from the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower at any time.
So why would he regard the so-called dragon vein with any seriousness?
Yi Han could now assert that, aside from other factors, in terms of cultivation conditions,
he far surpassed Feng Wuliang. The latter sought the human dragon body, which could only evolve into a true dragon body under fortuitous circumstances, and even then, it would be a mere possibility.
Moreover, that type of dragon body might astonish the ancient realms, yet to Yi Han, it would hardly be impressive. Merely the most inferior and base form of dragon body.
In this regard, Feng Wuliang could not possibly compare to him. Moments later, Yi Han reigned in his aura.
He descended from Dragon Hidden Peak, the joy of his breakthrough causing him to selectively forget the events that had transpired here. He could not ascend to greatness in one leap, but at the very least, he could strive to catch up. Everything that had occurred today was of little consequence. In the future, he would surely repay each grievance in kind.
He intended to make the Cycle Academy understand that Feng Wuliang might not be the one to have the last laugh. Outside the Academy assembly, Yi Han's figure gradually approached, soon capturing the attention of countless experts. Isn't that Yi Han? How can he appear as if nothing has happened? He seems utterly unperturbed. Otherwise, what could he do? Would he dare to resist Brother Feng's oppression and seek revenge?
Many whispered among themselves.
Having heard of Feng Wuliang's theft of the dragon vein and the forced suppression of Yi Han, though they had not witnessed the events atop Dragon Hidden Peak. Now,
Yi Han had risen remarkably, seemingly transforming into a figure at the center of attention.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd,
Yi Han's gaze turned icy as he strode toward a gathering of disciples, each bearing a battle sword. Chapter 74, Seeking Confrontation, Disciples of the Boundless Sword Sect. This assembly of individuals was present, observing Yi Han with derision etched upon their faces. Each countenance bore a palpable sense of mockery. Had Yi Han not dared to cause a disturbance at the foot of Tongtian Peak?
Would he now be tasting the bitter fruit of his actions?
He had likely come to the realization that provoking the Boundless Sword Sect, even as a scion of the human path, was futile, and he would inevitably pay a grievous price.
Yi Han, is that you, you cur? Have you come to offer an apology?
I suggest you prostrate yourself and kowtow 10 times, then I shall consider whether to grant you forgiveness. The speaker was none other than Ding Xiu, a familiar face and a disciple of the Boundless Sword sect.
Having been humiliated by Yi Han's 3 punches at Tongtian Peak,
which left him spitting blood, he had since retreated into the shadows. Now, gathered here, he exuded an unparalleled arrogance upon seeing Yi Han.
Oh? Is this the troublemaker from that day, senior brother Ding? Someone inquired, their eyes scrutinizing Yi Han with a mixture of amusement and disdain. Indeed, esteemed senior brothers.
Ding Xiu's voice boomed.
This is Yi Han.
Instantly, a dozen pairs of eyes locked onto Yi Han, each gaze laden with unspoken implications.
Truly courting death.
The man who had questioned Ding Xiu stepped forward, radiating an imposing aura and profound strength.
He was a master of qi and blood. Moreover,
among the dozen or so experts from the Boundless Sword sect present, at least 10 were of similar caliber. Individuals like Ding Xiu were mere buffoons,
insignificant and relegated to menial tasks.
With the inter-sect disciple competition nearing its conclusion, these individuals were awaiting their turn to participate.
Yi Han, I hear you aspire to join the Boundless Sword sect and cultivate the way of the sword? I might be willing to offer you an opportunity. Starting today, become a loyal hound under my command, serving as my martial attendant.
If you prove sufficiently devoted, I may consider granting you formal discipleship in the Boundless Sword sect.
The man declared. Wang Xian, is that truly appropriate?
This Yi Han could be considered a fine hound, and I, too, would like to take him in as a watchdog.
What say you? Another individual interjected.
The present circumstances differed vastly from those at the foot of Tongtian Peak. At that time,
many experts from the Boundless Sword sect had departed for the Crimson Dragon ancient domain under Feng Wulian's leadership. Those who remained were mostly of Ding Xiu's ilk. Now, however,
numerous disciples of the Boundless Sword sect were gathered here, awaiting the competition.
They were all genuine inner-sect disciples within the Reincarnation Academy, each more formidable than the last.
These individuals represented the core strength of the Boundless Sword sect. Beyond them lay the terrifying figures on the Academy's yin-yang. And even some true disciples who had joined under Feng Wulian's influence and command, rarely seen in ordinary times.
The assembled group openly mocked and ridiculed Yi Han,
their auras subtly converging, imperceptibly locking onto him. Now that Yi Han had arrived, he would not be allowed to leave easily. The news of his provocation of the Boundless Sword sect had spread far and wide.
While Feng Wuliang had attempted to suppress and punish him, it was not enough. Far from enough.
Anyone who dared to challenge the Boundless Sword sect, even a true disciple, would pay a grievous price.
A gaggle of incompetence, Yi Han retorted, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. What did you say? Wang Xian exclaimed, seemingly in disbelief. Boom!
A fist shot out, landing squarely on Wang Xian's face.
Yi Han's speed was unparalleled, akin to a dragon's tail.
At such close range, Wang Xian could not evade.
Blood splattered, staining the ground.
The bones in Wang Xian's face shattered, collapsing on the spot.
You cur, I'll kill. Wang Xian howled in agony.
His qi and blood surged violently,
reaching their peak almost instantaneously and forcefully erupting from his body.
Yi Han's expression remained icy, giving Wang Xian no chance to retaliate.
He lunged forward,
appearing at the man's side, his right fist brimming with boundless qi and blood, and struck Wang Xian's arm with brutal force.
Crack, crack.
Several of Wang Xian's ribs snapped, crushed by Yi Han's punch. With a scream, the qi and blood master collapsed to the ground, effectively crippled by Yi Han in an instant. Yi Han's qi and blood pulsed wildly. This was his first battle since breaking through, and he could barely contain the surging power within him.
He spun around, appearing before another individual.
His palm shot out, pressing down with his fingers, slamming into the man's shoulder. The qi and blood master's shoulder bones caved in, and he cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees.
Stomp, stomp, stomp. Ding Xiu and several other disciples in the divine strength realm retreated in unison,
their eyes wide with terror as they stared at Yi Han, as if beholding a world-destroying demon.
How could this be? How could Yi Han be so powerful? Qi!
A vacuum palm strike hurtled from behind.
An expert from the Boundless Sword sect had launched an attack. Striking from a distance with chi and blood erupting from his body, slaying enemies from afar. But Yihan was no longer the same as before. He sensed the danger immediately and whirled around. Seeing the palm strike hurtling towards him, Yihan raised his arm and unleashed a blow. Yes, a strike from thin air. From several meters away. To the onlookers, only a blinding vacuum fist shadow appeared. The fist shadow tore through the air, colliding with the palm strike mid-flight. Bang! An explosion erupted, and the palm strike shattered into nothingness. Yet the fist shadow remained, carrying its indomitable momentum. Slamming into the chest of the attacker in the blink of an eye. Crack! Another sickening sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the scene. From near and far, countless gazes converged on the scene, and everyone was aghast. Had Yihan lost his mind? How dared he cause trouble for the people of the Boundless Sword sect? The last time such rumors had surfaced. Many were aware that it was merely the Boundless Sword sect bullying others due to their superior strength, a common occurrence that most dared not speak out against. But today, before the eyes of countless experts in the academy, Yihan had come to stir up trouble? The vacuum trembled, and a sword aura materialized. The attacker was a slender man with an exceptionally sharp aura. The sword aura contained not only the power of chi and blood, but also wisps of astral wind. Indicating that he was on the verge of entering the second stage, the astral chi burst realm. This was a near-fatal sword strike. A display of peak power without any restraint. Yihan had dared to provoke them, and in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of everyone. This was the perfect opportunity to kill him, and no one could say a word against it. If one lacked the strength to cause trouble, they should bear the consequences of being killed on the spot. But when the sword aura was about 3 meters away from Yihan, a burst of divine chi and blood suddenly erupted. Shwa! The sword aura shattered. The energy, chi and blood, sharpness, and everything else within it vanished as if they had struck an indestructible divine iron. A gaggle of incompetence, you're not worthy to participate in the intersect disciple competition? Yihan swept his gaze across the crowd, radiating unparalleled dominance and strength. The humiliation he had suffered that day would be repaid today. The scene of being mocked by the Boundless Sword sect at the foot of Tongtian Peak was still vivid in his mind. You want to play the villains? Then what am I, Yihan, supposed to do? Be bullied by you every time? Indeed, Yihan had come to seek confrontation today after his breakthrough. People are bullied when they are kind. Yihan had come to deeply understand this principle. Today, he would vent his anger, purify his heart, and strengthen his resolve in the way of martial arts. Boom! The vacuum reverberated. In an instant, an immensely powerful sword aura, carrying an essence of pure and unrestrained killing intent, surged forth. With a single strike, the sword energy storm proliferated, akin to a fierce gale, striking with unparalleled sharpness. Yihan's gaze fixated on the tall, imposing figure of the man before him, and a chilling smile suddenly emerged. Back again? In terms of combat prowess? This individual was indeed extraordinary, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary master at the chi explosion realm. Within this domain, it was not merely a matter of blood essence explosion, gale energy explosion, or vacuum explosion in 3 layers, each layer possessed its own gradations of strength. The blood essence explosion could be divided into 9 levels, implying that one capable of achieving the 9th level would have an invincible and robust blood essence, thus holding the potential to condense gale energy. This bore a striking resemblance to the divine power technique of 9 explosions that Yihan practiced. The person before him had at least reached the 8th or even the 9th level of blood essence explosion, mere steps away from gale energy explosion. However, regardless of how many levels of blood essence one attained, it was inconsequential in the face of Yihan's current foundation. Even the 9th level of blood essence was but a jest. Yihan struck, his fist piercing the vacuum. With one punch, the vacuum shattered. A torrent of boundless blood essence intertwining with his fist aura, embodying an astonishing momentum capable of obliterating anything in an instant. The fist aura collided with the sword energy mid-air. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted, and under the incredulous gazes of those present, the sharp sword aura, laced with gale energy, was instantly obliterated. Just like that, it was shattered by Yihan's punch, vanishing into thin air. Chi explosion. Qi explosion realm? In that moment, the surroundings erupted into chaos.
The disciples of the Wujian sword sect were utterly astounded. Especially Ding Xiu, who had witnessed Yihan's every move that day and was acutely familiar with his realm. At that time, Yihan was nothing significant. Although his combat prowess and foundation were somewhat formidable, he could only be considered as having a robust blood essence. Talented individuals with dense blood essence were countless within the academy, and those with special bloodlines were even more terrifying. 3 months had passed.
And Yihan had reached the Qi explosion realm?
Ding Xiu and a group of disciples at the Divine Power realm observed in horror, feeling an overwhelming urge to flee. The ground began to tremble as Yihan advanced. With each step he took, a powerful and domineering energy surged forth. In an instant, he appeared before the formidable opponent. And under the latter's incredulous gaze, Yihan extended his right arm, fingers curling into a claw, and launched an attack.
Kill. The expert of the Wujian sword sect was immediately engulfed by the intent to kill.
He acknowledged having underestimated Yihan and had never anticipated that Yihan had stepped into the Qi explosion realm. This realization filled him with an overwhelming sense of threat and helplessness, yet there was no retreat at this moment. The battle sword trembled. And a formidable sword technique was unleashed. The sword aura gleamed coldly, reflecting upon Yihan's visage, exuding a potent sense of menace.
Bang! In an instant,
a vacuum sound explosion erupted as Yihan grasped the sword body directly. The energy of blood essence converged between his palms. His flesh tightening as if an impenetrable barrier had suddenly materialized, rendering him impervious to the sword's energy. Yihan crushed the sword aura with his bare hands. And then, with a surge of power from his right arm, he unleashed a strike akin to a powerful punch, accompanied by a metallic resonance. The battle sword flew from the opponent's grip, clattering to the ground several meters away. The Qi explosion erupted in mid-air.
At that moment,
Yihan unleashed a fist with unparalleled might, striking through the air with unstoppable force. The shadow of his fist, detached from his body, tore through the void, leaving no room for evasion or resistance. A scream echoed across the land as the Wujian sword sect's genius, on the verge of entering the realm of Gale energy explosion, felt his chest collapse, blood essence spiraling chaotically, and his primal force in disarray. His body was hurled away, crashing to the ground, unable to rise, oblivious to the extent of his injuries.
Let us flee. This dog has already qualified as an inner sect disciple. Concurrently,
Ding Xiu and a group of lesser disciples of the Divine Power realm hastily retreated. He held a grudge against Yihan. It could be said that the enmity between Yihan and the Wujian sword sect stemmed from Ding Xiu's previous provocations.
Witnessing Yihan's display of power today left him trembling in fear.
I will tear your mouth apart.
Yihan suddenly turned, locking his gaze on Ding Xiu.
Such a minor character from the Divine Power realm was of no consequence to him. Yet this individual had repeatedly provoked him, unable to restrain his foul tongue.
Should you seek death, so be it?
Yihan surged forward, his speed remarkable, closing the distance as the group of Divine Power realm disciples fled less than 10 meters away.
Boom!
With a punch, a powerful wave of energy surged forth. The disciples of the Wujian sword sect stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, Ding Xiu, who ran at the center, let out a piercing scream as Yihan's overwhelming punch struck his back. The punch penetrated through his body, crashing into his interior, directly shattering Ding Xiu's energy sea. Rendered useless by that single blow, Ding Xiu would henceforth be a mere shell of a man. At this moment, Yihan was utterly unrestrained, disregarding any consequences.
Regardless of the Wujian sword sect's strong foundation, today was a day of reckoning.
In this fleeting moment, injuries were sustained, and lives were ruined. A multitude of experts from the Wujian sword sect present were utterly incapable of withstanding Yihan's might. Those who could enter the Wujian sword sect were considered the elite among their peers.
Yet even the masters of the Qi explosion realm present were no match for Yihan.
Their sword energies appeared feeble in Yihan's eyes, easily shattered by a single punch, and their blood essence constitution could not hope to rival his. Upon witnessing Yihan incapacitate Ding Xiu, a few others changed countenance, instinctively retreating. Although they harbored boundless animosity towards Yihan, at this moment, they had no fighting spirit, only fear and trepidation. Bold and reckless, a surge of energy approached. accompanied by a sharp rebuke, as a group of figures appeared before Yi Han. These individuals were the enforcers responsible for maintaining order at the Academy Conference. Disrupting order and breaking rules, apprehend him. The foremost man strode forward with an imposing presence, his voice ruthless. Each enforcer held a black chain, composed of an unknown material. Deep and mysterious, inscribed with incomprehensible patterns, emanating a chilling aura that stirred the very soul. Ah! Enforcers? Yi Han turned his gaze, a frigid smile spreading across his face. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded the encircling enforcers before him with no hint of trepidation, his eyes sparkling with indescribable brilliance. Yi Han. Your audacity knows no bounds, disrupting the order of the Academy Conference. The leading enforcer spoke coldly, his gaze exuding an authority that seemed to threaten to engulf Yi Han in a tidal wave. Anyone subjected to such overwhelming authority would tremble in fear. They will disintegrating involuntarily, bowing, crawling, submitting, and ultimately being apprehended. Be silent. Yet Yi Han was an exception. Before the enforcer could finish, he interjected. What did you say? A collective gasp arose from the enforcers and the disciples surrounding them, all eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 76, Suppression of the Enforcers. At the onset of my conflict with the members of the Infinity Sword sect, why did you not appear? Yi Han surveyed the enforcers present. Now, you choose to assert your authority and attempt to apprehend and subdue me? His words were sharp and commanding, resonating like thunder in a vacuum, reverberating in the ears of all who stood witness. Enforcers? A mere jest. Ordinary disciples would be terrified by this group. Yet Yi Han regarded them with disdain, showing no hint of fear. You dare question our enforcer hall? The foremost enforcer's smile was icy, his countenance darkening further. Indeed. I am questioning. Yi Han's fighting spirit surged, his eyes glinting with fierce light. The enforcers of the Academy had provoked him more than once. Today, they appeared here. Ignoring the Infinity Sword sect and fixating solely on him? A blatant bias? Yi Han was incensed. Seize him. The enforcer gestured toward Yi Han, and behind him, 8 figures surged forth, wielding black chains that whirled around, swiftly encircling Yi Han's form. The chains were akin to iron whips, poised to strike him mercilessly. Enforcers often acted with impunity, and all disciples of the Academy feared them. Even with Feng Wuliang of the Infinity Sword sect standing behind, few would dare provoke them. Yi Han stood still, observing the chains as they approached. In a sudden movement, he extended his arm, his body navigating the chaos with remarkable agility. The chains trembled violently. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yi Han grasped all 8 chains with his bare hands. Despite the combined strength of the 8 enforcers, Yi Han remained unyielding. His expression shrouded in frost, his murderous intent laid bare. Come to me. With a sudden surge of vitality, Yi Han yanked forcefully. The 8 enforcers, as if their strength had abruptly dissipated, were drawn helplessly toward him, unable to resist. Their power paled in comparison to his. Though all were enforcers at the peak of their abilities, sufficient to deal with most inner disciples, they were no match for Yi Han. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted. Yi Han unleashed a barrage of punches, each infused with unparalleled power. The 8 enforcers screamed in anguish, flung away, crashing to the ground. Their strength utterly shattered by Yi Han's assault. You wish to capture me? The moment Yi Han struck, his aura surged like a dragon, unrestrained. What an audacious brat! The lead enforcer, taken aback, revealed a sinister grin. With a flick of his wrist, the black chains transformed into a massive serpent, poised to strike at Yi Han. Kneel before me. Yi Han's form shifted, and he charged forward, his arms twisting like serpents, entangling with the black chains. From a distance, it appeared as though he had been ensnared by the chains. In that instant, they both understood each other's capabilities. Yi Han sensed that this enforcer was not only powerful but also enveloped in a unique protective force. It was the essence of Qi. This individual was a master of the Qi explosion level. Divine power of 100 explosions. Yi Han thought. Feeling exhilarated at the prospect of testing his newly attained strength against this formidable opponent. A torrent of raw vitality and energy surged within him, erupting violently. 90 explosions. If Li Futuo were present, he would be utterly astonished.
As Yihan entered the Qi explosion realm, he had comprehended the divine power of 100 explosions to the level of 90 explosions. In an instant, Yihan's strength surged, his spirit soaring. Boom! The taut black chains quaked violently, then shattered into two pieces. With a flick of his arms, the broken links flew forward, hurtling toward the Enforcer. The Enforcer, evidently unprepared, summoned a layer of silvery light around him. In a split second, a battle armor formed of pure Qi. The chains collided against the armor and fell away, causing him no harm. Such formidable defense! Yihan was taken aback, gaining profound insight into the Qi explosion level. Indeed, the strength of each subsequent explosion was far superior to the last. You fail to capture me, and you dare to strike against the Enforcers? Today, I shall bring you to your knees, and when the Enforcer Hall announces your crimes, you shall languish in a death cell in atonement. The lead Enforcer wore a malevolent smile, stepping forward as his Qi thickened. In an instant, he manifested a sword of battle in his hands through the condensation of his Qi. Qi materializes into weaponry. This ability was unique to masters of the Qi explosion level, allowing them to conjure weapons and armor from their own essence. However, this was only permissible in routine combat, in true life and death scenarios. No warrior would dare waste such precious energy. As he swung his sword, it shattered the air, aimed straight at Yihan. Yihan's gaze turned cold, internally channeling his energy and vitality. Though there was a disparity in their realms, he was not destined for defeat. This Qi, while powerful, did not reach the strength Yihan had anticipated. Perhaps it was simply due to Yihan's own formidable foundation that bridged the gap. He held confidence that he could shatter this Qi-infused sword with a single punch, forcing the Enforcer to kneel. However, just as Yihan raised his arm, an unexpected surge of sword energy appeared from nowhere, blocking the Enforcer's strike. In an instant, Yihan felt a powerful wind sweep by, and a formidable figure wielding a sword emerged before him. Enough! This newcomer cast a cold glance at the Enforcer. Attend to your own matters. Brother Song, how can you obstruct me? This rogue dares to defy our capture openly. I must take him down today. The Enforcer sneered, his Qi sword trembling once more. Witnessing this, Yihan's eyes narrowed. It became clear that this Enforcer had come solely for him, disregarding the Infinity Sword sect, indicating that he too was likely a formidable member of the sect. The Infinity Sword sect truly casts a vast shadow, harboring disciples who also serve as enforcers? Slap! A resounding slap suddenly echoed through the air, leaving the Enforcer bewildered, frozen in place, staring blankly at the assailant. Get out of my way! With the 6 realms at stake, do you dare to disrupt the Master's grand designs? The murderous intent in Brother Song's eyes was unmistakable. Yes, Brother Song, the chastised Enforcer, upon hearing the mention of the Master, was struck with fear, abandoning his pursuit of Yihan and hastily retreating. The remaining Enforcers also assisted one another, swiftly departing the scene. Brother Song then turned to regard Ding Xiu and the other severely wounded disciples. A bunch of useless fools, he declared, all of you. Return at once, there is no need for you to participate in this disciple competition. The elite members of the Infinity Sword sect, visibly fearful, bowed their heads and scurried away, no longer daring to entangle themselves in any disputes. Yihan, take care of yourself. With that, Brother Song left, his expression cold. Yihan was utterly astonished. This individual, evidently a member of the Infinity Sword sect serving Feng Wuliang, had appeared yet refrained from attacking him. This is certainly not the style of the Wujian Sword sect. Yihan, taken by surprise, found that the surroundings had already erupted into a frenzy. Countless individuals were taken aback, their gazes firmly fixed upon Yihan. Chapter 77, The Body of 10,000 Demons. The Unbounded Sword sect casts a vast shadow over the world. Since its inception within the Academy, no one has dared to provoke it. The sect is teeming with formidable experts, including profound disciples whose abilities are beyond comprehension, not to mention the terrifying reincarnation child, Feng Wuliang. Ordinary people would instinctively avoid them. Yet, Yihan boldly challenged them head-on, inflicting severe injuries upon a group of unbounded sword sect disciples and even incapacitating Ding Xiu. Has this fellow lost his mind? Someone expressed their astonishment.
It has always been the unbounded sword sect that troubles others, and no one has dared to confront them until today.
Yi Han's appearance is clearly an act of provocation.
As if he is seeking a fight with the sect's members. He even dared to strike against a group of enforcers from the academy.
Is this merely an outlet for his frustrations? How juvenile. An elder of the academy shook his head in disdain. On Longyin Peak,
Yi Han had his dragon vein forcibly taken by Feng Wuliang, who publicly intimidated him with overwhelming power. No one could swallow such humiliation. Yet they had no choice but to endure it.
Yi Han, unable to contend with Feng Wuliang,
chose to vent his anger by violently attacking the disciples of the unbounded sword sect. Such actions are the epitome of foolishness, only serving to incite Feng Wuliang's ire. In the struggle among the 6 realms, Yi Han would inevitably face greater suffering and oppression.
Casting a glance at the assembled crowd, Yi Han disregarded them and turned away, heading toward the distant peak of the human emperor.
Through this bout of confrontation, he had truly familiarized himself with the power of the Qi explosion realm, gaining a clear understanding of his current combat prowess. Having just stepped into the Qi explosion realm, he was ostensibly at the weakest initial phase.
However,
with the amplification of the eternal undefeated dragon body and the support of the divine power of the 100 Explosions secret art, he could entirely suppress experts at the 8th and 9th explosions of Qi. When faced with masters of the Gale Qi explosion, he even possessed the strength to contend with them, and if he could endure until the end, he could exhaust them to death. All of this was based on the premise that he had only just broken through, and many techniques of the Qi explosion realm had yet to be cultivated. Upon entering the Qi explosion realm, warriors would develop various techniques and possibilities, such as merging the bloodlines of supreme beasts into their own to enhance their Qi and blood,
thereby generating augmented power in battle.
Additionally, they could begin to cultivate unique skills, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to reinforce their arms and bones, thus mastering exceptional martial techniques. Furthermore, they could directly begin to refine their eyesight, embarking on the path of the martial Dao Heavenly Eye. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye is the ultimate aspiration of countless warriors. Once successfully refined, it would bring about a revolutionary transformation in their combat abilities.
Regrettably,
the martial Dao Heavenly Eye is extraordinarily rare, akin to opening a third eye in one's forehead, an endeavor fraught with difficulty and nearly impossible. Among 10 million or even 100 million warriors, there might not be a single individual capable of manifesting the martial Dao Heavenly Eye.
For someone like Feng Wuliang to achieve this is nothing short of astonishing, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Indeed, within the entire vast void ancient domain, only Feng Wuliang has awakened the martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Even more terrifying is that Feng Wuliang has now cultivated the human dragon body,
enabling him to continually refine the martial Dao Heavenly Eye with the fundamental power of his physique, ultimately merging it with the sword Dao to transform it into the sword Dao Heavenly Eye. An unimaginable feat. As Yi Han walked, he contemplated all of this. He felt no inclination to envy or feel inferior. Within the 9 heavens dragon sovereign technique he practiced, there existed similar secret arts. If he could accumulate enough true dragon essence, he could regenerate his bones and reshape his true form, thereby awakening a dragon emperor's eye.
Once the dragon emperor's eye manifested,
it would far surpass the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, and he would have no reason to covet Feng Wuliang's abilities.
Suddenly,
as Yi Han approached the peak of the human emperor, a melodious and clear voice reached his ears.
"Is that Chu Yushur?" Yi Han immediately turned around,
his eyes lighting up as his expression softened. Dressed in the same red attire as before, Chu Yushur's dark eyes gleamed with a hint of brightness as she smiled gently.
"Senior Chu, Miss Chu."
Yi Han stepped forward, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the 2 figures before him, Chu Tianqin, the vice president of the Burning Moon Academy, and the girl who had bravely stood before him, determined to protect him, Chu Yushur.
However,
in the few months since they last met, while Chu Yushur's appearance remained unchanged, she bore a hint of weariness and pallor.
"Senior, have you come to the Reincarnation Academy?" Yi Han inquired.
"Yes,"
Chu Tianqin replied, a trace of helplessness in his voice.
"I am here to help this girl suppress the ailment within her, which has required much effort. The Reincarnation Academy has numerous ley lines, which can provide some power for suppression over a few months." Looking at Yi Han, Chu Tianqin showed no hint of his authority as vice president. The past airs of dignity faded, revealing a father deeply concerned for his daughter.
He certainly did not expect much from Yihan. And his words were a form of catharsis for the pressure he bore. Ailment? Yihan turned his gaze to Chu Yushir. Chu Yushir's smile gradually transformed into a bitter expression. Her complexion was poor, evidently the result of being tormented by illness, as she lightly bit her lip. Her bright eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. It's not exactly an ailment. Chu Tianxin sighed. If this were the ancient times, it would be a tremendous blessing, but now. What exactly is the situation? Could you share, senior? Yihan asked. He felt an inexplicable concern for Chu Yushir. Perhaps due to her courageous act of standing before him, wishing to protect him. This girl was born with an extraordinary physique known as the body of 10,000 demons. Chu Tianxin did not conceal the truth. The body of 10,000 demons is an incredibly powerful constitution recorded in ancient texts. If it can be fully realized, it is simply astonishing. However, she was born in the wrong era. As the name suggests, the body of 10,000 demons requires the constant infusion of blood from supreme beasts during cultivation to refine the body, absorbing the essence of countless beast bloodlines to achieve perfection. Chu Tianxin expressed his frustration. Countless beast bloodlines? Shouldn't that be a trivial matter for the Academy Master? Yihan looked at him, puzzled. The Divine Martial Continent is home to innumerable beasts, and within the vast void ancient domain alone, there are likely close to 10,000 species. Given Chu Tianxin's status and strength, hunting beasts to acquire their blood should not be overly difficult. Those bloodlines must be from extraordinary ancient species, at the very least, some top-tier ones. Yet, in the current era, they are nearly impossible to find. Especially within the vast void ancient domain, Chu Tianxin's eyes reflected a sense of futility. In recent years, I have made several attempts to stabilize this girl's body of 10,000 demons, but gradually. He did not continue, yet Yihan could surmise the rest. Chapter 78, The Essence of the Golden Dragon. Yihan gazed at Chu Yushir with a tinge of sorrow. Is it true that the virtuous are often envied by heaven? Possessing the body of 10,000 demons should be a gift of unparalleled talent, a true phoenix among men. Yet, this extraordinary trait is so powerful and unique that it cannot be cultivated in the current era. In fact, it may invite backlash. I do not wish to perish, Chu Yushir murmured, her lips trembling, her eyes sparkling with a hint of trepidation. With me here, you shall not come to harm. Yihan instinctively reassured her. Chu Tianxin cast a surprised glance at Yihan, then shook his head with a bittersweet smile. He held a favorable impression of this young man, having previously attempted to recruit him into the Burning Moon Academy. Yihan's words were not merely a declaration of intent but also a means to comfort Chu Yushir, a sentiment that Chu Tianxin understood well. Is that truly so? Chu Yushir appeared much more cheerful than when he had first encountered her. Absolutely. Yihan affirmed, his gaze steady and resolute. Chu Yushir's eyes sparkled as she clenched her fists, a radiant smile gracing her face. At that moment, Yihan turned to Chu Tianxin and inquired, Senior, can the power of the earth vein also suppress Chu girl's 10,000 demons body? Indeed, it is a reluctant measure. The power of the earth vein, along with other special and potent forces, can temporarily suppress the essence of the 10,000 demons body, yet it does not resolve the fundamental issue. Moreover, the 10,000 demons body is too formidable, its innate power grows stronger and revives as the girl matures, inevitably reaching a point where it cannot be contained. Chu Tianxin replied with a weary expression. In the past, we could suppress it for half a year with the aid of certain earth vein powers. But now we can only manage 3 months. I see. A glimmer of hope suddenly flickered in Yihan's eyes. Perhaps I may have a way. Senior, if there are no pressing matters, could you and Chu girl stay at my dragon hidden peak for a while? You have a solution? Chu Tianxin chuckled in disbelief. However, in the next moment, realization struck him, and his eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Yihan. 3 months, at the explosive Qi realm. Chu Tianxin uttered 6 words, his expression a complex mix of entanglement, envy, and regret. He lamented not having been more decisive and offering more favorable conditions to recruit Yihan into the Burning Moon Academy. Truly a dragon body. Chu Tianxin remarked again. Dragon body. The words lingered in the air, and Yihan fell silent. Yihan, Do you know why I turned back that day? It was because I sensed the dragon energy erupting within you, Chu Tianxin explained with a smile, likely perceiving Yi Han's wariness. He continued, in this era, true dragons are absent, and dragon bodies are seldom seen. Those that do appear are merely the bodies of flood dragons or dragon pythons, classified by the purity of their dragon energy. Yi Han, your dragon body is quite extraordinary, is it not? It should be close to that of Feng Wuliang's human dragon body.
Perhaps we are comparable, Yi Han replied nonchalantly, yet deep within, he felt a surge of relief. The secrets of the invincible ancient dragon body must remain hidden from all, for to reveal them would invite calamity. Thankfully, the true dragon physique had not manifested in countless years, and Feng Wuliang's human dragon body had already astonished the world. No ordinary person could fathom that they possessed a true dragon constitution. Not long ago, I refined a heavenly demon pill, coupled with my unique physique. Perhaps I can assist Chu girl in suppressing the essence of her 10,000 demons body, Yi Han stated earnestly to the two before him. Heavenly demon pill? Chu Tianxin regarded Yi Han, then glanced at his daughter. Very well, Yi Han, your physique may indeed rival that of Feng Wuliang's human dragon body. You may genuinely be able to aid this girl. However, rest assured, I, Chu Tianxin, will surely repay you. Yi Han interrupted him, shaking his head. In this world, myriad sufferings exist, yet none compare to the pain of illness. When I was hospitalized that day, Chu girl stood by my side. If I can help her suppress the 10,000 demons body, it is only right. If you speak of repayment, you underestimate me, Yi Han. After conversing briefly with Chu Tianxin and his daughter, Yi Han swiftly ascended to the human emperor peak, seeking information regarding the Six Paths conflict. Li Futuo was not present, and Yi Han felt no urgency, soon descending the mountain to escort Chu Tianxin and his daughter back to Dragon Hidden Peak. The Dragon Hidden Hall was exceedingly spacious. Within its many inner chambers, even if 10 more individuals joined, there would be ample room. In the center of the hall, Chu Yushir sat cross-legged, while Yi Han placed his hands firmly against her back. Waves of essence energy surged into her body. How do you feel? Yi Han inquired. Chu Yushir's expression softened considerably. I feel much lighter. It appears to be effective. Yi Han's gaze flickered, as if he had come to a resolution. Chu girl, prepare to cultivate. As he spoke, a golden light enveloped his form. Boom! The 2 dragon bones within him resonated, and in an instant, a torrent of dragon energy began to emanate. It was pure and powerful, even exuding a faint aura of Dragon Emperor prestige, causing Chu Tianxin to glance over in astonishment. A stream of dragon energy, intertwined with essence energy, was infused into Chu Yushir's body. She trembled, her eyes widening as a flush of vitality returned to her previously pale complexion. Without hesitation, Chu Yushir swiftly began to cultivate, channeling, and refining the power that had entered her body. Time flowed on. This refining process continued for an entire day and night, ultimately reaching completion. Chu Yushir emerged from her meditation, her complexion appearing entirely revitalized, restored to normalcy. Not only that, but her martial arts realm also experienced a breakthrough, ascending from the 8th layer of gathering essence to the 9th layer. Dragon energy refining the body. To be precise, it was the refining of the 5-clawed golden dragon energy. The benefits were beyond imagination. Throughout the entire ancient void realm and even across the vast and boundless divine martial continent, only Yi Han could offer such conditions. Even those towering figures who stood at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, those peerless beings of immense power, could never procure 5-clawed golden dragon energy. Such formidable entities, even if they existed in this era, would not be found in any corner of the divine martial continent. It was simply unfathomable. Yi Han, how can the dragon energy within you be so potent, so pure? Chu Tianxin, having witnessed the entire process, could no longer suppress the tremors within his heart. I have mentioned before, Feng Wuliang's human dragon body cannot be compared to mine. However, I must ask that this matter remain confidential, Senior, Yi Han stated, looking earnestly at Chu Tianxin. Naturally. Chu Tianxin steadied himself, continuing, there are not merely 1 or 2 types of physiques related to the dragon clan. Feng Wuliang's human dragon body is merely the most basic and inferior type. Beyond the human dragon body, there exist earth dragon bodies, mysterious dragon bodies, and heavenly dragon bodies. These are all potential physiques that may arise on the divine martial continent. Only above the heavenly dragon body is the legendary and immensely powerful, defiant true dragon body. Of course, no one can possess the true dragon body. The dragon energy you unleash is so pure, could it be the earth dragon body? Stronger than Feng Wulian's human dragon body?
Chu Tianqin spoke in rapid succession, not seeking to pry but rather overwhelmed by astonishment.
It is known that within the boundless expanse of the Taishu ancient domain, the physique of the dragon body is deemed extraordinary, while the earth dragon body, the mystic dragon body, and the celestial dragon body are mere legends, scarcely appearing even once in a millennium.
My constitution, undoubtedly, surpasses that of Feng Wuliang.
Yi Han spoke without further elaboration, allowing Chu Tianqin to speculate as she wished.
After all, she would never fathom that his physique is even more formidable than that of a true dragon. The contest of the 6 realms is set to commence today.
For the past few days, the elders and Miss Chu have remained at the Reincarnation Academy, awaiting my participation in the 6 realms contest.
Subsequently,
I shall assist Miss Chu in refining her dragon essence daily. Though it may not eradicate the affliction of the myriad beast's body, it should at least provide a prolonged respite.
Yi Han rose and spoke. Excellent.
Chu Tianqin saw a glimmer of hope. At this moment, she could not afford to decline.
Her eyes sparkled with a complex gaze fixed upon Yi Han.
The world knows of Feng Wuliang at the Reincarnation Academy, but how many are aware that Yi Han
are his equal?
People are ignorant. I shall merely focus on my own path.
Yi Han replied calmly. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Han,
along with Chu Tianqin and Chu Yushi, descended from Longning Peak.
The contest of the 6 realms is set to begin today.
Chapter 79, The Battle of the 6 Paths. The Academy Conference has concluded, with the grand competition among the outer and inner disciples and miscellaneous roles already finished. Only a handful of true disciples remain engaged in combat. However, these true disciples possess extraordinarily powerful abilities, rendering it impossible for them to fight in the modest confines of the Academy Square.
Such confrontations would lead to disastrous consequences,
and they have all retreated to several secret realms within the Academy to engage in battle, the outcomes of which are of no concern to insignificant figures like Yi Han. Following the customary conclusion of the Academy Conference, the true spectacle begins, the Battle of the 6 Paths.
Unlike the lively Academy Conference, this event draws the genuine attention of many.
Not only will members of the Reincarnation Academy be present, but also esteemed figures such as Chu Tianqin, the Vice President of the Burning Moon Academy, and representatives from the Dragon Slaying Academy among the 3 great academies, as well as attendees from the 4 great sects of the vast void ancient domain, including the Demon Sealing Manor, the First Demon Hall, and the Tai Sword Sect. In the vast void ancient domain, there are 8 imperial dynasties, and prominent figures from these dynasties will also arrive at the Reincarnation Academy to witness the grandeur of the Battle of the 6 Paths. It can be said that this event is a significant occurrence that reverberates throughout the entire vast void ancient domain. Firstly, it showcases the might of the Reincarnation Academy. Secondly, it serves to attract attention, enticing numerous prodigies, talents, and geniuses to join the Academy. When Yi Han and Chu Tianqin arrived at the Academy Square, they were greeted by a vast assembly of formidable individuals. Unlike the previous days, many of those gathered now bore unfamiliar attire, auras, and faces,
with many possessing immense combat prowess and profound backgrounds.
A glance from Yi Han revealed the presence of numerous inscrutable beings,
some with strength that could rival figures like Chu Tianqin, most likely masters of various sects, such as sect leaders, vice leaders, and esteemed elders.
Yi Han's attention was drawn to an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, clad in a purple and gold robe embroidered with 9 fearsome 5-clawed golden dragons.
The presence of 9 dragons signified imperial status.
This individual was none other than Xiao Yunchuan, the sovereign of the Sun and Moon dynasty, who, despite appearing to be in his prime, was in fact nearing the end of his 800-year life. Noticing Yi Han's gaze, Chu Tianqin took the initiative to introduce him.
The sovereign of the Sun and Moon dynasty, Xiao Yunchuan? What an imposing aura! Yi Han couldn't help but marvel.
The Sun and Moon dynasty held intricate ties to Yi Han's current self, as he had obtained the Sun and Moon Shenkuan technique left behind by the former ruler, King Jiuyu, 3,000 years ago.
Do you see that individual?
He is the second sword emperor of the Tai Sword sect, known as Jian Wuji.
who practices the Great Annihilation Sword Dao, a force to be reckoned with. And over there, the esteemed Elder Mo Wui of the First Demon Hall, who once dominated the vast void ancient domain, has stained his hands with the blood of countless foes and has cultivated the great heavenly demon scripture to its fourth layer. And that figure, the Lord of the Shenlong, one of the 4 dragon lords of the Dragon Slaying Academy, possesses a Shenlong battle body, second only to Feng Wuliang's human dragon body. As Chu Tianxin continued to enlighten Yihan, despite being the head of the Burning Moon Academy, she took on the role of a mentor, guiding him through the gathering. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and cautioned. "You must be wary of individuals from the Dragon Slaying Academy." "Why?" Yihan inquired, puzzled. The core members and higher-ups of the Dragon Slaying Academy cultivate a technique known as the Heaven and Earth Dragon Slaying Technique. As the name suggests, it is a practice designed to slay dragon races, making those with dragon-like physiques prime targets for them. Chu Tianxin warned, her gaze fixed on Yihan. "The Heaven and Earth Dragon Slaying Technique?" Yihan's eyes flickered with intrigue. "I shall remain vigilant." The Dragon Slaying Academy, one of the 3 great academies, possessed such a unique technique? For someone of his physique, it indeed posed a latent threat. However, given that Feng Wuliang possessed a human dragon body, were they not also potential prey? Yihan pondered aloud. Chu Tianxin chuckled softly. "Why would they reject you? What I mentioned applies only if they were to act covertly. The Dragon Slaying Academy, like our Burning Moon Academy and Reincarnation Academy, is a righteous institution. Although there is competition, we are not enemies. Additionally, disciples and masters from the 3 great academies often communicate periodically. Are you implying that I should be cautious of their covert actions?" Yihan regarded Chu Tianxin intently. "Indeed." Chu Tianxin affirmed with a nod. One must not merely take things at face value. While conversing with Chu Tianxin, Yihan noticed an approaching figure in the distance. "Li Futuo. Lord Li." Chu Tianxin exclaimed, evidently familiar with him. "Headmaster Chu." Li Futuo smiled, casting a surprised glance at Yihan. "You, my boy, have managed to make an acquaintance with Headmaster Chu?" "Ha, I nearly succeeded in recruiting Yihan to the Burning Moon Academy back in the day, but alas, the incentives were not sufficiently appealing." Chu Tianxin laughed heartily, and Li Futuo shifted his attention to the side, addressing Chu Yushi. "Uncle Li." Chu Yushi chimed in sweetly. "Ah. Yushi, my dear, you appear to be in much better spirits," Li Futuo remarked. As they spoke, Li Futuo handed Yihan a token. "What is this?" Yihan inquired, examining the object. "The Human Path Token," Li Futuo explained. The Battle of the 6 Paths consists of 2 rounds of competition. The first round involves condensing one's Dao intent and stepping onto the Dao comprehension cliff to gain insight. Holding the Dao token will allow you to gather Dao marks around you. The greater the number of Dao marks, the stronger your innate talent. Rankings will be determined based on the number of Dao marks you accumulate. As for the second round, it involves ascending the Futuo Heavenly Ladder, which is where your true opportunity to surpass the other 6 paths and vie for the final ranking lies. On the Futuo Heavenly Ladder, each participant can only rely on their willpower, alongside their vitality and physical strength to climb, essentially starting from the same point, Li Futuo continued. The Futuo Heavenly Ladder? A level playing field? No significant advantages in realms? Yihan's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. Indeed, the starting point is the same. Furthermore, in both rounds of competition, points will be awarded in descending order, from 6 points down to 1. You need not feel pressured, for us in the human path. As long as you are not ranked last, you will be fine, Li Futuo added, seeking to bolster Yihan's spirits. Not a chance. Yihan shook his head. How could I possibly settle for 6th place? I shall ensure that the human path shines brilliantly. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, 3 resounding chimes echoed from the front of the square. All participants of the 6 paths, please proceed to the Dao Comprehension Cliff, a deep voice proclaimed. Let us move. Yihan grasped the human path token confidently and stepped forward. The day he had long awaited had finally arrived.
This would mark the true beginning of his rise within the Reincarnation Academy. In terms of realms and combat prowess, he could not compare to Feng Wuliang. Even among the other paths, many skilled individuals would likely surpass him. He felt no advantage in that regard. Yet, in other respects, Yihan harbored no fear of anyone. "Go for it," Chu Yushir whispered, watching him take his steps. "Go for it." Yihan turned back, clenching his fist in determination. Before the watchful eyes of many, he stepped into the realm of the six paths. The six paths, each sending forth a representative, engage in a fierce competition. The struggle among the six paths is not merely a clash of brute force, it hinges on assessing one's innate qualities, talents, and willpower. The Reincarnation Academy is never short of prodigies, and the foremost criterion in the competition is inheritance. Only those endowed with talent and potential are deemed worthy and given the opportunity to carry forth the legacy of the six paths. Feng Wuliang stands at the forefront. Hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary presence even without movement, his aura stirring the very heavens and the earth. At a glance, he resembles a young sword deity. The others, too, possess distinct yet formidable energies, each surpassing Yihan in cultivation. Upon his arrival, Yihan quickly realizes that, apart from himself, there is another master who has reached the vacuum explosion level, while the remaining four have transcended the chi explosion realm, leaving him utterly unable to comprehend their depths. True disciples. In that instant, Yihan comprehends that in the six paths competition, aside from himself and the master at the vacuum explosion level, the other four paths have dispatched true disciples. Within the Reincarnation Academy, outer disciples are all at the divine power realm, while inner disciples must at least attain the chi explosion realm. As for true disciples, that is an extraordinary feat, requiring one to reach the terrifying pinnacle of the acquired realm, the Yuan body realm. Indeed, martial cultivation divides into acquired and innate stages. The four acquired realms are gathering Yuan, divine power, chi explosion, and Yuan body. Not only within the Reincarnation Academy but across the vast expanse of the ancient void domain, those at the Yuan body realm are considered formidable masters. It is said that a Yuan body master can achieve great feats within the Sun and Moon dynasty, earning the right to ascend as a true war general. The Yuan body realm seemingly encompasses 9 transformations, with each step presenting immense challenges for ascension. Among the Academy's million disciples, few can enter the Yuan body realm and become true disciples, a realm that Yihan cannot even begin to fathom. A pinnacle that he can only gaze upon from afar, entirely out of reach. Even with his eternal unyielding dragon body, whether he can attain the Yuan body realm in the future remains uncertain, fraught with complications and requiring vast accumulation. How intriguing! Though I find myself vastly inferior to these true disciples, and even many inner disciples surpass me, the six paths competition evaluates other aspects, largely independent of cultivation level. I am eager to observe the extent of the gap between myself and the true disciples. Yihan is filled with confidence, undeterred, even excited and anticipatory. However, to others, his presence is nothing short of a jest. To any observer, Yihan's appearance is laughable. For the six paths competition showcases the most gifted or powerful disciples from each path. The least among them is at the pinnacle of the chi explosion realm, akin to the prowess of Yin Tianxiu. When has a minor figure like Yihan, who has merely reached the blood explosion stage, ever graced such an occasion? A rabbit amidst a pack of ravenous wolves, seeking scraps? The human path of the Reincarnation Academy has truly fallen into decline. To send forth a mere rookie who has just entered the blood explosion domain is indeed hard to believe. Several outsiders voiced their opinions, some shaking their heads in disbelief. The human path may be in decline, but it will not perish. It is rumored that Feng Wuliang aspires to dominate the six paths, and today we may witness the beginnings of that ambition. In the center of the square, an elder of the academy approached. Having inspected the Tao orders held by Yihan and the other 5, and activated a grand inscription teleportation array. As the array activated, an invisible force enveloped Yihan and the others, transporting them along a vacuum pathway away from the site. The Tao Enlightenment Cliff. This is a crucial location within the academy, where a unique treasure exists, the martial Tao Heavenly Stone. In times of yore, an unparalleled master from the Reincarnation Academy resided here, utilizing the martial Tao Heavenly Stone to comprehend the supreme martial way, thus leaving behind corresponding martial imprints. Martial artists who visit the Tao Enlightenment Cliff holding a Tao order, gain the opportunity to comprehend these martial imprints, reaping substantial benefits.
Some may experience sudden enlightenment,
while others might enhance their foundational skills, and a fortunate few may even awaken a unique physique at the Tao Enlightenment Cliff.
Unfortunately,
access to the Tao Enlightenment Cliff is exclusive to the 6 paths of the Academy. Without a Tao order, common individuals can glean nothing.
Upon their arrival, Yi Han and the other 5 were instantly struck with awe. Holding the Tao orders,
they felt the ethereal currents of unique energies flowing into their beings from the surrounding spacetime. It was an invaluable force, imparting a refining effect upon their bodies.
Gazing around,
the cliff was adorned with various stone carvings and stelae, interwoven with ancient mysterious imprints and archaic inscriptions, an unparalleled treasure trove, a sanctum for enlightenment,
concealing immense secrets and the legacies of generations of extraordinary masters from the Reincarnation Academy.
Whether one could seize even a fragment of this knowledge depended on talent and opportunity. Feng Wuliang was the first to approach a stele, which bore engravings of 9 battle swords, each with a distinct trajectory, seemingly embodying a supreme sword path or an extraordinary sword technique. Of course, whether one could fathom its depths hinged upon the martial artist's innate ability. Another individual soon approached a large stone, its surface adorned with intricate patterns whose meanings remained elusive. Yi Han noticed a stone wall inscribed with 3 human figures, seemingly depicting an unparalleled martial artist executing a breathtaking martial technique. Someone quickly moved to that location to ponder its significance.
In a matter of moments,
all 6 had chosen their targets. Yi Han stood before a massive stone, upon which 3 distinct finger imprints were engraved. As the 6 began their quest for enlightenment, countless beams of light flickered and transformed above the square. This was the manifestation of inscription techniques. As several inscription masters from the Reincarnation Academy collaborated to carve inscriptions, evolving into an array that illuminated a celestial veil in the void above.
Within this luminous curtain, the figures of Yi Han, Feng Wuliang, and the other 6 were vividly reflected.
The unfolding scene of the 6 paths competition was about to be witnessed by all gathered here. Chapter 81, The Dragon's Fingerprint. The competition among the 6 paths is far less raucous than the Academy Conference, yet it is a true grand event of extraordinary significance. This time, the contest bears even greater weight due to the emergence of the remarkable figure, Feng Wuliang. Subtle glances converge upon a particular spot, where Li Futu, Chu Tianxin, and Chu Yushir stand.
Li Futu truly a prodigy of his generation, though lamentably so. Some experts from other academies and factions murmur in the shadows, speculating on whether Yi Han can rise to the occasion.
As long as he does not rank last, he can maintain the status of the human path for the time being, otherwise, the pressure will mount, and even Li Futu may struggle to withstand it. Prominent figures from various factions seem to be aware of the situation and whisper amongst themselves.
To be fair,
they harbor hopes that Yi Han can exhibit a sudden surge in prowess, breaking into the top 5.
No one wishes to witness Feng Wuliang of the Reincarnation Academy ascend to dominance.
Should Feng Wuliang indeed master the 6 paths, he would undoubtedly become the strongest among the younger generation of the Tai Su ancient domain, a towering monument overshadowing all peers, suffocating them with his presence. At the Wisdom Cliff, Feng Wuliang takes a deep breath, his aura surging. In an instant, a startling transformation occurs. He raises his arm, fingers poised like a sword, and swiftly traces an enigmatic trajectory. This simple motion resembles that of an unparalleled sword deity, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary, as a brilliant sword aura blossoms forth. Following this, a second strike emerges. A second sword aura. A third sword aura. A 9th sword aura. In a fleeting moment, Feng Wuliang manifests 9 sword auras. The instant the 9th sword aura takes shape, a green light appears behind him.
Tao marks. Feng Wuliang comprehends first,
condensing the essence of the Tao, giving rise to Tao marks.
Countless spectators, through the celestial light screen, witness this spectacle with awe. Such talent displayed by Feng Wuliang is indeed formidable.
In just over 100 breaths, he has already manifested Tao marks, placing immense pressure on the other 5 competitors.
His presence looms like an insurmountable chasm, one can only gaze upward, unable to surpass or even compare. 9 Palace Sword Aura, is this all there is?
Feng Wuliang speaks calmly, lifting his arm once more, fingers striking forward. A new sword aura emerges. In the blink of an eye, 10 sword auras spiral forth. swirling in the void before him, exuding endless cold brilliance. ISNT, the Nine Palace Sword Aura, a creation of a certain elder from the Reincarnation Academy. Over 1200 years ago? Left behind for future generations, yet no one has succeeded in mastering it. And here, Feng Wuliang has just grasped it and directly manifested the 10th Sword Aura. Chu Tianxing gazes at Li Futu. Li Futu nods, indeed. That elder sought to evolve the 10th Sword Aura but failed throughout his life. Had he succeeded, he could have shattered the shackles, aspiring to transcend even the Sword Immortals. As discussions unfold, Feng Wuliang has already repositioned himself against another stone wall, beginning his second comprehension. The other competitors also exhibit changes in their auras, each reaping their own rewards, and it seems the manifestation of Dao marks is imminent for them as well. Meanwhile, Yi Han remains motionless, appearing entranced. His gaze is fixated on the stone before him, where 3 finger imprints are etched, as if imprinted in his mind. In Yi Han's mental landscape, a vision materializes of a mysterious figure executing a move. 1 finger disrupts the heavens, 1 finger seals the void, and 1 finger pierces the world. These 3 fingers, distinct yet progressively intertwined, encapsulate boundless profundity. The Dragoness Finger. Yi Han's heart stirs with excitement. From the moment he chose this place of enlightenment, he was drawn to the stone before him. Though it appears ordinary, it evokes an inexplicable sense of familiarity in him. Now, he finally comprehends the significance of the 3 finger imprints. These are the dragon's fingerprints. If nothing unforeseen occurs, the individual who once meditated here and left these marks was certainly a master of the human path. In the legacy of the human path, within the Emperor's extraordinary record, there exist 3 martial techniques aside from the Emperor's extraordinary skill and the divine power of 100 explosions: the Emperor's ghostly steps, the Dragon's Finger, and the Void Human Emperor's Slash. Regrettably, Yi Han's limitations have hitherto barred him from even qualifying to cultivate these techniques. Only upon achieving true Qi explosion can one qualify to practice the Dragon's Finger. Yet now, Yi Han senses that he may grasp the Dragon's Finger today. Moreover, at this moment, he seems to perceive numerous deficiencies within the 3 finger imprints. The Dragon's Finger, fundamentally, utilizes the martial artist's finger force to evolve into a dragon's trajectory. 1 strike, like a dragon breaking through the heavens, annihilating all. Unfortunately, martial artists of later generations have only glimpsed creatures like the flood dragon or dragon python. Never the true dragon. Mastering the Dragon's Finger to its ideal state seems utterly impossible. Especially since the Dragon's Finger, like the Void Human Emperor's Slash, requires an immense reservoir of vitality. It is no exaggeration to state that even those with special bloodlines or unique physiques would find it exceedingly difficult to successfully cultivate and unleash it. However, for Yi Han today, such obstacles are trivial. He possesses the eternal invincible dragon body. His vitality has reached unfathomable levels, unmatched within the same realm. Furthermore, Yi Han has truly observed the formidable presence of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon Emperor within the first tier of the 9 Realms Dragon Suppression Tower. Countless dragon species exist in the world, who can compare to the 5-clawed Golden Dragon Emperor? It is one of the 4 most legendary bloodlines of the Dragon Clan. The true emperor among dragons, the sovereign among sovereigns. The Dragon's Finger, which would take an ordinary person a decade to master a single strike, will undoubtedly take Yi Han a fraction of that time. An opportunity not to be missed. With these 3 imprints as a catalyst, Yi Han stands poised to create a miracle today. As time inexorably flows, an hour slips by in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuliang has already manifested 10 Dao marks, while the other 4 have each achieved at least 3. In stark contrast, Yi Han remains utterly unmoving. Around the Academy Square, voices rise in a cacophony, rife with speculation. In this first round of competition, lasting only 3 hours, could it be that Yi Han truly cannot grasp anything? The master of the human path, having exerted considerable effort to identify Yi Han as a disciple before the contest, once believed he had a discerning eye. But it now appears that Yi Han is merely a worthless name, possessing nothing more than a facade of formidable vitality. Vitality? Surely you do not believe Yi Han's vitality is truly exceptional? He is but an ordinary man, with a mediocre physique. Should he encounter those possessing unique bloodlines or special physiques, his meager vitality would be swiftly subdued.
Many voices openly criticize Yihan without restraint. After all, should Yihan fall to the bottom of the rankings this time, it would likely pave the way for Feng Wuliang to dominate the 6 paths, as he has already garnered the support of the other 4. Chapter 82, The Blossoming of Flowers After My Bloom in the Second Hour. Feng Wuliang and several others had already reaped tremendous benefits. Yet, Yihan remained utterly inactive.
This Yihan had failed in his quest for enlightenment, succumbing to madness.
Countless martial artists erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves any longer. Achieving enlightenment is no trivial feat.
A moment's carelessness may lead one to be ensnared by their own will, unable to extricate themselves, and ultimately fall into a state of madness.
Such occurrences were not unheard of during the 6 Paths War.
The martial imprints left by some former strong figures were far too formidable and profound for ordinary individuals to comprehend. Forcing oneself to grasp them could result in madness,
with consequences ranging from severe injury and regression in cultivation to becoming utterly incapacitated. What shall we do, Master Li?
This young man is likely. Chu Tianqin furrowed his brow as he held Yihan in high regard.
Fear not, for he is grasping the Panlong fingerprint.
Li Fuchulu maintained a calm demeanor,
seemingly unperturbed and at ease. Unbeknownst to them, the 3rd hour approached.
On the cliff of enlightenment, Yihan, who had remained still for an extended period, finally trembled. A low hum resonated around him as a vacuum formed, causing vibrations to ripple outward. Suddenly, his arm extended, and a beam of energy shot forth, piercing the heavens above.
With a single gesture, the world transformed, an invisible storm began to coalesce. An unparalleled will erupted from within Yihan, radiating outward and enveloping the entire cliff of enlightenment.
The brilliance in Yihan's eyes flickered with an ethereal light.
Without any further action, his spirit surged, reaching an apex of vitality and vigor. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Within his corporeal form, countless acupoints seemed to resonate with a pulsating force, as if energy were detonating within. His blood surged wildly, and the essence of his power roared, hinting at a continual breakthrough. The explosion of vitality is categorized into 9 stages.
Upon achieving the 9th stage, a martial artist's essence becomes formidable and unassailable, granting them the opportunity to condense their energy into an indomitable force. Yihan had only just entered the stage of vitality explosion, still in the initial phase. Yet now,
having comprehended the Panlong fingerprint and fused it with his own will, the will of the true dragon, he found his essence and power surging,
unknowingly completing the transformation into the 8th stage of vitality explosion.
Only the final explosion remained.
Upon completing the 9th explosion,
the accumulation would be sufficient for Yihan to challenge the 2nd level of the vitality explosion, the indomitable force. Of course, none of this was perceivable to outsiders.
Ordinarily,
unless one had suddenly ingested some extraordinary treasure, no one could achieve the accumulation of 8 explosions in an instant, transitioning from the 1st to the 8th stage.
Yihan finally awakened. The Panlong fingerprint had been successfully cultivated. As Yihan fully regained consciousness, an imperceptible shift occurred in the cosmos. With a sharp intake of breath,
a figure suddenly opened his eyes, blood trickling from his lips.
Damn it! What is happening? My path to enlightenment was flawless.
This individual, infuriated, scanned his surroundings,
yet found no explanation.
He was Xia Bingyan, a renowned heir of the Shura path, a top-tier genius among the true disciples.
As Xia Bingyan's state was disrupted, 3 others simultaneously opened their eyes: Li Qianjue, the heir of the Demon Emperor path, Yi Yunfei, the heir of the Ghost God path, and Wang Pa, the heir of the Hell path.
It seemed as though an invisible hand had descended, simultaneously shattering the enlightenment states of these 4 prodigies, pulling them from their meditative states.
What has transpired? The 4, disheveled and wild-eyed, appeared frantic, each more furious than the last.
Being forcibly pulled from a state of enlightenment was a grave taboo for martial artists, as it could shatter one's resolve and lead to madness. Although these individuals were exceptionally gifted and managed to stabilize themselves, they still suffered backlash. Among the 6 paths, only Feng Wuliang remained in a state of enlightenment.
However,
after a mere 10 breaths, Feng Wuliang emitted a muffled groan and stumbled back 3 steps. His eyes abruptly opened, and with a sound of distress,
he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Feng Wuliang, too, was not exempt.
His vital energy spiraled into chaos, signaling signs of a collapse in both power and will. The stronger the martial artist, the more intense the backlash they would endure upon having their enlightenment state broken.
Unbounded and limitless, I command the essence of the dragon. Feng Wuliang's voice rang out with authority.
A formidable dragon aura surged forth, enveloping him in a terrifying energy. His spirit soared to its zenith, exuding an air of dominance that could subdue all beings.
Boom! 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 The ground beneath Feng Wuliang trembled violently, threatening to fissure. Li Qianjue, Yi Yunfei, Wang Pa,
and Xia Bingyan fell into silence, their gazes fixated on the spectacle before them, each expression laden with complexity.
The depth of Feng Wuliang's foundation was terrifying,
and the backlash he endured was unfathomable.
Yet, even so, he managed to suppress it forcefully. This was the disparity. In terms of cultivation,
anyone who had become a true disciple had at least entered the realm of the postnatal extremity, the Yuan body realm.
However,
when it came to combat prowess and foundational strength, the heirs of the other paths were simply unqualified to compare with Feng Wuliang.
Exhaling a long breath, Feng Wuliang finally regained his composure, though his countenance remained icy, clearly indicating his displeasure. The disruption of his enlightenment state was a significant loss for Feng Wuliang.
It must be noted that although there were numerous martial imprints within the Cliff of Enlightenment, very few could truly yield insights for a talent of his caliber. Missing such an opportunity for enlightenment was a profound loss, whether for an ordinary individual or someone of Feng Wuliang's stature.
Let us commence the second round.
After a moment of silence, Feng Wuliang forcibly restrained his indignation and resentment, resigning himself to the situation.
At the rear of the Cliff of Enlightenment, the elder who had escorted Yi Han and the others approached, addressing the remaining five. What are your thoughts? Then let us begin the second round. Xia Bingyan was the first to respond.
Li Qianjue, Wang Pa, and Yi Yunfei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
In reality, the rankings were already apparent. Feng Wuliang was far ahead, having solidified 23 paths of enlightenment.
Apart from Yi Han, who remained at the bottom with no enlightenment paths, the disparities among the others were evident, ranging from 9 to over a dozen paths. The remaining time was inconsequential, incapable of altering the rankings.
Yi Han, what is your opinion? Inquired the elder.
The first round of enlightenment lasted 3 hours, and we have only consumed a little over 2.
We still have time to linger here. Let us proceed to the second round. Yi Han cast a glance at Feng Wuliang,
a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke with calmness. Very well, I shall escort you to participate in the second round of the competition, ascending the floating pagoda.
With the consensus of all present, the elder announced. At that moment, a transmission array inscribed with runes activated once more, swiftly transporting Yi Han and the other 6 to the location of the floating pagoda. Meanwhile, within the Academy's plaza, countless experts observing the celestial light curtain were engaged in fervent discussions, rife with confusion. What has transpired? Have their states of enlightenment been shattered? Countless pairs of eyes exchanged glances, revealing mutual bewilderment and shock. Could it be related to Yi Han? Someone speculated, uncertainty lacing their voice. Impossible.
The crowd erupted in scornful laughter.
Yi Han?
Yi Han has not even evolved a trace of Tao, nearly becoming ensnared within the mark of martial arts.
Unable to extricate himself. Are you jesting?
Outside the square, Li Futu and Chu Tianxin exchanged glances. One achieves the Tao, and myriad bones decay, once I bloom. 100 flowers shall perish. A radiant light shone in Chu Tianxin's eyes as she exclaimed in astonishment, how is this possible? Chapter 83, The Pagoda's Celestial Ladder.
The 9 extremes hold supremely Daozhu, truly possesses unparalleled insight.
Chu Tianxin gazed at Li Fuchulu, marveling at the brilliance of a once-in-a-generation talent from the Reincarnation Academy.
This sentiment stemmed from genuine astonishment and profound envy.
Please keep this a secret, Chu Academy Master, this lad is only at the beginning of his growth, Li Fuchulu remarked,
locking eyes with Chu Tianxin. In that moment, the 2 formidable figures from different academies exchanged silent understanding. Rest assured, Li Daozhu,
I hold a favorable view of Yi Han. Recently, he has been aiding my daughter in alleviating her ailments, Chu Tianxin replied with a smile.
However, the prowess of Feng Wuliang is exceedingly remarkable.
And his growth is astonishing. I shall invest every effort to nurture Yihan within the path of humanity. Li Fuchulu spoke calmly, yet his eyes sparkled with boundless illumination. Deep within the Reincarnation Academy, the pagoda's celestial ladder loomed before them. A majestic stairway ascended toward the heavens, merging with the clouds,
bridging the Reincarnation mountain range and the infinite sky.
In this world, all things revered the 9 extremes. The celestial ladder comprised a total of 9,999 steps, symbolizing the ascent to the pinnacle of both heaven and martial arts. Each level imposed a corresponding pressure, capable of suppressing the physical vitality, blood essence, and willpower of martial artists. Ascending the celestial ladder represented a pure and primordial process of self-tempering, refining one's essence without any adverse effects. Within the Reincarnation Academy, any disciple aspiring to become a true inheritor must traverse the celestial ladder. Beyond reaching the Yuan body realm, they must ascend from the very first level to the summit to gain qualification. Naturally, individuals like Yin Tianxiu were exceptions. According to Academy regulations, should a disciple ascend to the top of the Yin-Yang rankings, they would directly receive a true inheritance token as a reward. Thus, despite her status as an inner disciple, Yin Tianxiu could be regarded as a true inheritor. Once she entered the Yuan body realm, she would be free from the constraints of the Yin-Yang rankings and all inner discipleship. Remember the rules. As inheritors of the 6 paths, you are forbidden from utilizing Yuan power during your ascent. You may only rely on your own vitality, physical strength, and willpower to resist, an elder of the Academy declared. Any violations will result in immediate expulsion and forfeiture of points. Yes, responded Li Qianjue, Xia Bingyan, and the others promptly. Commence, the elder instructed. Feng Wuliang stepped forward, entering the first level of the celestial ladder. The others followed suit, all stepping onto the initial step. Each of their eyes sparkled with anticipation, confident about the challenges that lay ahead. If the first round tested their innate talent, this round of ascending the celestial ladder would genuinely assess the depth of their martial foundations and accumulations. Those with special bloodlines or unique physiques often held an advantage. However, among the 6 inheritors present, Feng Wuliang, endowed with the human dragon physique, led the charge, while the others, too, possessed various exceptional attributes. Except for Yihan. In the eyes of the onlookers, Yihan was merely a substitute chosen by the human path's master, Li Fuchulu, out of necessity, a mere puppet. His inclusion in the human path served only to prevent the path from being left without a participant in the current struggle of the 6 paths. In the first round, the path traces had yet to coalesce. In the second round, how could a mere mortal body compete? A waste, forever a waste, incapable of standing on the stage. On a corner of the Academy Square, Yi Zhixuan stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze fixed on the luminous barrier between heaven and earth, a cold, disdainful smile gracing her lips. Had Yihan been present, he would have noticed that Yi Zhixuan had undergone a profound transformation, her aura resonating with an overwhelming power, subtly affecting the surrounding void. Having seized Yihan's celestial dragon battle body, she seemed to have achieved true mastery. The essence of the battle body enveloping her both internally and externally, bestowing upon her an air of nobility. This influence on the void was a manifestation only those with vacuum explosions could possess. Who could have imagined that within just a few months, Yi Zhixuan could reach such heights under Feng Wuliang's tutelage? Before the witnesses, the 6 individuals ascended the celestial ladder. Feng Wuliang led the way, each breath propelling him upward, swiftly reaching over 100 levels. The others trailed closely, each nearing the 40th level. Yihan, too, had reached the 30th level. And while the gap between him and the others appeared minimal, he felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, intensifying with each step. 40 levels, 50 levels, 100 levels. Unbeknownst to him, Yihan reached the 100th layer, where the pressure was tenfold greater than that of the first. This presented an excellent opportunity for him to temper his physique. Yihan pondered, filled with anticipation. However, this 100th layer's pressure was trivial for him. It lacked any real challenge, and thus, he continued his ascent. At the top of the ladder, on the 120th layer, Shurapath's inheritor Xia Bingyan pressed onward. His speed slightly diminished.
Above him, on the 140th level, was the ghostly god path's inheritor Yi Yunfei. Further up, on the 153rd layer, Hell Path's inheritor Wang Pai advanced. Meanwhile, the inheritor of the demon emperor path, Li Qianjue, was remarkable, having reached the 213th layer, establishing a significant lead over Yi Han and the others. This was to be expected, as the demon emperor path, akin to the beast path, allowed its adept practitioners to harness the unique nature of their techniques to refine vast amounts of beast blood, thereby enhancing their physical forms. Although all present possessed special bloodlines or physiques, Li Qianjue's body was exceptionally robust, granting him a distinct advantage in this regard. Feng Wuliang, having reached the 400th layer, faced a pressure magnitudes greater than before. Yet, for him, it seemed inconsequential. His speed remained unimpeded, displaying a sense of ease. Such was the power of the human dragon physique. In terms of constitution, none could rival Feng Wuliang's might. Even though it was deemed the least formidable of dragon bodies, it truly warranted the title, and in this era, possessing a human dragon physique was nothing short of miraculous. Yi Han appeared to enter a state of selflessness, continuing his ascent while absorbing the nuances of the celestial ladder. 150 layers, 180 layers, 200 layers, 300 layers, 400 layers, 500 layers. The moment Yi Han reached the 500th layer, a piercing gaze shot towards him from nearby. It was Xia Bingyan, the Shura Path's inheritor. Impossible. You, a mere mortal, cannot possibly reach 500 layers. Xia Bingyan's voice boomed. His bloodline had reached a point nearing its limit, unable to advance further under the immense pressure. Yet, at this moment, Yi Han's aura remained steady, as if traversing flat ground, inciting a sense of inexplicable rage within Xia Bingyan. If I am a mere mortal, then what are you? Yi Han glanced at Xia Bingyan, indifferent, and continued his ascent. A mere Xia Bingyan held no significance in his eyes. Today, his objective was Feng Wuliang. Chapter 84, The Four Great Talents Under Siege. How audacious! Xia Bingyan exclaimed with a fierce reprimand. In that moment, an incredible aura seemed to emanate from within him. The blood of the Calamity Azura. Xia Bingyan stepped forward, instantly arriving at the 501st level. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Yi Han, as if regarding a formidable adversary, both engaged in a silent contest of wills. Xia Bingyan summoned a hidden yet potent force from his bloodline, unleashing it without reservation as he began his relentless ascent. 502, 503. 550. Upon reaching the 550 level, a tremor coursed through Xia Bingyan's body, a clear indication of imminent collapse. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his energy waned to the utmost degree. He lifted his right leg, striving to step into the 551st level. But that distance loomed like an insurmountable chasm, seemingly impossible to traverse. Damn it! How is it that, even under the enhancement of my Calamity Azura blood, I am surpassed by this individual? Xia Bingyan's gaze darkened, his heart raging with an anger and frustration that no one could fathom. Above him, at the height of 580 levels, Yi Han continued his ascent, his step steady, his aura unwavering as before. Overreaching. Yi Han cast a glance at the resentful Xia Bingyan, shaking his head slightly, choosing not to engage. The Six Paths inheritor was no more impressive. Although Xia Bingyan was indeed talented, his physique paled in comparison to Yi Han's. As for the bloodline power within Xia Bingyan, Yi Han regarded it with disdain. Though he did not possess any extraordinary bloodlines, the hidden dragon bone within him, coupled with the essence of the eternal undying dragon body, had long since surpassed many so-called divine bloodlines, secret bloodlines, and battle bloodlines. 600 levels. Upon reaching this milestone, a piercing gaze shot forth. The inheritor of the ghostly deity path, Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei's pupils fixated on Yi Han, perceiving him as the most astonishing existence in the world. 600 levels. A martial artist who had just entered the explosive realm could ascend to this height purely through his physical body, blood, and willpower? Yi Yunfei recalled that when he had been at Yi Han's level, he had barely reached 200 to 300 levels. To forcefully ascend further would have led to a collapse under the immense pressure of the floating pagoda. How had Yi Han accomplished this? In a moment of daze, Yi Yunfei felt a powerful essence within him, enhancing his own capabilities. He began to step forward, sensing a faint competitive spirit igniting within him. No one wished to be outdone, especially not by a rival like Yihan.
Yi Yunfei was a master of the Yuan body realm, a true disciple of the academy. His level represented everything. Upon entering the Yuan body realm, the augmentation to his physical form was immense, and his refinement surpassed that of Yihan.
Naturally, he would not accept being overshadowed by him. Yihan glanced at Yi Yunfei, then chose to disregard him entirely, continuing his climb. At that moment, within the academy square, countless onlookers bore witness to the extraordinary scene unfolding before them, their breaths quickening in anticipation.
They were witnessing one of the most peculiar and incomprehensible spectacles in the world.
Yihan, ascending to 600 levels solely through physical prowess? Moreover,
he continued to scale higher. Some individuals noted the details. Yihan's speed had not varied in the slightest, maintaining a steady and unhurried pace.
The inheritor of the human path, Yihan.
On a peak not far from the academy square, an elderly man suddenly spoke.
His aura was chaotic, his gaze icy,
and a potent killing intent radiated from him.
Li Futu, you have truly gifted us an extraordinary spectacle.
The old man cast a cold smile toward Li Futu, who stood in the square, a fledgling with broken wings. Let us see how you will save.
In the square,
Li Futu seemed to sense the old man's gaze, abruptly turning his attention.
Heavenly deity lord.
Li Futu spat the words coldly. The person beside him, Shu Tianxin, felt the shift in Li Futu's aura and furrowed his brow. Li Daozhu, what has transpired?
Nothing. Li Futu shook his head. The previously bustling square had unwittingly descended into silence.
Many were utterly captivated by the unfolding events on the celestial screen. Among them, two figures stood out strikingly.
Feng Wuliang,
who had already reached 2,200 levels, and another figure, Yihan, who had been scorned by many, now stood at 680 levels,
leaving the ghostly deity path inheritor Yi Yunfei behind. Although the final outcome remained uncertain, at this moment, many hearts were ablaze with astonishment.
No one had anticipated such a scene. Yihan, a martial artist of explosive caliber, positioned at the very bottom among inner disciples, had ascended beyond 600 levels.
15 minutes later,
the ghostly deity path inheritor Yi Yunfei halted at 660 levels, having reached his limit.
Like Xia Bingyan, Yi Yunfei's eyes burned with rage and frustration as he gazed at Yihan. If Yihan were truly a genius, it would be one thing.
But he was evidently an exceedingly ordinary being, lacking powerful bloodlines, special physiques, or elevated realms.
Why? What allowed Yihan to surpass him? 800 levels.
At the 800 level, the inheritor of the Hell Path, Wangpa, finally came to a stop, his breath erratic, on the verge of collapse.
This was his limit.
He could ascend no further. Wangpa witnessed Yihan effortlessly passing through the same level, continuing his steady ascent, leaving him utterly stunned. He yearned to advance, to surpass Yihan, or at least keep pace with him, yet found himself utterly incapable. I possess the Extinction King body, and my physical form has undergone countless trials. I should not be subdued by Yihan.
What on earth is the reason? Wang Po's thoughts spiraled, his emotions a tempest of shock and anger. 900 levels. 1,000 levels, 1,100 levels. Yihan stepped into the 1,100 level.
Within the same level, Li Qianjue, inheritor of the Demon Emperor path, widened his eyes in astonishment, a surge of ferocious blood energy erupting from within him.
1,000 demon divine body. Li Qianjue exclaimed.
His will surged forth, and his blood energy exploded, seemingly granting him boundless strength as he endeavored to ascend once more. The 1,000 demon divine body was no trivial matter. It required the refinement of the life essence of over 1,000 types of demon beasts, a continuous honing of one's roots and flesh, along with secretive cultivation methods to manifest. It bore a striking resemblance to Chu Yosher's myriad demon body. However, in a true comparison, the myriad demon body, once perfected, would far surpass the 1,000 demon divine body by leaps and bounds.
1,200 levels, 1,300 levels. As Li Qianjue reached this level,
he suddenly trembled, a mouthful of reverse blood spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground. Having not yet utilized his Yuan power, even with his formidable prowess, the activation of his bodily essence had brought him to his limit.
I will not accept this.
Li Qianjue's voice thundered, his will laid bare, filled with profound dissatisfaction. Above him, Yihan continued his steady ascent, now at 1,400 levels. At this moment, on the 2,900 levels of the floating pagoda,
Feng Wuliang abruptly turned his gaze.
Two piercing eyes, brimming with formidable intent, locked onto Yihan, as if striving to unveil all of his secrets.
Yihan was approaching half of Feng Wuliang's height. Chapter 85, The Battle of Yin and Yang, Six Paths of Blood Ant. Feng Wuliang gazed at Yihan for 5 breaths, then uttered 2 words.
After speaking, he resolutely turned away, his blood surging as he took a mighty step towards the towering height of 3,000 levels. The floating pagoda's celestial ladder, with its 3,000 levels,
represents a monumental challenge.
Should one manage to transcend these 3,000 levels through sheer physical might, untold benefits would be bestowed upon the warrior,
granting them an unseen power imbued by the pagoda itself. In this arduous ascent, Feng Wuliang's only opponent was himself.
He sought to seize this opportunity to refine his dragon body, making it purer and more formidable.
With each step, he was forging a true dragon's physique.
Yihan looked skyward, apathetically regarding Feng Wuliang, his expression unchanged. As time elapsed, his figure gradually receded from the sight of those below, including the likes of Xianzhu.
1,600 levels, 1,900 levels, 2,000 levels.
Upon surpassing 2,000 levels, Yihan's pace slightly diminished.
Yet,
in that fleeting moment, a tremor coursed through his dragon bones, and a latent power surged through his limbs and bones. His speed regained its momentum, ascending steadily once more. At this juncture, the pressure exerted by the floating pagoda was immense. Without invoking the eternal dragon body, although Yihan felt confident in his ascent, his pace would inevitably slow, diminishing the efficacy of his refinement. As he continued his climb, Yihan sensed every sinew and bone within him bearing an overwhelming burden. Under this oppressive force, he pressed onward, gradually reinforcing the resilience of his physical form. With the protection of the eternal dragon body, the pressure of over 2,000 levels posed little threat.
For Yihan, this ascent was purely a means of self-forging, enhancing his foundation.
While others climbed,
Yihan engaged in cultivation.
2,500 levels, 2,700 levels, 2,900 levels, 3,000 levels.
At an indeterminate moment,
Yihan finally reached the height of 3,000 levels.
You, audacious! From above, Feng Wuliang's countenance was stern.
Yihan slightly raised his head. He did not respond. Yet the corners of his lips curled into a faint, indifferent arc, seemingly mocking or perhaps showing disdain.
The child of reincarnation? The foremost prodigy of the academy? A contender for dominion over the 6 paths? In a state devoid of elemental force, he was merely this. What of the so-called dragon body, which was spoken of with such reverence?
In truth, it was not as formidable as claimed. Yihan resumed his ascent, stepping purposefully towards the heights above.
The distance between him and Feng Wuliang began to close significantly.
Yihan maintained his speed, while Feng Wuliang's pace had diminished tenfold.
Dragon body. Feng Wuliang uttered those 4 words, and in an instant, countless acupoints within him stirred.
Each acupoint brimmed with unparalleled and secretive power, radiating throughout his entire being,
enhancing both his internal and external fortitude.
Even without harnessing elemental energy, Feng Wuliang now appeared unrivaled, akin to a true dragon in human form.
With one breath, Feng Wuliang surged from over 3,000 levels into 4,000 levels.
At this height, he looked down upon all, like an invincible deity, disdainful of all existence. No creature could stand alongside him, nor were they worthy of comparison.
You, how many levels can you reach? Feng Wuliang mused, casting a mocking glance at Yihan. Yihan's ascension to 3,000 levels was indeed astonishing, a feat Feng Wuliang had not anticipated. Yet, what of it?
A mere mortal, with mediocre talent. Perhaps it was Li Futuo's intent to safeguard the human path, to allow Yihan to contend for a rank, preventing him from falling to the bottom, thereby invoking some hidden powers to bolster Yihan. Such means were trivial, lacking any true significance. In the face of absolute strength and disparity, all tactics ultimately become a source of ridicule.
Half an hour later,
Yihan emerged at 3,999 levels. His gaze fixed upon Feng Wuliang, and the two were nearly eye to eye, separated by a mere level.
What trick have you employed?
Feng Wuliang's eyes were icy, glimmering with a chilling light. He was incensed. The esteemed lord of the human path, Li Futua, a figure of renown in the past, employing petty tactics to assist Yihan was somewhat understandable. However, enough was enough. Tactics? Is the child of reincarnation truly so contemptuous of me? Yihan regarded Feng Wuliang, responding calmly. The moment he uttered his final word, Yihan took a decisive step forward. The floating pagoda's 4,000 levels. Boom! The pagoda trembled as Feng Wuliang's energy surged, radiating brilliant divine light from his being. The essence of the dragon body was pushed to its utmost limit. With each step, he ascended towards the heavens. In the academy square, the crowd trembled, and numerous hidden, inconceivable elders of the academy suddenly appeared in the distance, fixated on the luminous spectacle. A grand miracle was unfolding today. An event that should have been impossible was occurring. A martial artist of explosive energy, without invoking elemental force, had reached the 4,000 levels of the floating pagoda solely through physical might? Many from other academies, including those from the Shimo Hall, Tai Sword Sect, and Thingmo Mountain, looked on in disbelief. Each wore a complex expression. What had transpired? What extraordinary quality did Jihan possess that enabled him to keep pace with Feng Wuliang? Within the vast expanse of the ancient void, countless top-tier geniuses existed among the younger generation, such as the inheritors of Shimo Hall, the sword disciples of Tai Sword Sect, and the young master of Thingmo Mountain. Yet, to be fair, if those individuals were to ascend, 3,000 levels would likely be their limit. They could not genuinely match Feng Wuliang's pace. The emergence of a Feng Wuliang from the Reincarnation Academy had already instilled trepidation in countless peers across the ancient void. All feared his eventual ascendance, for when it occurred, he would loom over all, suffocating any chance of respite. Who could have anticipated that an inconspicuous individual, an ordinary Yihan, could also ascend to the 4,000 levels of the floating pagoda through mere physical prowess? 4,300 levels. Feng Wuliang halted abruptly, glancing back. Not far behind, Yihan progressed calmly, already at 4,290 levels, poised to catch up. Crack! Crack! The sound of Feng Wuliang's bones echoed ominously. No one could fathom the depth of his fury. The cosmos was boundless, chaos reigned, the blood of yin and yang's six paths. Feng Wuliang's brow was as sharp as a heavenly sword, his long hair billowing, garments swirling, resembling a demonic deity of the mortal realm. Within him surged an unmatched, formidable bloodline. The blood of yin and yang's six paths. According to the legends of the Reincarnation Academy, it was the supreme bloodline possessed by the first child of reincarnation. With such a bloodline enhancing him, combined with the formidable foundation of the dragon body, Feng Wuliang's vitality surged to its zenith. All his potential unleashed. Feng Wuliang began his final ascent. 4,400 levels, 4,500 levels, 5,000 levels. In a single breath, he appeared at the height of 5,000 levels. Yet, when he glanced back once more, a figure defied the heavens, climbing the ladder. Situated at 4,999 levels. Just one step away from parity. But at this moment, Yihan's gaze was profound, calmly observing Feng Wuliang, refraining from taking another step. Meanwhile, the entire Reincarnation Academy was in an uproar. The 5,000 levels of the floating pagoda. The pressure within was overwhelmingly intense. Not only a physical burden but also a mental strain. Without invoking the primal force, no one can endure it. Unless one possesses a physique as unparalleled as Feng Wuliang's, with unmatched depth and the body of a human dragon. Moreover, at this moment, Feng Wuliang has also stirred the battle blood of the six paths of yin and yang. No one could have imagined such depth within this individual, as it had never been revealed in the past. The combination of a top-tier physique and a supreme bloodline foretells that Feng Wuliang will inevitably master the human dragon body and truly transform into a dragon form. Yet the question remains, what of Yihan? 4,999 levels. What difference is there between this height and 5,000 levels? Among the million disciples of the Academy, Feng Wuliang stands as the unrivaled strongest. Yihan, merely a puppet summoned by a mortal pathmaster, exists solely to contend in the battle of the six paths. Feng Wuliang gazed down at Yihan, whose eyes reflected a stubborn light, revealing nothing further.
Enough! Within Feng Wuliang's eyes, a profound light flickered. He fixed his gaze on Yihan. In the past, you stepped beneath the summit of the celestial peak, wishing to join the Wujidian sword sect, only to be obstructed by Ding Xiu and others. It is only natural to feel resentment. Yihan remained silent, merely staring back at Feng Wuliang. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuliang spoke again. Today, you have touched the 5,000 levels of the pagoda ladder, garnering the world's attention and proving your worth to join the Wujidian sword sect. Yihan continued to hold his silence, allowing Feng Wuliang to speak on. Yet, a hint of irony appeared on his face. Wujidian sword sect? In all the myriad paths of the world, it is known that the sword path is unparalleled. Indeed, Yihan once harbored aspirations for the sword path. However, with his current metamorphosis, his understanding of martial arts has evolved beyond comparison. Yihan now feels no desire for the sword path. It is not out of spite. He possesses the 9 realms dragon suppressing tower and practices the 9 heavens dragon commandment, absorbing the essence of the dragon emperor. He walks the path of the celestial emperor and the dragon of all realms, far beyond the mere sword path. After observing Yihan for a moment, Feng Wuliang suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! Within Feng Wuliang's body, a furious surge of vitality erupted. The essence of the human dragon body stirred within him. A mocking expression graced Feng Wuliang's face as he stepped forward, launching an attack. His depth is beyond Yihan's imagination. Since Yihan is so oblivious to the danger, Feng Wuliang intends to demonstrate the true meaning of disparity. If Yihan attempts to forcibly ascend the pagoda ladder using the means granted by Li Fuqilu, the ultimate outcome will be his body unable to withstand the pressure, resulting in utter collapse and death. If he survives, he will be rendered crippled. 5,100 levels, 5,200 levels, 5,500 levels. The moment Feng Wuliang appeared at this height, an epiphany struck him, and he abruptly turned around. At the edge of his vision, Yihan remained steadfast at 4,999 levels, showing no signs of movement. Is this his limit? Feng Wuliang cast a cold glance at Yihan. His aura shifted once more, even without the aid of primal force. It seemed as though Feng Wuliang's spirit resonated with the heavens and the pagoda ladder. He stepped forward again. 5,600 levels, 5,700 levels. Above, a terrifying aura surged. A faint golden light coalesced, as if drawn from the heavens, piercing through the void and enveloping Feng Wuliang. In that instant, Feng Wuliang's entire being erupted with vitality, as though he had received the blessing of the cosmos, carrying the power of the heavens. And he released a long howl that shattered mountains and rivers. The human dragon body reached its ultimate explosion. 5,800 levels, 6,000 levels. Under countless gazes, Feng Wuliang's heavy form abruptly stepped onto the 6,000th level. At that moment, he was bathed in radiant light, dazzling and boundless. What a fearsome human dragon body! Around the Academy Square, numerous powerful figures shared this thought simultaneously. The pressure of the 6,000 levels of the pagoda ladder is unparalleled. Even those who summon primal force to protect their bodies struggle immensely to reach it. Yet Feng Wuliang can forcefully ascend, dispelling immense pressure to reach 6,000 levels. Given time, once Feng Wuliang's human dragon body reaches its peak, he will dominate the 6 paths and, through sheer physical prowess, ascend to the pinnacle of the pagoda ladder, becoming the greatest in history, as noted by the older generation of experts within the Academy. Many high-ranking officials in the Academy felt immense satisfaction. Feng Wuliang's rise may bring the Reincarnation Academy to unprecedented heights. Let us not forget, Feng Wuliang also possesses the battle blood of the 6 paths of Yin and Yang. This bloodline belonged to the first generation of holy sons of our Reincarnation Academy. If this bloodline matures, Feng Wuliang will eventually manifest the Reincarnation battle body. And at that time, he will bear the dual divine bodies, an unimaginable prospect. Many within the Academy speculated about the heights Feng Wuliang might achieve. Meanwhile, experts from factions such as the Shimo Temple and the Fengma Academy looked on with chilling eyes and grim expressions. What? Suddenly, countless gazes narrowed simultaneously. The scene within the celestial light curtain shifted once more. Yihan moved. One step forward, 5,000 levels. 5,100 levels, 5,200 levels. 5,500 levels.
The moment he reached 5,500 levels, an explosion of fiery red light enveloped his entire being. This was the manifestation of vitality, the extraordinary phenomenon resulting from the utmost vitality.
The human emperor's overbearing body?
Someone within the academy exclaimed.
Chu Tianxin's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at Li Fuqilu. Yihan has cultivated into the human emperor's overbearing body? I do not know.
Li Fuqilu was left speechless, his expression peculiar. He certainly recognized Yihan's formidable vitality and astounding potential, otherwise he would not have directly made Yihan the successor of the mortal path.
However,
the problem lies in the fact that this mortal pathmaster has not imparted much teaching to Yihan.
After Yihan joined the mortal path,
Li Fuqilu had left to seek extraordinary herbs, intending to prepare for Yihan's future cultivation of the human emperor's overbearing body. The human emperor's overbearing body can only be condensed after the royal extreme stunning technique is cultivated to its later stages.
Achieving success is akin to climbing to the heavens. It requires countless extraordinary herbs, multiple rounds of body tempering, and accumulation to be born.
Li Fuqilu had spent over a decade amassing the necessary experience to successfully cultivate the human emperor's overbearing body. He could hardly have anticipated that Yihan would provide him such a delightful surprise.
The emergence of the human emperor's overbearing body explains how Yihan could reach 5,500 levels of the pagoda ladder. Some within the academy began to discuss this revelation. However, they felt something was amiss.
Even with the human emperor's overbearing body, it should not have been so astonishing. After all, Yihan's realm still limited him, and his depth could not be that formidable.
Yihan moved once more. 5,600 levels. 5,700 levels. 5,999 levels.
At some point, he found his footing here, his body finally coming to a halt. Just as before, he stood but a step away from Feng Wuliang. The human emperor's overbearing body and the mortal pathmaster could indeed demand such a price from you.
Feng Wuliang locked onto Yihan with intense focus. A tempestuous surge of vitality erupted, rushing toward Yihan with overwhelming force. In that instant, Feng Wuliang could no longer contain himself.
Chapter 87, The Claw of the Reverse Dragon. With a thunderous roar, an astonishing aura erupted. The terrifying and formidable force of blood and energy descended upon Yihan like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down upon him. In the contest of the six paths,
direct confrontation was inherently meaningless, yet, in this moment, Feng Wuliang still made his move. He did not invoke his primordial energy to suppress Yihan.
Nor did he unleash any martial techniques. The sheer power of his blood force locked onto Yihan, overwhelming him, which, by all accounts, was beyond Yihan's capacity to endure. If one were to consider this carefully, it did not constitute a violation of the rules of the six paths, did it? The 6,000 layers of the floating pagoda shimmered with the intertwining golden light of the human dragon body and the blood divine light of Feng Wuliang, enveloping each layer of the heavenly staircase. Yihan's form was shrouded in the very center. The will of martial arts was unparalleled, transcending heaven and earth.
Although Feng Wuliang had not truly engaged, at this moment, the entire floating pagoda transformed into his domain. Standing within this realm, Feng Wuliang was innately undefeated.
Any opponent would be ensnared by the power of the domain, unable to raise their head. The blood force surged forth like a torrent of heaven and earth,
invisibly battering Yihan's essence.
In a daze, gazing from afar, it appeared as though a blood-red dragon shadow was descending, lunging to devour Yihan.
Fool!
In the academy square, Li Fuqilu suddenly stamped his foot. Just as he was about to rise, Chu Tianxin beside him shook his head, placing a hand on Li Fuqilu's shoulder. The human dragon body unleashed its power, suppressing with blood and martial will, yet it could hardly be deemed a breach of the rules.
As Chu Tianxin noted, upon the heavenly staircase, Yihan's body swayed perilously.
Wave after wave of immense blood energy crashed down upon him, relentlessly assaulting his essence. Yihan trembled continuously, as if on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand the oppressive force emanating from Feng Wuliang, threatening to plummet from the heights of over 5,000 layers of the staircase.
What are you clinging to?
Feng Wuliang spoke indifferently, his cold arrogance unmasked. A character as insignificant as Yihan would not even merit a conversation with him on ordinary days. In Feng Wuliang's eyes, Yihan's struggle was devoid of any significance. Since Li Fuqilu is unwilling to concede, I shall ensure your complete defeat in the realm of mankind.
After 20 breaths, Feng Wuliang seemed to lose patience.
His body trembled abruptly, and with each breath, a faint golden energy surged skyward.
In an instant, a translucent golden dragon shadow coalesced above Feng Wuliang, fierce and unmatched,
descending with an aura that seemed capable of devouring and extinguishing all. With a raised dragon claw, he struck down fiercely upon Yi Han's essence.
The will of martial arts concentrated within the primal source of blood transformed into such a devastating blow.
It was not a martial technique.
Yet it was more terrifying than any martial skill. This strike would render Yi Han senseless, shattering his will directly. Boom! Yi Han's place was engulfed in endless golden light. The dragon shadow, carrying an overwhelming force, surged into Yi Han's body.
Why go to such lengths?
Feng Wuliang scoffed.
This strike to subdue Yi Han brought him no sense of triumph. In fact, it was a disgrace. For one as powerful as him to have to invoke the will of martial arts to subdue a mere upstart like Yi Han was, to him,
an indelible stain on his reputation.
He could only blame Yi Han for being oblivious to his own mortality and the vast disparity between them.
In an explosive moment,
something within Yi Han seemed to shatter. Following this, a surging golden light erupted, transforming into a massive vortex, resembling a mysterious maw birthed from thin air. This gaping mouth opened wide, consuming all the primal energy swirling around Yi Han, devouring the blood divine light that Feng Wuliang had released. In the center of that vortex, a golden dragon claw materialized. Its energy was profound, pure, and accompanied by an awe-inspiring might that surged upward defiantly.
In the blink of an eye,
Feng Wuliang had no chance to evade, as the claw struck him squarely in the chest.
Put!
A mouthful of reverse blood erupted forth.
Feng Wuliang's body swayed and trembled, his complexion paling, his energy dwindling to its lowest ebb.
The impact from the dragon claw scattered his focus, leaving his energy and blood in disarray, as if they were on the verge of spiraling into chaos. His body was no longer under his control. As the pressure from the floating pagoda once again descended, Feng Wuliang grunted softly and plummeted from the 6,000 layers. Below the staircase, an elder from the academy furrowed his brow, energy surging violently. He stepped into the air, catching Feng Wuliang mid-fall, and gradually lowered him to the ground.
Fool! A smirk of derision appeared on Yi Han's face. Why seek your own misfortune?
The human dragon body is merely the weakest and most inferior of dragon forms.
Did you truly believe your physique was unparalleled?
To think you would rely on the blood of the human dragon body and your martial will to suppress me is simply foolishness.
Indeed, Yi Han had been struggling fiercely. He was striving to prevent the eruption of his own primal essence and to hold back the two dragon bones within him from consuming Feng Wuliang's human dragon body.
Casting a glance at the 6,000 layers of the staircase, Yi Han chose not to ascend further but instead turned and descended.
Was today's contest of the 6 paths not concluded?
According to the results, he had placed last in the first round, earning a mere single point. In the second round, however, he had secured second place to Feng Wuliang, garnering 5 points. These 6 points surpassed those of the inheritors of the Shura path, Xia Bingyan,
and the ghost path, Yi Yunfei.
In the academy square, countless gazes were fixed upon the celestial light curtain,
watching Yi Han descend the heavenly staircase with an air of tranquility.
Each observer felt as if they were caught in a dream. All of this appeared surreal.
How could Yi Han possibly have ascended to the 5,999th layer of the floating pagoda?
Even possessing the Emperor's Overlord physique, it seemed excessively exaggerated. In terms of realm, Yi Han could only be considered a warrior with explosive blood energy. Even utilizing primal energy, ascending to such heights was nearly impossible,
let alone relying solely on physical strength. As Yi Han descended the staircase, Feng Wuliang, heavily injured from the backlash of his own blood energy, was swiftly taken for healing. Xia Bingyan, Li Qianjue, Wang Pa, and Yi Yunfei locked their gazes upon him, their eyes darting, each intent on discovering Yi Han's secrets.
Yet, despite their scrutiny, Yi Han remained an ordinary warrior of explosive blood energy, devoid of any remarkable traits, and it was inconceivable for him to possess any extraordinary physique. Even the Emperor's Overlord physique he had previously displayed seemed merely an illusion, now stripped of any uniqueness. Thus, was it truly the case that the human realm's master,
Li Futua, had covertly intervened?
As the inscription teleportation array activated, Yi Han and the others were soon transported back to the Academy Square.
I hereby declare the contest of the 6 paths concluded.
The Elder's voice resonated, amplified by primal energy, echoing throughout the heavens and reaching every ear.
Wait! Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out.
Chapter 88. The Battle of the Tao Lord. An elderly man strode forward from a distance, his presence exuding an overwhelming force that sent chills through the hearts of onlookers. His aged gaze fixated on Yi Han, and with a cold snort, he remarked,
"You ranked last in the first round. In the second round, how can points awarded through the secret techniques bestowed by Li Fuchulu be counted?" The elder responsible for assessing the 6 paths furrowed his brow. "Tao Lord of the Celestial Realm, what do you mean by this?" "Yi Han,
the heir of the human path, has cheated," the old man stated bluntly. "In the second round, his points should be nullified. His total score is but 1 point,
placing him at the very bottom." Such audacity, Li Fuchulu's voice echoed as he appeared in the square, his presence commanding. "To invalidate Yi Han's points? Cold Wuxin, your reach is excessively long."
Cold Wuxin, Tao Lord of the Celestial Realm, holds an esteemed position at the Reincarnation Academy, Li Fuchulu continued, unyielding.
"It is understandable that you wish to avoid being at the bottom." Cold Wuxin, the elderly man, sneered.
"But how do you intend for this boy to ascend the
599 steps of the Fuchulu heavenly ladder?"
He cast a glance at Yi Han, adding, "His vitality may be robust, but it is merely a touch stronger than that of an ordinary person.
He possesses no extraordinary physique or bloodline.
Even the human sovereign's dominance body is but a fragment Li Fuchulu extracted to aid him in achieving results." A thick layer of sarcasm enveloped Cold Wuxin's face, as if he had seen through all of Li Fuchulu's intentions and plans.
Some actions, when taken too far, become mere jokes. It was evident that Yi Han,
relying on certain methods of Li Fuchulu, had foolishly exposed himself without understanding the need for subtlety.
In an instant, several figures arrived in the square.
Some of them high-ranking elders and other Tao Lords from the 6 paths.
Each one possessed significant influence within the academy. Under their collective gaze,
Yi Han found himself the focal point, with their thoughts swirling around him like an invisible storm, enveloping his very essence. They perceived the fluctuations within Yi Han's body,
revealing him to be an ordinary mortal without any top-tier bloodlines or unique physique.
Such innate talent and bodily foundation would never allow him to ascend the more than 5,000 steps of the Fuchulu heavenly ladder, even after a millennium.
Li Tao Lord.
An explanation, if you please. Numerous faces turned to Li Fuchulu, their stares sharp and demanding.
Explanation?
Li Fuchulu's gaze swept across the crowd,
a hint of derision appearing on his face.
"Why should I, of the human path, explain myself to you?
Do you even deserve it?" Having spoken,
Li Fuchulu moved to stand beside Yi Han, nodding slightly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes.
"We are leaving. You, Human Path Lord, what do you intend?"
Voices rang out as Yi Han and Li Fuchulu began to depart.
Boom! In an instant, a series of powerful waves erupted from behind. 5 figures stepped forward, their energies locking onto Yi Han and Li Fuchulu.
Li Fuchulu abruptly halted, turning his body. 2 piercing beams of light erupted from his eyes, his robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. An astonishing wave of energy radiated from him, a tempest that surged outward, enveloping all present,
subduing them under its might. Human sovereign's dominance body. The onlookers gasped, each face reflecting awe and trepidation. "Your injury." An elder inhaled deeply, scrutinizing Li Fuchulu, desperate to discern something.
Yet, Li Fuchulu's aura intensified, overpowering all scrutiny, the imperial pressure escalating.
Feigning calm, the Tao Lord of the Celestial Realm's eyes gleamed with determination as he confronted Li Fuchulu.
Suddenly, a powerful wave surged forth as he advanced,
ancient and mysterious patterns emerging on his skin. He raised his arm and struck towards Li Fuchulu. The celestial hand. The palm imprint loomed large,
rotating and drawing upon the boundless energies of the universe, pressing down upon Li Fuchulu.
Li Fuchulu snorted, raising his own arm. Radiant light converged at his palm, forming a gleaming guillotine. "Watch closely,"
he instructed Yi Han softly.
With those 3 words, Li Fuchulu stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming martial intent that enveloped the guillotine.
As he struck, a dazzling blade of light cleaved through the air, tearing apart the heavens and shattering the celestial hand-s imprint. With a loud crash, the Tao Lord of the celestial realm staggered back, retreating several steps. The other figures present, feeling the pressure of this onslaught, instinctively stepped back, unable to withstand the storm of might. Void Human Sovereign slash. Yihan felt a surge of emotion. Momentarily closing his eyes to absorb the essence of Li Fuqilu's aura, the formidable power and will contained within that terrifying blade of light. Within the Imperial Chronicle bestowed by Li Fuqilu, there existed three martial techniques: the Imperial Ghostly Step, the Coiling Dragon Finger, and the Void Human Sovereign slash. Yihan had fully comprehended the Coiling Dragon Finger through fortunate encounters. The Imperial Ghostly Step remained unpracticed, while the Void Human Sovereign slash was beyond his current capabilities, only achievable upon reaching a higher state of cultivation. Today, however, served as an early encounter with the might of this technique, etching an indelible mark in Yihan's mind that would be immensely beneficial in the future. Truly, Li Fuqilu was the sole being to have mastered the human sovereign's dominance body to its fullest extent in the past 4 millennia. Though the Tao Lord of the celestial realm had been pushed back, his expression darkened, yet he refused to concede. Instead, he chuckled coldly. "I am curious to see how many moves you can execute." The earth trembled as the Tao Lord of the celestial realm exuded a fierce vitality, stepping forward like an ancient lion poised to demonstrate his might once more. "Then let us see," Li Fuqilu retorted disdainfully. His body subtly swayed for a moment, unnoticed by others, yet Yihan felt it acutely. Glancing forward, he placed his arm casually on Li Fuqilu's back. A surge of vigorous energy rushed into Li Fuqilu's body in less than a breath. Li Fuqilu's frame shuddered as he turned to glance at Yihan, his eyes reflecting a complex depth. In the next moment, an overwhelming imperial aura enveloped him, and he stepped forward with force. His essence transformed. Radiant beams of gold refracted above him, intertwining to form a celestial map. The myriad human sovereign's image. The expressions of those before him shifted dramatically, voices lost in astonishment. Chapter 89, the diagram of the 10,000 sovereigns. A thunderous rumble echoed through the void, as the celestial diagram became increasingly discernible. Intense fluctuations surged forth from within the diagram, radiating an awe-inspiring power that suppressed all directions. Li Fuqian stepped forward with resolute strength, extending his arm in a commanding gesture. In an instant, the celestial diagram enveloped the scene, transforming into a vast canopy that overshadowed all figures before him. As the diagram descended, the color drained from the faces of the gathered crowd. Waves of ferocious energy erupted, and the people raised their arms in a desperate attempt to resist the overwhelming force of the celestial diagram. This standoff lasted but a fleeting moment. Some emitted muffled groans, bending low in submission. Others, despite channeling their utmost energy, found themselves unable to withstand the diagram's oppressive might, blood spilling from their lips. Many trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale with fear. "Li Fuqian, this is enough." The once eager demeanor of the celestial pathmaster vanished entirely, replaced by a visage of resentment and fury. Li Fuqian remained silent, his gaze dismissive, as if he were observing mere ants crawling on the ground. Time stretched for 30 breaths. The assembled throng trembled in terror. Each individual's aura surged to its peak, yet none could escape the diagram's dominion. Finally, in a fleeting moment, Li Fuqian waved his arm, causing the terrifying celestial diagram to vanish. The oppressed crowd collectively exhaled, some staggering as if about to collapse. Among them were the esteemed elders of the Reincarnation Academy, their status surpassing that of Ji Yuanming and Gu Yunzhu, as well as the masters of one of the 6 paths, their rank comparable to that of Li Fuqian. Each one was a true heavyweight, commanding respect throughout the vast void ancient domain. Yet today, this assembly found themselves utterly subdued by Li Fuqian's celestial diagram, unable to retaliate. "How could you have manifested the diagram of the 10,000 sovereigns?" The celestial pathmaster spoke, his voice laced with disbelief and suppressed rage. Li Fuqian cast a glance, offering no reply, and began to turn away with Yihan. "Wait!" Yihan interjected, scanning the faces of the crowd. "Whom?" Li Fuqian turned to him. In Yihan's hand, the human path order materialized, a beam of light suddenly illuminating the area above his head.
Yihan's aura shifted as he extended his fingers, locking onto the formidable talents, Xia Bingyan, Li Qianjue, Wang Poyan, and Yi Yunfei. With a single decisive motion, he unleashed a strike. Golden finger energy erupted forth, surging like a dragon through the air, its momentum reverberating throughout the world. The formidable force crashed into the ground before the four, causing an intense surge of energy that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The dragon spiral finger. Yihan executed the complete technique. Had it not been for his current limitations, the power behind this strike would have been beyond imagination. This technique, notoriously difficult to master, required relentless practice and refinement of one's vitality, making it an arduous endeavor. The martial arts of the human path, including its techniques, were tenfold more challenging to cultivate compared to others of the same rank. This is why the human path had dwindled, with only Li Futian and Yihan remaining as its practitioners. What is that? Xia Bingyan, the heir of the Shura path, abruptly gazed at the light above Yihan's head. Simultaneously, as Yihan unleashed his strike, 18 distinct marks of the Tao materialized within the radiance projected by the human path order. 18 Tao marks. Still ranked second, only trailing behind the 23 marks condensed by Feng Wuliang. Celestial Pathmaster, may I inquire where I, Yihan, stand in this contest of the six paths? Yihan addressed the astonished and begrudging Celestial Pathmaster, alongside the other masters at his side. An imprint of martial prowess, 18 Tao marks. The elder overseeing the contest's ranking stared at Yihan with incredulity, two beams of light igniting in his eyes. Before the Celestial Pathmaster could speak, the elder declared. Second place in the first round, 10 points. The human path ranks second in this contest of the six paths. Yihan nodded slightly to the elder, then retracted his aura, storing the human path order away, and departed alongside Li Futian. The atmosphere fell into an utter silence. Countless gazes fixated upon Yihan and Li Futian. No one dared display a hint of mockery any longer. Yihan had manifested 18 Tao marks in the first round. Why had he not revealed this earlier? Had it not been for the relentless pressure from the Celestial Pathmaster, this revelation might have remained concealed. The Tao marks were authentic. Regardless of the outcome, even if Yihan's second-round performance were nullified, the human path would not find itself at the bottom in this contest. In that moment, many recalled Yihan standing proudly at the 999th level of the Futian ladder, so close to Feng Wuliang. Had Yihan taken that final step, or even two, what rank would he occupy now? With the ease he had displayed then, perhaps he could have reached the 6,000th level or beyond. The legacy of the human path, once the foremost of the six paths, though diminished, would not perish as long as Li Futian remained. The supreme elder of the beginning demon hall, Mo Woya, spoke with a hint of relief. Had Yihan proven inadequate and Li Futian as weak as rumored? The outcome of today might have been vastly different, with the human path facing imminent obliteration. At that juncture, Feng Wuliang would truly dominate the six paths, merging their powers into his own, with untold potential ahead. The onlookers were reluctant to see such an unparalleled genius as Feng Wuliang rise again. Such luck! Xia Bingyan of the Shura path stomped in frustration, glaring at Yihan and Li Futian's retreating figures. Yihan had remained stationary on the Enlightenment Cliff, and logically, even if he had achieved comprehension, he could only have condensed a single Tao mark. Yet, the recent display of 18 marks, coupled with Yihan's finger strike, was unmistakable. Yihan's fortuitous grasp of the complete dragon spiral finger on the Enlightenment Cliff was evident, otherwise, the simultaneous emergence of 18 Tao marks would have been impossible. Outside the square, Li Pathmaster, are you well? Chu Tianxin seemed to sense something amiss. All is well. Li Futian waved his hand dismissively. Let us depart. Yihan. Li Futian and Chu Tianxin, along with Chu Yushi, gradually moved away, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Shortly thereafter, the four returned to the summit of Longyin Peak. As they set foot atop the peak, Li Futian's complexion paled, his energy fluctuating, and he suddenly coughed violently, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Chapter 90, The Birth of True Dragon Liquid. A surge of blood, a breath of weakness. The rapid fluctuation of Li Futu's aura startled Yihan. Teacher! Yihan exclaimed anxiously. I'm fine. Li Futu replied with a wry smile, channeling his energy to swiftly suppress his injuries. With Yi Han's support, the group entered the dragon-hidden palace. At that moment, Li Futu gazed intently at Yi Han, seemingly seeking confirmation of a matter, that aura just now. Was it dragon energy? Indeed. Yi Han nodded affirmatively. Ahaha, Li Futu's spirit appeared to rejuvenate significantly. He felt an overwhelming sense of elation. The heavens have not forsaken the path of humanity. Who would have thought that at the twilight of my journey? I could recruit such an exceptional talent with a dragon body for the path of humanity? Chu Tianxin expressed his thoughts. Reflecting, people often say that Feng Wuliang possesses an unparalleled dragon body, yet who would have imagined that Yi Han bears the earth dragon body? The human dragon body is merely the most rudimentary and inferior form of a dragon body. The earth dragon body is truly formidable and awe-inspiring. Above the earth dragon body lies the profound dragon body, and above that, the celestial dragon body. These various dragon bodies are the only types that could potentially emerge in the divine martial continent, merely deserving the title of dragon body. Only by transcending the celestial dragon body can one be deemed worthy of the title, true dragon body. The chasm between these levels is unfathomable, representing a fundamental disparity that is insurmountable. In ancient times, this may have sufficed, but in the present era, without the emergence of a true dragon, one cannot obtain the pure essence of true dragon energy, rendering any compensation impossible. Yi Han possesses the earth dragon body. This ensures that, in terms of physical constitution, Feng Wuliang will almost certainly never surpass him in this lifetime, unless Feng Wuliang is a prodigy with dual or even triple divine bodies. Observing the visibly shaken and awestruck Li Futu and Chu Tianxin, Yi Han chose not to clarify. Such a misunderstanding is preferable. It spares him the trouble of exposing his astonishing constitution, which could attract countless troubles. Yi Han's eternal undefeated dragon body is something that could not possibly exist in the divine martial continent. Within this ancient void, the people here would not have even heard of it. Yi Han has always suspected that the Nine Realms dragon-suppressing tower within him might have descended from some mysterious realm beyond the heavens. Since ancient times, emperors in the human realm have likened themselves to true dragon sons. Beings on the ground revere the emperors among men, while those above in the heavens honor the dragon clan. Our path of humanity is the path of imperial dominion, the way to imperial aspirations. The pinnacle of this path culminates in breaking through to the dragon path, which is a transformation of the essence of life, as well as the essence of power. Li Futu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an aura of exuberance. Yi Han, you possess the earth dragon body. You are inherently suited to cultivate all aspects of the path of humanity. In the future, you will undoubtedly shatter the ancient limits and elevate the path of humanity